Chapter 1. The Night of the Bridal Chamber, the Arrival of the Demon God by Fong. In the primeval wilderness, the abode of the innate human race. Today, the tribe is awash with festivity, as humans clad in coarse linen garments bustle around a humble thatched cottage. Everyone, muster your utmost spirit. Mr. Liu will soon impart the sacred teachings to you. Mr. Liu has declared that marriage is a joyous occasion. Why do you all wear such grim faces? On the upper floor, Liu Changsheng reclines leisurely in a chair, surveying the wedding chamber he has personally arranged, feeling quite content. Today marks the day of his grand wedding. 5 years prior, he traversed into the primeval world, becoming a member of the innate human race. The innate humans are endowed with extraordinary talents and are under the protection of the goddess Niwa. Yet, only Liu Changsheng understands that the unending strife between the witch and demon races has made life challenging for humanity. The witch tribe believes itself to be the rightful rulers of the world, ruthlessly slaughtering other races. The demon race even preys upon humans. Demons control the heavenly court. Witches roam the mortal realm. At this moment, humanity is yet to gain a foothold. After the calamity of the witches and demons, scarcely 1 in 10 innate humans will remain. Upon arriving in the primeval world, Liu Changsheng invented written language, tamed the 5 animals and 6 livestock, and engaged in poetry and painting daily, successfully reaping the benefits of the heavenly Tao. Though not a great merit, it earned him the reputation of being exceptionally talented. His soon-to be wife, Xihe, is drawn to him by his renown. Xihe is virtuous and dignified, exceptionally beautiful, and possesses an admirable demeanor. Having her by his side to enjoy this hard-won life is indeed a blessing. In no time, the tribe adorns itself with red ribbons, as everyone slaughters chickens and cows to prepare for the banquet. The tribe's chieftain, both enthusiastic and anxious, presides over Liu Changsheng's wedding ceremony. The wedding rites are personally orchestrated by Liu Changsheng. Bow to heaven and earth. Bow to the ancestors. Spouses bow to each other. Enter the bridal chamber. With the final declaration of entering the bridal chamber, the entire tribe erupts in cheers. Such a novel wedding they have never experienced before. Just then, a sudden influx of purple chi arrives from the east, bringing with it heavenly merit. Above the human tribe, in the ethereal expanse, countless miles of merit obscure the sky. From the 33 heavens, the sages awaken from their ancient reverie, perplexed. The first wedding in the primeval world is occurring among the humans? Someone is witnessing the heavenly marriage. This must be the merit of Emperor Jun. The sages calculate and find the heavenly mysteries clouded and chaotic, revealing nothing. The calamity of the witches and demons is imminent. The heavenly secrets are inscrutable. It is uncertain whether this event is fortuitous or ominous. Above the human tribe, the descent of merit astonishes the entire primeval world. Liu Changsheng gazes at the golden clouds of merit above, feeling as if a celestial being has descended. He is aware that witnessing a heavenly marriage would yield merit, yet he did not anticipate such a grand phenomenon. However, this is not his first encounter with the descent of heavenly merit. A smile graces his lips as he embraces Xihe and enters the bridal chamber. Absorbing merit is far more important than the bridal chamber. Xihe's face flushes with a charming red. She did not expect her wedding to provoke such a commotion, leaving her somewhat restless within the chamber. Marriage is a term Liu Changsheng has introduced to her, symbolizing that from this day forth, the couple shall share joys and sorrows, growing old together. To her astonishment, heavenly merit descends as well. Her husband is indeed a man of exceptional talent. Meanwhile, in the heavenly court of the demon race, Emperor Jun, Donghuang Tai, and the 12 demon gods gather in assembly. Emperor Jun gazes in utter shock at the extraordinary occurrence in the primeval world. Heavenly merit descends, purple chi surging across billions of miles. The landing site is not on the sun star, but rather the innate human tribe they consider as mere food. His brow furrows slightly, and upon calculating, his expression turns ashen. The goddess Xihe has taken a human as her partner. As Emperor Jun's words fall, the heavenly court erupts in uproar. Xihe and Changshi are the goddesses of the moon. The moon star and the sun star share the same lineage, and the two goddesses have always been regarded by the demon race as the consorts of the demon Emperor June. To their shock, Xihe has descended to the mortal realm and taken a human as her partner. The demon god Bai Fong, known for his fiery temper, erupts in rage, flames engulfing him. A mere human dares to wed my moon goddess. Emperor June's expression darkens considerably. To enter into matrimony, to witness the heavenly marriage, and to have heavenly merit descend. This merit ought to belong to my demon race. How dare the lowly humans snatch it away? Bai Fong, go to the human territory and burn down 100,000 miles of their tribe. Bring Xihe back. Understood? Bai Fang's eyes blaze with flames as he lets out a thunderous roar, transforming into a colossal divine bird. Subsequently, a radiant sun slowly rises in the primeval sky. In the bridal chamber, she senses a violent aura descending upon the primeval world, her complexion paling. This is the demon god Bai Fong. This is bad, she exclaims. Husband, quickly hide. Lu Changsheng is momentarily taken aback, then notices endless flames manifesting above the clouds of merit. Immediately after, a furious roar reverberates throughout the human tribe. A mere human dares to desecrate my demon goddess. Today, I shall incinerate 100,000 miles of humanity in place of the demon emperor. Lu Changsheng is momentarily stunned before he can react. A mechanical voice suddenly echoes in his mind. Detecting the descent of the demon god, Bai Fong, the system has officially activated. Detecting the host has married the moon goddess, initiating supreme choices. Choice 1. Ask your wife directly if she is the moon goddess reward. 12-grade Annihilation Black Lotus Platform. Choice 2. Prioritize your life and flee, handing over Xihe to Bai Fong reward. Damage God-slaying spear. Choice 3. Regardless of the heavenly emperor or demon god. After all, she is my wife. Reward. Divine Elephant Suppressing Prison Technique. 15 minutes of consummating Peak Experience Card. What the heck? It's happening. The golden finger has finally arrived. Lu Changsheng had always thought that his wife merely shared the same name as the moon goddess Xihe. Little did he expect, he had inadvertently married the moon goddess. This is Emperor June's wife. He has cuckolded Emperor June. No wonder the demon gods have come. However, Lu Changsheng remains unafraid. With the awakening of the system, even if the Eastern Emperor arrives, he is not intimidated. Yet, Bai Fong cannot kill him, for the boundless demon flames can vent their fury upon the humans. Since you have come, do not think of leaving. Lu Changsheng's gaze rests upon the choices before him. 12-grade Annihilation Black Lotus Platform. Damaged God-slaying spear. Divine Elephant Suppressing Prison Technique. Choice 1. The 12-grade Annihilation Black Lotus sounds promising, but what use is a broken lotus platform? Choice 2 is immediately dismissed. What use is a damaged God-slaying spear? And to flee? Is that not an insult? Only choice 3 remains, and it is indeed the best choice. The 15-minute consummating Peak Experience Card. Currently, during the calamity of the witches and demons, the primeval world is filled with golden immortals, and the great Luo are everywhere. Yet Quasi-Saints are still scarce. Just as Lu Changsheng is about to make a choice, Xihe, pale-faced, speaks, "Husband, I am sorry." As the words leave her lips, a streak of light flashes by, and Lu Changsheng feels a sudden heaviness in his head, teetering on the brink of unconsciousness. Detecting the host has been attacked by his wife reward. Protective Divine Light. Protective Divine Light. Description: can resist mental attacks. Evaluation: forge the strongest body. Endure the most potent blows from your wife. In an instant, Lu Changsheng awakens, but he still chooses to collapse onto the ground. He wishes to see what Xihe intends to do. At that moment, an extraordinary phenomenon unfolds across the primeval world. A blazing inferno slowly rises, the temperature of the earth skyrocketing. Dry wood ignites, flames erupting. She bends down to place Lu Changsheng onto the bed, planting a gentle kiss on his forehead before soaring out of the bridal chamber. In the skies above, Bai Fong swiftly locks onto Xihe's position, and the wooden building where Lu Changsheng resides is already engulfed in roaring flames. Boldly, Bai Fong, Even Emperor June dares not show me disrespect, you shall not retreat. Furious, Xihe spins her moon disk, unleashing a barrier of silvery light to shield against Bai Fang's flames. Xihe, you have descended to the mortal realm without permission, disregarding the honor of the demon race. Do you not know your crime? Hand over that human, and upon your return to the heavenly court, the demon emperor shall surely treat you leniently. If you remain obstinate, do not blame us for being heartless. Bai Fang shows Xihe no mercy. At this critical juncture of the calamity of the witches and demons, as the moon goddess, Xihe's actions disregard the greater good, inevitably dampening the morale of the demon race. A dignified goddess of the demon race marrying a human would surely become a laughingstock for the witch tribe. Who dares come to question me? To capture my husband? You are not worthy. Furious, Xihe's hands shimmer with light as she unleashes her divine powers. The entire sky is enveloped in silver radiance, blocking out the blazing sun. Goddess, you are no match for me. Bai Fang sneers, igniting his divine fire, instantly shrouding the skies above the humans in a sea of flames. Bai Fang, if you dare harm other humans, I shall slay you. Xihe glares at the nearby human tribe that still has connections to Lu Chongqing, filled with rage. Bai Fang's cultivation may not be exceptionally high, but the widespread flames of Bai Fang, being divine fire, are beyond the resistance of ordinary humans. You cannot protect humanity, return. I know you are powerful and formidable, but allow me to handle this next. Where men stand, women should not take action. Just as Xihe prepares to unleash the remaining light of the moon to obscure the 10 golden crows of solar flames, a gentle voice calls from behind. Xihe turns, gazing in astonishment at the smiling face before her. Husband, how did you wake up? Quickly return to the room. Lu Chongqing does not respond. Instead, he wraps his arms around her waist and says, whether to return or not, let us return together. My husband shall first deal with this bothersome, wretched bird. As for other matters, we shall discuss them later. Lu Chongqing then gazed into the sky and remarked with a smile, I have only savored roasted wild chicken. I have yet to experience the flavor of roasted demon gods. Upon finishing his words, Lu Chongqing activated the communication system, utilized the consummating cultivation experience card. As his voice faded, an overwhelming and boundless force, filled with profound mysteries and capable of shaking the very fabric of time and space, surged into his being. In an instant, his cultivation transcended the realm of the Luo Golden Immortal, reaching the pinnacle of consummating. Truly, the product of the system is extraordinary. Acquiring it in an instant is utterly unfathomable. At this moment, although Lu Chongqing's comprehension of the celestial principles was not profound, his cultivation at the pinnacle of consummating allowed him to crush a demon god with a mere punch. Chapter 2. The Demise of the Divine Beast Bifang. The Emperor June strikes. Bifang reveals his true form as a demon god. Standing barefoot, wielding a fiery spear, he stands with pride, his eyes ablaze with fury. A smile twisted by rage. How dare mere human ants utter such brazen words? A modicum of merit is all it takes. I fear not this trifling calamity. Today, I shall ensure that 100,000 of your kind accompany you to the grave. With a flourish of his fiery spear, he conjures a myriad of spear blossoms. In an instant, they transform into countless projectiles, each tip glowing with demon light, hurtling toward Lu Chongqing. A smirk graces Lu Chongqing's lips as he remarks, ignorance of death. Within the terrified human tribe, they witness Lu Chongqing suddenly raise both hands. His fists formed, he charges directly at the demon light to engage in a fierce clash. Where his fists pass, time and space tremble. Heaven and earth shatter, and countless stars plummet. Bifang's demon light spear force is instantly extinguished. How could this be? My Bifang's divine fire would reduce even a Tai golden immortal to ash. How can you, a mere innate human, possibly withstand my demon fire? Lu Chongqing chuckles softly, lifting his gaze to meet Bifang, who is engulfed in flames, and declares, Tai golden immortal, do you dare compare me to such lowly insects? As his words fall, a peak quasi-saint aura surges into the sky, leaving all innate beings of the Hong Huang in utter shock. Turning their gazes toward the source of the aura, that a stranger of peak quasi-saint level. Is there truly such a figure hidden within the Hong Huang? On Kunlun Mountain, the three purities stand in astonishment. The human-born. The expression on Taishang's face darkens. He has recently gained insights into Nuwa's creation of humanity and senses that the opportunity for his own ascension lies within the human race. To his surprise, there exists a peak quasi-saint among them. In the Nuwa palace, Nuwa's expression is peculiar. The innate humans were created by her, and their fortunes remain tied to her. Yet she is oblivious to the emergence of a peak quasi-saint among them. How strange could this individual be related to the chaos? Nuwa's gaze grows complex. She molded clay to create humans not out of thin air, but through her understanding of chaos, perceiving a figure from the endless river of time and space. An innate Tao body in harmony with the Tao. Thus, she shaped the clay to create humanity. Yet, no matter how she calculates, she cannot discern Lu Changxing's origins. However, sensing no hostility from him, she ceases her calculations. On the Lingtai Fountain Mountain, the Western two saints were solemn expressions. Brother, this human quasi-saint will not obstruct our grand scheme against the witch and demon. Will he? This arrangement concerns the fortunes of the West. If he poses a threat, he must be eliminated at this moment. Within the human tribe, Bi Fong is the most astonished. His face pales in fear at a peak quasi-saint. Good heavens! How can a mere human possess such power? Is this truly the human race they deemed as mere food? The demon god Bi Fong? Nothing more than this. Lu Changxing sneers, his figure flashing before Bi Fong, delivering a punch. The might of peak quasi-saint power. So formidable. In Bi Fong's astonished gaze, he watches as Lu Changxing's fist strikes his abdomen. Helpless to retaliate, in the next moment, Bi Fong is knocked to the ground. When he rises again, his chest is caved in. Blood trickling from his lips. The demon race's physical form is indeed powerful. One punch. Merely one punch has brought the quasi-saint Bi Fong to defeat, and it was through sheer force of will. Bi Fong's eyes gradually fill with terror as he gazes at Lu Changxing. Impossible, a peak quasi-saint. How could you have attained such power? You are but a lowly human. Bi Fong appears as though he has seen a ghost. His desire to fight vanishes entirely. A peak quasi-saint is the likes of Emperor Jun or Dongwang Tai. He has no chance to resist. Xihe also stares at Lu Changxing in disbelief. Is this truly my husband? To have defeated Bi Fong with a single punch, Xihe's gaze shifts from worry to admiration. I am but one among the human race. How dare you be so audacious to covet my wife and slaughter my kin? You shall die today, Lu Changxing declares, and with a wave of his hand. The space within 100 miles falls into stillness. A massive phantom hand descends invisibly. The demon god Bi Fong is seized by Lu Changxing's hand. Terrifying. This is no mere human. Comparable to Emperor Jun and Dongwang Tai. Indeed, Bi Fong feels an unsettling impression that Lu Changxing is even stronger than both. Emperor Jun and Dongwang Tai are both peak quasi-saint powerhouses, with the addition of the Eastern Emperor Bell and the river map. Few can contend with them, yet among the seemingly inconspicuous, quietly existing human tribes, a peak quasi-saint has emerged. Bi Fong feels a surge of retreat, flames roaring around him as he reveals his true form. Attempting to break free from Lu Changxing's grasp, trying to flee, I am quite tempted. Lu Changxing snorts coldly. Exerting his grip, Bi Fong feels as though his soul is on the verge of shattering. His true fire. The blazing sun, Bi Fong roars, his true fire burning fiercely. With great effort, he breaks free from Lu Changxing's hold. Husband, be careful. Bi Fong's true fire burns with extreme intensity. Xihe could not anticipate that Bi Fong would resort to burning his true fire. Such a thing is the very foundation of his cultivation, that a moment's carelessness could lead to regression. No matter. Lu Changxing remains unfazed. The experience card produced by the system ensures that as long as a saint does not emerge, he is the foremost among quasi-saints. Lu Changxing, if you wish to kill me, I shall not allow you to have it easy. I will slaughter 1,000,000 of your kin, so they may taste the flames of Bi Fong's true fire. Bi Fong's true flames transform into streaks of light. cascading toward the human tribe. Liu Changsheng erupts in fury, seeking death. In the skies above, thunder rumbles ominously. Liu Changsheng leaps into the air, gathering various quasi-saint laws around him to prevent Bifang's true flames from descending. He reaches out with both hands, grasping Bifang by the neck. He crushes with great force. Billions of miles of flames are extinguished. Bifang is dead. Dear husband. Xihe watches in astonishment as Liu Changsheng descends holding Bifang's corpse. To think her husband is a peak quasi-saint. Xihe is overwhelmed with emotion, nearly brought to tears. My lady, today marks the day of our wedding. I shall slay the demon god Bifang to celebrate our union. Liu Changsheng's voice reverberates throughout the Hongwang. All are astonished. The demon god Bifang, a peak quasi-saint. How has such top-tier strength emerged from the newly formed human race? My husband, the demon god Bifang, is a loyal subordinate of Emperor Jun. I fear he will come for us. However, do not worry, my husband. When the time comes, we shall join forces, and that Emperor Jun will surely not be a match for us. Xihe nestles in Liu Changsheng's embrace, seemingly forgetting that she is also a member of the demon race, a heavenly marriage to attain the Tao, united in heart and mind. If Emperor Jun dares to come, we shall annihilate him together. Liu Changsheng pays little heed to Emperor Jun. The experience card produced by the system ranks him as the strongest among peak quasi-saints. However, the quasi-saint experience card lasts only a quarter of an hour. He must consider how to escape before Emperor Jun arrives. Xihe remains unaware that Liu Changsheng is contemplating an escape. Her gaze grows dreamy as she gazes at Liu Changsheng, her affection deepening. Is this truly my husband? Is he this powerful? To discover that her husband is a peak quasi-saint, an unparalleled being who can transcend heaven and earth. Subsequently, Liu Changsheng seeks out the tribe's leader. And under his organization, the demon god Bifang is swiftly roasted. The energy contained within Bifang's flesh and blood is exceedingly potent, beneficial for enhancing strength, coupled with the fact that the human tribe has a commendable level of comprehension. After consuming the demon god Bifang, their overall strength significantly increases. At the same time, Liu Changsheng completely absorbs the merit of the heavenly marriage, elevating his own cultivation to the pinnacle of the golden immortal stage. In the witch clan, the 12 ancestral witches gather together. What? The demon god Bifang has been slain by the humans. When did the human race produce a peak quasi-saint powerhouse? In the demon race South Heavenly Court. The demon Emperor Jun is filled with shock. He senses Bifang's primordial spirit imprint suddenly vanish from the world. Soon after, Liu Changsheng's booming voice echoes. The demon god Bifang has been slain. How dare the human race be so audacious to slay my race's demon god and consume his flesh? Then, shock transforms into fury. The demon Emperor Jun soars into the sky. He descends upon the Hongwang. Bang! In the heavens above, a streak of light streaks across. Subsequently, the stars in the firmament tremble, and the sun's afterglow is obscured. Instantly, brilliance flashes and starlight dances, a page of a book hovering above Liu Changsheng's human tribe. The river map and the Luo book, where the starry power converges. The demon Emperor Jun stands proudly amidst heaven and earth, wielding the river map and Luo book. The power of the stars swirls around Emperor Jun. The divine light of the sun shines brilliantly. This is the demon Emperor Jun, a man whose entry brings with it a grand theme. Human quasi-saint, I care not who you are or how you have attained the quasi-saint Tao fruit. You dare to entice my lunar goddess. You dare to slay my race's demon god Bifang. Today, I shall rend your corpse into 1,000 pieces and tear your primordial spirit asunder, to demonstrate the unassailable majesty of my demon race. Emperor Jun's voice resonates like a decree, echoing throughout the entire Hongwang. Ah, you've come quite swiftly. Liu Changsheng glances at the system prompt, noting that only a quarter of an hour remains on the quasi-saint experience card. That should suffice to deal with Emperor Jun, but with Dongwang Tai wielding the Chaos Bell and the other 10 demon gods. Time may be insufficient. Liu Changsheng smirks, contemplating flight. Just then, the system prompt sounds suddenly. Ding dong. Detection of the arrival of the heavenly Emperor June has triggered the supreme choice. Choice 1. Preserve the Green Mountains. And one need not fear the absence of firewood. Flee with Xihe. Reward. Shatter Qingping sword. Choice 2. A true man can bend and stretch. Surrender Xihe and apologize. Reward. An unviable Hongmeng spiritual root gourd vine. Option 3. Fear not. Let's confront directly. Furiously berate Emperor June and engage in a battle. Reward. God-slaying spear. A shattered Qingping sword. An unviable Hongmeng spiritual root gourd vine. Can this wretched system be any more reliable? God-slaying spear? This time it is finally not just a spear tip. This is indeed a precious item. The foremost treasure of slaughter in the primordial world that in terms of single target attack power, it surpasses the innate treasure. The Panga banner. Of course, the reward is of little consequence. What matters is that he relishes direct confrontation, fleeing or apologizing. With his quasi-saint cultivation still intact, to run without a fight would not align with his style. Options 1 and 2 are certainly out of the question. I choose option 3. Emperor June, how dare you, the celestial emperor, be green with envy. Xihe, come here, let us share a kiss for him to see. Having spoken, Lu Changsheng encircled Xihe with both arms and leaned in for a kiss. Xihe's face flushed crimson, her head lowered in shyness. Chapter 3. Dissuading Emperor June. The Eastern Emperor strikes. Emperor June clenched his fists, staring at Lu Changsheng as if gazing upon a corpse. The moon goddess, she was the destined partner in Emperor June's heart. Who could bear such a betrayal? As the moon star goddess, how could she engage in such acts with a mere human? Xihe, you have greatly disappointed me. Today, I shall slay this human and imprison you eternally on the moon star. Emperor June's fury boiled. At this moment, he appeared as if possessed by madness. The luminous river diagram and Luo book in his hands pulsated. The Hunyuan He Luo Great Formation. The river diagram and Luo book were Emperor June's innate treasures, immensely powerful. Upholding Pengu's will, his blessings ran deep. At this moment, the river diagram and Luo book vanished into the starlit sky. A fusion of offense and defense. The myriad stars combined with Emperor June's demonic power seemed capable of crushing everything. Congratulations, host. You have successfully enraged Emperor June, triggering a great battle. You have received the God-slaying spear as a reward. Lu Changsheng beckoned with both hands. The God-slaying spear materialized from thin air. A fearsome treasure of the heavenly Tao. Forged from the chaotic blue lotus stem, it embodies the lethal aura of heaven and earth. It inherently possesses both the aura of slaughter and the power of the Tao. Even sages must avoid the might of the God-slaying spear. In the purple cloud palace, Hong Jun's face was filled with terror. The God-slaying spear has emerged. Luo Ho, are you still alive? No, it's not Luo Ho. After deducing, Hong Jun observed the 3 combatants within the primordial realm. A quasi-saint of the human race can wield the God-slaying spear? One must understand that the God-slaying spear is a demonic weapon. Without mastery of the path of slaughter, it is exceedingly difficult to control. A ripple of uncertainty surfaced in Hong Jun's heart. Yet he could not deduce from whence Lu Changsheng had obtained the God-slaying spear. Above the 33 heavens, the ancestor Yang may leisurely open his eyes. How could this be? How could the human race possibly wield Luo Ho's weapon? At that moment, Lu Changsheng pointed the God-slaying spear. Above the demon army, a rift into the chaotic world was torn open. The power of the stars surged endlessly into it. Within the chaotic world lay fierce winds. Falling thunder and the elements of earth, wind, water, and fire. Streams of chaotic air and hidden currents formed deadly attacks, rushing toward the demon army. Emperor June did not anticipate Lu Changsheng's ruthless nature. With a flick of his hand, the river diagram and Luo book blocked the chaotic turbulence. Seeing this, Lu Changsheng smirked, stepping into the air, spear in hand. He stepped into the Hunyuan He Luo Great Formation, grasping the stars, treading upon starlight. The spear pointed at Emperor June. Demon Emperor, your kind has devoured countless members of my human race, and today I have merely roasted a demon god. You must grow accustomed to it. The flesh and blood of your kind is a great supplement. I shall promote this amongst the human race. seeking death. Emperor Jun raged upon hearing this. He never expected Lu Changsheng to dare enter the formation. The Hunyuan Luo Great Formation solidified. The Hunyuan formation symbols transformed into causal threads, directly ensnaring Lu Changsheng. At this moment, above the 9 heavens, 365 stars twinkled. The Eastern Emperor Tai suddenly felt a sense of unease. The Hunyuan Luo Great Formation has activated. Has my elder brother encountered the ancestral shaman in the human realm? The Eastern Emperor Tai's Eastern Emperor bell trembled slightly. Soon, he deduced Emperor Jun's location. Lu Changsheng showed no fear from the god-slaying spear. The power of the Tao surged forth. The boundless aura of slaughter devoured the causal power. The Tao power within the god-slaying spear extended for dozens of miles. Wherever the Tao power passed, the threads of causality shattered with a resounding explosion. In an instant, the Hunyuan Luo Great Formation shattered. The river diagram and Luo book fell into Emperor Jun's hands. Impossible! Emperor Jun looked in disbelief at the damaged river diagram and Luo book in his hand, now lacking some of its luster. How could this be? The river diagram and Luo book are his innate treasures, sweeping through the primordial world, commanding causality, yet was pierced by a single spear. What kind of weapon is this fearsome spear of slaughter? It seems remarkably similar to the legendary god-slaying spear. Lu Changsheng stood above the 9 skies. The god-slaying spear pointed at Emperor Jun, his gaze sweeping over the system. The quasi-saint experience card has little time remaining. It must be resolved swiftly. The Eastern Emperor should be unable to sit idly. If the two join forces, I am no match. I must eliminate one at a time. Lu Changsheng chuckled coldly. The Demon Emperor is no more than this. Subsequently, he gathered power within the god-slaying spear. The final beam of light shot forth. Emperor Jun was horrified, sensing an unparalleled killing intent he had never felt in billions of years. Beneath this killing intent, he even glimpsed death. Terrifying, truly terrifying. Then a golden crow-esque cry resonated throughout the primordial realm. Emperor Jun instantly revealed his true form, a golden crow towering billions of feet high. As the entire primordial realm was engulfed in the true flames of the sun. Ah, it's so hot. I'm on fire. The human tribes were instantly engulfed in flames. Lu Changsheng smirked. The merits and golden clouds he had yet to absorb transformed into a vast golden merit shield, enveloping the human race. Then, the spear's tip pierced through heaven and earth. The moment the solar divine fire encountered the god-slaying spear, it dissipated. Not good. I cannot hold it back. Emperor Jun sensed the impending danger. The river diagram and Luo book in his hand shone with golden light, blocking in front of him. Even so, his golden crow true form was still repelled several thousand miles. Lu Changsheng's figure flickered as he pursued. At this moment, Emperor Jun appeared somewhat disheveled. The river diagram and Luo book in his hand trembled, as if struck heavily. Huffed. A mouthful of golden blood spurted from Emperor Jun's mouth. This is impossible. As a peak quasi-saint, why are you so powerful? Emperor Jun gazed at the approaching Lu Changsheng, his face filled with terror. Why? As a peak quasi-saint, possessing the river diagram and Luo book, commanding the Hunyuan Luo Great Formation, and the 3-legged golden crows holding the true flames of the sun. Yet still unable to withstand a single spear thrust. I am the foremost beneath the saints. Emperor Jun, today I shall act as the butcher of the demon emperors for the human race. Lu Changsheng stood resolutely, wielding the god-slaying spear. In an instant, he unleashed over 100 beams of lethal aura. Emperor Jun's 3-legged golden crow was instantly pierced, and the blood painted with the flames of the sun splattered across the primordial realm. Human race, you cannot kill me. I shall not perish. You humans will inevitably face extinction. Emperor Jun's billion-foot golden crow form dimmed, gradually shrinking, on the verge of collapse. His divine robe was tattered, and the river diagram and Luo book lost their luster. He appeared exceedingly disheveled, yet the pride belonging to the demon emperor remained unyielded. Then let us see. Lu Changsheng coldly snorted. The god-slaying spear in his hand instantly pierced through the river of time and space. Penetrating the chaos, transforming into an endless spear. The spear erupted with a wave of lethal aura. Emperor Jun's chest was directly torn open, heart-wrenching pain, just as Lu Changsheng was about to incapacitate Emperor Jun. Suddenly, a bell tolled from the nine heavens. Lu Changsheng's gaze turned towards the void, his eyes narrowing. There's no time to deal with them one by one. The Eastern Emperor has already arrived. A great bell descended from the nine heavens. A figure descended from the nine heavens, gazing down upon the world. He was adorned with flowing Xianhuang hair, wearing the crown of Hongmeng and the robes of the sun and moon. It was none other than the Eastern Emperor Tai, the heavenly court's demon emperor. Compared to Emperor Jun's volatility, the Eastern Emperor Tai's aura was much more composed. Brother, the Eastern Emperor Tai helped Emperor Jun up, pulling out a golden elixir of the solar star and placing it in Emperor Jun's mouth. Be careful, second brother. This person is formidable. Emperor Jun swallowed the elixir, and his injuries improved significantly. The gazes of the two turned towards Lu Changsheng. Lu Changsheng frowned slightly. The Quasi-Saint Peak experience card was already in countdown. The Eastern Emperor Bell is an innate treasure. 2 peak Quasi-Saints. It seems I must find a way to escape. Human race. I once thought you insignificant, surviving in a corner of the primordial realm. I never expected such an anomaly to arise among you. The Eastern Emperor Tai, holding the Eastern Emperor Bell, emanated a much sharper and steadier aura than Emperor Jun. Today I shall slay you, the Eastern Emperor Tai urged the Eastern Emperor Bell, directly smashing it towards Lu Changsheng. Brother, I come to assist you. Emperor Jun gritted his teeth. The river diagram and Luo book flew from his hand. The Hunyuan He Luo Great Formation transformed once more, attempting to ensnare Lu Changsheng. At that moment, the system notification sounded. Ding! Host is facing a life-and-death crisis. The Supreme Choice System has activated. Option 1. Give up resistance. Lie down and await death. Reward. Jojo Ding. Option 2. Seek help from Yuhua. Garner the sympathy of the human race's saintess. Protect the human race through self-sacrifice. Reward. 100 million merits. Option 3. Furiously berate the goddess Yuhua. Condemn her for indulging the demon race's slaughter of the human race. Reward. Chaos Treasure. Chaos Pearl. Chapter 4. The Chaos Pearl emerges, leading the human race to retreat. Option 1 is immediately ruled out. Though the Jojo Ding is a postnatal treasure of merit for the human race, to give up resistance and await death, is that what a person should do? Option 2 is not feasible. Yuhua and the demon race have many connections. Furthermore, since Yuhua created humanity, the demon race has fed upon the human race, while the shaman race has rampantly slaughtered them. Yuhua has always turned a blind eye. Lu Changsheng understood clearly that Yuhua is cautious. In this matter of causality, she may not necessarily stand on the human side. However, one cannot solely blame Yuhua. The heavenly Tao saint gazes down upon all beings, both the demon and the human races, seemingly without distinction. It is merely Yuhua's attitude that has left Lu Changsheng feeling disheartened. In summary, the human race is ultimately too weak. In the wasteland of the world, the law of the jungle prevails. Thus, I can only choose the third option, the Chaos Treasure, the Chaos Pearl. This artifact not only conceals the secrets of heaven, evading the calculations of the heavenly Tao, but within it lies a realm of chaos where humanity can dwell. Selecting option 3, Lu Changsheng made his decision, letting out a cold smirk as he faced the Eastern Emperor and Emperor Jun. Suddenly turning his gaze towards the heavens, the aura of a quasi-saint swept across the 33 outer heavens. His voice resonated. Lady Yuhua, the human race is on the brink of extinction. Will you not take a moment to look? As Lu Changsheng's words fell, the movements of Emperor Jun came to an abrupt halt. He had not anticipated that Lu Changsheng would dare to disturb the Saint Yuhua at such a moment. Although humanity was crafted by Yuhua, after she molded clay to create humans and attain the merit of the heavenly Tao to become a saint, she ceased to concern herself with the human race. Nevertheless, the human race is, after all, her creation. Could it be that Lady Yuhua would truly remain indifferent? With this thought, Eastern Emperor Tai found himself momentarily paralyzed with tension. However, after a prolonged silence, The atmosphere remained eerily quiet. Lu Chongqing's inquiry received no response. Eastern Emperor Jun burst into laughter, mocking, utterly ridiculous. The mere human race is but a tool for the Saint Nuwa to attain her enlightenment. You think you can earn the protection of the Nuwa? Lady Nuwa is of our demon lineage. Lu Chongqing sighed, realizing the truth. Indeed, as the demon race slaughtered the human race, Nuwa truly observed with indifference at this moment. A smirk crept upon Lu Chongqing's lips. Since there was no response from her, he would not bear the blame in the next instant. His voice echoed across the 9 heavens. Lady Nuwa, you tread upon the foundation of humanity to achieve your sainthood. Yet you indulge the demon race in their atrocities against the human race. You, Nuwa, are unworthy of your station. From this day forth, the human race shall no longer seek your protection, nor shall we worship you as our holy mother. You are unworthy. Within the Nuwa palace, the ethereal figure of Nuwa sat upon her sacred throne, her gaze reflecting a sense of superiority inherent to a saint. This moment, her eyes swept across the vast wilderness. Landing upon Lu Chongqing, the human race, she thought, could not possibly produce a peak quasi-saint. Who is this individual that dares to incite the human race and tarnish my name? Alas, this person possesses strength but lacks understanding of the heavenly order. The events of the wasteland unfold according to predetermined causes and effects, established since the dawn of Pangu. The law of the jungle is the essence of this realm. Nuwa continued to close her eyes in meditation. She would not intervene as the demon race slaughtered the human race, nor would she intervene if the human race retaliated against the demon race. This is the nature of a heavenly Tao saint. All beings are but ants in her eyes. Ding! Congratulations to the host. You have successfully insulted Nuwa and have been rewarded with the Chaos Pearl. As Lu Chongqing's words echoed, the voice of the system resonated in his mind. Meanwhile, the entirety of the wasteland fell into an unparalleled silence, where even the sound of a falling needle could be heard. All the great beings of the wasteland were momentarily stunned. Was this human race seeking death? What if he possessed the prowess of a peak quasi-saint? Without achieving sainthood, he remains but an entity that he not afraid of death. Upon hearing the system's prompt, Lu Chongqing felt a sense of relief. Was he not afraid of death? Of course, he was. However, choosing the third option was the wisest choice. Furthermore, he was confident that Nuwa would not take action against him for merely speaking 2 sentences. He understood that among the 6 great saints, Nuwa was the most detached and unperturbed. During the war of witches and demons, as the demon race slaughtered the human race, she remained unmoved. After the journey to the west, as everyone hunted demons and vanquished evil, the demon race was too afraid to show themselves. She still remained indifferent. This is Nuwa. Nonetheless, this time, her wrathful retort left an unfavorable impression on the saint. The Chaos Pearl was now in hand. The experience card for the quasi-saint was nearing its end. It was time to make an exit. A smirk appeared on Lu Chongqing's lips. This moment. Above the human tribal lands, Eastern Emperor Tai and Emperor Jun stood dumbfounded. Nuwa was a saint of the demon race, and both Eastern Emperor Tai and Emperor Jun were compelled to respectfully address her as lady. Yet this human dared to insult the saint, to slander our demon sovereign, Lady Nuwa. Today, he shall face execution. Eastern Emperor Tai shouted in anger. Lu Chongqing's actions convinced him that Nuwa would no longer heed the human race. It was the perfect opportunity for annihilation. Kill me. You are not worthy. A smirk played upon Lu Chongqing's lips as he brandished the god-slaying spear. The boundless remnants of chaos sealed within the spear surged forth, forming a wave of murderous intent directed at the Eastern Emperor Bel. In an instant, the heavens darkened. The remnants of gods and demons coalesced into a formidable force of slaughter, as if seeking to engulf the entire wasteland. Retreat. Quickly retreat. In an instant, Eastern Emperor Tai recalled the Eastern Emperor Bel, while Emperor Jun stood frozen in shock. Impossible. How could he be so powerful? Though they were both peak quasi-saints before this human, they felt as insignificant as chicks. The chaos bell reverberated through the heavens. all demon clans in the heavenly court receive the command. Descend upon the wasteland, slay the quasi-saints of the human race. Eastern Emperor Tai held the Eastern Emperor Bell protectively in front of Emperor Jun. Throughout the ancient wasteland, all beings were in shock. The Witch Clan and the Demon Clan were actually forced to this extent. How strong could this human race be? The 12 ancestral witches had never heard of such a thing. A human possessing quasi-saint powers, living in a manner akin to their own kind, low-key, in the Nuwa Palace. While this individual may not understand the heavenly order, his strength is likely unrivaled beneath the saints. The three pure ones cannot compare. Neither can the teachings of Jin and Junti. Without achieving sainthood, he will ultimately suppress them. Could it be that I have not saved the human race, and a peak quasi-saint has emerged among them? This cause and effect cannot be calculated. Nuwa furrowed her brow slightly. Her temperament was cautious, steady, and indifferent. She feared entanglement with the cause and effect of the witch and demon calamity. Saints view all beneath them as mere ants. Should a saint directly intervene in the matters of the wasteland, entangling themselves in cause and effect, it would likely result in great calamity in the next era. On Kunlun Mountain, Laozi of the three pure ones frowned deeply. He had previously deduced that his opportunity for sainthood lay within the human race. Yet, with the emergence of the formidable Lu Changsheng, the situation had changed, now that the human race had engaged in lethal conflict with the demons. The prospect of utilizing the human race to achieve sainthood had become exceedingly challenging. Slaughtering demons, insulting Emperor Jun, confronting Nuwa, a quasi-saint of the human race. I hope you do not disrupt my plans. Otherwise, the first among peak quasi-saints, merely a group of beings without the chance of achieving sainthood. Simultaneously, on the battlefield, Lu Changsheng repelled Emperor Jun and Eastern Emperor Tai. Even with the Eastern Emperor Bell and the River Map and Luo Book combined, they could not withstand the murderous force formed from the remnants of gods and demons within the god-slaying spear. Buffed. Emperor Jun spat out a mouthful of golden blood. His injuries grew increasingly severe. Eastern Emperor Tai supported Emperor Jun, while the Eastern Emperor Bell deflected wave after wave of remnants. Too powerful. This person cannot die. It is unbearable to think of him not falling at this moment. He called out to the heavens above that in the 9 heavens, thunder rumbled. The 9 great demon gods manifested their true forms. The essence of Kunpeng blotted out the sky. The demon army descended upon the wasteland. Hundreds of thousands of demons swarmed like a dark cloud converging upon the land. Save for the Witch Clan, the entire wasteland descended into terror. Golden immortals roamed freely. Great Luo were as common as dogs. Such was the power of the heavenly demon race during this era. The 10 great demon gods received their orders. Kill. Annihilate the human race. With a command from Eastern Emperor Tai, the 10 great demon gods displayed their divine abilities. Half of the heavens lost their brilliance. The momentum was overwhelming, as if they sought to obliterate heaven and earth. Under the myriad shadows of demons, the human race appeared pitifully weak. As Lu Changsheng watched the countdown to the end of his quasi-saint experience card, he retrieved the Chaos Pearl, the heavenly emperor of the heavenly court, the demon sovereign of the demon race. Are they not all toys in my hands? Nuwa, you are unworthy of your position. The human race is your child. A newborn of the world, yet you neglect them, allowing the demon race to slaughter them. Today, I shall lead the human race to retreat from the wasteland. With that declaration, Lu Changsheng willed forth the Chaos Pearl. With a sweeping motion of his hand, the realm where the human race resided was entirely absorbed into the world of chaos within the Chaos Pearl. The entire wasteland was once again thrown into turmoil. In the Nuwa Palace, the human race, under the protection of the saint, blessed and prosperous, why would they retreat from this land of the wasteland? Why can I not deduce the roots of the very race I created? Nuwa's eyes widened, having completely forgotten Lu Changsheng's earlier confrontation. Her face was etched with surprise and shock, tinged with complexity and anger. It was not that she did not protect the human race. The wasteland operates on the principle of the law of the jungle. Blind protection would be counterproductive. Within Xihe Palace, Hong Jun raised his hands. Endless Tao rhythms formed, and the final scene of the human race in the wasteland appeared before him. The human race vanished. Why would this have an impact on the calamity of the witches and demons? Hongjuan's brow furrowed. A peak quasi-saint should not possess such overwhelming power to lead the entire human race in retreat. Moreover, they vanished into thin air. Could it be that there exists an even more formidable presence within this wasteland? With that thought, Hongjun felt a twinge of unease. On Kunlun Mountain, one of the three pure ones, Laozi was furiously enraged. Daring human race. How could they be so ungrateful? The very intent behind my establishment of the human teachings was to use humanity as a stepping stone. Now that the human race has abruptly vanished, it directly affects my future plans. After the shock of the heavens, Lu Changsheng gazed upon the 100,000-strong demon army before him. Having established an unparalleled grand ambition, I vow that as long as I draw breath, I shall safeguard the human race for eternity. Wherever humanity treads, all beings shall retreat, from the celestial court's myriad of demon clans to the fearsome ghosts of the netherworld. Every creature shall revere the human race. If my desires are fulfilled, I shall ascend as the sovereign of humanity. When I reign, the human race shall flourish across the 10 directions of the world, perfecting my path and bequeathing my legacy for generations unending. The lineage of humanity shall endure without cessation, striving ceaselessly to dominate the primordial wilderness. Should my wishes be granted, all humans beneath the heavens shall be free from afflictions, untroubled by foreign adversaries, exempt from the laws of nature, and shielded from the cataclysms of the ages. Humanity must strive for self-strengthening. As my chant concluded, a waterfall manifested in the sky, while golden flowers blossomed upon the earth. And the radiance of merit illuminated the cosmos. The celestial light radiated, flowing as if it were boundless. It surged towards Lu Changsheng above. How could it be? Such a monumental ambition could earn the favor of the heavenly path. In the primordial wilderness, countless powerful beings gasped in astonishment, their envy palpable yet helpless to act. After countless epochs, the descent of such immense merit was indeed extraordinary. Just as the primordial wilderness was engulfed in shock, the merit transformed into cascading waterfalls, goldfish and dragons churning above, converging towards Lu Changsheng. With a mere gesture, Lu Changsheng drew in countless merits into his being. The merit enveloped him. To slay him would invoke the consequences of karma. At this moment, both Dongwang Tai and Emperor Jun dared not utter threats against him. Chapter 5. Emperor Jun's Bewilderment. The demon clan's fortunes continued to plummet as merit descended from the heavens. How could this be? Is this truly the merit from above? Both Emperor Jun and Dongwang Tai stood dumbfounded. Lu Changsheng's vow resonated with the heavenly path. He truly accomplished it. Not only that, but he also transferred all the human race's fortunes. Dongwang Tai's heart was a tumult of emotions. He had experienced too many ups and downs today. With such immense merit bestowed upon Lu Changsheng, should he rashly attempt to kill him, the demon clan would soon face utter annihilation. Brother, this matter requires careful deliberation. This human race's quasi-saint must not be provoked at any cost. Dongwang Tai understood that the ultimate goal of the demon clan was the witch clan near the realm of reincarnation. To attain the path of sainthood, one must endure the calamity between the witches and demons. The ancestral witches possess great powers, yet lack a true spirit. Without the primordial essence of Pangu, they are inherently flawed. Devoid of humanity and exceedingly ruthless, they are inherently incapable of establishing a doctrine. For the great which to attain the path, they must either unify with the ancestral witches or acquire the Pangu essence imprinted by the three purities, alongside the evidence of Dongwang Bell. Thus, the entangled love and hatred between the witch and demon clans can indeed be unraveled. The tide has turned. Retreat. Emperor Jun's eyes burned with resentment as he gazed upon Lu Changsheng, shrouded in the golden clouds of merit, reluctantly ordering a withdrawal. At this moment, engaging with Lu Changsheng was no longer merely a matter of strength. Even if they could overpower him, they would not dare to strike. Consequently, the demon clan retreated from the primordial wilderness, returning to the celestial court. the human race concealed themselves. Emperor Jun's designated wife, Xihe, was taken by the humans. Bai Fong was slain. Emperor Jun was gravely injured, and the demon clan's grand ambitions to annihilate humanity had been thwarted. The demon clan had become the laughingstock of the primordial wilderness. Yet, everyone knew that the karmic ties between the humans and demons had already been established. An endless cycle of vengeance awaited. As the demon clan withdrew, Lu Chongqing's thoughts shifted, entering the Chaos Pearl. The human race held high hopes for this chaotic world, although they could escape the disturbances of myriad races here. They were all aware that the demon clan had forced them into this chaotic realm. Lu Chongqing sought out the chieftain of the primordial human tribe, recounting the events in detail. What? The demon clan actually seeks to exterminate humanity. Does the Holy Mother Enwa truly not care for us? Compared to Lu Chongqing, many in the tribe still chose to place their faith in the Holy Mother Enwa. Though she is a saint, her cautious nature prevents her from intervening in the calamity between the witches and demons, who are the protagonists in this cosmic drama. She does not wish to become entangled in the consequences. Ultimately, the chieftain chose to trust Lu Chongqing. To hell with the Holy Mother Enwa. She stands by and does nothing in our time of need. Soon, at Lu Chongqing's summons, the three primordial ancestors of humanity and the elders of various tribes gathered together. Lu Chongqing spoke plainly. Henceforth, I shall be the chieftain of the human race, leading all of humanity. I will impart to you the techniques of cultivation. The affairs of the tribe will primarily be managed by Sui Run. Yu Chao, Anzi. We shall construct the hall of the human sovereign and establish the laws of humanity. Those who dissent, step forth. Lu Chongqing rose abruptly, surveying the assembly. Having previously created written language, tamed the 5 beasts and composed poetry daily, he had already attracted a throng of admirers. Moreover, Lu Chongqing's oath to the heavenly path had elevated his status among humanity to that of a deity. At this moment, none dared to oppose him. We have no objections, but chieftain, what shall be our course of action next? One elder stepped forward, continuing, the human race is currently weak, and in this chaotic world, we shall undoubtedly face fewer opportunities than in the primordial world. The chaotic realm, while a world in its own right, lacks the laws of the heavenly path. Even if we accomplish great deeds, no merit shall descend. Lu Chongqing nodded in satisfaction. The tribesman's awareness of the need for cultivation pleased him, but we must endure. Strive to cultivate, seeking an opportunity to break free. When the time comes, we shall annihilate the demon clan. The demon clan does not intend to spare humanity, and Lu Chongqing has no intention of letting them off the hook. However, without cultivation methods, it remains uncertain when a strong individual might emerge. The primordial ancestor Sui Ren spoke. The 3 primordial ancestors of humanity each bore merits. Yet now they possessed merely the cultivation of golden immortals. This illustrates just how arduous cultivation is for humanity. Lu Chongqing pondered for a moment. Realizing he too lacked techniques, he could only proceed gradually. The divine elephant suppressing prison technique could indeed be formidable. I shall impart to you a cultivation method. From now on, all of humanity shall cultivate according to this technique. The method of the divine elephant-suppressing prison technique surfaced in Lu Chongqing's mind, and he continued, cultivate with breath to summon the spirit, and through the spirit, manifest the form. With every gesture, wield the strength of a giant elephant. Soon, Lu Chongqing transmitted the divine elephant-suppressing prison technique. The innate human race possessed truly terrifying cultivation talent. Their comprehension speed was astonishing. After acquiring the technique, the 3 primordial ancestors and the tribal elders were left in a daze. Such a powerful technique exists in this world. It was utterly unprecedented. They all knelt before Lu Chongqing. We are profoundly grateful to the chieftain for your immense kindness. We shall certainly urge our tribesmen to cultivate diligently in gratitude for your rebirth in this era. Imparting a cultivation method is akin to giving life anew. The primordial world is a place where the weak are devoured by the strong. A good technique is of utmost importance. Rise, everyone. Remember the technique. I wish for all of humanity to cultivate A gleam of brilliance lit up in Lu Chongqing's eyes. Talent may vary, yet merit can transform. A grand plan gradually unfolded in Lu Chongqing's mind. Days later, the technique was disseminated throughout humanity. With a wave of his hand, 2 golden dragons of merit soared into the sky, soon followed by a third. With a resounding crash, merit rained down upon the human race. With such great merit, the chieftain is destined to become a saint. When that time comes, he will surely lead us back. When will we attain the strength of our chieftain? We must cultivate diligently. The demon clan has forced us into this predicament. Yet one day, under the chieftain's leadership, we shall return to the primordial world and vanquish the demon clan. One by one, the human race sat cross-legged, bathing in the rain of merit. The innate human race's talent was already exceptional. Coupled with the assistance of the divine elephant-suppressing prison technique, their cultivation progressed exponentially. Soon, golden lights soared into the sky as the exceptionally gifted among humanity began to break through. The 3 primordial ancestors, seated beside Lu Chongqing, also began their cultivation. Humanity must strive for self-strengthening. The primordial world is a place where the weak are devoured by the strong. Only with hardened fists can one claim their rightful path. We must elevate our cultivation swiftly. The demon clan's 2 demon emperors, 9 demon gods, a Kunping ancestor, and the 12 ancestral witches of the witch clan are all quasi-saints. The path for humanity is indeed fraught with challenges. Lu Chongqing murmured. Little did he expect that as soon as he spoke, the 3 primordial ancestors simultaneously opened their eyes. Indeed, only with great power can we protect our kin from harm when a moment of enlightenment struck them. And they instantly grasped the essence of cultivation. Truly, the chieftain is a person of profound understanding, caring deeply for his people. In comparison to their status as the 3 primordial ancestors, they felt utterly inadequate before the chieftain. They were filled with shame for bearing the title of ancestor. The 3 primordial ancestors exchanged glances and knelt before Lu Chongqing in unison. Thank you, chieftain, for your guidance. We shall not disappoint your expectations. Lu Chongqing looked at the 3, bewildered. What is happening now? Months passed, and the human race gradually acclimated to the chaotic world's environment, with life and cultivation returning to a semblance of order. Lu Chongqing felt a deep sense of relief. Come, my dear, let us take a stroll through the primordial world. During this time, Lu Chongqing had been preoccupied with the affairs of humanity, hardly spending time with Xihe, the goddess of the moon and a being of the demon clan. Would surely find it somewhat challenging to adapt to life among the human tribes. My husband, that sounds wonderful. A gentle smile graced Xi's face as she nestled her head against Lu Chongqing's shoulder. Moments later, with a thought, Lu Chongqing transported them above the eastern sea. In the realm of the demons, atop the 33 heavens, the demon lords convened. Dongwang Tai occupied the seat of honor, observing the gathered assembly with an expression of indifference. Emperor Jun's injuries had healed, for the demon clan recovers swiftly in light of Baifeng's demise. Only 9 of the 10 demon gods remained. Baifeng's soul had been shattered, leaving no chance for rebirth. Heavenly Emperor, what is the cause of the continuing decline in the demon clan's fortunes? The Kunping ancestor inquired with a hint of impatience. How could the demon clan's fortunes plummet without warning? Moreover, the demon race must prepare for the impending calamity at this moment. The decline of fortune is indeed a dire omen. Dong Huang Tai conducted a divination, yet he was met with a shroud of chaos. Seeing nothing at all. How could this be? Why could he not discern anything? Dong Huang Tai's face was filled with astonishment, leaving everyone else in a state of bewilderment, unable to comprehend the situation. Di Jun, holding the He Tu and Luo Shu, emitted waves of radiant light, forcefully activating the ancient texts in a desperate attempt to glimpse the power of causality. Such was the ability of the He Tu and Luo Shu. To open the gates of causality, to manipulate fate, to divine the secrets of heaven. Suddenly, the golden light upon the He Tu and Luo Shu dimmed momentarily. The backlash struck Di Jun as if he had incurred heavenly wrath. A revelation emerged. The retreat of the human race severed all ties of causality with the myriad races of the primordial era. Because a pre-existing causality had been cut, the demon race's fortune continued to plummet. Jun's complexion turned as pale as death, realizing the overwhelming strength of the backlash from the power of human causality. Should the heavenly decree descend with punishment, the consequences would be unimaginable. Chapter 6. A man becomes an immortal on the Eastern Sea. Upon the islands of the Eastern Sea, two figures materialized. Liu Chongqing slowly opened his eyes, his aura unwavering, within the Chaos Pearl. Liu Chongqing was the sovereign of that chaotic realm, his presence immensely powerful. Yet having descended into the primordial era, he returned to the form of a mortal. The Xihe, filled with astonishment, pondered how her husband could ascend from a mortal to the pinnacle of quasi-sainthood, only to fall back to a mortal state. Who exactly was her husband? He had slain Fong, pursued 2 demon emperors, and led millions of humans into retreat. My dear, protect me. Liu Chongqing did not provide an explanation. At this moment, he possessed great merit. Though he could not attain sainthood instantaneously, becoming an immortal was certainly within reach. You may practice in peace, for on this island, no one can disturb your seclusion. A smile graced Xihe's lips. Liu Chongqing sat cross-legged, his merit surging forth. Golden lotuses blossomed all over the island, and wisps of meritorious mist began to rise. Beside him, she also reaped significant benefits. Seated next to Liu Chongqing as she commenced her own enlightenment, in an instant, merit gradually flowed into Liu Chongqing's being, elevating his aura. Earthly immortal, celestial immortal, profound immortal, true immortal, until he reached the golden immortal stage. The rivers of merit around him showed no signs of diminishing. Xihe sensed Liu Chongqing's transformation, her heart tumultuous in the primordial era. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth was exceptionally rich. This land was uniquely blessed, giving birth to many immortals. Yet for a man like her husband to ascend from immortal to the pinnacle of quasi-sainthood, then fall back to mortality, and now directly attain immortality. For mortals to cultivate, they must undergo the stages of refining essence into qi, refining qi into spirit, refining spirit into void, and refining void into unity with the Tao. Yet her husband had remarkably bypassed all these stages. His capabilities seemed to transcend the very laws of heaven. Xihe's eyes sparkled with admiration, her emotions beyond mere worship. Liu Chongqing's golden immortal Tao fruit coalesced, transforming from mortal to immortal, imperishable as heaven and earth, and his Tao fruit indestructible. Yet it was still insufficient. The conflict between the witch and the demon had shattered the primordial realm, fracturing the myriad great Tao fruits. Golden immortal cultivation was far from enough. Countless merits continued to flow into Liu Chongqing's body on the island in the Eastern Sea. Under the veil of merit, the flora flourished and the trees sprouted spiritual roots. Gradually, it transformed from an ordinary isle into a celestial island. Every flower and blade of grass, every tree and root, became imbued with sentience. This was the miraculous transformation brought forth by Liu Chongqing's cultivation. As long as the divine soul remained undying, it would never perish, manifesting in myriad forms. Once attained, it was eternal, a perpetual testimony. Break forth. Liu Chongqing's primordial spirit materialized, merging his physical body with his primordial essence. As long as the primordial essence endured, he would never perish. This was the realm of the Tai, golden immortal. His aura surged dramatically, approaching the threshold of a half-step into the great Luo. The passage of time, like the ebb and flow of the tides, slipped by silently over hundreds of years. Liu Chongqing slowly opened his eyes, and the remnants of merit instantly returned to him. He stood at the pinnacle of the Tai, golden immortal stage, a half-step into the great Luo, coupled with the ominous treasure of the heavenly Tao, the god-slaying spear. Even the great Luo would have to retreat. The great Luo was the foundation, and Liu Chongqing had gained profound insights, yet he lingered, hesitant to break through to AT. That moment, a system notification echoed. Detection of host cultivation breakthrough. The Supreme Selection System is activated. Choice 1. Continue seclusion until reaching quasi-sainthood before emerging. Reward. Law of Time. Choice 2. Return to the Chaos Pearl to publicly expound the Tao. Reward. Tao Scriptures. Choice 3. Emerge and escalate the initial calamity of the witch-demon conflict. Reward: a broken 36-grade Chaos Blue Lotus. Choice 1. Lu Changxing's thoughts were occupied with the cultivation situation of the human race. He could not afford to remain in seclusion any longer. Besides, the law of time was not the ultimate choice. In the past, the 3,000 deities and demons of chaos were embodiments of the 3,000 great Taoists. The law of time ranked merely after the law of strength. Without time, space reigns supreme. The law of strength crushes all. If it is not the strongest, it cannot be considered the best choice. Choice 3 was immediately dismissed, while escalating the initial calamity of the witch-demon conflict was not out of the question. The broken 36-grade Blue Lotus was of little use. If it were a complete 36th-grade Blue Lotus, it could be utilized even for confrontation. Choice 2. It had to be the second option. The cultivation of the human race was pressing. The Tao scriptures contain the essence of myriad great Taoists. Once cultivated, one could comprehend the power of the Tao's laws. Lu Changsheng returned to his senses, only to find Xihe gazing at him intently. Congratulations, my dear, on attaining the Tai Yi Dao fruit. At this rate, it won't be long before you return to the pinnacle of quasi-sainthood. She leaned against Lu Changxing's shoulder, her face brimming with admiration. This was her husband. Being by his side, she felt no fear even in the presence of saints. It was a comforting thought. Over the past few centuries, she had fixated her gaze on Lu Changsheng ever since his cultivation began to break through. My dear, this is just the beginning to be why then. You will have severed the good corpse, and your cultivation must not lag. Lu Changsheng embraced Xihe this moment. Xihe was already one of her own kind, naturally considered a top-tier force among the human race. I fear I may remain at the initial stage of quasi-sainthood for life, unable to sever the evil corpse or the self-corpse. Moreover, I am now your person, and you, my dear, are renowned. Who would dare to harm me? She possessed a gentle disposition, harboring a certain inclination for a peaceful existence. Now, married to Lu Changsheng, her sole desire was to remain by his side. The evil corpse was exceedingly difficult to eradicate. Furthermore, the self-corpse 7 emotions and 6 desires posed a challenge. Severing the self would necessitate yielding to fate and adhering to all heavenly laws. It was not that it could not be severed, but rather that it was immensely challenging. Lu Changsheng gazed into Xihe's adoring eyes and sighed. Let it be. The initial stage of quasi-sainthood is already quite formidable. One generally does not suffer soul damage without undergoing a deadly tribulation. Subsequently, Lu Changsheng took Xihe's hand, and with a thought, they entered the Chaos Pearl. The clan leader has returned. Cultivation is of little concern. Come quickly and welcome the clan leader. We pay homage to the clan leader. May the clan leader endure forever. As Lu Changsheng descended into the chaotic realm, the human populace felt his aura and knelt in reverence. At this moment, Lu Changsheng was a deity in their eyes. The human race had now cultivated a batch of top-tier combatants. The 3 ancestral founders had reached the pinnacle of the Great Luo, merely a half-step away from attaining the position of the primordial Great Luo Golden Immortal. Half of the leaders of the 72 tribes had stepped into the Great Luo, while the rest were all at the pinnacle of the Tai Yi Golden Immortal. Yet, apart from this elite group, the remaining members of the human race remained at the earthly immortal or human immortal stages. Some had yet to even achieve unity with the Tao. The merits bestowed by the heavenly decree transformed their physiques. And with the aid of the divine elephant-suppressing prison technique for cultivation, the innate human race exhibited remarkable comprehension. Hundreds of years had passed. It should not be the case. Were there truly no other top-tier talents among the human race apart from the 3 ancestral founders and the 72 tribal leaders? Could the human race not embark on the path to immortality? The 3 ancestral founders and the leaders of the 72 tribes gather at the human sovereign hall for a meeting in the skies above the chaotic realm. Lu Changxing's voice resonated. The human sovereign hall had been established under the guidance of Yu Chao hundreds of years prior. It served as Lu Changxing's palace and was also a place for the human race to discuss significant matters. Soon, the 3 ancestral founders and the leaders of the 72 tribes arrived in succession. I have been in seclusion for merely a few hundred years, yet upon emerging, I find this disheartening sight. Lu Changxing's tone was calm, his voice not loud, Yet to the ears of the three ancestral founders and the 72 tribal leaders, it sounded like thunder. Clan leader, we acknowledge our mistakes. We will surely spare no effort to alter the current situation. It is we who have let down the clan leader's expectations and trust. Please, punish us. The clan leader had dedicated himself to the well-being of the human race, bestowing merits to transform their physiques and imparting the supreme technique of the divine elephant-suppressing prison. Yet over these hundreds of years, they had witnessed their kin struggle to break through their cultivation bottlenecks. With no solutions in sight, they felt profound shame. Chapter 7. The human race's bottleneck and the teaching of the Tao. Hundreds of years had passed, and I have not witnessed the flourishing of the human race. This is your fault. However, over this past century, the human race has thrived, free from conflict, diligently cultivating, which brings me great solace. I am aware of the distinctions between right and wrong in my heart. Let this matter of merit and demerit be resolved and set aside. As Lu Chongqing spoke, he also pondered the reasons behind the human race's bottleneck. The retreat of the human race had its pros and cons. Without the chaos pearl, they might not have found peace even in retreat. Yet though the human race had severed their ties of causality with other races of the primordial era, the demon race's causality remained unbroken. The demon race sought to annihilate the human race, forcing them into hiding. When the human race emerged, the demon race would encounter a slaughtering calamity. Now, the human race possessed unparalleled methods of cultivation. Yet to rely solely on their own exploration was exceedingly arduous. To progress further, they could not merely immerse themselves in hard work. They needed to cultivate an understanding of the great Tao. The human race's retreat meant losing all causality and fortune within the primordial realm, rendering them unable to comprehend the great Tao. The Tao scriptures, they contain insights into the 3,000 great Taos. Once cultivated, one can grasp the essence of the Tao. Rest assured, clan leader, we will swiftly identify the source of the human race's cultivation issues. Sui Ren stood and spoke, a question that had haunted his heart for centuries. No need, he declared. By the time you find it, both the witch and demon clans will have shattered the primordial chaos. Relay my command. In 3 days, we shall convene to impart the supreme teachings of the Tao. Lu Chongqing's words filled the 3 great ancestors and the 72 tribal leaders with uncontainable joy. The human race, now reaping the greatest benefits from the divine elephant suppression technique, felt an admiration for their leader that transcended mere reverence. The leader was now to hold a sermon. Since the dawn of creation, only Hong Jun had delivered a sermon publicly in the palace of the purple clouds. Could it be that their leader had ascended to the status of a sage? We shall obey the decree. The 3 great ancestors and 72 tribal leaders proclaimed, promptly disseminating the news. The human race rejoiced. After departing from the human lord's hall, Lu Chongqing returned to his humble abode. My dear, what occupies your thoughts? He inquired, embracing Xihe, who was lost in contemplation at the window. Xihe, now held in high esteem among the human race and beloved by all, understood that this was due to Lu Chongqing's influence. She reflected on the fortune of having such a husband as their leader, and the pride of being his wife. With a radiant smile, she turned to gaze into Lu Chongqing's eyes, understanding her unspoken sentiment. He leaned down to kiss her lips. 3 days later, the moment for the sermon arrived. Lu Chongqing took his seat at the head of the human lord's hall, while Xihe sat cross-legged beside him. The 3 great ancestors and the 72 tribal leaders, accompanied by their most gifted disciples, occupied the front rows. In the chaos of the world, the entirety of the human race sat in meditation, ready to absorb Lu Chongqing's teachings. Such a powerful figure as their leader, to hear even a single word was a boon. Your ignorance is profound. The leader is devoted to the welfare of our people, not only to deliver teachings, but to transmit our supreme Taoist scriptures. The human race lacked innate heritage, no accompanying treasures, competing with heaven, earth, and themselves, focusing on the essence, while treating the material as coarse. Recognizing their inadequacies, they simplified their pursuit through the great Tao. The path of humanity should draw from the earth and the heavens. The Tao is ever present, nameless and formless, preceding the heavens, earth, and spirits, the origin of all things. Lu Chongqing's voice resonated from the human lord's hall, entrancing the listeners into a state of enlightenment, their minds instinctively filling in the gaps of their understanding. Though the human race shared a common origin, each individual walked a unique path. Not stray into the wrong paths. Measure your abilities against the strengths and weaknesses of the Tao. The heavens are unkind, treating all beings as mere fodder. The sages are unkind, treating the masses as mere fodder. The way of heaven is beneficial yet not harmful. The way of the sage is to act yet not compete. Lu Chongqing's voice lingered in the hearts of the crowd like a sacred melody. At this moment, each member of the human race experienced their own realizations. The moment of teaching passed in the blink of an eye, spanning a millennium. Beside Lu Chongqing, she radiated a silver light, directly grasping the essence of the lunar principles. The three great ancestors also gleaned insights, brushing against the edges of the great Tao, yet unable to fully comprehend their own paths. The first to open her eyes was Xihe. She looked up at Lu Chongqing, her gaze filled with fervor. After grasping the scriptures, her lunar principles had reached a remarkable stage. Merely by attending a single sermon, she had made a tremendous breakthrough. Indeed, her husband had transcended the heavens, perhaps even surpassing Hongjun. Soon after, the three great ancestors and 72 tribal leaders gradually awakened from their enlightenment. Their eyes sparkled not only with joy, but also with astonishment. The human race's laws were incomplete, and upon retreating, they could not grasp the forces of the heavenly laws. Yet now, with the leader's sermon, the issues were resolved. The laws of the Tao are the true paths of the primordial chaos. Techniques and divine powers are mere trifles. How could their leader possess such profound understanding of the laws of the Tao? What could possibly be beyond the capabilities of their leader? Perhaps even the legendary sages lacked such power. Others among the human race also shattered their limitations, achieving breakthroughs. Their leader was indeed a master of great powers. After a millennium of enlightenment, they had found their own paths to cultivation. Sui Ren erupted with an unnamed fire, the chaos above igniting into a sea of flames. The power of the fire laws surged forth, such overwhelming strength. One moment of comprehension brought about earth-shattering changes. "Thank you, leader, for your immense grace," the nesting clan knelt. The force of the laws manifesting, rejuvenating the land for thousands of miles around. The laws of wood. I am unworthy of the leader's esteem. I have merely scratched the surface of the laws of gold. The Xihe clan, a steadfast man, wept openly, his tears flowing. After a millennium of teachings from the leader, as one of the three great ancestors, he had not fully grasped the power of the laws. How could he ever lift his head before the leader again? Lu Chongqing slowly opened his eyes. The scriptures contain the essence of 3,000 great paths. Mastering even one technique could lead to the heavens. The power of the laws surpassed that of techniques and divine abilities. Lu Chongqing had seemingly discovered the direction for the advancement of the human race, with the divine elephant suppression technique coupled with the scriptures. Mastering even one of the 3,000 great paths rendered divine abilities trivial. Once the laws were invoked, who could rival them? The sermon concluded, and from then on, the scriptures would become the foundational technique of the human race. Those who comprehend the power of the 3,000 great paths would enter the foremost echelon of human combat strength, able to traverse the primordial chaos once every 100 years, should they encounter the demon race. They would show no mercy. The plan to traverse the primordial chaos once every 100 years had long been part of Lu Chongqing's design. The demon race must not be allowed to live too comfortably. At this time, the calamity had yet to commence. Although there were constant skirmishes between the witch and demon clans, it had not yet escalated to full-blown conflict. We shall adhere to the leader's teachings. 1,000,000 members of the human race knelt in reverence, each feeling honored to comprehend the power of the laws. They could not betray the leader's nurturing. Having grasped the power of the laws, they could return to the primordial chaos to avenge their kin. Chapter 8. The demon clan schemes Lu Chongqing's intervention at Kunlun Mountain. The Taishang Laojuan's emotions grew increasingly unstable as the foremost of the three pure ones. He saw the opportunity to attain sagehood approaching, only for it to vanish. Below sagehood, all are mere ants. Without reaching sagehood, even the authentic Pangu could not guarantee survival through the calamity. Brother, do not worry. We have been investigating the hidden abode of the human race. Once we locate it, the three of us will undoubtedly compel the human race to reveal themselves. Tong Tian observed his elder brother's gradual decline in health with a twinge of sympathy. At this moment, the bond among the three pure ones remained strong, training and discussing the Tao together. They were brothers, although the human race's retreat had garnered the support of the heavenly Tao. Simply locating their hidden abode would allow them to entangle them in karma, forcing them to emerge. Furthermore, the ties between the human and demon races had not been severed. It was only a matter of time before they would surface. One could only say that the human race's quasi-sage had played a masterful move, securing an additional millennium of survival. Yuan Shi saw through the situation clearly. This moment, the three pure ones held three heavenly Tao positions and were protected by the primordial purple energy. The demon in which clans dared not provoke the three, compelling the human race to emerge, was not impossible. Yet they had no idea where the humans were hiding. How to compel them? Currently, there was not a single shadow of the human race to be found in the primordial chaos. Lao Jun sighed. Understanding was one thing, acceptance another, but the frustration remained. The human race's absence meant witnessing their own fortunes dwindle. How could one not feel anxious? He even entertained the thought of asking Hua to create another batch of humans, only to be firmly refused. Hua had ascended to sagehood. Should she create more humans, it would entangle her with the heavenly Tao's karma. They continued their search for the human race's hidden abode. How could such a small race, with only one quasi-sage among them, wish to retreat from the primordial chaos? After Lao Jun finished speaking, the Taiji diagram appeared in his hand as he forcefully attempted to deduce the location of the human race's retreat. Why could he not see it? Blood sprayed from his mouth, and he felt his vitality diminish significantly. Why? After a millennium of attempts, it remained shrouded in chaos. Heavenly Court. Thousands of years had passed. The Heavenly Court had subdued countless demon races within the primordial chaos, flourishing evermore. Brother, the only clan left to rival us in the Heavenly Court is the Witch Clan. Dong Huang Tai's face revealed a hint of J. Oh, wide at this rate, the Heavenly Court will soon unify the primordial chaos. A millennium had passed, yet they still had not located the human race's hidden abode. Dijun, however, was less pleased. Originally, Xihe was to be his destined wife, and their union would strengthen the demon royal lineage. The sun and moon complemented each other. Now, the demon royal lineage consisted only of Tai and Dijun, truly giving off a sense of dwindling bloodlines. It was not just the demon race searching for the human race. Even the authentic Pangu, Taishang Lao Jun, was seeking the human race's whereabouts, even approaching Hua to compel the humans to reveal themselves. Furthermore, on the lunar star, there was not just Xihe. Changxi, without her sister Xihe by her side, had been cultivating alone on the lunar star for a millennium. Now was the perfect opportunity to make a move. It was no secret that Taishang Lao Jun sought to compel the human race to emerge in the primordial chaos. Who were the three pure ones? The authentic Pangu had long ago secured their positions as sages. One could only wonder what deep-seated grievances they bore against the human race, having searched for them for a millennium. Upon hearing this, Dijun's eyes lit up. Indeed, if a sister had fled, there was still a younger sister. Tai prepared to set off to the lunar star to seek a marriage proposal. Marrying Changxi and having 10 or 8 children would ensure the continuity of the demon royal lineage. With this thought, Dijun's heart surged with anticipation that on the lunar star, a silver radiance enveloped a figure, with brows like emerald feathers and skin as delicate as sheep fat, the lunar goddess Changxi. Possessing a kind and gentle nature, radiated unparalleled grace. Changxi reclined against the laurel tree, her delicate feet swaying gently as she pouted and murmured, "Sister, after getting married, one forgets to return home. Once I comprehend the laws of the moon, I shall seek you out. Oh, laurel tree, my sister has found her ideal husband. When will my true soulmate make his appearance?" The laurel tree, a spirit of powerful essence, quivered in response to Changxi's words. The 10 great spiritual roots of the laurel tree were intertwined with the lunar veins, rendering it ageless, immortal, and indestructible. The goddess Xihe had attained divine marriage, discovering her perfect match. Moreover, Xihe's husband had slain the demon god Bifong, standing against the entire demon clan for her. Such a man, who would not be enamored. At that moment, Emperor Dijuan and Dong Huangtai of the Celestial Court arrived to visit the lunar goddess Changxi. Just then, two streaks of light flashed by. A voice, exceedingly domineering, echoed, Dijuan and Dong Huangtai. What brings them here? This cannot bode well. Are they here to seek retribution for my sister? Changxi furrowed her brow, her silver gown enveloping her form as it cascaded over her delicate feet. With two pinnacle quasi-sages wielding the laws of heaven and earth from the lunar star, if I cannot defeat them, I can certainly flee. After a moment of contemplation, Changxi's figure shimmered and she appeared before Dijuan and Dong Huangtai. Greetings to the two esteemed demon sovereigns, Changxi acknowledged with a gesture of respect, then continued, Might I inquire as to the purpose of your visit to my lunar star? Upon seeing Changxi, Dijuan's eyes sparkled, and a flicker of warmth ignited within him. Surely, this younger sister is even more captivating than the elder. I am Dijuan, the heavenly emperor and demon sovereign, and this is my brother Tai. We have come today to seek the hand of the lunar goddess Changxi in marriage. The sun star and the moon star complement each other, and it is only fitting that yin and yang unite. Dijuan, handsome and poised, commanded an army of millions of demons and held sway over the celestial court. Although he had suffered humiliation before Lu Changsheng, he could not deny his status as one of the foremost powers in the primordial realm, the object of many celestial maidens' affections. Yet to Changxi he appeared somewhat repugnant. Unable to win over her sister, he now sought to wed her instead. Was this truly a stroke of fortune? Initially, when Dijuan established the celestial court, Changxi had thought him rather admirable. Yet now, in comparison to her sister's husband, he seemed utterly lacking. It was no wonder her sister had succumbed to a human. Such reasoning was not without merit. With this thought, Changxi found herself increasingly intrigued by Lu Changsheng. With all due respect to the esteemed demon sovereigns, I am wholly absorbed in my cultivation and have no intention of seeking a partner. I kindly ask you to take your leave, Changxi declared coldly, issuing a clear dismissal. Dong Huangtai was momentarily taken aback. Refused. The sun star and the moon star complement each other. Why does Changxi reject this union? He pondered. How dare you refuse me? Marrying you is a blessing. Dijuan could no longer contain himself, while Xihe marrying a human was one thing. Changxi's frigid dismissal of him was intolerable. Changxi, lost in her cultivation, had spurned the goodwill of the demon sovereigns. Did they now intend to force her hand? Changxi clutched a branch of the laurel tree, ready to flee at a moment's notice. With the laurel tree's protection, coupled with her quasi-saint cultivation and the moon's power, she believed escape would be feasible. Humph. What if they try to force me? Dong Huangtai's Eastern Emperor bell trembled ominously, as if to threaten the very annihilation of the lunar star, its dark lights swirling as he attempted to suppress Changxi. Big brother, she intends to escape. Dong Huangtai coldly scoffed, having already discerned Changxi's intentions. Despicable. Changxi spat blood in fury, glaring at the two within the chaos pearl. She had been feeling unsettled for several days. And why, dear? Do you miss home? Lu Changsheng inquired softly, sensing her agitation. Something has happened to my sister. Changxi, Xihe exclaimed anxiously, having divined the situation with the moon's laws. The detection revealed that Changxi was being coerced into marriage by Dijuan, triggering the activation of the supreme choice system. Choice 1. What relation does my sister have with me? Remain hidden within the Chaos Pearl. Reward. 10 innate spiritual roots of laurel trees. Choice 2. Xihe's sister is my sister. Venture to the Celestial Court to rescue Changxi. Reward. Quasi-Saint Cultivation Experience Card. 12-petal world destroying Black Lotus. Choice 3. Seek assistance from Enhua. Reward. 12-petal Merit Golden Lotus. Chapter 9. Human clan mobilizes for the hunt. Choice 1. The 10 innate spiritual roots of laurel trees. Bore no fruit. However, should these roots be used to forge treasures, their might would be formidable. Yet Xihe's sister must not be left to suffer. Could Dijuan truly be worthy of marrying Xihe's sister? Choice 1 was swiftly dismissed. Choice 3, seeking Enwa's help, was equally out of the question. Thus, Choice 2 was made. Congratulations, host, on your successful choice. Reward. Quasi-Saint Cultivation Experience Card. 12-Petal World Destroying Black Lotus. The audacity to coerce into marriage. My dear, I shall not remain indifferent to Dijuan's actions against your sister. Lu Changsheng declared, embracing Xihe, it is time to present a grand gift to the demon clan. In the Hall of the Six Paths of Reincarnation, the 12 ancestral witches gathered. Those two avian beings of the celestial court have sought to unify the primordial realm and now wish to marry the lunar goddess, emulating that human quasi-saint's divine marriage. This is an outright affront to our witch clan. Zhu Rong seethed with indignation, declaring, I shall not stand idle. I must confront those two avian beings, the 12 ancestral witches. Known for their combative nature, recognize the celestial court's burgeoning power and its apparent ambition to dominate the primordial realm. Third brother, the celestial court's strength is formidable. They are not to be trifled with. Hutu, known for her kindness, cautioned. Being friends with Enwa, she understood that the celestial court had been established under Hongjuan's directive. Regardless, the primordial realm was shaped by our father. Why should we allow the two avian beings from the Sun Star to rule over us? Zhu Rong's fiery temper flared as he crashed his palm upon the table, shattering it. Calm down, brother. While the demon clan clearly harbors ill intentions, we cannot afford to engage in conflict now, especially with our great witch still in seclusion. This is not the time to confront the demons. Di Jiang, the eldest of the 12 ancestral witches, expressed concern. Brother, I too find those two avian beings of the celestial court distasteful. Gong Gong interjected, eager to incite further conflict. They are practically riding on our backs. After contemplating for a moment, Di Jiang turned to his fellow ancestral witches. Jumong was the first to voice his agreement. I align with my elder brother's sentiment. If we are to fight, then let it be. Xin Yuan glanced towards Hutu, considering for a moment before agreeing. Then let us engage in battle. The ancestral witches, known for their grudge against evil, could hardly remain idle for a day without conflict, with Hutu being the sole exception. Moreover, after Lu Changsheng had decisively defeated Tai and Dijuan, the 12 ancestral witches hardly regarded them as threats. The duo's inability to handle a single human quasi-saint only fueled their contempt. If all else failed, they could always resort to a collective assault. Having reached a consensus, they agreed to first attend the wedding and, once concluded, to collectively confront the two avian beings. Di Zhang's directive rapidly garnered unanimous approval. There was no need for elaborate strategies. They would act. Such was the nature of the witch clan. At the celestial court, your majesty, the news of your wedding has spread throughout the primordial realm, and we have personally invited the various quasi-saints as per your instructions. The 9 great demon gods reported before retreating. The celestial court, currently the most powerful force in the primordial realm, was poised to celebrate the wedding of Emperor Dijuan, an occasion that warranted congratulations from all corners. This wedding served 2 purposes: to affirm the divine marriage and to exert influence over the myriad races of the primordial realm. In the coming century, the demon clan would continue to expand its power, mercilessly slaughtering any who defied the celestial court. Dijuan exuded an aura of formidable authority. Your Majesty, it is uncertain whether emulating the human divine marriage will yield any merit from the heavens. The demon sage, Kunpeng, cautioned. The merits for such a divine marriage have already been conferred once. Obtaining them again is impossible. Who said I wish to emulate her? I desire to have all corners of the realm come to honor my heavenly court, using this wedding to establish a heavenly oath and conquer the primordial realm. The assembly erupted in fervor at his declaration. Even Kunpeng was momentarily taken aback. Would this course of action be overly ambitious? Considering their strength, with 3 pinnacle quasi-sages and numerous great demon gods, the celestial court indeed appeared formidable. Yet, conquering the primordial realm would prove difficult. The witch clan, known for their fiery tempers, had been at odds with Dijuan and Dongwang Tai since the establishment of the celestial court. Nevertheless, a flicker of excitement ignited within the crowd. Your Majesty, might you be too hasty? Kunpeng mused. Since the opportunity for ascension had been severed, he had focused solely on eliminating Hong Yun, until Hong Yun was dead. He could not find peace. Recently, I utilized the He Tu and Luo Shu to divine, and it appears my chance for ascension lies within this great calamity. The rise of the celestial court shall coincide with my ascension. Both Dijuan and Dongwang Tai possess exceptional potential, and as long as Lu Changsheng remains absent, Tai is the strongest beneath the saints. With such power, the chance for ascension is within reach. Their ascension shall manifest amidst the cataclysm of the witch and demon clans. Survival means ascension, while death leads to utter annihilation. We shall heed the orders of the demon sovereign. The assembled demon gods proclaimed with vigor, should 2 more saints arise from the demon clan. Who would dare challenge them in the primordial realm? A century hence, within the chaotic pearl, the foremost echelon of humanity's combat prowess emerges. 3 junior quasi-saints, 72 supreme de Luo Jin Xian, and 108 junior de Luo. After cultivating the Tao scriptures, the majority have grasped the power of the laws. What constitutes a supreme de Luo is that they possess the strength to contend even with junior quasi-saints. Divine abilities and techniques are merely minor paths. The power of the laws represents the resplendent great Tao. The Tao scriptures will become the legacy of the human race as the assembly gathered. The anticipation of the clan leader's intention to lead the foremost echelon back to the primordial chaos stirred them to great excitement. In the primordial chaos, the law of the jungle prevails. Individuals like Lu Changsheng, who generously impart techniques and openly expound the Tao, are exceedingly rare. Why are the demon and shaman races so formidable? They are innately endowed with gifted techniques for cultivation. The human race possesses nothing, lacking both aptitude and companion artifacts for cultivation. Were it not for Lu Changsheng, what would become of humanity? As the assembly practiced the techniques imparted by Lu Changsheng, they regarded him as a rebirth of their ancestors. Even the 3 primordial ancestors were filled with fervor. The hunting mission commenced, targeting the Feiyu bird clan, the Chamohu clan, and the Heihu clan. Each of these 3 clans possesses quasi-saint powerhouses, and dozens of de Luo Jin Xian, with their innate divine abilities ranking above average among the demon race. Mission objective: annihilation. Departing. With a wave of his hand, Lu Changsheng summoned the combat strength of humanity's foremost echelon into the primordial chaos. The assembly exchanged glances as the 3 primordial ancestors led their groups to act independently. At this moment, the demon emperor Dijuan was on the verge of marriage, with strong members of his clan attending the heavenly court to present their gifts. Leaving no powerful figures within the clan, the Feiyu bird clan resided within a forest, having driven out or devoured the other races due to the dominance of the quasi-saints. With a grand gesture, Suiren set the sky ablaze. In an instant, the entire forest was consumed in flames. The last 2 de Luo Jin Xian of the Feiyu bird clan soared into the sky. With another flourish, Suiren unleashed the fire laws, incinerating the 2 de Luo Jin Xian in an instant. I am Suiren, the ancestor of humanity, here today to annihilate the Feiyu bird clan alongside the might of humanity. Chapter 10. Dijuan's Wedding. Interference. The many de Luo Jin Xian of the human race subsequently exterminated the remnants of the Feiyu bird clan. Suiren retrieved fragments of the laws from the chaotic pearl, shattering them to return to the chaotic world. Following this, Yu Chao and Xihe led their teams to eradicate the Chamohu and Heihu clans respectively. I am Yu Chao, the ancestor of humanity, and today I lead the human warriors to destroy the Chamohu clan. I am Xihe, the ancestor of humanity, and today I lead the human warriors to destroy the Heihu clan. In the primordial chaos, the voice of humanity resounds once more. In the heavenly court, the demon emperor Dijuan's wedding drew congratulations from all quarters. Few dared to utter a dissenting word in the primordial chaos. Yet before the banquet even commenced, the human race delivered a hefty warning to the demon race. Dijuan was enraged. Seek out the human race and show no mercy. The 3 primordial ancestors of humanity retreated rapidly, unable to deduce their precise location. The demon race, with its myriad tribes, found the extermination of 3 clans inconsequential. However, this matter concerned the pride of the demon race. As such an incident occurred on the day of Dijuan's wedding. Instantly, the atmosphere in the heavenly court shifted dramatically. Brother, we cannot deduce their position. It seems Lu Changsheng possesses concealed artifacts at this moment. Dongwang Tai's complexion had paled considerably. He had initially hoped to deduce the location of the human race amidst their emergence, only to suffer a backlash instead. Prioritizing the greater good, he decided to complete the wedding, pledging to gain merit through heavenly oaths, such that even if they could not attain sainthood, their strength would still be significantly enhanced. Dijuan's expression softened considerably. If they could not locate them, there was no point in futile anxiety. The current demon race had no means to contend with the human race. They could only catch fleeting glimpses of the human race, appearing and disappearing like shadows. The thought of Lu Changsheng filled Dijuan with a desire to obliterate him. As countless cultivators across the primordial chaos scoured for rare treasures to congratulate Dijuan on his wedding, it was a propitious day divined through the He-Tu and Luo Shu, drawing forth beings to celebrate. Streams of light soared throughout the primordial chaos, all hastening to the heavenly court. Today, Dijuan's wedding inadvertently disturbed many friends who were in seclusion. It was truly Dijuan's fault, and may the friends not take offense. The first to greet Dijuan were the three pure ones, with the likes of Zhuan Ti, Jiayin, Jinyuan Zi, Han Yun, and Minghe Kong Xian among the esteemed cultivators, the three pure ones. Zhuan Ti and Jiayin all held positions of heavenly authority, destined to attain sainthood. Should they provoke their ire, the demon race would find itself in dire straits. As fellow guests of the Xihe Palace, we Dijuan's friends have come to celebrate his wedding. Yuan Shi clasped his hands in greeting, presenting a gift first. The implication was clear. This was a favor from the esteemed Hong Jun, not merely for Dijuan's benefit. At that moment, two streaks of light zipped past. The clan leader of the human race, Lu Changsheng, arrived with his wife, Xihe, to extend his congratulations. As Lu Changsheng's voice resonated, two swords were thrust before Dijuan. Dijuan's countenance shifted, and with a casual wave of his hand, the swords were retracted. On the day of the heavenly emperor's wedding, weapons and blades ought not to be present. Thank you, Lu Changsheng, for your gift. Dijuan shall graciously accept it. A glimmer of murderous intent flickered in Dijuan's eyes before swiftly receding. The assembled great cultivators regarded Lu Changsheng with curiosity. The people of the human race seemed unremarkable. Yet, anyone who could defeat the combined might of Dongwang Tai and Dijuan deserved respect. Now, Dongwang Tai was the foremost being beneath the saints. Having long heard of Lu Changsheng's illustrious name, those present were not surprised by his exceptional demeanor. The venerable Laozi of the three pure ones stepped forward first, bowing to Lu Changsheng. Lu Changsheng cast him a sidelong glance, smiling as he spoke. It is said that among the 3,000 guests in the Xihe Palace, the top 6 possess heavenly authority. I wonder if the opportunity for sainthood has been discerned. Lu Changsheng's words sent shockwaves through the three pure ones, Zhuan Ti and Jiayin, though they held heavenly authority. Without seizing the opportunity for sainthood, they could not attain the saintly realm. Did this Lu Changsheng possess knowledge of the path to sainthood for the 5 of them? A spark of brilliance flashed in Laozi's eyes. Indeed, Lu Changsheng knew that the path to sainthood lay within humanity. Surely, this was not merely a guise for retreating with the human race. Tong Tian, known for his fiery temper, scoffed and said, I hope that Lu Changsheng will act with caution. The human race is but a small faction in the primordial chaos. It would be best for them to conceal themselves well, lest their hiding place be discovered. Do not think that even if you cannot find us, it will make no difference. Lu Changsheng stood proudly, surveying all the great cultivators present. The assembly was taken aback. How could Lu Changsheng be so audacious? Simultaneously, they were awed by the formidable aura and confidence that he exuded. The combined might of Dijuan and Dongwang Tai was no match for him. It seemed Lu Changsheng truly had the capital to be so arrogant. Esteemed friends, today marks the day of my wedding. Such a propitious occasion is ill-suited for conflict. I invite you all to join me inside. The air grew increasingly tense, and Dijuan stepped forward to mediate. Tong Tian snorted coldly, soaring towards the 33 heavens. The others followed closely. Brother, with Lu Changsheng and Xihe present, it seems they harbor ill intentions. Dong Wangtai furrowed his brow. The three primordial ancestors of humanity had first exterminated the three demon clans. And now Lu Changsheng was leading the charge. He felt an unsettling sense of foreboding, unable to pinpoint what was amiss. This is the domain of my heavenly court. How much turmoil could Lu Changsheng and Xihe possibly stir up? The extermination of my three demon clans will necessitate that Lu Changsheng pay in blood. Dijuan snorted coldly, then turned to Kunpeng, instructing, prepare to head to Tying Star for the wedding. The wedding proceeded as planned. With a grand procession to welcome the Tying goddess, Xihe, countless demon kin were gathered for the occasion, and the female cultivators across the primordial chaos gazed upon it enviously. Besides Lu Changsheng, only Dijuan had previously hosted a wedding. However, Lu Changsheng's name had not yet attained prominence, holding only a slight reputation among the human race. This unique wedding was a first for the cultivators of the primordial chaos. Their minds were still fixed on the notion of two cultivators forming a partnership, seeking a secluded cave abode for shared cultivation. In the heavenly court, the cultivators of the primordial chaos beheld the grandeur of the wedding, unanimously expressing admiration for the strength of the demon race. Utilizing the pinnacle of quasi-saint cultivation, as Lu Changsheng observed the phoenix carriage approaching to welcome Xihe, he activated the experience card. Xihe nestled against Lu Changsheng's embrace, whispering, "My lord, my tying laws are nearing completion. As long as I do not confront Dijuan, Tai, or that Kunpeng, I possess the strength to contend. The tying laws are immensely powerful. Even if Xihe has only slain one corpse, she can stand against mid to late quasi-saints. This demonstrates the might of the power of laws. You need only watch from the sidelines. No need to intervene." A sly smile curled at the corner of Lu Changsheng's mouth. He truly did not regard the demon race of the heavenly court with any trepidation. The quasi-saint experience card produced by the system rendered Lu Changsheng invincible. As long as no saints intervened, the phoenix carriage came to a halt before the southern heavenly gate, and Dijuan lifted the red curtain atop the carriage, only to find Xihe, with tears like pear blossoms, glaring fiercely at him. Xihe's entire power was sealed, leaving her unable to utter a word. Dijuan, feeling the chaos of yin and yang in the primordial chaos, with the three principles in disarray. Now take the tying goddess Xihe as my bride, to fulfill the principle of yin-yang union. Today, in my capacity as Heavenly Emperor, I establish the three principles of ethics, the yin and yang of heaven and earth. And the laws of marriage. Dijuan's voice resonated throughout the primordial chaos. Just then, thunder rumbled from the heavens, and streams of light surged forth in the void, as the merits of the Tao transformed into clouds of merit. Poised to descend, I do not agree. At that moment, Lu Changsheng descended from the 33 heavens, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, striding towards the southern heavenly gate. The Tao responded, and the thunder roared. The dark yellow clouds of merit dissipated in an instant. Chapter 11. Overpowering the heavenly court, as Dijuan witnessed the merit slipping away, his fury ignited. Lu Changsheng, you seek death. Demon kin, surround and annihilate the human Lu Changsheng. With a commanding decree from Emperor Jun, the formidable beings of the demon race soared into the heavens, unleashing an array of innate divine powers directed towards Lu Changsheng. With a sweeping gesture, Lu Changsheng summoned the god-slaying spear into his grasp. The principles of slaughter activated, and the spear discharged an arcane radiance as if it sought to rend the very fabric of space. Those demons beneath the level of quasi-saint, upon being struck, were instantaneously reduced to mere wisps of soul. In the heights of the 33 heavens, the great practitioners trembled. They had not anticipated such formidable might contained within the god-slaying spear. Following the demise of the demon lord Luo, the spear had vanished without a trace, only to reappear in the hands of Lu Changsheng. The assembly of primordial great practitioners was taken aback. This pinnacle quasi-saint of the human race is not to be trifled with. It seems that Emperor Jun's matrimonial plans are thwarted. The journey to the west is long, and I shall take my leave with Jean. Upon concluding his words, Junti departed without a backward glance, with Jean closely trailing behind. The two saints of the West, known for their cunning and treachery, clearly wished to distance themselves from the affair. Zhang Yuanzi, concerned about the well-meaning but meddlesome Han Yun, hastily pulled him away without a second thought. Subsequently, numerous powerful beings followed suit and departed. In the primordial realm, strength reigned supreme. It was prudent to refrain from meddling in such confrontations. Perhaps one could even prolong their existence by a few more epochs. Emperor Jun, witnessing the sudden exodus of guests who had come to offer congratulations, was engulfed in fury. Such a joyous occasion has been marred. Demon Master, seize him. Emperor Jun cast a glance towards Kunpeng. Understanding the intent, Kunpeng unleashed his supreme divine powers, manifesting a true form spanning thousands of miles, obscuring the sun. Seeking death, Lu Chongqing scoffed as remnants of gods and demons surged forth from the god-slaying spear. The unparalleled principles of slaughter enveloped the entire sky, pressing down upon the millions of demons, rendering them unable to lift their heads. The chilling force of the principles surged towards Kunpeng. Caught off guard, one of Kunpeng's wings was violently torn apart. Ah, human quasi-saint, I shall kill you. Enduring the agony in his wing, Kunpeng prepared to engage Lu Chongsheng in a desperate struggle, only to be interrupted by a massive bell blocking his path. Demon Master Kunpeng, leave him to me. Dong Huang Tai stood atop the chaos bell, gesturing for Kunpeng to retreat. A flicker of shadow crossed Kunpeng's eyes, yet he complied. Brother, let us join forces to subdue this man. Dong Huang Tai suddenly doubted himself. Damn it, Lu Chongsheng seems even stronger than before. Hearing this, Emperor Jun summoned the river map and Luo book, instantly enveloping Lu Chongsheng in the primordial river and Luo formation. Two defeated subordinates. Lu Chongsheng invoked the 12-petaled black lotus of annihilation, its dark light enveloping him as he disregarded the attacks from Dong Huang Tai and Emperor Jun subsequently, with a thrust of the god-slaying spear. He rent the surrounding space asunder, shattering the primordial river and Luo formation. Golden blood spewed from Emperor Jun's mouth as he suffered a grievous wound. Dong Huang Tai activated the Dong Huang bell, hurling it towards Lu Chongsheng. With a thunderous crash, the Dong Huang bell fell, and Dong Huang Tai hurriedly summoned it back. Without achieving sainthood, how could he possibly be his opponent? Sensing the tremors of the Dong Huang bell, Dong Huang Tai found himself at a loss. Caught between attack and retreat, I cannot win.to flee would be too humiliating. Lu Chongsheng transformed into a streak of light and flew forth, seizing Changxi. Casting a spell that lifted the seal upon her, "Do not speak. Go to the 33 heavens to find your sister." After instructing her, Lu Chongsheng charged towards Dong Huang Tai and Emperor Jun. Changxi gazed at Lu Chongsheng's retreating figure, a gentle glimmer in her eyes. Is this truly my sister's husband? Lu Chongsheng, has he come to rescue me? Indeed, he is as graceful and powerful as the rumors suggest. At that moment, the chaos bell lay dim and lifeless in Dong Huang Tai's grasp. With a single strike, the chaos bell had lost its sentience. Dong Huang Tai's true form materialized, instantly painting the sky crimson with the sacred flames of the golden crow. With a sweep of the god-slaying spear, Lu Chongsheng sent Dong Huang Tai crashing down. He landed atop the Lingxiao treasure hall. Just as Lu Chongsheng prepared to deliver a fatal blow, a voice echoed from within the Xihe palace. Lu Chongqing seeks to alter the cosmic balance. He must be eradicated. Hongjuan's frigid voice resonated throughout the primordial realm. In an instant, a streak of light formed in the sky, the punitive force of the heavenly Tao poised to descend. In that fleeting moment, in but an instant, Hongjun sought to obliterate Lu Chongsheng using the power of the heavenly Tao. Ding dong. Sensing the host's life in peril, the supreme choice system activated. Choose one. Relinquish resistance and be obliterated by the heavenly punishment. Reward. One chance at rebirth. Choose two. Fiercely curse Hongjuan's bias. Reward. Invincible golden body for 10 seconds. Space law. Choose three. Take a few down with you in death. Annihilate Dong Huang Tai and Emperor Jun before perishing. Reward. One Chance at Rebirth, the Treasure River Map, and Luo Book, Chaos Bell. Lu Changsheng furrowed his brow and gazed towards the Xiao Palace. Hongjun, would it not be more delightful to fulfill your role as the envoy of the heavenly Tao? I choose option 2. Hongjun, I did not expect you to be so biased. Today, I shall sever Emperor Jun's leg, and what can you do about it? The esteemed envoy of the heavenly Tao, amidst the myriad beings of the primordial realm, each possessing their own path. What constitutes an anomaly? What defines the cosmic balance? Congratulations, host. Successful choice. You have obtained an invincible golden body for 10 seconds, effective immediately. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the space law as the heavenly punishment descended. Lu Changsheng's invincible golden body activated. All the cultivators of the primordial realm believed Lu Changsheng was about to be annihilated, but as the heavenly punishment struck, the golden radiance enveloping Lu Changsheng dissipated instantaneously. Hongjun was left bewildered. The first time using heavenly punishment. Is this it? Is this the means of the heavenly Tao's annihilation? Subsequently, Hongjun unleashed several more heavenly punishments in the span of merely 10 seconds. Hundreds of heavenly punishments rained down upon Lu Changsheng, yet Lu Changsheng remained utterly unharmed. Thereafter, Hongjun conceded defeat. Lu Changsheng, he is not merely an anomaly. The heavenly punishment, which obliterates all anomalies, had no effect on Lu Changsheng whatsoever. Must I take action myself? Following the descent of the heavenly punishment, Lu Changsheng had already brought Dong Huangtai to his knees, with his foot planted firmly on Emperor Jun. I, Lu Changsheng, do not instigate trouble. You demon race have gone too far, first attempting to seize my wife, and then coercing my wife's sister into marrying you. Emperor Ju Ndi, oh, you truly believe the primordial realm is your celestial court's domain? In the 33 heavens, all great practitioners were astounded. The unparalleled power of the celestial court was being so ruthlessly trampled. With Hongjuan's intervention, unleashing hundreds of heavenly punishments, yet Lu Changsheng remained unscathed. I shall sever your leg. Lu Changsheng let out a cold grunt, brandishing the god-slaying spear to cleave off one of Emperor Jun's legs. The three-legged golden crow instantly became a two-legged one. Lu Changsheng, you seek death. Form ranks. The 360 celestial constellations returned to their positions. Dong Huang Tai roared, rising from the ruins of the Lingxiao Hall. Then, countless stars descended. Reminder to the host, 30 seconds remain on the experience card. Just then, the system's cold prompt resounded. The space before Lu Changsheng shattered instantaneously as the space law activated. He traversed the space directly to Xihe and Changshi's side, embracing the two and vanishing from the celestial court. As the two disappeared, many wandering cultivators who sought to join the demon race hastily retreated, fearful of being entangled with the demons. Too ruthless that a leg of a peak quasi-saint was severed with sheer force. Chapter 12. The Witch Race Moves. The celestial court faces assault within the Chaos Pearl. Sister, your husband is truly remarkable. Changshi beamed, her eyes sparkling with admiration for Lu Changsheng, occasionally exclaiming such praises. Very well, from now on, you shall stay by my side and cultivate together. Xihe gazed fondly at Changshi. The two shared a lineage truly akin to sisters, with an exceptionally profound bond. Upon returning to the Chaos Pearl, Lu Changsheng summoned the three primordial ancestors. The 100-year hunting mission had been successfully completed. However, for the tens of thousands of demons, they were merely inconsequential races, having no substantial impact. Clan leader, hunting demons was utterly exhilarating. Sui Run, recalling the arrival of his flame principles upon the demon race, was filled with exuberance. All of this was the clan leader's blessing. Were it not for Lu Changsheng, Sui Ren's chances of breaking through to quasi-saint would have been bleak. Following this event, the demon race would certainly take precautions. Next time, they would not assign races for hunting, but would seek them out independently upon entering the primordial realm. Without conflict, there can be no growth. Lu Changsheng wished to elevate the human race to the pinnacle of the primordial realm, and there was still a long way to go, should Dong Huangtai comprehend the great formation of the celestial bodies. There would be no opponents beneath the saint level. We shall obey the clan leader's decree. The three primordial ancestors knelt in unison. Using the demon race as stepping stones was once unimaginable for the human race a millennium ago. Yet now, under Liu Chongqing's leadership, the human race had achieved it. The three primordial ancestors seemed to envision the flourishing and prosperous scene of the human race, with myriad races paying homage in the celestial court. Emperor Jun lay unconscious. Countless demon powerhouses perished. The demon master Kunpeng was busy cleaning up this mess, while Dong Huangtai's expression fluctuated between dark and light. At that moment, several unexpected guests arrived at the southern heavenly gate. "Brother, why does it feel so desolate?" Zhurong observed the empty southern heavenly gate, devoid of even a guard, feeling somewhat puzzled. "Isn't Emperor Jun's wedding today? Wasn't he inviting guests from all directions? Where is everyone? Damn it, could it be that we arrived too early?" Gong glanced at the invitation in his hand. "It is indeed today. What a peculiar taste the demons have. Do they plan to wed at night?" The surroundings seem somewhat damaged. Why does it feel as if a battle just transpired? Zhu Meng furrowed his brow. "Let us go to the Lingxiao Hall to investigate." Di Jiang waved his hand and was the first to step through the southern heavenly gate. The remaining 11 ancestral witches followed closely. However, the scene that unfolded next left them utterly dumbfounded. The Lingxiao Hall had transformed into a desolate ruin, surrounded by countless corpses of demon powerhouses. "Brother, the demons have met a terrible fate. Perhaps we should turn back." Hutu gazed at the desolation of the Lingxiao treasure hall, her heart filled with uncertainty. Could it be that the saints have intervened? Who else but the witch clan would dare disrupt the grand wedding of Emperor Jun? This simply cannot stand. They must be made to suffer even more. Zhu Jiuyin shook his head, expressing his disapproval of Hutu's perspective. "Elder brother, we have come with good intentions to attend Emperor Jun's wedding. Yet we are met with no reception. It feels as though they are treating our witch clan with disdain. Clearly, they do not regard us as significant." As Shibishur made this remark, the 12 ancestral witches were instantly filled with a formidable fighting spirit. "You wicked demon clan! We were unaware of your audacity until now," roared Di Jiang, launching himself skyward to confront the 33 heavens. At this moment, the demon clan had long since lowered their guard. Taken by surprise by the sudden emergence of the 12 ancestral witches, Dong Huangtai hastily summoned the Easter Emperor Bell to shield the 12 ancestral witches beneath the 33 heavens. They had come to offer congratulations, yet it was evident they were intent on instigating conflict. There was no room for negotiation. That it was one thing to be bullied by Liu Chongqing, but what of the witch clan? Such insolence! Utter nonsense! Dong Huangtai bellowed, leading the 9 great demon gods and Kunpeng in a furious charge toward the 12 ancestral witches. The already ruined Lingxiao treasure hall was thrown into chaos once more. The ancestral witches were incredibly formidable, their innate ferocity unmatched, and when engaged in battle, they were merciless to that moment. Within the heavenly court, Emperor Jun lay gravely injured and unconscious, though the 12 ancestral witches lacked a primordial spirit. Their innate divine powers and immense magical prowess gave the demon clan the impression of being overwhelmed. Days later, the heavenly court was gravely weakened. Dong Huangtai and Emperor Jun chose to enter seclusion, leaving the heavenly court under the stewardship of the demon master Kunpeng. Kunpeng felt the weight of responsibility on his shoulders. How brutal it had been, though the 12 ancestral witches had been repelled. Those fiends had retreated with laughter. Reflecting on the smiles of the 12 ancestral witches as they fled, Kunpeng found himself reluctant to take charge of the demon clan. At that moment, he could only pray that Liu Chongqing and the 12 ancestral witches would not return. At least, he hoped they would wait until the 2 demon emperors emerged from their seclusion. Initially, he had aspired to attain the position of demon master, which would elevate his status. The demon master, apart from Emperor Jun and Dong Huangtai, held the highest position in the heavenly court. His status was indeed esteemed, yet he was certain to face punishment. Who could bear such a fate? In the Witch God Palace, the 2 avian beings of the demon clan were still attempting to stage grand events, and I doubt they will dare to do so again in the future. Zhurong's face was alight with mirth. Beating the demon clan is simply exhilarating. The demon clan's physical strength is impressive, capable of withstanding the blows from the ancestral witches. with Emperor Jun and Dong Huang Tai Yi in seclusion. The demon clan has lost its amusement, but the human race's quasi-saint should not be underestimated. Had that avian Emperor Jun not been gravely injured and unconscious, we would likely have been unable to retreat unscathed. Zhang's words plunged the 12 ancestral witches into deep contemplation. It truly seemed to be the case. With Dong Huang Tai Yi and Emperor Jun in seclusion, what was the point of continuing the fight? Kunpeng and the 10 demon gods would hardly withstand the blows from the 12 ancestral witches. Elder brother, what are you afraid of? The frail physique of the human race cannot endure even a single blow from me. Gong Gong dismissed with a wave of his hand, evidently not regarding the human race as a threat. It seemed that only Lu Changsheng possessed considerable strength. The human race had eradicated 3 demon clans and boasted a peak quasi-saint among them. My brothers must not be careless. Xuanming's words were heeded by all the ancestral witches except Hutu. After the ancestral witches departed, Hutu approached Xianming. Sister Xianming, are you going to seek out the Nuwa Empress again? Hutu obstructed Xuanming's path before Nuwa attained sainthood. Her relationship with Hutu and Xianming had been exceptionally close. However, after attaining sainthood, due to the entanglements of causality, Hutu felt it prudent to maintain a certain distance from Nuwa. Oh dear, Hutu dear, I am merely going to discuss the Tao with the Nuwa Empress. Conversing with a saint is bound to foster rapid growth. Xianming winked at Hutu. She then soared towards the Nuwa palace. After some contemplation, Hutu decided to follow Lu Changsheng of the human race, with his singular might, disrupted Emperor Jun's wedding and severed ties with Emperor Jun's clan. He withstood the onslaught of millions of demons. So formidable was he. Lu Changsheng's renown resounded throughout the vast expanse of Hong Huang. Did you hear? The demon clan was beaten twice in a single day. Lu Changsheng possessed great powers and formidable magic. The human race's strength could annihilate the 3 demon clans, prompting future encounters with humans to be avoided at all costs. It was fortunate that he had not joined the heavenly court. What good was a mighty force if they were still to be beaten? Chapter 13. The enfeoffment of the 5 ancestors and the human race's divine palace within the Chaos Pearl. The 3 primordial ancestors stood respectfully in place. Lu Changsheng sat silently upon a main seat, his expression inscrutable. He could not fathom why these 3 individuals had forsaken their cultivation to seek him out. The 3 exchanged glances before Swearin stepped forward. Patriarch, we have constructed a residence for you. Although this Chaos Pearl was Lu Changsheng's treasure, he had been deeply immersed in his cultivation of late, striving for an early breakthrough to the Daluo stage. Your thoughtfulness is appreciated. Regarding the matter of the cultivation palace, Lu Changsheng did not decline. Recently, as his cultivation progressed, he had begun to glean some understanding of the principles of the heavenly Tao. Before reaching the Daluo golden immortal stage, progress was merely a matter of following the established paths, where the strength of one's foundation was paramount. A robust foundation would facilitate an easier ascension to the Daluo realm. This explained why the Chan sect only accepted disciples with strong foundations. In contrast, Tongtian Chan sect had relatively weaker foundations among its disciples. In the realm of Hong Huang, foundation, talent, and opportunity were all indispensable. As for the quasi-saint level, only the first batch of Holy Spirits born in the world could attain it. Others aspiring to become quasi-saints would require significant opportunities and the backing of powerful factions. For instance, the ancestor of the underworld governed the Blood Sea and the Underworld River, while Dong Huang and Emperor Jun commanded the entire demon clan. Only with the support of the demon clan's fortune could one step into the quasi-saint realm. Now, Lu Changsheng was but a step away from the Daluo golden immortal stage. In fact, if he wished, he could break through at this very moment. However, to ensure a more promising path ahead, Lu Changsheng chose to delay his advancement. He scanned the entirety of the human race with his mind. Presently, the human race possessed cultivation techniques, complemented by Tao scriptures. The talented youth emerged as rapidly as mushrooms after the rain, with no less than 5 individuals at the initial quasi-saint level. In addition to the 3 great human ancestors, there were also the Shennong and Xianyuan clans. The pinnacle of the Daluo realm had reached 300 individuals, while those who had just entered the Daluo realm numbered over 500. At this juncture, the the human race barely possessed the capability to establish a foothold in Hongwang. However, the time for emergence had not yet arrived. Liu Chongqing understood that once he made his presence known, the three clear ones would surely not spare him. More importantly, if he revealed himself on the Hongwang continent now, the impending battle with the demon clan could exhaust the human race's resources entirely. After much contemplation, Liu Chongqing ultimately decided to remain in hiding. Ding! The system has detected that the host is facing a decision. The Supreme Choice System is now activated. Option 1. The human race emerges and initiates the grand battle ahead of time. Reward: Hongmeng Purple Chi 1. Option 2. Refuse to emerge, continue to hide, and establish the human race divine palace. Reward: Jiuzhou Ding. Option 3. Reach an agreement with the demon clan, surrender Changxi, and establish non-aggression. Reward: 12-petal blood lotus, Han Yuan golden dipper. Upon hearing the system notification is mined, Liu Chongqing was utterly speechless that to lead the human race into the world ahead of time. What difference would that make compared to seeking death? Moreover, the reward was Hongmeng Purple Qi. This Hongmeng Purple Qi, once refined, could lead to sainthood. However, the position of saint is bestowed by the heavenly Tao. If refined, one would be eternally bound to the heavenly Tao. It would be akin to being a slave to the heavenly Tao. What use would such a saint be? The third option, surrendering Changxi, reaching a reconciliation with the demon clan, such thoughts were unthinkable. It was simply impossible. The human race and the demon clan had already become mortal enemies. Reconciliation was out of the question. Thus, option 2 it is. With a wave of his hand, Liu Chongqing summoned a magnificent palace that materialized in the center of the human race. Surrounding the palace were the 4 divine beasts, the azure dragon and the white tiger. The plaque at the front of the hall revealed several large characters. Human Emperor Palace. Soon after, a series of melodious sounds resonated from the heavens. Regardless of whether they were in secluded cultivation or laboring, all members of the human race fell to their knees in unison, bowing repeatedly towards the direction of the Human Emperor Palace. I, Liu Chongqing, today in the capacity of the human race's patriarch, Infef the Human Emperor, swearing, having rendered great service to the human race, is hereby appointed as the foremost of the 5 ancestors, to eternally enjoy the fortune of the human race. Immediately, a statue of Swearin materialized within the divine palace. Yu Chao, the second of the 5 ancestors, to eternally enjoy the fortune of the human race. He, the third of the 5 ancestors, to eternally enjoy the fortune of the human race. As for Shinong and Xinyuan, they too were honored as part of the 5 ancestors of the human race. After completing the enfeoffment, Swearin quickly clasped his hands and exclaimed, on behalf of the human race, I humbly request that the patriarch establish a statue for himself. Shinong and the others quickly echoed his sentiments. We implore the human ancestor to establish a statue, not just the prominent human ancestors, but nearly every member of the human race within the Chaos Pearl fervently shouted in unison. Liu Chongqing could visibly see swarms of fortune and merit, akin to fireflies, rapidly converging. Gradually, this mass of fortune and merit grew larger, ultimately coalescing into a golden body that towered above the 5 ancestors of the human race. Go. As Liu Chongqing beheld the entirety of the human race establishing a golden body for himself through their merits, he waved his hand nonchalantly, and the Jiuzhou cauldron swiftly soared forth, suppressing the divine temple that a resonant dragon's roar echoed through the air. Surrounding the temple, 9 dragons soared skyward. 9 golden dragons of fortune ascended to the heavens, seemingly attempting to break free from the chaotic pearl. Today the human race gathers its fortune. You shall leave it for me. With a furious bellow from Liu Chongqing, the 9 golden dragons of fortune appeared as if grasped by an unseen hand, thrashing wildly in a desperate attempt to escape. Alas, no matter their struggles, it proved futile. Ultimately, they transformed into streaks of light, vanishing within the Jiuzhou cauldron, as long as the golden body of merit remains unbroken. Liu Chongqing shall not perish. This is indeed one of the most formidable divine abilities in the primordial continent. After all, this divine temple lies within the chaotic pearl. Even Hongjun cannot inflict the slightest harm upon it. let alone others. Even if they possessed the intent, they would lack the capability. The ancestor of the underworld river, reputed to be unyielding as the blood sea and immortal as the underworld river, pales in comparison to Lu Changsheng. Meanwhile, the heavenly Tao suddenly trembled without warning. Ancestor Hong Jun hastily suppressed it, his brow furrowing deeply. The human race? Again, the human race? He scoffed, then began to calculate with his fingers. Even now, having merged with the heavenly Tao, he still could not discern the nature of the matter. However, the fortune of the human race was soaring, completely overshadowing the two tribes of witches and demons. In the current primordial continent, the witch and demon tribes are destined to face calamity, yet they are being suppressed by the fortune of the human race. This is not a good sign. It seems a method must be devised to compel the human race to emerge in the primordial continent. Originally, the three pure ones were on the verge of attaining the path of sainthood. But suddenly they felt their cultivation regressing instead of progressing. The distance to the position of a saint grew ever greater. Elder brother, what on earth is happening? Yuan Shi anxiously inquired of Laozi. His face etched with worry. Chapter 14. The three pure ones enter the demon court. The innate five-color flag. Laozi pondered for a long moment and ultimately decided to make some calculations. He summoned the Bagua diagram and began his deductions. Unfortunately, the tremors of the heavenly Tao rendered the cosmic matters incomprehensible. Laozi could only vaguely sense that this incident seemed to relate to the human race. Upon learning that this matter was connected to the human race, Yuan Shi and Tong Tian immediately thought of Lu Changsheng. A great calamity approaches. It seems we must take action. After saying this, a glint of coldness flashed in Laozi's eyes. Their opportunity to attain sainthood relied on the human race. Due to Lu Changsheng's sudden emergence, they could not ascertain the whereabouts of the human race. Since they could not achieve sainthood in the near term, it would be better to participate in this great calamity. The three harbored another thought, to support the demon race, compelling the human race to emerge. The great calamity of heaven and earth cannot be altered, and the karmic ties between the demon and human races remain unresolved. The human race is bound to reappear in the primordial realm. Elder brother, what should we do now? Tong Tian, impatient by nature, could no longer contain his inner restlessness and spoke up hastily. Laozi glanced at his younger brother, a smile gracing his lips. Let us go to the demon race. Within the ancient heavenly court, Emperor Jun's face was ashen, shadowed by gloom. Meanwhile, Dong Huang Tai, he sat silently in his seat, not uttering a word. The demon master Kunpeng, observing the demeanor of these two, felt an overwhelming pressure. During Emperor Jun's period of seclusion, he had poured his heart and soul into maintaining the stability of the ancient heavenly court, had he not forcefully eliminated several demon leaders. The demon race would have revolted long ago. The demon race has historically defied the heavens, only adhering to the strong. Demon Master, do you possess a method to compel the human race to reveal themselves? Emperor Jun's gaze bore into Kunpeng, devoid of any emotion. Kunpeng shivered at the inquiry but steeled himself to respond. The mere human race. What can they achieve even if given the opportunity? Could they possibly defeat our demon race? Although Dong Huang Tai, he harbored some fear of the devilish Lu Changsheng, he nodded earnestly in agreement. Just then, both Emperor Jun and Tai suddenly raised their heads. They sensed three incredibly powerful auras drawing near. Upon recognizing the three pure ones, they finally breathed a sigh of relief. Taoist friends. Emperor Jun greeted Laozi and the others with a neutral expression, as one of the guests of the 3,000 in the Xihe Palace. He and Laozi were considered peers. Taoist friend Emperor Jun, we have come this time to bestow a great opportunity upon the demon race. Upon hearing of this great opportunity, Emperor Jun's interest was piqued. He looked up at Laozi, seemingly inquiring about the nature of this opportunity. Taoist friend Emperor Jun, within this gourd lies the 9 revolutions golden pill I have refined, which can significantly enhance the combat power of the demon race. After speaking, Laozi gently tossed the small gourd forward. Without hesitation, Emperor Jun swiftly caught the gourd. I have long heard of your 9 revolutions golden pill. I did not expect to see it today. The 9 revolutions golden pill is renowned throughout the primordial continent. With these golden pills in hand, Emperor Jun was confident he could add several experts of the Luo realm to the heavenly court. Yuan Shi showed no hesitation either and waved his hand. A large flag manifested within the heavenly court. Yuan Shi promptly introduced it to Emperor Jun and the others. This flag is called the Central Wuji Apricot Yellow Flag. It is one of the 5 element flags and serves as a defensive treasure. Today, I shall lend it to you. Gazing at the Central Wuji Apricot Yellow Flag before him, Emperor Jun's eyes flickered with excitement. It is well known that the witch race possesses the 12 capital heavenly god-killing formation. They have suffered greatly in this regard, and while the 5-element flag formation may not withstand the god-killing formation, it can still weaken some of their strength. Having obtained this apricot yellow flag, both Emperor Jun and Tai eagerly turned to Laozi on the day of the division of treasures at the Mount of the 3 Treasures. Hong Jun received 2 flags. One was the Southerly Earth Flame Light flag, and the other was the apricot yellow flag, distributed to Laozi and Yuan Shi. Now that Yuan Shi is willing to present this apricot yellow flag, Laozi is likely to be amenable to assisting as well. Laozi understood Emperor Jun's intentions well. As the saying goes, one cannot catch wolves without first letting go of their children. Compared to attaining sainthood, a mere treasure was of little consequence to him. Without a second thought, Laozi waved his hand, and the Southerly Earth Flame Light flag descended before Emperor Jun. A spark of excitement and exhilaration ignited in Emperor Jun's eyes. Now, with 2 of the 5-element flags in his possession, he was well aware of the whereabouts of the other 3. The Western Plain Element Cloud flag is in the hands of the Queen Mother of the West, and with a price, it could be borrowed. The Northern Xian Yuan controlling water flag is with the ancestor of the Underworld River. Kuanpeng and the ancestor of the Underworld River share some rapport, and he could likely borrow ITAS for the Eastern Qing Lian treasure color flag. It had long been lent to them by Zhu and Ti. The 5-element flag formation was as good as secured. With this flag formation, they would have greater assurance in combating the witch race. With this thought, Emperor Jun's resentment towards Lu Chongsheng deepened. The only weapon capable of countering the witch race was the witch-slaying sword. The Zhou Tian star formation had been shattered by Lu Chongsheng, rendering it unusable. The 5-element flag formation was no match for the witch race. Now, the only option was to forge the witch-slaying sword. How could Laozi and the 3 pure ones remain oblivious to the demon race's intentions? Instantly, the 3 fell silent, fully aware that they would not personally enter the calamity unless absolutely necessary. The great calamity of heaven and earth could even bring about the fall of saints, were it not for their desire to compel the human race with the help of the demon race. They would never have willingly offered such treasures as the 5-element flags. Emperor Jun was also acutely aware that the 3 pure ones were not genuinely assisting the demon race. Yet, what could he do? One Lu Chongsheng was already enough of a headache, not to mention the 12 ancestors of the witch race. Within the demon court, everyone engaged in discussions, each harboring their own agendas. Meanwhile, Lu Chongsheng had emerged from the chaotic pearl, making his way directly to the territory of the witch race. His primary purpose for exiting the chaotic pearl was to aid the 12 ancestors of the witch race in defeating the demon race. After all, this great calamity is a calamity between the witches and demons, and moreover, the witch race and demon race have become sworn enemies. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Being able to assist the witch race brings many benefits to Lu Chongsheng. As soon as he entered the territory of the witch race, Lu Chongsheng was met by a thunderous roar that reverberated through the heavens. Who dares to trespass upon my witch race? A massive, muscular giant strode towards Lu Chongsheng with great strides. In just a few steps, he stood before him. Without uttering a word, the giant swung his fist fiercely at Lu Chongsheng. Chapter 15. Imparting the Tao to the 12 ancestors of the witch race. System rewards. Lu Chongsheng let out a cold snort, channeling all his strength to retaliate. Possessing the divine elephant suppression technique, he was unafraid of these ancestral witches that, in an instant, all 800 million particles within him surged forth. When their fists collided, the powerful shockwave forced Di Jiang to take 2 steps back. In contrast, Lu Chongsheng merely swayed slightly, showing no substantial effects. The witch race, known for their combative nature, saw Di Jiang's competitive spirit ignited further upon witnessing Lu Chongsheng's indifference. Again, upon concluding his words, Di Jiang once again raised his fist and forcefully struck towards Lu Changsheng. Furrowing his brow, Lu Changsheng realized that he had other matters to attend to during this visit. How could he afford to indulge Di Jiang in such play? In the distance, the 12 ancestors of Wu were nearly gathered together, casting glances at Di Jiang while engaging in hushed discussions. Do you think our elder brother can win? Nonsense! In this primordial world, who can rival us in sheer physical prowess? I firmly believe our elder brother will prevail. Strangers had intruded upon their home. Yet these ancestors of Wu, far from expressing dissatisfaction, instead broke into wide smiles, offering their commentary. Had it not been for the absence of food nearby, they might have even settled down to enjoy the spectacle. Di Jiang and Lu Changsheng became entangled in a fierce struggle, exchanging blows with one another. Despite possessing the form of an ancestor of Wu, Di Jiang was beginning to feel the strain. Gasping for breath with a cold expression, Lu Changsheng, too, sensed the toll it was taking on his body. These adversaries were extraordinarily formidable. After a brief exchange, Di Jiang shook his massive head and quickly spoke up. No more fighting, no more. Only then did Lu Changsheng cease his assault. Continuing the bout would yield no advantage for him. Yet at this moment his face was alight with excitement. The divine elephant's prison-suppressing technique, cultivated to its pinnacle, proved to be on par with the ancestors of Wu. Presently, nearly all human cultivators were practicing this technique. Did this not imply that when mastered, each could rival the ancestors? Moreover, the human race could harness the laws of heaven and earth for their own benefit. Realizing this, Lu Changsheng grew increasingly hopeful about the future. The 12 ancestors of Wu could dominate the primordial realm, and surely in time, the human race would produce 22 or even 32 cultivators comparable to the ancestors. Di Jiang looked at Lu Changsheng with confusion, his voice deep and resonant as he inquired, "Who are you? Why have you intruded upon our Wu clan?" Upon seeing other ancestors of Wu approaching, Lu Changsheng slowly replied, "I am the leader of a human race. Lu Changsheng, I have come to assist you in defeating the demon race." Prior to this, Lu Changsheng had prepared a set of responses to placate the ancestors. However, he miscalculated, as Di Jiang, upon hearing Lu Changsheng's words, immediately turned and commanded, "Brothers, arm yourselves. We shall confront Lu Changsheng and give him a sound thrashing in the heavenly court." Upon hearing Di Jiang's directive, the other ancestors of Wu erupted in loud cheers. Lu Changsheng was momentarily taken aback. These individuals truly were a bunch of simpletons. Nonetheless, he felt a growing fondness for the 12 ancestors of Wu. He even pondered whether he should impart teachings to them. Just then, the system's notification chimed again. Ding! The host is faced with a choice. The Supreme Choice system is now activated. Choice 1. Assist the Wu clan in attacking the demon court and eliminate Di Jun and Dong Huangtai. Reward. The 7-Arrow Book. Choice 2. Secretly contact the demon race and aid them in defeating the 12 ancestors of Wu. Reward. Pangu's Blood 1. Choice 3. Refuse to intervene in the calamity and impart teachings to the Wu clan. Reward. The innate spiritual root of the peach tree. After contemplating the options presented by the system, Lu Changsheng fell silent for a long time. Although he wished to aid the 12 ancestors of Wu, he understood that the calamity of heaven and earth could not be resisted by mere human effort. Even the once mighty Pangu could not withstand such a calamity, could he? Unless one could transcend the dominion of heavenly law, it would be impossible to avert the impending disaster. Thus, he dismissed the first 2 choices without hesitation, as neither the 7-Arrow Book nor Panga's Blood held any allure for him. Panga's Blood was a coveted treasure for the ancestors. Yet for Lu Changsheng, it was of little value. He had yet to comprehend the laws of power. Enhancing his physical form seemed rather trivial. It would be wiser to reserve such a choice for when he could truly grasp the laws of power. Therefore, without any hesitation, Lu Changsheng opted for the 3rd choice. The peach tree could undoubtedly be planted within the Chaos Pearl to enhance the strength of humanity. The peaches came in 3 varieties: 3,000 years, 6,000 years, and 9,000 years. Consuming a 3,000-year peach would enhance one's aptitude and allow those without talent to ascend to immortality. That a 6,000-year peach would enable one to rise directly into the realm of golden immortals. As for the 9,000-year peach, consuming one would grant a lifespan equal to that of heaven and earth, as well as the sun and moon. This meant that a single 9,000-year peach would allow one to enter the realm of Great Luo. This was, for humanity, the most suitable spiritual route, perfectly poised to be passed down as a sacred object. Lu Chongqing looked at the several ancestors of Wu before him and let out a soft sigh. My dear friends, please do not be anxious. Upon hearing his words, Di Jiang and the other ancestors fixed their gazes upon him, seemingly perplexed. By the way, have you completed your cultivation of the 12 capital heavenly gods' great formation? After Lu Chongqing's inquiry, the ancestors exchanged glances, remaining silent. Di Jiang, unfazed, responded directly, not yet fully comprehended. While others might be oblivious, Lu Chongqing clearly understood why they struggled to control the formation. This formation was inherited from Pangu and required the laws of power to manipulate. Although the Wu clan could not cultivate the laws or the power of the primordial spirit, they could still borrow from certain aspects of the laws. However, Di Jiang and the others had completely overlooked this point, resulting in the 12 capital heavenly gods' great formation failing to unleash its true might. Lu Chongqing wasted no time, directly explaining the situation to Di Jiang and the others. After much contemplation, Di Jiang eventually agreed to allow Lu Chongqing to impart teachings to them. Yet, deep down, Di Jiang held no illusions. They were all too aware of their own talents, which were hardly suited for comprehending the laws of heaven and earth. Lu Chongqing began to speak slowly. The origin of all things is simplicity, evolving into complexity. All things in the world arise from the existence of being, and being is born from nothingness. Di Jiang listened intently to Lu Chongqing's teachings. Scratching his head in confusion, he found the concepts of existence and non-existence utterly incomprehensible. Turning his gaze, he noticed that his brothers bore the same expression of bewilderment. Only Ho Tu appeared to grasp something profound. Chapter 16. Di Jiang's Commission. The War Master Qiyu. Ho Tu's expression grew grave, her surroundings shimmering with radiant light. Di Jiang, observing his sister's demeanor, felt a twinge of worry. He wanted to call out to Ho Tu, but was stopped by Lu Chongqing. Lu Chongqing gestured for him to refrain from interrupting Ho Tu's day. After much deliberation, Di Jiang chose to trust Lu Chongqing. Understanding the laws was certainly not something that could be accomplished in a mere moment. Thus, Lu Chongqing followed Di Jiang and the others to their dwelling. Upon entering, Di Jiang wasted no time and bowed deeply to Lu Chongqing, surprising him greatly. What are you still standing there for? Do not forget to express your gratitude to Lu Daoyu. Upon hearing their elder brother's words, the ancestors of Wu swiftly bowed to Lu Chongqing. He hurriedly waved his hands to stop them. Di Jiang was a quintessential brute, lacking comprehension of human principles, that he only knew that one must repay kindness and seek vengeance, regardless of distance. Now that Lu Chongqing had come to impart teachings to them, seeing Ho Tu's appearance, he understood she had successfully comprehended the teachings. They could leverage the laws of power to unleash the full might of the 12 capital heavenly gods' great formation. This kindness was beyond their ability to repay. As the strategist among the 12 ancestors, Zhu Jiuyin understood his elder brother's intentions. He quickly addressed Di Jiang. Brother, let us repay this favor with our blood. After pondering for a moment, Di Jiang nodded in agreement without hesitation. Subsequently, the brothers wasted no time, each extracting a drop of their essence blood and pouring it into a pool within the hall. Instantly, the pool erupted with violent tremors. Soon after, an embryo began to take shape. Lu Chongqing soon heard the rhythmic thumping of a heartbeat. Observing the embryo form from the essence blood of the ancestors, Lu Chongqing furrowed his brow. Filled with curiosity, he could not fathom what these individuals intended to do. Di Jiang gazed at the embryo and spoke slowly. Lu Daoyu, this embryo is a great witch born from our essence blood. A great witch? Upon hearing Di Jiang's words, a name suddenly emerged in Lu Chongqing's mind. Di Jiang, fearing Lu Chongqing might not understand, swiftly elaborated. Lu Daoyu, we have named this embryo Qiyu, as it inherits the fortune of our Wu clan. Upon hearing Di Jiang's words, Lu Chongqing was enlightened. Indeed, this embryo was destined to become the War Master Qiyu. Originally, Xihe was supposed to descend upon the human race, but ended up as the stepping stone for Emperor Xianyuan. It seemed that even as he altered the landscape of the primordial continent, the inevitable fate of Qiyu joining the human race remained unchanged. It appeared that the tides of heaven and earth could not be altered. However, in this present age, it seems that the human race is no longer capable of engaging in acts of slaughter, and thus the warlord Qiyu is unlikely to ascend to the position of the Lord of Julie. Nevertheless, he can be meticulously nurtured, as he possesses the potential to attain combat prowess on par with that of the ancestors of humanity. Furthermore, following the demise of the ancestral witches, Qiyu may indeed become the sole beacon of hope for the witch clan. His retinue includes formidable figures such as the mighty witch Xingqian, which instantly bolsters the human race with several individuals whose battle capabilities rival that of the ancestors. Observing the silent and contemplative Lu Changshan, Emperor Zhang slowly began to speak. Friend Lu, although I remain uncertain about the future of my witch clan, I can sense that the cosmic tide is not in our favor. Emperor Zhang, though brash, is far from foolish. How could he possibly remain oblivious to the shifts in the cosmic balance? Nevertheless, his witch clan shall engage in a battle against heaven and earth, never retreating, even if it leads to death. They will stand their ground. After all, even a mighty father god Pangu ultimately succumbed beneath the weight of the cosmic order. Is that not so? Moreover, the current 12 ancestral witches are hardly worthy of comparison to Pangu. All they can do now is to fulfill their responsibilities and accept their fate. Initially, they had no intention of sending Qiyu to the human race, considering the latter's inherent weakness. However, with Lu Changxing's sudden emergence and his singular ability to vanquish the Beast Clan, along with his impressive physical prowess, their perspective began to shift. This display of strength moved even Emperor Jiang. It became evident that the human race was not merely a group of defenseless insects. They too could cultivate their physical forms to rival that of the ancestral witches, not to mention their innate comprehension of the laws of power surpassing that of other races. After witnessing these events, Emperor Jiang resolutely decided to entrust the last hope of the witch clan to Lu Changsheng and, by extension, to the human race. Observing Emperor Jiang's demeanor of entrusting his legacy, Lu Changsheng felt a complex mix of emotions. His purpose for coming was precisely to enhance the strength of the witch clan, thereby diminishing the influence of the beast clan in this primordial continent. The heavenly Tao is akin to a chess player. Without attaining the status of a sage, one remains but an ANT.TO break free from this game. One must first become the player. In that moment, Lu Changsheng felt an outpouring of pure magical energy erupting from his being. A surge of aura that soared into the heavens, reaching the 33 heavens above. Was he on the verge of a breakthrough? Sensing the fluctuations within, Lu Changsheng understood that he was about to ascend to the Deluo realm. Upon witnessing Lu Changsheng's breakthrough, Emperor Jiang and the others immediately formed a protective circle around him. Candle 9 hastily utilized a great formation to conceal Lu Changsheng's aura. Within the ancient beast court, Dijun, who was discussing strategies against the witch clan, suddenly looked up. The three pure ones bore expressions of astonishment. Could it be that someone was on the verge of attaining the status of a quasi-saint? Given Lu Changxing's exceptionally profound cultivation, coupled with Hudu's invocation of the laws of power, the three pure ones mistakenly believed that a member of the witch clan was achieving enlightenment. In that instant, they exchanged bewildered glances, their eyes filled with confusion. Did not this group of ancestral witches lack primordial spirits? How could they be on the path to quasi-sainthood? Dijun shared a similar reaction. Turning to the beast master Kuanping beside him, hoping he could divine the situation, Kuanping instinctively wished to refuse, knowing that, in such circumstances, the backlash from the heavenly Tao would be exceedingly severe, and he had no desire to suffer further injuries. Yet, under the scrutinizing gazes of the three pure ones and Dijun, he found himself unable to decline and reluctantly began his calculations. Just as he initiated his divination, he felt a sudden tremor from the heavenly Tao. In the next moment, he coughed up a mouthful of old blood. His complexion paling, Dijun's expression turned frosty. Remaining silent for a long while, it appeared that the witch clan was not merely sitting idle. They were preparing their trump card. With this thought, The importance of refining the slaughter, which soared with the blood of the human race, became increasingly evident. Di Jun began to devise plans for how to locate the human race. Each of the three pure ones harbored their own schemes, yet none voiced their thoughts. Remaining silent as they regarded Di Jun after a considerable time, the extraordinary phenomenon heralding the breakthrough finally dissipated. The once tumultuous heavenly Tao began to stabilize, as if nothing had transpired. Chapter 17. The 12 Divine Killing Formation. Practicing against the Beast Clan as Lu Changsheng regained his composure, Emperor Jiang and the others finally exhaled in relief. However, curiosity swirled within their minds. Was not Lu Changsheng at the quasi-saint level during his previous confrontation with the Beast Clan? Why had he only just now ascended to the Deluo realm? The inquisitive Xihe scrutinized Lu Changsheng for an extended period, remaining silent. After a while, Lu Changsheng returned to normalcy, taking a deep breath before smiling warmly at the several ancestral witches before him. Emperor Jiang shot a fierce glare at his brothers, seemingly signaling them to refrain from inquiry at that moment. A surge of the laws of power began to fluctuate dramatically, being transformed from the blood of Pangu. Emperor Jiang and the others were particularly sensitive to the laws of power. In an instant, they hastened toward the outside. Hutu was surrounded by a shimmering aura of the laws of power. Although she had not comprehended the laws herself, merely channeling them sufficed. The 12 capital heavenly divine killing formation required only a trace of the laws of power to serve as the formation's core. Mastery over those laws was unnecessary. After a while, Hutu finally opened her eyes. She gazed at her brothers, her small lips forming a perplexed inquiry. Did I succeed? Emperor Jiang laughed heartily, pride illuminating his face as he replied. Little sister, you have succeeded. We have finally cultivated the 12 capital heavenly formation. Upon hearing Emperor Jiang's words, even Hutu's face lit up with excitement. As an ancestral witch, she fully understood the immense power of the complete 12 capital heavenly divine killing formation. It is no exaggeration to say that once they master the entire formation, the Beast Clan will be utterly powerless against them, easily overwhelmed. Lu Changsheng did not linger, but instead returned to the Chaos Pearl with the embryo of Qiyu. His current task was to await Qiyu's emergence. Once Qiyu was born, he would nurture him diligently, striving to bring forth several individuals with combat prowess akin to the ancestors for the human race. This breakthrough allowed Lu Changsheng to keenly perceive certain shifts within the heavenly Tao. The emergence of the human race would likely not be long delayed, that he feared that once he reached the quasi-saint level, the human race would re-establish its presence within the world. Though the quasi-saint level is indeed among the pinnacle powers of the primordial continent, figures like Laozi would not remain idle. Upon returning to the Chaos Pearl and surveying the flourishing changes among the human race, Lu Changsheng nodded in satisfaction. The 5 ancestors of humanity had also begun secluding themselves, striving to attain higher realms. She entered the palace, her lovely face aglow with J-O-Y-to-M-Y husband. You have actually broken through? She expressed astonishment, fully aware that her husband had only been a step away from the Deluo golden immortal realm. Yet, as the saintess of the Beast Clan Xihe, she had taken 500 years to achieve her own breakthrough to Deluo. The innate talent of her husband was truly astonishing. My dear, come here, let me hold you tightly. Having resolved the affairs of the Witch Clan and witnessing the thriving development of the human race, Lu Changsheng was in high spirits. With a mischievous smile directed at Xihe, her cheeks flushed with shyness as her head lowered. Unable to resist the allure of the enchanting Xihe before him, Lu Changsheng surged forward like a fierce tiger pouncing on its prey, leaving no room for hesitation. Within the territory of the Witch Clan, the 12 ancestral witches dispersed. Hutu immediately began to channel the laws of power from the heavens and earth. In an instant, the realm trembled, and a crimson radiance shot into the sky. All beings across the primordial continent sensed the overwhelming aura of blood and slaughter. The 3 pure ones felt this unique aura belonging to the Witch Clan just as they departed the Beast Court. The 3 brothers furrowed their brows upon sensing the formidable presence that sent shivers down their spines. Eldest brother, it seems the strength of the Witch Clan has surged dramatically. Indeed, but it remains unclear whether this is a blessing or a curse. Taishang Laozi gazed at the crimson aura in the sky, remaining silent for a long time. Just as he was about to engage in divination, a cold, indifferent notification echoed in his ears. Although Laozi's expression remained somewhat grim, he ultimately chose to abandon the endeavor. He turned slowly, leading his two brothers away in a flash of light, vanishing from the scene. After practicing the formation for some time, Emperor Jiang burst into a satisfied laugh. "Ha ha! This is the true power of the great formation left by our Father God. Eldest brother, with this formation, we need not fear those two birdmen from the Beast clan. Eldest brother, let us attack the Beast court." The fiery-tempered Zhu Rong quickly chimed in, directing his words at Emperor Jiang. Upon hearing Zhu Rong's suggestion, a glimmer of brilliance flashed in Emperor Jiang's eyes. "Let us act decisively. It is the perfect opportunity to test the might of the 12 capital heavenly divine killing formation. Since there are no suitable targets, let us choose those two birdmen from the Beast clan." Upon coming to a realization, Di Jiang promptly led several of his brethren in a grand and formidable advance towards the demon clan. Meanwhile, Di Jun was engaged in discussions with the demon master Kunping and others regarding the means to locate the human race. After all, only the essence of human blood could forge the Slaughter Witch sword, which was their key to defeating the 12 ancestral witches. Just as they were deliberating, the entire demon court began to tremble violently. In an instant, the earth quaked and mountains crumbled, with many palaces collapsing entirely. Dong Huang Taiyi's expression was cold and unyielding as he wielded the chaos bell and charged out of the demon court. Upon his exit, he immediately spotted Di Jiang. "Di Jiang, are you seeking death?" he exclaimed to his old adversaries. Dong Huang Tai wasted no words and directly manipulated the chaos bell to fiercely strike at Di Jiang. Seemingly prepared, Di Jiang swung his fist with great force, crashing it against the chaos bell. The demon master Kunpeng and Di Jun hastily joined the fray. Together, Di Jiang and his companions swiftly formed the 12 capital heavenly god slaughter formation. Dong Huang Tai, he sensed a wave of dangerous energy rushing towards him. He had faced the witch clan's formations numerous times, yet he had never encountered such a sensation. "Second brother, quickly evade," Di Jun called out, sensing something amiss with the witch clan's current strategy. However, it was too late. A blood-red beam of light struck Dong Huang Tai, sending him flying. The ancient demon court's gates were also obliterated in the chaos. Furious, Di Jun revealed his true form, preparing to confront the 12 ancestral witches with all his might. At that moment, the 12 ancestral witches showed no signs of hesitation and turned to flee. Witnessing Di Jiang seize the gates of his demon court, Di Jun was nearly overcome with rage. Yet he found himself powerless. The demon clan was currently in a weakened state. "You witches, I shall surely annihilate you," Di Jun shouted angrily at Di Jiang's retreating figure. Chapter 18. Junti's abduction and Lu Changsheng's choice within the Chaos Pearl. Lu Changsheng learned of the actions taken by the 12 ancestral witches at a loss for words. He eventually burst into laughter before returning to his cultivation. The human race within the Chaos Pearl adhered to the rules set by the 5 ancestors. Every decade, they would dispatch talented disciples to the Hongwang continent to slay demons as a form of assessment. This time, the human race sent forth the 2 sons of the current human ancestor. Xinyuan.1 was named Xiaohao, and the other, Chang'e. Both had just entered the realm of the great Luo Golden Immortal and were considered the most gifted disciples of the human race. On this day, Xiaohao had just vanquished the demon clan's moon-eating heavenly wolf tribe. As he prepared to seek his next target, a golden light suddenly enveloped him, followed by a melodious sound of Buddhist chanting. "You are destined to be with our Western Buddhism. Why not return with me? In the future, you shall surely attain the status of a revered Taoist ancestor." A monk appeared before Xiaohao. Upon seeing the Buddha before him, a flicker of displeasure crossed Xiaohao's eyes. Although the human race resided within the Chaos Pearl, they were well aware of the Hongwang continent. This Buddha must be Junti of the Western Buddhism, and among the human race, they held a deep-seated disdain for such figures in their hearts. They would refuse even an invitation from the 3 pure ones, let alone the likes of Buddhism. Their only faith lay in Lu Changsheng. Others held no significance to them. That I have no interest, Xiao Hao coldly replied, intending to turn away. That a glint of cold fury and indignation flashed in Junti's eyes. It should be noted that he was a saint appointed by the heavenly Tao. Were it not for the three pure ones not yet attaining sainthood, he might have long since broken through to become a Taoist saint. Even so, he was still far more powerful than an ordinary quasi-saint. Had it not been for Xiao Hao's endowment of Marin fortune, he would not have personally come to guide him. Think this fellow would dare to refuse him. With this thought, Junti's expression darkened, and without uttering another word, he chose to take action. A mere great Luo, golden immortal. I shall simply abduct him. Upon arriving in the West, he would have countless methods to guide Xiao Hao. Xiao Hao had long since been on guard. Suddenly, sensing Junti's ambush, he retreated hastily. Seeking death, Xiao Hao was fully aware that he was but a great Luo in comparison to Junti, and thus unleashed his strongest attack at once. Junti merely shook his head, his face devoid of emotion. In his eyes, Xiao Hao's actions were akin to a mayfly attempting to shake a tree. He gently withdrew a cloth bag from his bosom and tossed it forward. Xiao Hao felt enveloped by golden light, rendering him completely immobile. In an instant, he was captured within the bag. Junti looked at the returning bag with a smirk of derision, then raised his gaze towards a direction and transformed into a beam of golden light, disappearing from sight. The direction of his departure was precisely where Chang'e was located. Liu Changshen, who was in seclusion within the Chaos Pearl, was suddenly awakened. He was astonished as he heard the mechanical prompt of the system echoing in his mind, his expression darkening considerably. Ding! Detection of the human races, Xiao Hao and Chang'e in peril. The Supreme Choice System is activated. Choice 1. Allow the Western Buddhism to guide Xiao Hao and Chang'e. Reward. Divine ability 5-color divine light. Choice 2. Publicly denounce the actions of Buddhism and request Hongjuan's assistance. Reward. Human Death Book. Choice 3. Lead the human race to ascend Ling Mountain, making a name for themselves on the Hongwang continent. Reward. Half-step Hunyuan Great Luo Golden Immortal Experience Card. Hunyuan Golden Dipper. 9 curves Yellow River Formation. Upon hearing the options presented by the system, Liu Changxing's expression turned grim. He had initially believed that Xiao Hao and Chang'e were being pursued by demons. But instead, it was this Junti fellow. This individual truly was relentless. At this moment, Liu Changxing's countenance was frigid, his gaze filled with disdain. The Western Buddhism indeed had no shame. Without hesitation, Liu Changsheng summoned the 5 ancestors of the human race to his palace immediately. The first to arrive was Suiren, who, upon witnessing Liu Changxing's cold demeanor, sensed that something was amiss. Patriarch, is there an issue? Liu Changsheng replied indifferently. Junti of the West has abducted Xiao Hao and Chang'e. Suiren, known for his mastery of the laws of fire and his fiery temperament, was incensed upon hearing that the Western Buddhism dared to abduct the talents of the human race. Patriarch, I shall set off to reclaim our human talents. Liu Changxing merely shook his head slightly. This left the 5 human ancestors present in a state of shock. Are we not going to rescue Xiao Hao and Chang'e? Given Liu Changxing's temperament, he would hardly act in such a manner. It seems the human race should make another appearance on the Hongwang continent. A glint of coldness flashed in Liu Changxing's eyes as he spoke icily. The human race must rise once more. The 5 ancestors of the human race felt a surge of fervor at Liu Changxing's words. Xian Yuan, in particular, spoke decisively. Patriarch, I shall gather the human cultivators right away. The current human race was not what it once was. Recently, Changxi had also chosen to join the human race, adding in Xihe, who served as the matriarch, and Liu Changsheng, who was comparable to a quasi-saint. The human race now possessed 8 quasi-saint level experts. The number of great Luo golden immortals had also surpassed 1,000. Now, even among the various powers of the Hongwang continent, the human race stood as one of the foremost forces. However, according to Liu Changxing's plan, these cultivators were still far from sufficient. He would only choose to emerge once the human race attained an invincible status. With Xuanyuan's decree, a vast army of human golden immortals swiftly made their way towards the Divine Faith Temple. Liu Changsheng, without any hesitation, chose the third option. The Hunyuan Golden Dipper and Nine Curves Yellow River Formation were unique techniques of the three mistresses of the dot I in the future during the battle for canonization. The three mistresses would rely on these two items to sever the three flowers atop the 12 golden immortals and the 5 chi within their chests, had it not been for the Primordial One intervening personally. The 12 golden immortals would undoubtedly have secured their place on the canonization list. Liu Changsheng intended to pass these two items on to the 5 ancestors. The three mistresses could unleash such immense power with their great Luo golden immortal cultivation. One could only imagine how formidable the quasi-saint level 5 ancestors would be. Within the Western Buddhism, Xihe arrived elated before Jin, who was preaching. "Senior brother, look what I have brought back," he exclaimed, tossing the cloth bag in his hand. Xiao and Chang'e, along with other talented human race members, tumbled before Jin. Upon seeing the human talents before him, Jin was momentarily taken aback. "Junior brother, why have you brought back so many humans?" Xihe replied with a grin. "They are all individuals destined to be with our Buddhism." Chapter 19. Ascending Ling Mountain. 1 against 2. Upon hearing Xihe's words, Jin focused his gaze. Xiao and Chang'e were both suffused with innate merit. With a bit of guidance, they held the potential to break through to quasi-saint status in the future as a Buddha. This was more than sufficient. Jin, feeling elated, remarked to Xihe, "Junior brother, you truly toil tirelessly for our Buddhism." Xihe quickly waved his hands and pressed his palms together. "This is merely my duty." Xiao and Chang'e found themselves bound by an unbreakable confinement, rendered utterly immobile. Yet their mouths were far from idle. Xiao glared fiercely, his eyes wide with fury as he fixed his gaze upon Xihe and Jin. "You would do well to release us at once. Should the clan leader become aware of this, he will undoubtedly unleash his wrath upon your Ling Mountain." Upon hearing Xiao's words, Xihe's face broke into a smile, as if to mock the gravity of the situation. What a jest! No matter how formidable Liu Changsheng may be, he remains but a mere quasi-saint. We have already 1 foot in the realm of sainthood. Had it not been for the Tao of Heaven's forceful suppression, we would have long since attained the fruit of sainthood. A mere quasi-saint dares to provoke us upon our own Ling Mountain. Is he seeking death, perhaps? Furthermore, the human race is nothing more than a horde of ants. What can they possibly compare to us? Chanting a Buddhist incantation, Xihe radiated a brilliant golden light. "You are burdened with boundless sins. Allow this humble monk to cleanse you." With a sweeping gesture, Xihe enveloped Xiao in a cocoon of Buddhist light. That very moment, a thunderous roar reverberated from the eastern heavens, echoing throughout the vast wilderness. "Bald donkey, do you truly believe that our human race dares not ascend to Ling Mountain?" This roar seemed to declare a challenge to all of the wilderness. Suddenly, a figure soared into the sky, exuding an aura that compelled all living beings to kneel in reverence. Liu Changsheng, with an ethereal presence, stood aloft in the firmament as radiant streams of light swiftly converged upon him. Is Liu Changsheng on the cusp of sainthood? The three purities felt the tumultuous waves of energy surrounding Liu Changsheng, and their expressions darkened. The three of them were among the first beings to emerge in the world, having consolidated all merit and fortuitous energies to achieve their quasi-saint status. That a mere innate human would stand on par with them was something they found difficult to accept. As for Nuwa, her countenance was frigid, her eyes flashing with malice. Her humanity was merely a tool created to harvest the energies of heaven and earth. Yet, she could scarcely fathom that one day a tool would rise up to become its own master. This was a notion she could not abide. Moreover, as a member of the demon race, she had often sought to elevate the ancient demon court. Now, however, Liu Changsheng had become the greatest obstacle in their path to resurgence. I, the human ancestor Sui Run, declare to the heavens today, I shall not return to my clan until Ling Mountain is breached. I, the human ancestor Xian Yuan, swear the same. I, the human god Shinnong, vow to slay every last Buddha in existence, seeking justice for my people. With each declaration, many races trembled in fear. The human race possessed such a multitude of quasi-saints. Initially, some had looked down upon the feeble humans, but this revelation forced them to reassess humanity's strength. Within the ancient demon court, Emperor Jun and Dong Huang had naturally heard the proclamations of the human race. Brother, how is it that the human race has produced so many quasi-saints in such a short time? For a moment, the two brothers fell silent. Their ancient demon court had existed for thousands of years, yet they barely had a handful of quasi-saints. How could they accept this? It seemed imperative to hasten their efforts to pressure humanity into submission, lest they grow too powerful and threaten the demon court. Having come to this conclusion, Emperor Jun abruptly rose. Demon Master, summon our quasi-saints at once. We shall rush to the aid of Ling Mountain. Upon hearing Emperor Jun's command, the Demon Master Kunpeng wasted no time and immediately set out to relay the message. Meanwhile, within Ling Mountain, Zhuan and Xihe wore expressions of fierce indignation. How dare these ant-like humans truly challenge their sanctum? Without further ado, the two brothers summoned the Buddhas of their sect. Preparing for battle, Liu Changsheng led the elite forces of humanity to the pinnacle of Ling Mountain, showing no hesitation as he unleashed a mighty fist upon the great gate. With a resounding crash, the entrance shattered into countless fragments. Wretch! Zhuan roared, launching himself into action. Liu Changsheng reciprocated without hesitation, engaging the two in a deadly confrontation. The other human ancestors swiftly joined the fray, clashing with the multitude of Buddhas within Ling Mountain. Sui Run, enveloped in the blazing laws of fire, incinerated an initial quasi-saint Buddha, leaving them utterly consumed by the flames. Witnessing the fall of their comrade, Zhuan and Xihe felt their hearts bleed. They bellowed in rage, seeking to strike down Sui Run. Yet, Liu Changsheng denied them the opportunity, asserting, "Your opponent is me." With that, Liu Changsheng unleashed his full power. Zhuan and Xihe, evenly matched with Liu Changsheng, could not afford to be distracted. The three clashed violently, causing the very mountain to tremble. Absent Zhuan and Xihe, the remaining Buddhas were no match for the five ancestors of humanity. In a matter of moments, Buddhas fell like leaves in a tempest. Realizing the dire state of affairs, Zhuan cast aside any pretense of restraint. He hurled the human bag in an attempt to subdue Liu Changsheng. However, Liu Changsheng deftly seized the opportunity, snatching the bag from midair. "This human bag now belongs to me." Zhuan scoffed at Liu Changsheng's audacity, incredulous that a mere innate human would dare lay claim to a treasure. Before he could finish his retort, Liu Changsheng erupted with an astonishing surge of merit and fortune. 9 golden dragons of merit burst forth from his being, and as the human bag attempted to resist, it was swiftly subdued by the might of the golden dragons. Gradually, Zhuan sensed the connection to the human bag weaken until, ultimately, he could no longer feel it at all. "Despicable brat! You dare to seize my treasure? I shall see to your demise." Zhuan was driven to the brink of madness. How could a mere insect rob him of his precious artifact? Unlike the affluent Taoist sects, the Western sect had only a handful of treasures, and now one had been stolen by Liu Changsheng. This was an affront beyond measure. "Brother, assist me in vanquishing this madman." At Zhuan command, Xihe unleashed his full power as Zhuan and Xihe fought with all their might. Liu Changsheng met their ferocity with equal fervor. The 9 golden dragons of fortune began to devour the very essence of Ling Mountain. It soon became apparent to Zhuan and Xihe that Liu Changsheng's true aim was not merely to engage them in battle, but to consume the merit of their Buddhist teachings. However, understanding their plight was of little consequence. They now had no choice but to contend with Liu Changsheng. The two sides found themselves locked in a stalemate, neither able to gain the upper hand. Zhuan expression darkened, as if it were made of storm clouds. Sensing the presence of the 3 purities and Yuhua observing from the void, Zhuan realized that these figures were waiting to reap the benefits of the conflict. "Fellow Taoists, I implore you to lend your assistance. We of the Western Buddhism are willing to withdraw from this calamity." As Zhuan plea echoed, the 3 purities emerged from the void, followed closely by Yuhua. The great calamity of the witch and demon races had already been decreed by the Tao of Heaven, beyond any capacity for change. With each calamity, the Tao would bestow immense merit to replenish the desolate lands of Hongguang. If Buddhism refrained from involvement, they would secure greater fortune for themselves. Moreover, they had long desired to eliminate Lu Changsheng. Should he remain alive, how could they utilize humanity to attain sainthood? The stakes were high. And they tread carefully, Lu Changsheng. Surrender now. The voice of Yuan Shi rang out coldly. I shall be the first to speak. If you submit, we may spare your life. Tong Tian remained silent, yet an air of murderous intent radiated from him. Recognizing the grim reality before him, Lu Changsheng understood that a fierce battle loomed. Just then, a voice resounded in his mind. Ding! The system has detected that the host is facing a predicament. The Supreme Choice system is now activated. Choice 1. Submit to the 3 purities, allowing humanity to emerge and assist them in achieving sainthood. Reward: 8-9 mystical art. Choice 2. Immediately lead humanity back into the Chaos Pearl, concealing themselves for a millennium. Reward: Heavenly Book of the God-Sealing List. Choice 3. Vigorously challenge the 3 purities and Nuwa, fighting to the death. Reward: Innate Chaos Qi. Upon hearing the options presented by the system, Lu Changsheng did not even pause to contemplate. He promptly chose the third option. It is worth noting that, purely for the sake of the reward, he would have opted for the innate chaotic energy. Kong Xian, having merely acquired a trace of innate chaotic energy, had already attained the pinnacle divine ability of the 5-color divine light. Moreover, Lu Changsheng possessed a complete essence of innate chaotic energy. In an instant, Lu Changsheng felt himself rapidly merging with the innate chaotic energy. Subsequently, a dazzling array of colors, red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and violet, erupted around him. The 5-color divine light corresponds to the 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, whereas a 7-color divine light represented the 7 forces of Law in Lu Changsheng's eyes. Kong Xian's 5-color divine light was utterly inferior. Turning his gaze towards the 3 pure ones in Nuwa, Lu Changsheng's voice dripped with disdain. Do you truly wish to engage in combat with us? Taishang Laojun, observing Lu Changsheng's defiance, immediately scolded him coldly. You would rather conspire against our human race for the sake of fortune. Is this your understanding of the great path? At this inquiry from Lu Changsheng, the 3 pure ones' expressions grew somewhat grim. However, before they could respond, Lu Changsheng continued his tirade. You are but servants of the heavenly Tao. Were it not for the passage of countless ages, you would be mere ants before me. After hearing Lu Changsheng's words, the 3 pure ones could no longer contain their outrage. They were also somewhat taken aback by Lu Changsheng's rapid advancement in cultivation. After all, they were among the first beings created after the opening of the heavens. Blessed by the Pangu great deity that Lu Changsheng, relying on the innate human lineage, had cultivated to this realm in less than a millennium. If he did not perish, his eventual sanctification seemed almost assured. Yet, they understood that survival was a prerequisite for achieving sanctification. Thus, they resolved to eliminate the threat before it could escalate. Without uttering a word, Lao Jun waved his hand, unleashing the 8 trigrams diagram to suppress Lu Changsheng. In the skies, a shadow of the yin-yang fish materialized, swiftly enveloping Lu Changsheng. Yuan Shi did not hesitate either, hastily summoning the 3 treasures Jade Rui to suppress the fortune and merits surrounding Lu Changsheng. As for Tong Tian, he drew forth his 4 swords of Zhuming, simultaneously shouting, Formation, arise! As the Zhuming sword formation, composed of the 4 swords, took shape, Lu Changsheng found himself compelled to adopt a defensive stance. Not out of fear, but due to the overwhelming reputation of the Zhuming sword formation. Witnessing the 3 pure ones immediately resorting to lethal techniques, Lu Changsheng snorted coldly. Presently, the 3 pure ones had deployed their utmost combat strength, and Lu Changsheng was no match for them. Even with the 7-color divine light, he could not contend against so many quasi-saints. Nevertheless, he would not surrender easily to in search of scapegoat. Lu Changsheng targeted Junti. For among them, his cultivation was the weakest and therefore the most vulnerable. Without hesitation, Lu Changsheng struck first. The 7-color divine light exploded forth, emitting blinding radiance. Junti, taken aback by Lu Changsheng's audacity to resist, nonetheless remained unfazed, thinking, how could a half-step Hongyuan de Luo Jingxian hope to defeat so many quasi-saints? In an instant, Zhuan was struck by the seven-colored divine light. "Submit to me," Lu Changsheng commanded coldly. And Zhuan was absorbed into the seven-colored divine light. In the future calamity of the Fengshen, Zhuan would also be captured by Kong Xian within the five-colored divine light. However, due to Kong Xian's inadequate strength, Zhuan managed to break free of the divine abilities, ultimately being converted to Buddhism. Yet, today's Lu Changsheng was not Kong Xian. His cultivation surpassed that of Zhuan by a significant margin. Given that his demise was inevitable today, he might as well take someone down with him. Simultaneously, Lu Changsheng wagered that Hong Jun and the Heavenly Tao would intervene. Present, Lu Changsheng's fortune was irrevocably bound to the human race. Should he perish, the human race would likewise cease to exist, disrupting the normal operation of the impending calamity. Consequently, both the Heavenly Tao and Hong Jun would suffer backlash. Furthermore, the Western Buddhism was one of the sanctified beings ordained by the Heavenly Tao. Should he fall, the Heavenly Tao would undoubtedly face severe repercussions, potentially leading to its collapse. Thus, Lu Changsheng gambled that the Heavenly Tao would refrain from allowing them to continue their assault. Upon witnessing Zhuan being subdued by Lu Changsheng, the expressions of the three pure ones darkened. Just then, a colossal bell descended from the heavens. "What business do the demon clan have here?" The three pure ones furrowed their brows, turning to Niwa. Chapter 21. Brother Lu, you are the benefactor of my Wu clan. Niwa appeared somewhat perplexed and bewildered. Meanwhile, Dong Huang Tai Yi, wielding the chaos bell, descended from the sky. Dijun's face contorted with rage as he charged toward Lu Changsheng. At this moment, Lu Changsheng's focus was entirely on the three pure ones, completely unaware of the two figures from the demon clan. Die. The chaos bell transformed into a beam of golden light and struck toward Lu Changsheng with tremendous force. As the bell drew nearer, Lu Changsheng gritted his teeth, preparing to endure the impact. Suddenly, a furious roar echoed through the void. "I dare anyone to harm Lu Changsheng," Giant bellowed, unleashing a powerful punch toward the approaching chaos bell. Boom! A melodious chime resonated as the chaos bell trembled in the sky before rebounding back into Dong Huang Tai Yi's grasp. "Di Jiang, you dare to thwart me time and again. Do you truly believe I fear the demon clan?" Di Jun seethed, glaring at the slowly emerging 12 ancestors of Wu. This detestable Wu clan seemed to be his nemesis. Regardless of his intentions, they always intervened. Di Jiang snorted disdainfully, casting a scornful glance at Di Jun. "Lu Changsheng is a benefactor of my Wu clan. Should anyone dare to lay a hand on him, they shall be our enemies." The three pure ones exchanged glances, falling silent. They understood better than anyone that the Wu clan was the harbinger of the calamity. If they were to eliminate them, the Heavenly Tao would surely not spare them. The consequences of disrupting the great calamity were far too severe for them to bear. They were merely quasi-saints of the Heavenly Tao, still needing to navigate the tribulations. They beheld the sudden appearance of Di Jiang and the others. Lu Changsheng felt a warmth in his heart. He had not anticipated that these seemingly foolish allies would willingly offend so many future heavenly saints for his sake. Just then, an idea struck Lu Changsheng's mind. He envisioned aiding the Wu clan in vanquishing the demon clan to unify the Hongwang realm. By doing so, the Heavenly Tao would bestow immense merits upon the Wu clan, thereby enhancing their strength. However, as soon as this thought crossed his mind, he felt a surge of calamity energy enveloping him. His expression turned grim as he abandoned the plan. Merely contemplating it had already drawn the Heavenly Tao's warning. Lu Changsheng harbored no doubts. If he dared to act upon this notion, calamity would surely befall him, potentially leading to his utter annihilation. The three pure ones regarded the sudden appearance of the Wu clan with slightly grim expressions. With both the Wu and the demon clans present, any misstep could trigger the great calamity prematurely, a scenario they fervently wished to avoid as quasi-saints. Just as the three pure ones pondered how to handle the situation, an exceedingly cold voice echoed in their minds. They looked up towards the 33 heavens, bowing respectfully. Immediately, the three stepped forward. "Cease this at once." The combatants paused, and the likes of Sui Run and others swiftly surrounded Lu Changsheng. their expressions icy as they vigilantly shielded him from harm. Taishang Laojun was the first to address Lu Changsheng, stating, "You are fortunate. The Tao ancestor wishes to see you." The only being Taishang Laojun would refer to as Tao ancestor was likely Hongjun. "Patriarch, you cannot go." "Indeed, Patriarch. These individuals are utterly untrustworthy. Do not believe them." "Patriarch, we can fight them if necessary." The five ancestral figures of the human race resolutely voiced their concerns, lacking any faith in these so-called heavenly saints. Their singular belief was in Lu Changsheng that "Oh, not worry." Lu Changsheng shook his head, addressing the group with indifference. "You must escort Xiao Hao and Chang Yi back immediately. I shall return shortly." The Sui Ren clan, filled with worry, cast anxious glances at Lu Changsheng, but ultimately sighed in resignation and turned to leave. After seeing the Sui Ren clan depart, Lu Changsheng waved his hand, and the seven-color divine light flashed once more, revealing the disheveled figure of Zhuan Ti before the crowd. This moment, Zhuan Ti's aura was in utter disarray, and his cultivation level appeared to be in decline. Not only the three pure ones, but even Nuwa beside them looked on in astonishment. How could Lu Changsheng possess the capability to injure these quasi-saints? Who exactly was this remarkable individual? "I will fight you to the end." Zhuan Ti was oblivious to the fact that Hong Jun had summoned Lu Changsheng. As soon as he emerged, his eyes glimmered with a fierce killing intent. Yuan Shi Tianzun, fearing for Lu Changsheng's safety, hastily cast the protective Sand Bao Yu Ru Yi. The three treasures spiraled in the sky for a few moments before transforming into a golden light shield, instantly enveloping Lu Changsheng within. "Zhuan Ti, the master wishes to see Lu Changsheng." Yuan Shi quickly interjected, explaining to Zhuan Ti. Tong Tian said little, yet he manipulated the Zhu Xian sword array, his gaze icy as he fixed it upon Zhuan Ti. Although Zhuan Ti yearned to devour Lu Changsheng alive, he was acutely aware that with Hong Jun Dao Zhu summoning Lu Changsheng, his opportunity to kill him had likely evaporated. Xihe, anxious that Zhuan Ti might lose control and provoke great trouble, swiftly positioned himself before him, speaking in hushed tones. The Sanqing waved his hand, causing the space before them to shatter instantaneously. Lu Changsheng followed the Sanqing, vanishing directly into the void. Zhuan Ti lifted his gaze at the vanishing Lu Changsheng, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Xihe, forcing a smile, bowed slightly to Nuwa before saying, "Fellow Taoist, this time our Buddhist teachings have been remiss in hospitality. I assure you I will make amends in the future." Nuwa sighed, saying little more. She turned and melded into the void, returning home. Only the 12 ancestors of Wu and Di Jun Donghuang remained in confrontation. "Esteemed Taoists, may I request a favor? To let this matter rest here?" Jane glanced around the entire Lingshan, nearly moved to tears. The Buddhas within Lingshan had suffered nearly half their numbers. It was essential to recognize that these Buddhas were the foundation of his Buddhist teachings. The loss of so many this time nearly caused him to spew forth blood. Truly, it was akin to lifting a rock only to drop it on one's own foot. Meanwhile, Lu Changsheng had arrived at the entrance of a magnificent palace. Following the Sanqing as he approached the palace doors, they slowly creaked open. "Lu Changsheng, please enter." The Sanqing stood respectfully at the entrance, daring not to overstep. Lu Changsheng shook his head, forgoing any pleasantries, and stepped calmly into the palace. He walked forward, soon spotting an ancient tea table where an elderly man clad in a long robe, exuding an aura of celestial grace, was sipping tea. Chapter 22. Hong Jun's invitation, a transaction achieved the way of heaven indeed, possesses extraordinary anomalies. Hong Jun remarked indifferently, like tea that moment. Lu Changsheng felt the very fabric of the heavenly laws tremble. Hong Jun, being one with the way of heaven, was indeed more than mere legend. "Please, have a seat." Hong Jun smiled warmly, gesturing with his hand as a stone bench materialized before Lu Changsheng. Without hesitation, Lu Changsheng sat down. "Taste this enlightenment tea." Hong Jun continued, oblivious to Lu Changsheng, engrossed in his own discourse. There exists a spiritual root in the universe known as the enlightenment tree. This tree takes a millennium to sprout leaves and 100 millennia to befit the name of tea. Lu Changsheng remained silent, gazing intently at Hong Jun. Subsequently, he gently sipped the enlightenment tea before him. The moment it touched his lips, he felt the principles of the universe unfolding before his eyes, as if he could comprehend them at will. However, Lu Changsheng chose not to pursue any particular principle and instead closed his eyes to cultivate his spirit. This enlightenment tea was indeed a divine object of the cosmos. Yet it bore drawbacks. Tea could enable an ordinary person to grasp the power of laws, thus compensating for their shortcomings and achieving the status of a quasi-saint. Alas, the downside was that they would remain forever trapped at the quasi-saint level, never advancing further. Moreover, this so-called quasi-saint would likely possess combat strength inferior to that of a great Luo golden immortal. Observing Lu Changsheng's demeanor, Hong Jun nodded with satisfaction. Unpretentious and calm, truly worthy of being the leader of the human race. Though Hong Jun resided in the 33 heavens, never leaving this realm, he was synonymous with the way of heaven and was intimately aware of all events, great and small, occurring in the vast wilderness. I had initially intended to eliminate you, but I have since changed my mind. Hong Jun took a sip of tea and spoke with indifference, as if eliminating Lu Changsheng were a trivial matter. Is it due to the impending heavenly calamity? Lu Changsheng posed the question to Hong Jun without a trace of reverence or deference. Others may be oblivious, but how could he be unaware? After merging with the way of heaven, Hong Jun was no longer a pure saint in the traditional sense. He resembled more a puppet of the heavenly laws, having attained immortality, yet remaining unable to escape their control. Thus, as the leader of the human race and the protagonist of the forthcoming heavenly calamity, Hong Jun would undoubtedly refrain from taking action against him. Hong Jun glanced at Lu Changsheng and then chuckled as he elaborated. You must be aware that I have long since fused with the way of heaven. Lu Changsheng nodded in acknowledgement. Following this, Hong Jun continued. For many years, I have sought a method to break free from the constraints of the way of heaven. Fortune favors the diligent. I have finally discovered a solution, and it pertains to you. Lu Changsheng, taken aback by Hong Jun's words, blinked in surprise. Related to me? Hong Jun nodded with a smile and began explaining. As an anomaly of the way of heaven, I cannot even deduce your origins. Hearing this, Lu Changsheng could not help but chuckle wryly, shaking his head. He was a traveler from another realm, and with not a whisper of information about him in the heavenly laws. How could Hong Jun possibly trace his origins? However, since you are not bound by the heavenly laws, it indicates that you can rely on your cultivation to transcend to the realm of the great Luo golden immortal and thus escape the control of the way of heaven. According to Hong Jun, the first beings born of the universe were conceived by the great Dain days of yore. When the great Tao retreated, the way of heaven took control of the vast wilderness. For this group of primordial beings, the way of heaven could not entirely suppress them. Thus, each of these first beings could potentially achieve the status of a saint, representing the way of heaven and governing the entire wilderness. All beings birthed subsequently by the way of heaven were but mere ants, easily manipulated by the heavenly laws, even to the point of extinguishing their lives with but a thought. They would likely never attain the status of a saint in their lifetimes. Lu Changsheng was an anomaly. He was neither under the great Tao's dominion nor the way of heaven's control. Lu Changsheng, let us engage in a transaction, Hong Jun proposed after much contemplation to Lu Changsheng. Filled with curiosity, looked up at Hong Jun. A transaction? What sort of transaction? Hong Jun sighed and articulated his request. The IT was quite simple. Once Lu Changsheng broke through to the realm of the great Luo golden immortal, he would find a way to help Hong Jun extricate himself from the way of heaven. In return, Hong Jun was willing to offer something in exchange. He could even assist Lu Changsheng in suppressing the impending calamity, delaying the emergence of the human race for a time. Lu Changsheng pondered the advantages and disadvantages of this arrangement. The benefits were evident. Hong Jun could help him postpone the emergence of the human race, providing ample time for their development. As for the drawbacks, Lu Changsheng could not fathom any, even after much contemplation. After all, upon transcending to the great Luo golden immortal, he would merely be endeavoring to aid Hong Jun in escaping the way of heaven. If it proved impossible, there would be nothing he could do. I accept this arrangement. Seeing no downside, Lu Changsheng did not hesitate to agree. Upon hearing Lu Changsheng's consent, A smile finally graced Hong Jun's face. He now regretted his eternal stagnation, realizing that had he known this would be his fate, he would never have merged with the way of heaven. After they conversed for a while longer, Lu Changsheng turned to depart. Hong Jun gifted him a token, assuring him that should any matters arise in the future, he was welcome to visit the 33 heavens. After watching Lu Changsheng leave, the Sanqing hurriedly entered that we pay our respects to the master, they said in unison, bowing to Hong Jun Dao Zhu. From this day forth, no one is permitted to harm Lu Changsheng. Otherwise, do not blame me for being ungracious. Upon hearing Hong Jun's decree, Laozi and Yuan Shi exchanged glances, neither daring to speak. Master, Lu Changsheng leading the human race into seclusion is a grave sin. Indeed, Master, please do not be deceived by that young man. Hong Jun turned to regard Laozi and Yuan Shi, his voice cold as he questioned, Are you doubting me? At this, Laozi felt a chill race down his spine and quickly began to explain. Master, you misunderstand. I would never. After hearing Laozi's hurried explanation, Hong Jun waved his hand dismissively. The Sanqing soon regained their composure and returned to the vast wilderness. The palace doors within the 33 heavens slammed shut, and Hong Jun transformed into a beam of light, vanishing from sight. Upon their return to the vast wilderness, Tong Tian and Yuan Shi promptly inquired of Laozi, Elder brother, what should we do now? After a moment of contemplation, Laozi slowly replied, Let us return, prepared diligently, and strive to break through to the saintly realm. After speaking, he was the first to return to the Jingyang Palace. Tong Tian and Yuan Shi also returned to their respective abodes. Opting for secluded cultivation. Chapter 23. The arrival of Hutu and the birth of Qiyu. Within the Chaos Pearl, Lu Changsheng had just returned. The 5 ancestral figures of the human race swiftly gathered around him. Swearin hurriedly inquired, Tribe leader, Are you unscathed? Lu Changsheng smiled and shook his head, indicating that he was fine. Without a moment's hesitation, he retrieved the primordial golden dipper from his spatial realm and tossed it directly to Swearin. This artifact is known as the primordial golden dipper, a treasure of innate origin that I will impart a formation to you, which, when used in conjunction with this dipper, will yield remarkable results. Lu Changsheng wasted no time. Bestowing the 9 curves yellow river formation upon the 5 ancestors, they sensed the formation in their minds. The 5 ancestral figures of the human race were filled with excitement, given their cultivation levels. They could undoubtedly perceive the wondrous nature of this formation, that it is no exaggeration to say that if the 5 of them manifested this formation together, coupled with the primordial golden dipper, they would be on par with the likes of Zhuanti. They even suspected that Zhuanti might not be able to best them. With this thought, they were eager to delve into the practice of this formation immediately. However, Lu Changsheng clearly had more to say. With a gentle wave of his hand, a colossal peach tree appeared beside the divine palace. Lu Changsheng slowly began to explain to Swearin. This tree is one of the innate spiritual roots. The peach tree. Today, it shall be planted beside our human race's divine palace, to bless our people. Swearin understood the precious nature of the peach tree and nodded eagerly. I have made a pact with the Tao ancestor Hong Jun. The human race will remain hidden for a while. You must seize this time to cultivate diligently. The 5 ancestral figures exchanged glances and promptly affirmed their commitment. Thereafter, Lu Changsheng commenced his own cultivation. Having successfully ascended to the status of a great Luo golden immortal, his next goal was to reach the quasi-saint level. The path to quasi-saintship required the severance of 3 corpses and the mastery of a particular principle to its utmost. Currently, both conditions posed a challenge for Lu Changsheng. Severing the 3 corpses necessitated the use of heavenly treasures, of which he possessed only a few trifling items, all of which were primarily suited for combat and not suitable as treasures for severing the 3 corpses. As for the principle, Lu Changsheng had yet to make a choice. Among the myriad paths, any could lead to sanctification. Just as Lu Changsheng pondered how to break through to quasi-saint within the territory of the Wu clan. Hutu received the consent of her brothers. Wonderful. Thank you, brothers. Di Jiang looked at his sister, scratching his head as if perplexed. Sister, when you go to the human race, you must exercise caution. It is not like here. And you cannot act recklessly. Shebi, and Zhu Rong quickly cautioned Hudu. Sister, if anyone dares to bully you, tell us, and we will stand up for you. Observing her brother's attitudes, Hutu stuck out her tongue. I know. After saying this, she turned and left the territory of the Wu clan. And the Chaos Pearl. Lu Changsheng sensed Huda's aura. He wondered why she had suddenly come to the human race. Nevertheless, he waved his hand, and a brilliant golden light erupted from the Chaos Pearl. Hutu was instantly drawn into the Chaos Pearl. Dao friend Lu, upon seeing Lu Changsheng, Hutu quickly greeted him with a cheerful smile. What brings you here? In response to Lu Changsheng's inquiry, Hutu pouted, her delicate face full of dissatisfaction. Brother Changsheng, do you perhaps dislike me? With her question, Lu Changsheng chuckled. No, I am merely curious as to why you are not staying in the Wu clan. Hutu, a beauty exuding the wildness and freedom of the Wu clan, was truly a sight to behold. Hutu shook her head and answered directly. Spending all day with my brothers, it's either fighting or preparing to fight. It's simply too dull. Lu Changsheng felt speechless at her words. The Wu clan truly was a tribe of battle maniacs. There was never a day of peace. You have come at an opportune time. I am leading the human race in secluded cultivation. If you don't mind the monotony, you may join me in practice, Lu Changsheng said. The Hutu's eyes lit up. All right. Lu Changsheng smiled and waved his hand, manifesting a training ground. As Lu Changsheng stepped into the training ground, the spiritual energy of the entire Chaos Pearl world began to stir. He closed his eyes and entered deep meditation, while Hutu remained by his side, continuing to comprehend the laws of power. Decades later, the human race was immersed in cultivation when suddenly, a wave of bloodlust filled the entire Chaos Pearl. The 5 ancestors, sensing the overwhelming aura of bloodlust, immediately began to search for its source. Eventually, they discovered it was the placenta brought back by Lu Changsheng, now giving birth to a great witch, and they breathed a sigh of relief. Initially, they had feared an invasion, which had caused their anxiety. The emergence of this embryo as a great witch would only bring benefits to their human race, as this great witch was already considered one of their own, a matter that had long been agreed upon. Meanwhile, Lu Changsheng, deep in his cultivation, keenly sensed the unique aura belonging to the Wu clan. Brother Changsheng, could it be that Xihe has been born? As an ancestral witch, Huda was well aware of the significance of Xihe's emergence. Wait, is it not just one great witch? After carefully sensing, Huda hastily remarked. Lu Changsheng chuckled. Having once been an aficionado of the Hongwang era, he was well aware. This other great witch must be the war god Xingtian. Without hesitation, Lu Changsheng made his way to the birthplace of this witch. The human race had now transformed into numerous tribes, large and small. In this matter, Lu Changsheng chose to let events unfold naturally. Without competition, there could be no progress. That he refrained from intervening in the conflict between the tribes. Within the Zhuli tribe of the human race, 2 small figures gradually emerged, watching the bloodlust emanating from Xihe and Xingtian. Lu Changsheng chuckled and shook his head. With a casual gesture, he directed the golden dragon of fortune to release a breath of merit, as the merit infused into them. The bloodlust surrounding Xihe and Xingtian began to dissipate. The balance shifted, and soon the bloodlust vanished without a trace. The heavenly Tao most vehemently opposes the path of slaughter, and the path of the Wu clan, which battles heaven and earth, falls within the realm of slaughter principles. In the past, the demon ancestor Lu, a reincarnated innate demon, ultimately fell under the oppression of the heavenly Tao. Thus, Lu Changsheng used the power of merit to cleanse the innate bloodlust from Xihe and Xingtian. As for the 12 ancestral witches, inheritors of Pangu's will, their merit could not be washed away. Even if Lu Changsheng wished to, he lacked the capability. With a gentle wave of his hand, a golden light swiftly entered the bodies of the 2. Swearin and the other ancestral figures could distinctly sense the essence of Xihe and Xingtian. It seemed that Xihe and Xingtian might one day, just like him, become one of the progenitors of the human race. In an instant, the merit of Xihe and Xingtian surged dramatically. Even Hutu felt a pang of envy. Chapter 24. The emergence of treasures and the companionship of Hauqiu, an ancestral, which you had cultivated for millennia. She found it disheartening that her aura of merit was still outshone by the two little ones, Xihe and Xingtian. Brother Changsheng, these two little ones are truly exceptional. Xihe and Xingtian had already integrated the essence blood of the 12 ancestral witches and even had the potential to become the next generation of ancestral witches. Lu Changsheng said little, merely smiling gently. Regardless of whether Xihe and Xingtian became ancestral witches in the future, he had ways to elevate them to the level of quasi-saint powerhouses. Lu Changsheng was quite confident in this matter. After resolving everything, Lu Changsheng and Hudu returned directly to the palace. Recently, Xihe had reached her bottleneck. She was currently in seclusion, seeking a breakthrough. The breakthrough to the quasi-saint stage would likely require no less than a century to achieve. After some time, the Chaos Pearl suddenly began to shake violently. Hutu felt a wave of trepidation, as if instinctively aware of something daunting. Lu Changsheng furrowed his brows and quickly began to calculate. As he did so, his expression grew serious. The three great malevolent treasures of the heavenly Tao have emerged. This ominous and extraordinary treasure possesses the formidable power to annihilate the heavens and the earth. The trio of treasures comprises the heavenly sealing coffin, the fallen sage pill, and the six souls banner. Among these, the heavenly sealing coffin is forged from the essence and blood of the primordial demonic deity, possessing an astonishing might that can seal even the Tao saint. Should this artifact be acquired, all divine powers and laws would become inoperative, and after 49 days, the saint would be eternally sealed within the coffin. This illustrates the true caliber of the heavenly sealing coffin. The fallen sage pill has the ability to control the primordial spirit of a Tao saint, while the Six Souls banner can directly assault the corporeal form of a saint. The emergence of these three treasures will undoubtedly attract all factions. However, such treasures also represent a tremendous enhancement for the human race. Before Lu Changsheng could voice his thoughts, Hotu's eyes gleamed with excitement as she exclaimed, "Brother Changsheng, shall we compete for this treasure?" Sensing the intense battle fervor emanating from Hotu, Lu Changsheng was rendered speechless. Indeed, the people of the Witch clan seemed to be cut from the same cloth. Nevertheless, Lu Changsheng remained quite intrigued by the three supreme treasures. After much contemplation, he ultimately decided to take a look. Hotu followed Lu Changsheng as they departed from within the Chaos Pearl. After conducting some calculations, Lu Changsheng's brow furrowed. The three supreme treasures were on the verge of emergence, yet someone had preemptively obscured the Tao. Only beings of the caliber of the three pure ones, or Nuwa, could achieve such a feat. It appears that this group of individuals has come to join the fray. Upon hearing Lu Changsheng's words, Hotu seemed to grasp the implication. "Are you suggesting the three pure ones and the Western Buddhism?" Lu Changsheng nodded with a smile and continued his calculations. Although this group had shrouded the Tao to prevent divination, they could not conceal it from Lu Changsheng, whose aura of merit and fortune was profound, and who had established an accord with Hongjun. The Tao was relatively lenient towards him. The Endless Sea, upon deducing the location of the three extraordinary treasures, Lu Changsheng was momentarily taken aback. The Endless Sea lies at the outermost edge of the Hongwang continent, an expanse of boundless ocean where the primordial tortoise once cultivated to mend the heavens. That it is truly remarkable that the three treasures have emerged here. Now that he was aware of the treasure's location, Lu Changsheng refrained from further delay. He transformed into a streak of light, swiftly advancing alongside Hotu. This moment, the Endless Sea was already teeming with powerful beings, with various spirits being the most numerous. "Elder Tortoise, we discovered these three treasures simultaneously. It is only right that we divide them equally." "Indeed, Elder Tortoise, do you intend to monopolize the treasures?" "Humph, do you really think our Tunshan clan is a soft target?" Elder Tortoise gazed at the individuals before him in utter exasperation. Were these individuals truly insane? Did they genuinely believe themselves invincible? The celestial phenomena had caused such a ruckus that various quasi-saints, even saints from the Hongwang continent, would surely come to seize the treasures. Given the strength of their Endless Seas demon clan, they were no match for these great figures. With a sigh, Elder Tortoise coldly declared, "We of the Tortoise clan shall not partake in this treasure. You may fend for yourselves." With that, Elder Tortoise vanished into the depths of the Endless Sea, leaving no trace behind. The Tunshin Shar clan leader and the others were momentarily stunned, seemingly not anticipating Elder Tortoise's decision to abstain from the treasure hunt. However, this was for the best, as it meant no one would compete with them for the treasures. Just as the Tunshin Shar clan leader prepared to speak, a colossal bell suddenly descended from the sky. Before he could react, he was crushed, body and soul obliterated. I am Dong Huang Tai Yi of the ancient demon court. This treasure is mine. Before Dong Huang Tai Yi could finish his proclamation, a cold voice echoed back, Dong Huang Birdman, are you truly devoid of shame? Following this, Di Jiang and his brothers gradually appeared before Dong Huang Tai Yi. Upon seeing Di Jiang, Dong Huang Tai Yi's expression darkened. In an agitated manner, he began to berate Di Jiang. Di Jiang, your witch clan does not cultivate the primordial spirit, yet dares to come here for treasures. These celestial spiritual treasures are of no use to you. Dong Huang Tai Yi could not fathom why these individuals had come here. Di Jiang grinned broadly and cheerfully replied, we are here to engage your demon clan in battle. Hearing Di Jiang's words nearly caused Dong Huang Tai Yi to spit blood in anger. These rascals were utterly mad. However, with Di Jun and the others yet to arrive, Dong Huang Tai Yi did not dare to act recklessly. He could only endure, his expression cold as ice. Gradually, the atmosphere in the endless sea grew increasingly lively. Renowned figures from the three teachings had nearly all gathered here. Yuan Shi of the Chan sect arrived with 12 golden immortals, while Tong Tian brought Zhao Gongming and the Sanshao sisters. Laozi, too, arrived with his sole disciple, the master of the Xiandu, other quasi-saints from the Hongguang continent, enticed by the allure of the treasures, also emerged from their seclusion. Zhen Yuanzi of Wuzhuang Temple, the old ancestor of the Underworld River, and many other Luo golden immortals joined the fray for the treasures. That moment, Lu Changsheng and Ho Tu finally arrived. Upon spotting Lu Changsheng, Di Jiang excitedly shouted, Brother Lu, over here, we are here. Hearing Di Jiang's call, the crowd turned their curious gazes toward Lu Changsheng. They were, after all, prominent figures of the Hongguang continent and had certainly heard of Lu Changsheng's name. This human race leader was no ordinary person. He was a formidable character who could contend with several quasi-saints. Suddenly thrust into the spotlight, Lu Changsheng felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth as he looked at the exuberant Di Jiang. These ancestral witches were indeed a bit simple-minded, as expected. With Di Jiang's call, those races that already harbored animosity toward the witch clan quickly turned their ire toward Lu Changsheng. If it weren't for Di Jiang's lack of foresight, Lu Changsheng might have suspected that this fellow was trying to drag him down. The three pure ones glanced at Lu Changsheng before turning away. Due to Hongjun's warning, they would refrain from taking action against Lu Changsheng unless absolutely necessary. Moreover, they understood why Hongjun sought to protect this individual. After all, a great calamity was approaching, and the human race would inevitably become the rulers of heaven and earth, should Lu Changsheng be killed. It could lead to unforeseen consequences for the human race. Compared to the impending calamity, their personal grievances with Lu Changsheng were trivial. In contrast to the three pure ones, Jin and Juni glared at Lu Changsheng with clenched teeth, wishing they could immediately devour him alive. However, for now, all attention was focused on the supreme treasures. Suddenly, the heavens trembled, and an overwhelming aura of slaughter surged forth. Leaders of lower cultivation levels turned pale at the onslaught. Following this, a massive palace gate appeared before everyone. The three pure ones recognized it immediately. This must be a secret realm constructed by the chaos demonic deity. Only by passing the trials could one obtain the three supreme treasures. Laozi quickly cast the Bagua diagram into the air. The diagram transformed into yin-yang fish, enveloping Laozi in an instant. Yuan Shi, aware of his elder brother's intentions, swiftly threw out his protective treasure, the three treasures Jade Rui. Laozi began to calculate the sudden appearance of the palace. After a lengthy period, he sighed and announced, Indeed, this palace is a relic of the innate divine demons, but can only accommodate 1,000 entrants. As Laozi's words fell, the crowd began to size each other up coldly. Such a top-tier treasure would allow one to establish themselves in the Hongguang continent with just one piece. Even a pinnacle quasi-saint like the old ancestor of the Underworld River could contend with future Dao saints like the three pure ones if they possessed such a treasure. Convincing them to withdraw from the competition was an impossible task. The three pure ones recognized the gravity of the situation and refrained from speaking first. Liu Changsheng glanced at the silent crowd and, without any hesitation, boldly declared, "My human race demands one spot. Those who disagree may step forward." He had no time for idle chatter with these individuals, summoning the god-slaying spear in a cold demeanor. Originally, Liu Changsheng intended to summon the 5 ancestors of the human race to join him in contesting for the treasures. However, given that the specific circumstances within this secret realm were unknown, and with only the 5 ancestors as the human race's top combat strength, risking a loss would be a significant setback. After much deliberation, Liu Changsheng ultimately decided to enter the secret realm alone to vie for the treasures. The gathered crowd, witnessing Liu Changsheng wielding the god-slaying spear like a demon king descending upon the earth, dared not voice any dissent. Liu Changsheng is indeed a formidable figure, a veritable harbinger of doom. Having single-handedly invaded the ancient demon court and even shattered the leg of Emperor Jun, most crucially, just a few days ago, it was revealed that Liu Changsheng had directly subdued Zhuan Ti with his immense powers, shattering the very foundations of Ling Mountain in the process. Zhuan Ti and Jane now dare not seek revenge. Taishang Laojun and others exchanged glances but said nothing, given Liu Changsheng's might. No one would dare oppose him should he seek a place for himself. Our Witch clan demands 12 spots. Anyone who disagrees is welcome to voice their objections, Di Jiang bellowed, observing that no one opposed him. The members of the Witch clan are known for their unreasonable nature. Dissent would likely lead to relentless entanglement. Thus, several quasi-saint powerhouses chose to remain silent. Subsequently, various factions began to voice their decisions. Ultimately, it was resolved that Jie Jiao would dispatch second-generation disciples, led by Taoist duo Bao and Hualing. Meanwhile, the external sect's elder brother Zhao Gongming and the San Shao would command another team. Chan Jiao sent 12 golden immortals to represent Yuan Shi Tianzun in the secret realm. Entry was restricted to those at the peak of quasi-saint level. The Sanqing and Zhuan Ti had no recourse but to send their disciples to seek treasures on their behalf. The Western Buddhism faction dispatched the likes of Huan Shi Fo and Jin Chanzi. With the combined might of the Sanqing, the palace began to tremble violently. Shortly thereafter, the palace doors creaked open. Liu Changsheng glanced at Ho Tu beside him, uttered no words, and transformed into a streak of light, dashing into the secret realm. The 12 ancestral witches followed suit, striding boldly into the depths of the mystic domain. One after another, the 12 golden immortals and Jie Jiao deities entered as well. Upon crossing the threshold into the secret realm, Liu Changsheng was engulfed in darkness. A profound force of the Tao ensnared him. When he regained consciousness, he found himself atop a small mountain, utterly alone in his surroundings. Confounded, Liu Changsheng surveyed the area, attempting to summon the god-slaying spear, only to discover it lay dormant, unresponsive to his call, as if ensnared in slumber. This secret realm, it seemed, could seal one's perceptions and senses. How intriguing indeed! Within this domain, the witch and demon clans likely held a significant advantage. Their innate physical prowess surpassed that of others. Relying not on divine abilities or magical power. Ding. The system detected the host's current predicament and activated the supreme selection system. Choice 1. Proceed northward to acquire the fallen saint pill. Reward: Luo Bao money. Choice 2. Head southward and return empty-handed. Reward: Cloud of transformation. Choice 3. Forge ahead to seize the heavenly suppression coffin and the 6th soul flag. Reward: Ling Zhuzi. Upon hearing the options presented by the system, Liu Changsheng chuckled. Was there truly a need for deliberation? The third choice was the obvious one. The fallen saint pill would surely attract the attention of Hong Jun, who would dispatch others to claim it. After all, this item was pivotal to the impending tribulation, crucial for controlling the Sanqing. Returning empty-handed was not in Liu Changsheng's nature. He had entered the secret realm with the intent of acquiring the heavenly suppression coffin and the 6th soul flag. With these 2 treasures, he could stand unafraid before the saints and possess the strength to protect humanity during the forthcoming tribulation. Chapter 26. The San Shao acquire treasure. The sorrowful 12 golden immortals. The Lingzhu is also a top-tier treasure of the world. More importantly, this Neza is a reincarnation of the Lingzhu I. In the future, it could entirely rejuvenate humanity and bolster their combat strength. With these thoughts in mind, Lu Changsheng hastened forward. Not far from him lay a vast swamp. The Sanshao examined their surroundings with keen anticipation. Yun Xiao, clad in a flowing white gown, eyed the heavenly suppression coffin within the mire with caution. As the eldest sister, she was inherently prudent. Beside her stood Xiong Xiao, dressed in a pink gown, embodying a gentle disposition, the only peacemaker among the three sisters. "Sister, is this the heavenly suppression coffin?" she inquired. Reminiscent of a caring neighbor, in contrast, Bai Xiao, donned in a blue gown, exuded a lively spirit, akin to that of a sprite. "Sister, let us swiftly claim the heavenly suppression coffin." With that, Bai Xiao rushed forward, eager to seize the coffin. That moment, a burst of dark brown light erupted from the heavenly suppression coffin. Yun Xiao, ever cautious, acted without hesitation. Bai Xiao, startled, quickly retreated. The coffin slammed down where Bai Xiao had just stood. Relieved that her sister had escaped harm, Yun Xiao and Xiong Xiao exhaled deeply. The coffin seemed to come alive, relentlessly charging at the Sanshao, upon realizing they could not summon their full powers. The trio's expressions darkened. Nevertheless, they steeled themselves to resist. Suddenly, several figures appeared nearby. "Elder brother, should we lend a hand?" Huang Long Jinrun, observing the beleaguered Sanshao, felt a pang of sympathy. Upon hearing Huang Long's suggestion, Guang Chengzi's brow furrowed with displeasure. "Help. Huang, have you lost your senses in your cultivation? What business do we have with Jiejiao?" Huang Long felt a flush of embarrassment at Guang Chengzi's reprimand. Although he was one of the 12 golden immortals of Chanjiao, he had long been looked down upon by his peers due to his lesser background. Even during the distribution of treasures, he had received nothing of worth, merely cast-offs no one else desired. Chastened by Guang Chengzi, Huang Long suppressed his indignation and remained silent. Yu Ding, noticing the Sanshao nearing their limit, spoke excitedly. "Elder brother, look! Our opportunity has arrived." Guang Chengzi lifted his gaze, a cold smile gracing his lips. The Sanshao understood that if they did not suppress the heavenly suppression coffin, they would likely perish. In that moment, they ceased their chatter and summoned their remaining strength to subdue the coffin. Fall. As their voices echoed, the coffin intensified its assault. After immense effort, the coffin eventually calmed. The Sanshao, however, coughed up blood, their spirits waning. Yet, they had secured the heavenly suppression coffin, and upon exiting, they could refine it, deeming their venture worthwhile. Just then, Guang Chengzi, accompanied by several of his disciples, approached with a smile. The Sanjiao's earlier elation faltered upon seeing the 12 golden immortals of Chanjiao before them. They exchanged glances, their expressions darkening. They were well aware of what the 12 golden immortals represented, and encountering them here signaled trouble. Had they been at their peak, they might have posed a challenge. But now, nearly depleted of strength, they were no match for their opponents. The Sanshao faced the 12 golden immortals, their demeanor icy as Yun Xiao declared, "Esteemed friends, this heavenly suppression coffin belongs to us sisters." Guang Chengzi regarded the feigned composure of the Sanshao with a cold smirk. Had he not witnessed their prior struggle to suppress the treasure, he might have been deceived. But now, the Sanshao could not fool him. Without hesitation, he retorted, "This treasure belongs to the capable." The compassionate Taoist swiftly added, "Hand over the heavenly suppression coffin at once, or we will show no mercy." Among the Sanshao, Bai Xiao was the most fiery. She glared at Guang Chengzi, indignantly exclaiming, "You are taking advantage of our misfortune." Guang Chengzi's expression soured slightly as he coldly replied, "And what of it? Hand over the heavenly suppression coffin immediately." "Indeed, fair maidens, do not court disaster. We are of the same lineage. If you surrender the coffin, we will not cause you any trouble." As Guang Chengzi and his companions pressed forward, Bai Zhao's face flushed with rage. She felt an overwhelming urge to confront them head-on. In contrast, Yin Xiao sighed and icily declared, "Very well, we shall give you the heavenly suppression coffin." Upon hearing Yin Zhao's words, Xiong Xiao and Bai Xiao exchanged discontented glances. "Elder sister, We cannot give it to them. Yin Xiao dismissed their protest with a wave of her hand, causing the heavenly suppression coffin to appear before Guang Chengzi and his group. Being disciples of the San Qing, they had claimed the treasure, and Guang Chengzi and his companions resumed their affable demeanor. Ladies, you are gravely injured. Why not accompany us? Yin Xiao, hearing Guang Chengzi's insincere words, coldly replied, No need. We can leave on our own. Guan Chengzi was utterly unconcerned. After all, he had successfully obtained the Zhentian coffin. The fate of the San Shao was of no consequence to him. Just as Guan Chengzi was about to collect the Zhentian coffin, it suddenly emitted a blinding radiance once more. Startled, Guan Chengzi retreated hastily. That moment, a pair of massive hands seized control of the Zhentian coffin before him. Lu Changsheng, upon recognizing the visitor, a glint of murderous intent flickered in Guan Chengzi's eyes. Yun Zhao's lips curled into a cold smirk. She had anticipated that Lu Changsheng would arrive, which was why she had relinquished the Zhentian coffin so easily. If she could not possess it, then neither would Guan Chengzi and his companions. That Lu Changsheng. What are you implying? We were the first to acquire this Zhentian coffin. Upon hearing Guan Chengzi's words, Lu Changsheng's lips curled into a slight smile. Heavenly materials and earthly treasures rightfully belong to the capable. Upon hearing Lu Changsheng's declaration, Guan Chengzi furrowed his brow. He had just voiced a similar sentiment, and now it was being thrown back at him so swiftly. However, he would not relinquish such a supreme treasure so easily. Although Lu Changsheng possessed formidable power, they were not to be underestimated either. Furthermore, they had received covert support before entering the secret realm, enabling them to draw upon a modicum of magical power. Regardless of Lu Changsheng's prowess outside, he could not wield magical energy, as he was merely a human, the weakest race in the entirety of Hong Huang. Did he truly believe he could overturn the heavens? Having come to this realization, Guan Chengzi subtly nodded to his fellow disciples. The Zhihang Taoist, without any hesitation, launched an attack. Lu Changsheng had been keeping a wary eye on this group. The 12 golden immortals of the Chan sect were notorious for their shamelessness. As he beheld the fierce expression on Zhihang Taoist's face, Lu Changsheng resolved to cease his politeness, that he summoned the divine elephant-suppressing prison technique within him and hurled a punch directly at Zhihang. But a hint of disdain crossed Zhihang's face. After all, he was a great Luo golden immortal. Did Lu Changsheng truly think he could injure him with a single punch? Did he believe himself to be a primordial ancestor? Meanwhile, Bai Xiao grew increasingly worried as she watched Lu Changsheng prepare to confront magical energy with mere physical force. Sister, is this guy really not a fool? Yin Xiao and Xiong Xiao exchanged bitter smiles, refraining from responding to their sister's concern, instead daring not to even breathe. With a resounding thud, Zhihang Taoist was sent hurtling backward like a cannonball, crashing heavily into a mountain. The mountain crumbled, rocks flying in all directions. Even the protective golden light surrounding Zhihang began to dissipate. He appeared weakened, his head drooping. You dare harm a disciple of the Chan sect? Guan Chengzi roared in fury upon witnessing Zhihang Taoist's grievous injury at the hands of Lu Changsheng. Observing Guan Chengzi's expression, Lu Changsheng shook his head. The Chan sect had indeed grown accustomed to their arrogance. He coldly addressed Guan Chengzi. Do you presume that confronting you Chan sect means standing still and allowing you to have your way? Guan Chengzi reacted as though someone had stepped on his tail, roaring as he charged at Lu Changsheng. Meanwhile, Tai Jinren and the nearby Manjushri Guangfa Tianzun quickly produced their treasures. Tai Jinren conjured a gold ring the size of a bracelet and, without a moment's thought, rushed towards Lu Changsheng. Seeing the golden ring before him, Lu Changsheng couldn't help but smile. That wasn't this the Qian Kuan ring. He had just obtained the Ling Zhu, and now Tai was delivering treasures to him. What a generous soul! Manjushri Guangfa Tianzun also wielded his own treasure, the Dunlong Zhuang, and hurled it towards Lu Changsheng. Holding the god-slaying spear, Lu Changsheng's expression remained unchanged, although the spear could not unleash its full potential. It was nevertheless a companion treasure of Luo, who, one of the chaos divine demons, bore traces of the chaotic divine demon's grand Tao aura. Within this secret realm, it could still exert a portion of its might. Thus, Lu Changsheng brandished the god-slaying spear and clashed fiercely with Guan Chengzi. Guan Chengzi wielded the dual swords of yin and yang, swinging his arms as he advanced towards Lu Changsheng. Lu Changsheng countered with a spear, and the confrontation intensified. Guan Chengzi, increasingly alarmed, pondered how Lu Changsheng could possess such immense strength. Despite being at the pinnacle of great Luo Golden Immortal, merely a step away from Quasi-Saint, he found himself unable to cope with Lu Changsheng's physical prowess. Even his grip on the dual swords trembled slightly. Damn it! Guan Chengzi cursed as he was forced to retreat once more. The Qian Kuan ring swiftly hurtled towards Lu Changsheng. That Lu Changsheng smirked, then forcefully thrust the god-slaying spear upward. The Qian Kuan ring landed in Lu Changsheng's hand. Suppression! Lu Changsheng shouted, and the once tumultuous Qian Kuan ring abruptly stilled. Without delay, Lu Changsheng employed brute force to erase Tai Junren's mark from the Qian Kuan ring. You dare seize my treasure? Tai Junren felt a pang of anguish as he realized the Qian Kuan ring had completely severed its connection with him. At that moment, Manjushri's Dunlong Zhuang also approached Lu Changsheng. Gazing at Manjushri Guangfa Tianzuan, Lu Changsheng's eyes flickered with disdain. This fellow had betrayed the Taoist sect and joined the Buddhist faith, truly a traitor. Although Lu Changsheng had little affection for Taoism, he found himself far more repulsed by Buddhism. With a cold indifference, Lu Changsheng swung the god-slaying spear with all his might and struck down upon the Dunlong Zhuang. Crack! The Dunlong Zhuang, inferior in rank to the god-slaying spear, was utterly overwhelmed by Lu Changsheng's full-force assault, hurtling backward and crashing to the ground. The radiance surrounding the Dunlong Zhuang dimmed significantly. Lu Changsheng, how dare you destroy my treasure? The Dunlong Zhuang was Manjushri Guangfa Tianzuan's prized possession. Accompanying him for over 10,000 years, it obliterated by Lu Changsheng was a heart-wrenching blow. Manjushri spat out a mouthful of blood, his aura diminishing. Tai Junren, steeling himself, unleashed the Mingtianling, attempting to bind Lu Changsheng. However, Lu Changsheng merely smiled, and the Qian Kuan ring shot forth, effortlessly knocking the Mingtianling aside before being reclaimed by Lu Changsheng. Seeing Lu Changsheng's ferocity, Guan Chengzi, the reluctant, turned to flee. The 12 Golden Immortals, witnessing their elder brother's retreat, dared not hesitate, swiftly taking to the skies and vanishing without a trace. Lu Changsheng intended to continue collecting treasures as he still sought the Fire Point Spear and Wind Fire Wheel. To his surprise, Tai Junren had fled. It seemed he needed to devise a plan to acquire the remaining 2 treasures. The San Shao, witnessing the retreat of the 12 Golden Immortals, wore expressions of astonishment. Though they had heard tales of Lu Changsheng's extraordinary strength, single-handedly challenging the ancient demon court for the sake of his wife, they could not help but envy Xihe. After all, what girl does not harbor a crush on such a towering hero? Thank you, Taoist Lu, for your assistance. As the eldest sister, Yun Xiao was the first to express her gratitude to Lu Changsheng. He waved his hand dismissively, swiftly turning his attention back to the Zhentian coffin before him. The San Shao exchanged glances, their faces filled with embarrassment. Yun Xiao, somewhat incredulous, wondered if she possessed not a shred of allure. A Xiao shot Lu Changsheng an indignant glare. The San Shao had always believed in their own charm, having been the center of attention within the Jie sect. Yet they were astonished that Lu Changsheng did not even spare them a glance. Now, all of Lu Changsheng's focus was fixed upon the Zhentian coffin, which was entirely black and adorned with inscriptions of the Grand Tao. The lid of the coffin was intricately carved with a likeness of several unknown mythical beasts, without uttering a word. Lu Changsheng began the process of refining the Zhentian coffin. The San Shao, vigilant, scanned their surroundings, ready to shield him. Meanwhile, the fleeing Guan Chengzi and his companions encountered the esteemed ancestor of the Mingyi, who was in search of treasures. Why are you all fleeing? Mingyi gazed in astonishment at the disheveled figures of Guan Chengzi and his companions before him, hastily inquiring about the situation. Although Guan Chengzi and the others had never encountered the venerable ancestor Mingyi, they recognized him immediately. In the entirety of Hongwang, there existed but one pinnacle quasi-saint adept in the laws of slaughter, and that was none other than Mingyi himself. alongside the three pure ones. Mingi was counted among the illustrious guests of the Purple Cloud's palace to be wise seniority. He was indeed a generation above Guangchengzi and his peers. In an instant, Guangchengzi's mind raced. It seemed clear that retaining the heavenly suppression coffin was no longer feasible. Rather than bestow it upon Lu Changsheng, who bore animosity towards their teaching, it would be wiser to present it to the venerable ancestor Ming, the very least, even if Mingi was formidable. He could not sway the fate of the Honghuang continent. In contrast, Lu Changsheng, as the leader of the human race, possessed the potential to influence the great calamities of the heavens and the earth. With this realization, Guangchengzi promptly addressed Mingi. "Uncle Master, we have just discovered the heavenly suppression coffin." Upon hearing Guangchengzi's words, Mingi's eyes gleamed with interest. However, he was no fool and fixed Guangchengzi with a cold stare. The first batch of beings born at the dawn of creation had survived numerous cataclysms, proving that he was not merely a reckless brute. Furthermore, while others might fear the three pure ones, he felt no such trepidation. Having dwelled in the boundless sea of blood as a solitary figure, he had no reason to fear the likes of Yuan Shi and the others, as long as the sea of blood remained. Mingi would be immortal. Guangchengzi understood this as well and quickly recounted the events leading up to their current predicament. After contemplating for a moment, Mingi nodded. Although Lu Changsheng was undeniably powerful, he was not to be underestimated. Moreover, Mingi could hardly believe that a human cultivator could reach the pinnacle of quasi-saint status. Such a notion was utterly laughable. Without further ado, he coldly urged Guangchengzi and his companions, "Let us proceed. Take me to see it." Upon witnessing Mingi's evident interest, Tai could not suppress a smile and hastily interjected, "Uncle Mingi, all my treasures have been seized by Lu Changsheng." Casting a glance at Tai, Mingi replied indifferently, "Do not worry. Once I vanquish Lu Changsheng, all your treasures shall be returned to you." Mingi was acutely aware that Tai was a disciple of the primordial heavenly sovereign, and thus, the treasures belonging to Tai were of little worth to him. Rather than seize them, it was better to do a favor. After some further discussion, Guangchengzi and his companions led the venerable ancestor Mingi toward the nearby location. Meanwhile, Lu Changsheng had just successfully refined the heavenly suppression coffin. Upon witnessing this, the three Xiaos hurriedly approached him to extend their congratulations, exclaiming, "Congratulations, Lu Daoyu, on successfully refining the treasured artifact." Lu Changsheng smiled and suddenly lifted his gaze to the sky. The heavens were painted in crimson, the aura of an endless sea of blood rushing toward him. Mingi, the three Xiaos instantly recognized the newcomer and gasped in alarm. Lu Changsheng cast a displeased glance at the approaching Mingi and commanded, "Come down." With that, he hurled the god-slaying spear upward with great force. The spear shot forth like lightning, aimed directly at Ming. In response, Mingi swiftly wielded his twin swords, Abi and Yuan Tu, to counter the attack. These swords were among his innate treasures, capable of killing without incurring any karma. However, they faced the god-slaying spear. For a moment, Mingi exerted all his strength to defend himself, but he was forced to stagger back 2 steps from the impact. Mingi looked at Lu Changsheng in disbelief, a flicker of astonishment crossing his eyes that it was known that within this secret realm, one could not unleash their full power, yet he was a peak quasi-saint. How could this mere innate human possibly contend with him? In their brief exchange, Lu Changsheng had demonstrated superior physical prowess. How could this be? A desire to retreat began to stir within Mingi. Observing Mingi's demeanor, Guangchengzi felt a surge of determination. "Uncle Mingi, we shall lend you our strength." The once retreating Mingi's eyes brightened at Guangchengzi's words. Without hesitation, Lu Changsheng produced the newly refined heavenly suppression coffin. Upon seeing the coffin, Mingi's eyes sparkled with excitement. Indeed, this heavenly suppression coffin was a top-tier treasure. The profound inscriptions upon it were likely priceless. Ultimately, his greed overpowered his reason. Mingi nodded enthusiastically to Guangchengzi and the others. Having recently clashed with Lu Changsheng, Guangchengzi understood the latter's true power. Without hesitation, he summoned his most formidable artifact, the heaven-overturning seal. Tai followed suit, brandishing the 9 dragons' divine fire cover. The 12 golden immortals each revealed their most treasured artifacts. The three Xiaos wished to assist, but in their weakened state, they could offer little aid. Observing their condition, Lu Changxing shook his head slightly and said, "There is no need for your assistance. Merely observe. They are but a few insignificant beings." Upon hearing Lu Changxing's words, the three Xiaos felt not arrogance, but rather admiration for him as a great hero. Meanwhile, Mingyi's fury boiled over. How dare this Lu Changxing refer to him as insignificant? He was among the first beings of creation, a figure of reverence wherever he went. A human, merely an ant, dared to utter such words without a moment's thought. Mingyi commanded his twin swords, Yuan-Tu and Abi, to charge at Lu Changzheng. Lu Changsheng, unfazed, let out a cold snort. He then unleashed the god-slaying spear, which collided fiercely with the two swords. Mingyi was well aware of the god-slaying spear's origins. He had witnessed the legendary battle firsthand. Suddenly, he recalled that after the fall of Luo Ho, the god-slaying spear had appeared in his endless sea of blood, and he had attempted to seize it, nearly facing his own demise. If the spear was so fierce without a master, how much more formidable would it be in its complete form? As fear crept into Mingyi's heart, he hastily attempted to withdraw his swords. Yet it was already too late. The god-slaying spear struck Yuan-Tu and Abi with tremendous force, causing their brilliance to dim. Lu Changsheng reached out and seized the swords, which trembled violently as if trying to escape his grasp. Mingyi watched in disbelief as Lu Changsheng, in his hubris, attempted to tame his innate treasures. It was a preposterous joke. Unlike Mingyi's calm demeanor, Tai's expression darkened. He had lost his treasure in a similar fashion to Lu Changxing before. He quickly warned Mingyi, "Uncle Mingyi, this fellow can tame others' treasures." Upon hearing Tai's warning, Mingyi was taken aback. He hurriedly sought to regain control of Yuan-Tu and Abi, but it was too late. The seven-color divine light erupted, and the swords were effortlessly drawn into Lu Changxing's possession. Mingyi's frantic attempts to restore his connection with his treasures proved futile. Gradually, he felt the severance of their bond, and his expression twisted in rage as he charged at Lu Changxing. Lu Changsheng, observing the enraged Mingyi approaching, smirked with satisfaction. From the moment Mingyi had appeared before him, he had devised a plan. Although Mingyi was not the most powerful among quasi-saints, he was indeed an experienced one and one of the esteemed guests of the 3,000 in the red dust. Most importantly, he was a solitary practitioner, in the present day. Relying solely on the cultivation of quasi-saints from among the people was a daunting task. While quasi-saints abounded in Honghuang, attaining such status was not simply a matter of chance. While the people under his leadership possessed fortunes rivaling those of the demon race, their potential was still limited. The quasi-saints who had achieved their status were predominantly the legendary human emperors, endowed with great merits. Thus, after refining the heavenly suppression coffin, Lu Changsheng intended to subdue some wandering quasi-saints to bolster the strength of the human race. This was one of his primary plans for the future. Swiftly, Lu Changsheng hurled the heavenly suppression coffin skyward. It expanded instantly, casting a shadow over the land, and then descended heavily upon the venerable ancestor Mingyi. Mingyi dared not hesitate. He quickly summoned the 12-grade Karma Fire Red Lotus to withstand the impact of the coffin. Boom! The heavenly suppression coffin collided violently with the 12-grade Karma Fire Golden Lotus, producing a deafening sound. Mingyi's complexion turned pale, and his body trembled as he realized Lu Changxing's extraordinary prowess. In a moment of deep contemplation, the venerable ancestor of the River of Darkness pondered incessantly on how to effectuate his escape. Compared to the formidable Yuan-Tu Abi, his own life held paramount importance. Although he possessed a staggering 480 million blood divine avatars, one could only wonder if Lu Changsheng had any means to counter him. Should such methods exist, only demise awaited him. The ancestor dared not gamble on such a fate, thus the seeds of retreat began to germinate within him. The 12 golden immortals exchanged glances, each discerning the shock and terror reflected in the other's eyes. That a glimmer of gold flashed in Guang Qingzi's gaze as he promptly bellowed, "Master Mingyi, we shall lend you our aid." Upon hearing Guang Qingzi's declaration, the ancestor of the River of Darkness offered no further words. once again casting the 12th grade fiery red lotus, which erupted around him with a surging aura of bloodthirst. He then hurled it fiercely towards Lu Changsheng. With an indifferent utterance of seeking death, Lu Changsheng hesitated no longer and unleashed his most formidable assault. The 12 golden immortals sensed the very fabric of the secret realm beginning to unravel. Without a moment's thought, they turned and fled. Witnessing their retreat, the ancestor of the River of Darkness erupted in a torrent of curses, wishing fervently to devour these wretches whole. Yet he found himself bound by Lu Changsheng. Unable to extricate himself, Lu Changsheng's objective had never been the 12 golden immortals. To him, they were akin to mere ants. His true purpose was to subdue the ancestor of the River of Darkness, and he would not allow for escape. Thus he sent the heavenly suppression coffin crashing towards the ancestor. The latter let out a cry, spitting blood, his demeanor instantly wilting. "Reap," Lu Changsheng commanded coldly, his words devoid of superfluity. The heavenly suppression coffin radiated a dark luminescence, ensnaring the ancestor of the River of Darkness. And no matter how he struggled, the binding force felt as though it were an extension of his own being. With an overwhelming gravitational pull, the coffin effortlessly absorbed him within the lid shut with a resounding thud. The three celestial maidens beheld Lu Changsheng's feat of capturing the ancestor, their faces etched with disbelief. This ancestor, renowned across the primordial continent as a fearsome being, had been ensnared by Lu Changsheng. With the capture of the ancestor, Lu Changsheng's spirit soared. His plans were nearing fruition. He then turned his gaze towards the three celestial maidens, who had just been poised to assist him. Lu Changsheng, a man of reciprocal action, felt compelled to protect them after they had aided him. Moreover, the three maidens had now irrevocably offended the 12 golden immortals. He knew well the nature of those rogues. Thus, regarding the maidens, he spoke slowly. "Esteemed ladies, you bear injuries, and this secret realm is fraught with peril. Why not accompany me?" Without hesitation, Bai Shao nodded eagerly. Very well, very well." Yun Xiao shot a fierce glare at her younger sister, seemingly admonishing her to maintain decorum. Bai Shao, chastened by Yun Xiao's glare, stuck out her tongue in a display of discontent. Only then did Yun Xiao clasp her hands together in a gesture of respect towards Lu Changsheng. "We are in your debt, friend. No trouble at all, merely a trifling effort." Lu Changsheng waved his hand dismissively, his expression nonchalant. The group then conferred briefly before proceeding onward to a vast expanse of river and marsh. One beheld Dong Huang Tai wielding the Eastern Sovereign Bell, having just slain several leaders of local factions from the Endless Sea. Beside him stood Di Jun and the Demon Master Kuan Peng, their expressions icy as they regarded the faction leaders poised to strike. "The fallen Saint Pills belong to our demon clan," Di Jun proclaimed, his voice echoing like thunder as he surveyed the faction leaders, most of whom were merely peak golden immortals, with only two having attained the early stages of quasi-saint cultivation. Before them, in the demon court, both Di Jun and Dong Huang Tai were nearly at the pinnacle of quasi-saint status. Though they harbor desires to seize the fallen Saint Pills, their strength was insufficient. "The demon court? We shall remember this, and surely pay you a visit in the future." After leaving a menacing remark, the faction leaders vanished without a trace. Dong Huang Tai scoffed, shaking his head in disdain. Just a bunch of insignificant early quasi-saints. Engaging them would likely see them unable to withstand even a single strike. That Di Jun gestured, and three fallen Saint Pills floated down into his grasp. As he beheld the pills, a flicker of excitement ignited in his eyes. These three pills could represent three quasi-saints at the very least. Their most potent attribute lay in their ability to control a saint's soul, thereby commanding their life and death. However, Di Jun knew better than to entertain thoughts of controlling saints. Should they be discovered, they would likely be crushed without a second thought. Yet, with quasi-saints, there lay potential. The mere thought of adding three quasi-saints to their ancient demon court filled Di Jun with fervor. Just as he was about to confer with Dong Huang Tai regarding the utilization of the three pills, several figures suddenly appeared before them. Upon recognizing the 12 ancestors of the Witch Clan, Di Jun's countenance darkened. "Why won't these rascals go away?" Dong Huang Tai's expression mirrored his fury, his eyes aflame with wrath. Nevertheless, Di Jun took a deep breath, managing to rein in his emotions. The primary function of the fallen Saint Pills was to control souls, a power feudal against the Witch Clan, who cultivated only their physical forms. Hand over the pills, Di Jiang commanded without preamble, addressing Di Jun directly. Almost incensed to the point of losing composure, Di Jun retorted, "You must be dreaming," at that moment. Lu Changsheng had arrived nearby. Upon witnessing the 12 ancestors of Wu and the Demon Clan, he couldn't help but shake his head and chuckle bitterly after hearing Emperor Zhang's words. The members of the Wu clan were indeed terrifying. It was no wonder that no one in the entire Honghuang continent dared to provoke this group of beings. They were nothing short of lunatics. For a fleeting moment, Lu Changsheng even felt a twinge of sympathy for the Demon Clan. However, upon seeing the fallen Saint Pill in Di Jun's hand, a glimmer of excitement erupted in Lu Changsheng's eyes that he never expected to be so fortunate as to find the fallen Saint Pill. As for the Six Souls banner, Lu Changsheng had maintained a nonchalant attitude towards it, especially since he already possessed the unparalleled Jintian coffin. The allure of the Six Souls banner did not hold much weight for him. But the fallen Saint Pill was an entirely different matter. He had already placed the river of the underworld within the Jintian coffin. With the fallen Saint Pill, he could forcibly subdue the ancestor of the river of the underworld, thereby augmenting the strength of the human race. Realizing this, Lu Changsheng ceased to be polite and soared into the sky, arriving before Di Jun and the others. Chapter 31. The Acquisition of the Fallen Saint Pill. Hutu's jealousy. The confrontation between the Wu and the Demon clans was momentarily interrupted as they were taken aback by Lu Changsheng's sudden appearance. The 12 ancestors of Wu wore expressions of delight and hurriedly greeted Lu Changsheng. "Brother Lu, you're here too? We were just planning to find you." "Indeed, Brother Lu, we didn't expect you to appear first." In stark contrast to the enthusiasm of the 12 ancestors of Wu, Di Jun and his companions wore expressions so grim they seemed capable of wringing water from them. Dreadful, encountering this group of Wu clan was already giving him a headache, and now another Lu Changsheng had appeared, which was truly vexing to Lu Changsheng. "This does not concern you." The cold voice of Dong Wang Tai threatened Lu Changsheng. Without uttering a single word in response, Lu Changsheng fixed his gaze on Dong Wang Tai. "Hand over the fallen Saint Pill." Upon hearing that Lu Changsheng had come for the fallen Saint Pill, Dong Wang Tai quickly glanced at Di Jun, fully aware of Lu Changsheng's intentions for the fallen Saint Pill, immediately stiffened his expression and said, "In that case, let us see who is stronger." With that, Di Jun transformed into his true form, the Golden Crow, unleashing a wave of heat. Seeing Di Jun launch a lethal strike right off the bat, the 12 ancestors of Wu promptly summoned their great formation. Lu Changsheng wasted no time either. He summoned the Jintian coffin to shield himself. As he beheld the Jintian coffin before Lu Changsheng, a flicker of greed flashed in Di Jun's eyes. He could discern that this Jintian coffin was undoubtedly a top-tier treasure within the secret realm in that moment, he wished he could eliminate Lu Changsheng and seize this prized possession. However, he dared not rush in to snatch it. The Demon Clan was currently at a disadvantage, and the presence of the 12 ancestors of Wu was already quite enough trouble, let alone the addition of Lu Changsheng. The Jintian coffin in the sky seemed to possess a consciousness of its own as it crashed heavily into the Chaos Bell. The Chaos Bell was one of the innate treasures. Yet the Jintian coffin showed no signs of fear. The two treasures engaged in a furious clash, with neither able to gain the upper hand. The 12 ancestors of Wu showed no hesitation. Emperor Zhang bellowed, "Brothers, help Brother Lu retrieve the pill." As soon as Emperor Zhang's words fell, the assembled ancestors unleashed their most formidable attacks. Di Jun felt a headache coming on, yet he still engaged in battle with Dong Wang Tai and the ancestors. Lu Changsheng, wielding the god-slaying spear, seized the opportunity and hurled it with great force. The spear flew unerringly towards the demon master Kunpeng at the back. Kunpeng's eyes widened in disbelief, utterly perplexed as to why Lu Changsheng had targeted him. He hastily attempted to evade, but the god-slaying spear was already upon him. With a piercing sound, the spear pierced through Kunpeng's body. He spat out a mouthful of golden blood, and his aura immediately diminished. As Dongwang Tai and Di Jun witnessed the injury inflicted upon Kunpeng, their expressions turned ashen. Kunpeng was a crucial figure in their ancient demon court. If this continued, his life would be in jeopardy. Di Jun's countenance darkened. Though he was seething with rage, he ultimately tossed the fallen saint pill to Lu Changsheng, Lu Changsheng. This matter is far from over. With that, Di Jun transformed into a streak of light and vanished without a trace. Lu Changsheng's objective had been the fallen saint pill all along, so he paid no mind to Di Jun's departure. He understood that Di Jun was one of the calamity's masters and not someone one could easily eliminate. Now that he had secured the fallen saint pill, he had no intention of concerning himself with Di Jun, brother Changsheng. Is this the Zhen Tian coffin, one of the notorious treasures of the heavenly Tao? Hutu, glancing at the Zhen Tian coffin, inquired with curiosity. Lu Changsheng nodded with a smile, and then retracted the Zhen Tian coffin. Hutu scrutinized the Zhen Tian coffin, and after a lengthy pause, she pouted and said, "This Zhen Tian coffin doesn't seem to have anything particularly special about it." Upon hearing his sister's words, Emperor Jiang also glanced at the Zhen Tian coffin. "This treasure appears to be less effective than our fists." Lu Changsheng could only smile wryly at Emperor Jiang's comment, feeling quite speechless. However, he couldn't deny that what Emperor Jiang said held some truth. For the 12 ancestors of Wu, their fists were undoubtedly comparable to certain treasures. "Hey, brother Changsheng, who are these three?" Hutu suddenly directed her gaze towards the three Xiaos behind Lu Changsheng and inquired eagerly. Although the three Xiaos had never encountered members of the Wu clan, they had indeed heard of their fearsome reputation. Cloud Xiao promptly addressed Hutu. "Fellow Taoist Hutu, I am Yun Xiao, a disciple of the Saint of the Heavens." She then pointed to her two companions, Xiong Xiao and Bai Xiao, stating, "These two are my younger sisters." Hutu observed the three Xiaos before her. These three women were undoubtedly among the finest in Hongwang, even rivaling her own stature, for some reason. Hutu felt a twinge of discomfort within her heart. Moreover, these three Xiaos were merely juniors, yet they dared to address her as fellow Taoist. As one of the 12 Wu clans, Hutu was of the same generation as Tong Tian. These three Xiaos were merely a few disciples of Tong Tian. Just as Hutu was about to lose her temper, Emperor Jiang discerned his sister's thoughts and quickly stepped forward to divert the topic. "Brother Lu, why do you carry the scent of the Blood Sea? Did you encounter the river of the underworld?" Upon hearing Emperor Jiang's inquiry, Lu Changsheng nodded slightly. "Yes, I encountered the 12 golden immortals and the river of the underworld." Emperor Jiang gazed at Lu Changsheng, his eyes sparkling with excitement. "The 12 golden immortals? Just a bunch of useless fools daring to challenge Brother Lu." Observing the intense battle intent radiating from the 12 ancestors of Wu, Lu Changsheng could only smile helplessly. These individuals were indeed a pack of battle maniacs. "Brother Lu, where's the old man of the river of the underworld now? We shall assist you in dealing with him." Emperor Jiang quickly urged Lu Changsheng that Lu Changsheng chuckled lightly and pointed to the Zhen Tian coffin before him, responding slowly, "The river of the underworld has already been confined within the Zhen Tian coffin." Upon hearing Lu Changsheng's words, Emperor Jiang and the others were momentarily taken aback, seemingly at a loss for words. The ancestor of the river of the underworld was, after all, a formidable being at the peak of quasi-saint status. Notorious throughout the Honghuang, how could he have been confined by Lu Changsheng within the Zhen Tian coffin? In an instant, the 12 ancestors of Wu began to take the Zhen Tian coffin seriously. This treasure possessed some extraordinary qualities. Having secured the fallen saint pill, Lu Changsheng sought a secluded spot, preparing to subdue the ancestor of the river of the underworld within the Zhen Tian coffin. Chapter 32. The Despair of the River of the Underworld. Joining the human race, Lu Changsheng gazed into the Zhen Tian coffin, where the ancestor of the river of the underworld was currently seated in meditation, seemingly recovering his magical powers. Without further ado, Lu Changsheng transformed into a wraith and appeared directly before the ancestor of the river of the underworld. The ancestor of the river of the underworld regarded the specter of Lu Changsheng with cold disdain and asked, "What do you want?" Lu Changsheng met the ancestor's gaze, dispensing with pleasantries and presenting two choices: either submit to him and join the human race, or face direct refinement and become nourishment for the Zhen Tian coffin. The ancestor of the river of the underworld glared fiercely at Lu Changshen, indignantly retorting, "I would rather die than become a servant." To him, joining the human race equated to becoming a slave. Without a second thought, he rejected the offer. What nonsense! He, the master of the endless blood sea and the creator of the Azura race, was also one of the 3,000 guests of the mortal world. A renowned quasi-saint powerhouse in the Hongwang. How could he possibly join a mere human race? If word got out, where would he put his face? Observing the ancestor's demeanor, Lu Changsheng understood his sentiments all too well. At that moment, he uttered not a word of superfluous dialogue and abruptly waved his hand. The ancestor of the River of Darkness felt a fleeting blur before his eyes, and upon reopening them, beheld a magnificent temple before him, surrounded by countless members of the human race. Sensing the presence of Lu Changsheng, the 5 ancestors of humanity surged forward. 5 quasi-saints? The ancestor of the River of Darkness discerned the cultivation levels of Suiren and his companions at a glance. For a moment, he was struck by astonishment and disbelief that wasn't the innate human race the weakest among the myriad of creatures in the primordial chaos. How could 5 quasi-saints possibly manifest? Though they were not at their peak, they still represented formidable combat prowess in the realm of the primordial. Moreover, the human race boasted the anomaly that was Lu Changsheng, a being comparable to himself. It seemed that the human race was not as feeble as he had imagined. Just then, he hastily waved his hand once more. Within the temple, a sudden tumult erupted. 9 golden dragons of luck and merit soared, incessantly circling the temple. The transformation of merit and fortune into dragons? And 9 of them at that. This was utterly impossible. One must understand that within his boundless sea of blood, he had accumulated luck and merit since the beginning of creation, yet it barely amounted to the size of a fist. And yet, the human race could condense such fortune into divine dragons, and 9 appeared in a single breath. The richness of this fortune was likely unmatched, even if combined with the 3 great sects. After casting a glance at the astonished ancestor of the River of Darkness, he gently spoke. "What do you think? Do you still perceive the human race as weak?" Although the ancestor of the River of Darkness was astounded by the human race's response, he remained resolute and retorted, "It is merely a matter of somewhat richer merit and fortune. It is of no consequence." Lu Changsheng, well aware of the ancestor's thoughts, pondered for a moment before unleashing another weighty proposition. After all, persuading the ancestor of the River of Darkness to wholeheartedly join their ranks would not only save him a fallen Saint Pill, but also grant him the opportunity to subdue another quasi-saint. With a gentle smile, Lu Changsheng addressed the ancestor. "Should you choose to join the human race, I can promise you the position of the 6th ancestor, sharing in the fortune of our kind." Upon hearing Lu Changsheng's words, the ancestor's heart wavered slightly. If he could indeed enjoy such an augmentation of fortune, he might very well leverage the luck of the human race to break through and become a heavenly saint in the future. However, after much contemplation, the ancestor ultimately chose to decline. He simply could not bring himself to believe that the human race could secure a foothold in the primordial continent. After all, the current harbingers of catastrophe were the witch and demon clans. Observing the ancestor's demeanor, Lu Changsheng's expression darkened. This individual was clearly one to reject a toast and instead receive punishment. Consequently, Lu Changsheng felt no need for further civility. He produced a fallen Saint Pill and hurled it toward the ancestor. The pill seemed guided by fate, swiftly piercing through the ancestor's flesh. Simultaneously, it left a unique mark within the ancestor's soul. Upon sensing the transformation within his soul, the ancestor's eyes widened in terror as he exclaimed, "What have you done to me?" He attempted to flee, but discovered he could not move. That Lu Changsheng coldly declared, "Ancestor of the River of Darkness, today you will join us, whether you desire to or not." The ancestor cast a glance at the fallen Saint Pill in Lu Changsheng's hand, his brow furrowing deeply. After a considerable pause, he glared at Lu Changsheng with fierce intent. "You seek death. You dare to use a fallen Saint Pill to control me?" Lu Changsheng regarded the ancestor and lightly activated the fallen Saint Pill. In an instant, the ancestor felt as though his very soul were being obliterated. Even as a peak quasi-saint, he struggled to withstand the agony. After a lengthy period, he was compelled to accept this grim reality. The fallen Saint Pill could only be undone if the Tao ancestor Hongjun personally intervened and used his essence blood to remove it. Otherwise, it was utterly impossible to, would Tao ancestor Hongjun truly expend even a drop of his precious essence blood for him. It was unlikely he would even yield a single drop for the three pure ones. The ancestor of the River of Darkness glared at Lu Changsheng, his heart seething with anger. Yet, recognizing that his very life was in the hands of another, no matter how much he resented it, he was powerless to act. He stared coldly at Lu Changsheng and inquired, "What you mentioned earlier about allowing me to share in the fortune of the human race, does it still hold true?" Lu Changsheng understood that if he were to refuse, this individual would likely prefer self-destruction over aligning with the human race. He promptly nodded. "That is certainly the case. You need only protect the human race for 100 years. And in the future, I will restore your freedom." Lu Changsheng held great confidence in himself and the human race, in fact, he believed that within even 100 years, the human race would ascend to become the foremost power in the world. By that time, the ancestor of the River of Darkness would likely not even wish to depart. Having resolved this matter, Lu Changsheng waved his hand energetically that a colossal statue manifested within the temple. "Today, in my capacity as the leader of the human race, I announce to all that the ancestor of the River of Darkness is our sixth ancestor." As Lu Changsheng's words echoed, countless members of the human race hastily knelt in reverence. A torrent of golden merit and fortune rapidly converged upon the ancestor of the River of Darkness. Upon feeling the influx of merit and fortune, the ancestor was filled with exhilaration and excitement. Having existed since the dawn of creation, this was the first time he had received such a tremendous enhancement of cosmic fortune. Without a moment's hesitation, he immediately began his cultivation. In Chapter 33. Hongjuan's avatar, a direct rejection. After observing the ancestor of the River of Darkness enter a state of cultivation, a smile spread across Lu Changsheng's face. Sui Run, witnessing Lu Changsheng's demeanor, chuckled softly. "Leader, is this not the master of the boundless sea of blood? The ancestor of the River of Darkness?" Sui Run was no longer the same as in days past. Now that he had ascended to the ranks of top-tier cultivators, he was well acquainted with many renowned powerhouses in the primordial realm. In Lu Changsheng's words, this was termed knowing oneself and one's opponent, ensuring victory in every battle. With the ancestor of the River of Darkness now allied with them, Lu Changsheng appeared quite pleased. After all, the human race had gained another quasi-saint-level powerhouse. This was indeed fortuitous, and he still possessed two more fallen saint pills, allowing for the potential to subdue two additional individuals in the future. Having settled matters with the ancestor of the River of Darkness, Lu Changsheng promptly departed in the secret realm. Only one treasure remained. The sixth soul banner, while lacking the raw power of the heavenly suppression coffin and not as practically useful as the fallen saint pills, was nonetheless one of the malevolent treasures, capable of directly assaulting the flesh of saints. Could indeed be bestowed upon the other human ancestors for use. However, for Lu Changsheng, he felt no pressure whatsoever. After all, he was not overly concerned with the contest for the sixth soul banner. Whether he obtained it or not was inconsequential. Within the Purple Cloud Palace, Tao ancestor Hongjun awakened once more from the Tao of Heaven. He murmured incessantly to himself, "Fallen saint pills?" Hongjun began to contemplate the fallen saint pills. Now that he was one with the Tao of Heaven, he spent most of his time maintaining its operation. How could he remain oblivious to the conduct of the heavenly saints? Their duplicity had grown increasingly audacious. Were it not for Hongjuan's inability to find the time, he would have long since warned them. Moreover, Hongjun understood well that despite the current camaraderie among the three pure ones, they were bound to fracture in the future. When that time came, the true power of the fallen saint pills would become apparent. Having deduced this, Hongjun wasted no words that a radiant golden light flashed around him. Within the secret realm, not far from Lu Changsheng, an elderly figure clad in gray linen, exuding an ethereal presence, appeared in the space. The elder surveyed the positions of those within the secret realm before swiftly making his way toward Lu Changsheng. As Lu Changsheng and the others prepared to advance, he suddenly sensed an overwhelmingly powerful aura surrounding them. He quickly steadied himself and remained in place, awaiting the arrival of the elder. Shortly thereafter, the elder gradually materialized before Lu Changzong. Liu Changsheng immediately recognized the unique aura of the Tao of heaven emanating from the elder and instantly deduced his identity. However, Di Jiang and the others were unaware and cautiously regarded the elder, adopting stances as if prepared to strike at any moment. Noticing their reaction, the elder chuckled lightly and waved his hand. With a warm smile, he addressed Lu Changsheng. "Young friend Lu, I wish to speak with you." Upon hearing the elder's words, Lu Changsheng's mind was as clear as glass. He had even surmised why Hong Jun had come to this place. Thus, he gently nodded in response. Tao ancestor Hong Jun waved his hand, and the two entered the secret realm. Hong Jun regarded Lu Changsheng with a smile and said, "Young friend Lu, do you happen to possess the fallen saint pills?" Lu Changsheng understood that if he were to deny it, Hong Jun would not believe him, that if he were unaware of their presence in his possession, why would he seek him out directly? Therefore, he did not conceal the truth and simply nodded. Upon hearing that the fallen saint pills were indeed in Lu Changsheng's possession, a smile crept on Hong Jun's face. He quickly addressed Lu Changsheng. "Young friend Lu, would you be willing to part with the fallen saint pills?" Fearing that Lu Changsheng might disagree, Hong Jun hastily began to make promises. "Rest assured, my young friend Lu, I will invoke the protection of the heavenly Tao for the human race." However, upon hearing Hong Jun's words, Lu Changsheng shook his head without a moment's hesitation. Others may be oblivious, but how could he be unaware? The notion of heavenly Tao protection, perhaps it could deceive a 3-year-old child. Moreover, with the presence of the fallen saint pill, humanity could gain 3 additional quasi-saints. Was there still a need for so-called heavenly Tao protection? He firmly believed in one principle: relying on heaven and earth is inferior to relying on oneself. Only when the mighty practitioners among humanity increased could they stand proudly atop the vast expanse of the Honghuang continent. "Tao ancestor, I must decline this matter." Upon hearing Lu Changsheng's response, Hong Jun was visibly taken aback. His eyes filled with disbelief. He struggled to comprehend how Lu Changsheng dared to refuse him. Initially, he had even considered that Lu Changsheng might demand an exorbitant price for the sake of the fallen saint pill. He could have accepted. Yet, unexpectedly, Lu Changsheng outright refused without a second thought. Nevertheless, Hong Jun was not entirely disheartened. After all, the fallen saint pill was of paramount importance to him. "Young friend Lu, you may make any request. I only desire the fallen saint pill." Hong Jun ceased his superfluous words and directly addressed Lu Changsheng. "Tao ancestor, I still have use for this fallen saint pill. It is not for sale." After facing rejection from Lu Changsheng once more, Hong Jun's expression betrayed a hint of embarrassment. Yet, as he looked at Lu Changsheng, although displeasure bubbled within him, he recognized that the time for humanity's tribulation had not yet arrived. Acting rashly could lead to complications in the future. Hong Jun suppressed his anger, maintaining an air of nonchalance. "Very well, since that is the case, I shall not seize what others hold dear." With that, Hong Jun's avatar dissolved into a wisp of white smoke, vanishing within the secret realm. Di Jiang and the others quickly approached Lu Changsheng, their concern evident. "Brother Lu, are you all right?" Di Jiang anxiously scrutinized Lu Changsheng from head to toe before urgently inquiring. "Brother Changsheng, who on earth is that old man?" Ho Tu, not being his sister, voiced her worries to Lu Changsheng. Glancing at Ho Tu, Lu Changsheng sighed. "Tao ancestor Hong Jun." The gathered crowd was left utterly stunned. The elderly figure they had just encountered was, in fact, the strongest being on the Honghuang continent, Tao ancestor Hong Jun. They had heard with their own ears Hong Jun refer to Lu Changsheng as young friend Lu. In an instant, as they observed the dazed expressions on their faces. Lu Changsheng could only shake his head with a wry smile. Meanwhile, within the secret realm, the 12 golden immortals, under the leadership of Guang Qingzi, had mingled with the likes of Di Jun and others from the demon race. Additionally, a contingent of loose cultivators, including the likes of Du Yizhan Run and the Mosquito Taoists from the Blood-Sea Nether River, had gathered together, seemingly engaged in discussion, observing the fierce expressions on their faces. It was clear that their intentions were far from benign. This Lu Changsheng must be eliminated. Indeed, otherwise none of us will fare well. I, for one, agree as a member of the demon race. Chapter 34. Allies Unite. The Six Souls banner emerges. June surveyed the crowd and slowly spoke. My fellow Taoists, the demon race only desires the fallen Saint Pill. In terms of treasure, the Chaos Bell in East Emperor Tai's hands was both offensive and defensive. Although the Towning Coffin was also a rare treasure of the world, it was simply not on the same level as the Chaos Bell. The only thing that could rapidly enhance the strength of their demon race was the fallen Saint Pill, which could at least grant them 3 quasi-saint level warriors. This was an undeniable combat power that their demon race sorely lacked. Thus, they could execute a stronger Zhou Tian star formation to counter the witch race. Upon hearing June's words, the assembled crowd did not voice any objections. The 12 golden immortals hailed from the Chan school, with the primordial heavenly sovereign, a quasi-saint, overseeing them. Unless someone was courting death, they would never dare to provoke them. As for the other loose cultivators, they had no utility for the fallen Saint Pill. They lacked any faction and thus had no need for it. However, when it came to the Towning Coffin, the crowd nearly descended into chaos. The Towning Coffin was the most formidable of the 3 treasures, and no one was willing to relinquish it. Although the 12 golden immortals had a powerful background, they were merely at the great Luo level. Among the loose cultivators present, who was not at the quasi-saint level, even Du Yizhanrun was a quasi-saint. Though he typically operated with a low profile, his strength was undeniable, and none dared to underestimate him. As the argument escalated, June and the others gradually interjected, "Why, esteemed Dao friends, why not let the Towning Coffin go to the Chan school? Surely the primordial Taoist would not treat you unfairly." June cleverly invoked the name of the primordial heavenly sovereign, as expected. Upon hearing the name, the several loose cultivators sighed in resignation. Although they were quasi-saint level beings, they dared not offend the primordial heavenly sovereign, a future saint. Moreover, the current primordial heavenly sovereign was just outside the secret realm. Ultimately, they chose to concede. However, they felt they still had a chance to lay claim to the Six Souls banner. Though it was inferior to the Towning Coffin, possessing the Six Souls banner would ensure their invincibility beneath the saints. Once the assembly reached an agreement, they wasted no time and hurriedly sought out Lu Chongshan. Just then, the secret realm began to shake violently. The beam of black light shot skyward, revealing a triangular shape with 6 fluttering banner tails below. The Six Souls banner. The emergence of this treasure artifact sent the crowd into a frenzy. Especially for the nearby loose cultivators, excitement gleamed in their eyes. The Six Souls banner belonged to them, and each had a chance to obtain this treasure. June, however, did not appear flustered but rather grim, his face cold. Initially, he had hoped to leverage their collective strength to eliminate Lu Chongshan. Once the human race lost Lu Chongshan, they could emerge, and the plan for the witch-slaughtering sword could proceed. Yet, unexpectedly, the Six Souls banner had emerged first. In an instant, June's expression darkened, his face ashen. However, since they had already made plans, he could not alter them. The group quickly rushed towards the location where the Six Souls banner had appeared. Near the Six Souls banner, several native forces of the Endless Sea had already engaged in battle. In the presence of such a precious artifact, they could hardly contain their inner greed. Among the formidable great Luo-level warriors in the Hongwang, many had fallen victim to slaughter. Countless cultivators perished in the fray. By the time June and the others arrived, the battle had escalated to a near boiling point. Du Yizhanren glanced up at the Six Souls banner in the sky, a spark of excitement flickering in his eyes. Without hesitation, he chose to seize the opportunity to snatch it. His quasi-saint power erupted instantaneously, making him the focal point among the crowd. Meanwhile, the mosquito Taoist remained unhurried. His eyes filled with a mocking glint that he preferred to play the role of the mantis stalking the cicada, waiting for the chance to strike from the shadows. Du Yizhanren soared into the sky, launching a lethal attack. The few quasi-saints from Endless Sea had now descended into a frenzy. In their eyes, only one thought remained: to seize the treasure. Du Yizhanren scoffed at the approaching quasi-saints. To him, these cultivators from the Endless Sea were akin to ants on the Honghuang continent. Most of them were merely strange creatures who had no comprehension of the laws of the heavenly Tao. In other words, while their magical powers had reached the quasi-saint level, they were hardly deserving of the title. They were even inferior to the witch race, who at least honed their strength through battle. Du Yizhenren unleashed a blast of white light from his nostrils, enveloping one of the quasi-saints, causing them to perish instantly. This white light was Du Yizhenren's unique divine ability, capable of ensnaring souls, and was exceedingly fierce and ruthless. Yet the quasi-saints present had completely lost their sanity. The death of their companion did not instill fear. Instead, it ignited their inner ferocity. Du Yizhenren, wary of overstepping, quickly retrieved the still wind pearl from his pocket. He hurled the pearl into the sky, summoning a tempestuous gale. Just as the two sides clashed, Lu Changsheng and his companions sensed the presence of the Six Souls banner. Without exchanging any words, they rushed towards the direction of the Six Souls banner. "Brother Lu, do you think that demon race will be here?" As Di Jiang spoke, a fierce battle intent radiated from his eyes. Observing Di Jiang's demeanor, Lu Changsheng could not help but silently mourn for the demon race. Why provoke the witch race for no reason? As the crowd arrived, the situation had already escalated to a fever pitch. Dewey had successfully slain the local quasi-saint of the Endless Sea and was poised to seize the Six-Soul banner at that moment. The Mosquito Taoist, who had remained inactive until now, suddenly launched an attack against Dewey's expression darkened. Yet he wielded the wind-stabilizing pearl with resolve, striking fiercely at the Mosquito Taoist. This Mosquito Taoist was, in fact, the first mosquito in the realm, residing in the Blood Sea alongside the old ancestor of the Underworld River. However, he lacked the lavishness of the old ancestor, possessing not a single accompanying magical treasure. If the old ancestor was akin to a wealthy man, then the Mosquito Taoist was a beggar. His only means of advancement lay in his ability to consume all things, whether celestial materials, top-tier magical artifacts, or even the flesh and blood of cultivators. The Mosquito Taoist moved with astonishing speed, piercing through the void to confront directly as he approached with fierce intent. Dewey could only grit his teeth and take 2 steps back. Chapter 35. Seizing the Six-Soul banner. Let us all join forces. Seeing Dewey retreat, the Mosquito Taoist's eyes gleamed with satisfaction. Although both were of quasi-saint level cultivation, the Mosquito Taoist harbored no certainty of victory. Forcing Dewey back and claiming the Six-Soul banner became his objective, just as the Mosquito Taoist surged towards the banner. A colossal coffin suddenly appeared in the sky, expanding to blot out the SUNIT, then came crashing down upon the Mosquito Taoist. A pained howl escaped the Mosquito Taoist's lips, while a figure seized the opportunity to swiftly reach the Six-Soul banner. The Mosquito Taoist and all present gazed in astonishment at the figure in the sky. Emperor Jun was the first to react, his voice cold and furious. "Lu Changsheng, you seek death," upon hearing Emperor Jun's words. The Mosquito Taoist and DS expressions darkened. They had yet to seek out Lu Changsheng, yet this fellow had audaciously come to them. "Let no one dare harm Brother Lu." In that moment, with a furious roar, the 12 ancestral witches ascended into the sky, their eyes blazing with anger as they glared at the gathered crowd. The Bixiao of the 3 Xiaos wasted no time, hastening to Lu Changsheng's side. Though she spoke not a word, her demeanor spoke volumes. Yun Xiao and Xiong Xiao exchanged glances and promptly assumed defensive stances. The atmosphere grew charged with tension. Emperor Jun snorted coldly. Lu Changsheng's repeated provocations against their ancient demon court could not go unpunished. Such an opportunity to eliminate him must not be squandered. Otherwise, they would lose all face in the primordial realm and become the subject of ridicule. Exchanging glances, Dewey and the Mosquito Taoist felt a flicker of retreat in their hearts. They hastily addressed Lu Changsheng. "Taoist Lu, if you surrender the Six-Soul banner, we shall not make things difficult for you." Upon hearing Di and the Mosquito Taoist treachery, Emperor Jun's expression darkened. As if he could wring water from it, he glared menacingly at Dewey and the Mosquito Taoist, his countenance filled with a desire to devour them whole. Yet he found himself powerless against these 2 lone cultivators, who could vanish into some corner of the continent, evading pursuit. Should they be provoked, their wrath would bring no benefit to the ancient demon court, for such solitary wanderers were a considerable headache to deal with. Listening to DS words, Lu Changsheng chuckled lightly, and shook his head. He had already resolved to accept Dewey as the seventh ancestor of humanity. Despite Dia's somewhat lackluster cultivation and the meager wind-stabilizing pearl he possessed, his greatest value would manifest during the next divine calamity. Now that Lu Changsheng was the leader of humanity, this calamity would undoubtedly take a different turn. Dewey had but two disciples, one named Zhenglun and the other Li Jing. Zhenglun was one of the two guardians and, after achieving success, became a disciple of the plague god Li Jing followed a similar path, ultimately becoming a disciple of the lamp of enlightenment. Lu Changsheng's interest lay chiefly in Li Jing, for despite Dia's lackluster abilities, he was still a quasi-saint, and the mosquito Taoist was enmeshed in a web of karmic power that demanded caution. Should he accept this fellow as an ancestor of humanity, untold troubles might arise in the future. Observing Dewey and Emperor Jun, Lu Changsheng smiled and declared, "Do not waste time. Let all of you come at me together." The crowd was taken aback by Lu Changsheng's audacity. Together, they thought, incredulous at his arrogance. After all, they were esteemed beings in the primordial realm. How could he so brazenly belittle them? A flush of indignation swept across their faces. "You seek death," the mosquito Taoist roared, charging at Lu Changsheng. Lu Changsheng disdainfully shook his head. Summoning the god-slaying spear with a flourish, he swung it with force toward the oncoming mosquito Taoist, who was struck heavily and sent hurtling backward. Seeing the confrontation escalate, Dewey wasted no time, but he unleashed a torrent of white light from his mouth and nosed toward Lu Changsheng. Unfazed, Lu Changsheng merely shook his head. Such powers were effective against mere mortals. But he, as the leader of humanity, was fortified by profound merit and fortune. A.S. anticipated golden light of merit surged forth to shield him. He suffered backlash from his own attack, his demeanor wilting as Lu Changsheng seized the opportunity to draw him into the heavenly suppression coffin. The mosquito Taoist, now gripped by terror, spun to flee. But Lu Changsheng was resolute in his intent to eradicate him right there. Go. The previously collected misting silk shot forth, ensnaring the mosquito Taoist, who had hoped to escape on the wings of his speed. Instead, he crashed heavily to the ground. Lu Changsheng approached the mosquito Taoist, spear in hand, as the latter sensed the overwhelming murderous intent emanating from Lu Changsheng and gulped nervously. "Spare me. I am willing to submit." Lu Changsheng knew full well that the mosquito Taoist was duplicitous and untrustworthy. We of humanity have no need for the worthless. With that, he thrust the god-slaying spear forward, piercing through the mosquito Taoist's form before he could react. Though the mosquito Taoist's soul attempted to reincarnate, the spear erupted with blinding light, consuming his very essence. Thus, the primordial realm would no longer bear witness to the mosquito Taoist. Meanwhile, the battle between the witch and demon clans reached an intense climax. As for the three Xiaos, they were no match for the 12 golden immortals and struggled to hold their ground, faces pale from exertion, with no time to refine the sixth soul banner. Lu Changsheng waved his hand, drawing the artifact into his chaos pearl. Armed with the god-slaying spear, he coldly charged toward the 12 golden immortals. Sensing his approach, they instinctively sought to flee, yet the three Xiaos erupted with newfound strength, ensnaring them and missing their chance for escape. Lu Changsheng, spear in hand, resembled a demon as he descended upon them. The 12 golden immortals were no match for him. Within moments, they were vanquished. Chapter 36. Leave one magical artifact each, alas. Lu Changsheng would not allow them to escape so easily. Coldly snorting, he hurled the heavenly suppression coffin into the air. The 12 golden immortals gazed in terror at the coffin that blotted out the sky. Before they could utter a word, the coffin came crashing down upon them, unleashing a palpable aura of death that they had not experienced in millennia. In that instant, they could no longer afford to hold back. Guang Chengzi wasted no time in summoning his most powerful artifact, the Turning Heaven Seal, desperately attempting to use it to counter the impending doom of the heavenly suppression coffin. The 12 golden immortals each summoned their strongest treasures, their lives hanging in the balance as they fought with all their might to withstand the impending strike. Boom! A resounding crash reverberated through the air. Some of the less accomplished cultivators present were instantly overwhelmed, their vital energies shattered. Meanwhile, the Zhentian coffin flew back into the hands of Lu Changsheng. The 12 golden immortals appeared utterly wretched, a stark contrast to their previous ethereal and lofty demeanor. At this moment, their celestial aura began to dissipate, and they were left in tattered robes, resembling beggars. Lu Changsheng cast a cold glance at the 12 golden immortals, letting out a disdainful snort. Each of you shall surrender a treasure as an apology. Upon hearing his words, the 12 golden immortals felt a burning shame wash over their faces. They were consumed by a desire to rush forward and rend Lu Changsheng asunder. How dare this fellow take advantage of them? He had brazenly snatched the Zhentian coffin they had painstakingly sought, and now he demanded an apology. Guang Chengzi surveyed the mocking faces of the onlookers and replied icily, "Lu Changsheng, do you truly wish to make an eternal enemy of our Chan sect?" In his heart, he believed that Lu Changsheng would not dare to sever ties completely with them, especially as he had just offended the demon clan. Even with the foolish assistance of the witch clan, could he truly contend with the might of their Chan sect? It was sheer folly. Chan sect? Eternal enmity. Do you truly believe you are worthy? This retort struck Guang Chengzi and his companions like a resounding slap. Lu Changsheng, you seek your own demise. Guang Chengzi could no longer contain his fury. The 12 golden immortals were accustomed to being revered wherever they went. When had they ever suffered such humiliation? Upon hearing Guang Chengzi's words, Lu Changsheng wasted no breath and promptly hurled the Zhentian coffin once more. As he made this move, Guang Chengzi was struck with sheer terror. He looked up the Zhentian coffin above him and was compelled to concede. "Brothers, give him your treasures." Upon hearing Guang Chengzi's capitulation, the 12 golden immortals flushed with indignation. "Brother, let us fight him. Guang Chengzi, we absolutely cannot concede. Indeed, does he truly dare to kill us?" After hearing their exclamations, Lu Changsheng coldly replied, "You may certainly try and see if I dare to kill you." The 12 golden immortals turned pale, thoroughly frightened, resembling headless flies as they gazed at Guang Chengzi for guidance. "We are but fish on the chopping block." Guang Chengzi sighed deeply. He waved his hand, and a resplendent celestial garment materialized before them. Lu Changsheng recognized this artifact as the Bagua purple robe, which rendered its wearer impervious to blades and fire. Though not the pinnacle of treasures, it was still valuable. Soon after, each of the 12 golden immortals relinquished a treasure. Examining the artifacts before him, Lu Changsheng noted that none were of superior quality. However, he cared little, having achieved his objective. Treasures akin to the heaven-toppling seal and the jade purification bottle were far too precious for them to part with unless he were to kill them and seize their treasures. Yet, the time was not ripe for such actions. Should he slay the 12 golden immortals, he would undoubtedly face a desperate retaliation from not only the primal forces, but also the three purities and Hongjun. With his current strength, he was not yet capable of contending against them. However, that would soon change. Once he reached quasi-saint status, he would possess the power to challenge the three purities. Would you not take your leave? Lu Changsheng waved his hand, gathering all the treasures into his possession as he coldly admonished the 12 golden immortals. Despite the ire burning within them, they had no recourse. With heads bowed, they swiftly transformed into streaks of light and vanished from sight. Observing the utterly disheveled 12 golden immortals, the Sanshao sisters regarded Lu Changsheng with admiration. These 12 golden immortals were notorious tyrants within their sects, yet Lu Changsheng had compelled them to part with their treasures and flee in disgrace. Especially Bai Xiao. Had it not been for her two sisters' fierce glares, she might have leaped forward in excitement. After dealing with the 12 golden immortals, Lu Changsheng cast an icy gaze at the surrounding crowd. "What? Do you wish to test my Zhentian coffin as well?" Upon hearing Lu Changsheng's chilling warning, the onlookers dared not linger. Although some possessed slightly higher cultivation than the 12 golden immortals, it was only marginally so. If the 12 golden immortals fell before Lu Changsheng, what chance did they have? Without uttering a word, the spectators hastily dispersed, watching the 12 ancestor witches besiege Dijun and Tai Yi. A cold smile crept across Lu Changsheng's face. Deprived of the demon master Kuimping, the demon clan was left only to passively endure their fate. Armed with the god-slaying spear, Lu Changsheng proclaimed, as if announcing to the heavens, Dijun, it is time to settle our accounts. Dijun felt his heart plummet. Dealing with the 12 ancestor witches was already a monumental challenge. Now, with the terrifying Lu Changsheng added to the fray, escape became imperative. Glancing at one another, Dijun and Tai Yi prepared to flee. Alas, Lu Changsheng would not grant them such an opportunity. With a fierce swing of the god-slaying spear, he struck down upon Tai. Caught off guard, Tai Yi had no choice but to endure the blow. A resounding thud echoed as Tai Yi was sent hurtling backward, just as Lu Changsheng closed in to deliver the final blow. A golden light erupted in the heavens. This golden radiance enveloped Dijun and Tai Yi, rendering them utterly vanished. Sensing the unique aura of the heavenly Tao, Lu Changsheng let out a cold snort. Expressing his discontent, Chapter 37. The Return of the Wayfarer, the seventh ancestor of humanity. Clearly, Dijun and Tai Yi had been rescued by the heavenly T. Simpongjun was preparing to initiate a great calamity. With this thought, Lu Changsheng abruptly lifted his gaze toward the realm beyond the secret domain. Within the Xihe palace, Hongjun sat upon a mat that Dijun and Tai Yi knelt before him, looking utterly disheveled. After a long pause, Hongjun shook his head and waved his hand that a surge of law's power flooded the Xihe palace. Upon sensing the pure essence of this law's power, Dijun and Tai Yi finally exhaled in relief. They exchanged glances, then bitterly expressed their gratitude. "Thank you, Tao Ancestor, for saving our lives." Hongjun glanced at them and said nothing further to owe him. These two were merely pawns. Were it not for their utility, he would not have bothered to save them. What of Kunpeng's injuries? The demon master Kunpeng was a crucial element in this great calamity. He must not perish. Upon hearing Hongjun's inquiry, Dijun hastily responded, "Tao Ancestor, Kunpeng's injuries are quite severe." Following this, Tai Yi withdrew the chaos spell, revealing the demon master Kunpeng within the Xihe palace. The celestial aura surrounding Kunpeng had dissipated entirely, and even the law's power began to crumble. Hongjun was somewhat taken aback. How had the demon master Kunpeng sustained such grave injuries? However, upon reflection, he quickly understood Lu Changsheng wielded one of the primal treasures of the demon ancestor Ryu in the past, even when he, alongside the ancestor of Yin and Yang, confronted Rahu. They could only claim a Pyrrhic victory. Hongjun observed the heavenly Tao, and soon a radiant light enveloped the demon master Kunpeng. Moments later, Kunpeng's injuries began to mend rapidly. The celestial aura that had vanished reemerged, and the laws stabilized, nearly touching the realm of the Tao. Dijun and Tai Yi exchanged glances, their hearts heavy. The demon master Kunpeng had not only escaped misfortune, but had gained from it. After Hongjun concluded his actions, he sighed and said, "You may return." Dijun and Tai Yi hurriedly bowed to Hongjun before turning to exit the Xihe palace. Once they had departed, Hongjun sighed again, murmuring softly, "Lu Changsheng, you grow increasingly inscrutable." After much contemplation, Hongjun once more fused with the heavenly Tao. Within the secret realm, having resolved all matters, the crowd prepared to leave. After all, the treasure hunt had come to an end, resulting in Lu Changsheng acquiring 3 extraordinary treasures. Lu Changsheng quickly submerged his consciousness into the Zhentian coffin. Before departing the secret realm, he had one final task to complete: to confront the Taoist Du Yi. Within the Zhentian coffin, Du Yi gazed at the suddenly appearing Lu Changsheng, momentarily at a loss for words. After a lengthy silence, Du Yi finally could not contain himself and said to Lu Changsheng, "Today, I find myself in your grasp. Do with me as you will." Glancing at the resolute expression on Du Yi's face, Lu Changsheng suddenly smiled. "Du Yi, why not join the 3 teachings?" Upon being abruptly questioned by Lu Changsheng, the Taoist Master Yi felt as though his mind was overwhelmed. He simply could not comprehend why Lu Changsheng would pose such a question. While he had contemplated joining the 3 purities, he was acutely aware that no one desired him. Laozi, the Grand Master, had but a single disciple, the illustrious Xuan Du, and it was inconceivable that he would take notice of him. As for the Chan sect, it emphasized lineage. Among the 12 golden immortals, aside from the yellow dragon, the rest were prodigies of heaven and earth, inherently endowed with formidable backgrounds and destinies. Regarding the Xihe sect, Tong Tian had never favored disciples who engaged in cunning schemes. Being a solitary cultivator, Dui's temperament and disposition were entirely at odds with such an environment. Sensing Dui's thoughts, Lu Chongqing spoke with a cheerful demeanor. Taoist Master Dui, would you be willing to join our human race? Dui was clearly taken aback by this unexpected invitation. He gazed intently at Lu Chongqing, utterly astonished that he would extend such an offer. However, Dui harbored his own reservations, although the three purities had yet to attain sainthood. The reasons were well known. Essentially, it was due to the collective retreat of the human race, which left them without opportunities to impart the Tao. Dui understood that the current three purities, aside from lacking the recognition and baptism of the heavenly Tao, bore no fundamental difference from saints. Even Buddhism was stronger than the human race. The human constitution was exceedingly frail, making it challenging even to achieve immortality, let alone establish oneself in the boundless wilderness, an utterly impossible endeavor. With a light chuckle, Lu Chongqing took Dui by the hand, and they vanished into the Chaos Pearl. Soon as they entered, Xihe and the recently subdued patriarch of the underworld rushed over. Taoist Master Yi, the patriarch of the underworld, clearly recognized him. He looked at the patriarch with disbelief, fully aware that he was a seasoned quasi-saint. In fact, Dui had previously sought the patriarch's guidance on achieving quasi-saint status amidst the boundless sea of blood. To his astonishment, he found that even the patriarch of the underworld had joined the human race. This thought stirred something within Dui. He quickly glanced at Xihe and the others, who were all, without exception, quasi-saint level beings. Dui, if you join our human race, not only will you find sanctuary, but you will also enjoy the blessings of our people's fortune. Lu Chongqing, seemingly concerned that Dui might not grasp the significance, elaborated further. As the leader of the human race, I shall designate you as our seventh ancestral patriarch, revered and worshipped by the populace. Upon hearing Lu Chongqing's promise, Dui immediately turned to the patriarch of the underworld, seeking confirmation of its veracity. Although the patriarch had initially been reluctant, since joining the human race, he had gained an abundance of fortune and merits, which filled him with excitement. Without hesitation, he nodded at Dui. With this affirmation, Dui made up his mind. After all, he had always been a solitary wanderer, and no one understood better than him how difficult it was for a background-less solitary cultivator to navigate the treacherous wilderness where the strong preyed upon the weak. Sighing, he addressed Lu Chongqing. I, Dui, am willing to join the human race. With Dui's agreement, Lu Chongqing wasted no time. He waved his hand, and a statue of Taoist Master Di materialized in the temple. Di, filled with gratitude, respectfully spoke, "Thank you, clan leader, for establishing this statue in my honor." Chapter 38. Exiting the secret realm. Did the three purities really endure? Upon hearing Di's change of address, Lu Chongqing smiled gently, and "Oh, need for thanks. This is what you rightfully deserve." Dui felt that the fortune and merits he gained in that moment surpassed those he had accumulated over several millennia. Moreover, the fortune of the human race was so abundant that it could condense into 9 streams of merit. As a member of the human race's elite, he could indeed utilize this merit to enhance his cultivation. Reflecting on his previous desire to align with the three purities, he now realized how foolish he had been. If he had joined them, he would likely have remained an ordinary second-generation disciple, possibly even an insignificant one, receiving meager shares of merit. Now, as he joined the human race, the sheer amount of merit astounded him. Observing Di's expression, Lu Chongqing felt a sense of pride. It was clear that Dui would never consider leaving the human race again, especially since he was now bound to its fortune. If the human race fell into decline, so too would he. Xihe, how fares your practice of the 9 curves yellow river formation? After Lu Chongqing's inquiry, Xihe eagerly replied, "Clan leader, we have mastered its application." With Xihe's affirmative response, a smile graced Lu Chongqing's face. The 5 ancestors of the human race had successfully cultivated the 9 curves yellow river grand formation, and their cultivation had reached the quasi-saint level, enabling them to confine saints. However, killing one remained out of reach. Confining a heavenly Tao saint was already a daunting task. Lu Chongqing was thoroughly satisfied with this outcome. Patriarch of the underworld, you shall join our human race, and today I bestow upon you the Six Souls banner." With that, Lu Chongqing tossed the banner before the patriarch. Originally, he had intended to present the Six Souls banner to Dui, but after careful consideration, he chose to give it to the patriarch instead. Not for any other reason, but because the patriarch's strength surpassed that of Dui, and, crucially, Dui had yet to fully commit to the human race. The patriarch of the underworld gazed at the floating Six Souls banner with uncontainable excitement. Having participated in the treasure hunt within the secret realm, he was well aware of the banner's formidable capabilities. Although it was not as powerful as the heavenly suppressing coffin, it was nonetheless an extraordinary treasure. The Six Souls banner could directly assault a saint's physical form, inflicting genuine harm. With this artifact, the patriarch could effectively contend against heavenly Tao saints. Once the matters concerning the human race were settled, Lu Chongsheng finally departed from the Chaos Pearl. Meanwhile, the Earth Mother glanced at the crumbling secret realm and urged, "Brother Chongsheng, this realm is on the verge of collapse. We should hasten our exit." The three Xiaos were filled with apprehension, particularly since Yuanshi Tianzuan was still outside. Given Lu Chongqing's recent treatment of the 12 Golden Immortals, it was unlikely that Yuanshi Tianzuan would let him off easily. The three Xiaos began contemplating whether to seek their master's assistance upon exiting the secret realm, for only their master could contend with Yuanshi Tianzuan. Lu Chongsheng, observing the anxious expressions of the three Xiaos, smiled reassuringly. "You need not worry. Rest assured that Yuanshi will not harm me." Upon hearing Lu Chongqing's words, Bi Xiao instinctively felt compelled to retort. Yet for reasons unknown, the usually sharp-tongued Bi Xiao found herself utterly speechless in Lu Chongqing's presence. Yin Xiao, standing beside her, remained silent as well. Outside the secret realm, Yuanshi Tianzuan regarded his disheveled disciples with a cold demeanor, reprimanding, "You lot have truly brought shame upon our Chan sect." At Yuanshi Tianzuan's rebuke, the 12 Golden Immortals bowed their heads, too fearful to utter a word. They dared not voice any objections, knowing full well that such defiance could lead to their expulsion from the Chan sect. The three purities were fully aware of everything that transpired within the secret realm, although they were oblivious to the events inside the heavenly suppressing coffin and the Chaos Pearl. Tong Tian observed Yuanshi, chastising his disciples with a mocking smile. Scoffing, "Ha ha ha, brother, this is all the will of heaven. It cannot be altered." Upon hearing Tong Tian's taunt, Yuanshi Tianzuan, already in a foul mood, nearly spat blood in frustration. This statement echoed his own words during the incident when the 12 Golden Immortals had fought over the treasures of the three Xiaos. Now he found himself at the receiving end of such irony. With no means to retort, he could only glare fiercely at his incompetent disciples. "Upon your return to the Chan sect, each of you shall be confined to your respective sanctuaries. Without my permission, you are absolutely forbidden from descending the mountain." While his tone was severe, the 12 Golden Immortals understood that their master was merely seeking a way to save face. They did not dare to protest and hastily responded, "Yes, master." At that moment, the secret realm completely collapsed, vanishing without a trace as though it had never existed. Lu Chongsheng and the others gradually appeared before the crowd. "Disciples, come forth quickly." Tong Tian, filled with concern for Sanxiao's injuries, hastily called out to him. Sanxiao smiled at Lu Chongsheng, then transformed into a streak of light, instantly appearing before Tong Tian. Tong Tian anxiously scrutinized him from head to toe, and upon confirming that he was unharmed, he let out a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, the 12 ancestors of Wu stood vigilantly before Lu Chongsheng, their faces etched with concern, for the primordial heavenly sovereign's expression was as grim as that of a ravenous tiger. The primordial heavenly sovereign struggled to suppress the fury brewing within him, on the verge of losing control. Sensing this, Laozi swiftly conveyed a message to him. In an instant, the primordial heavenly sovereign appeared deflated, like a punctured balloon. With a heavy sigh, he said nothing further and stormed away in a huff. Those present were momentarily stunned, unable to believe their eyes. How could it be that the revered primordial, the leader of the Chan teaching, simply endured this? It was unfathomable. Even the 12 ancestors of Wu wore expressions of shock and disbelief. Lu Chongsheng understood the underlying situation. The old fellow, the primordial heavenly sovereign, was likely preoccupied with the looming catastrophe of the heavens. Chapter 39. Return to Humanity. Taking in Xihe Lu Changsheng. I hope you tread carefully. Just as the primordial heavenly sovereign departed, his cold voice echoed in Lu Changsheng's ears. The threat posed by the primordial held no weight in Lu Changsheng's mind. Not only did he doubt the sovereign's capacity to act, but he also felt no fear should a confrontation arise. Once everything was settled, Lu Changsheng returned to the Chaos Pearl, that she was still engrossed in her secluded cultivation, seeking a breakthrough. So Lu Changsheng refrained from disturbing her. He headed straight to the place where the human ancestor was sequestered, only to find it utterly deserted. Where could these individuals have gone? Could something have transpired? Furrowing his brow, Lu Changsheng swiftly probed with his divine sense. This inquiry led to a momentous revelation. Xihe had commenced his cultivation. No wonder the others were absent. Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Changsheng hurried to the Juli tribe. Within the Juli tribe, the surrounding human ancestors gazed at Xihe with expressions of curiosity. Sui Ren was practically bursting with excitement. They had all bestowed the fortunes of heaven and earth upon Xihe, and now he wished to witness just how far this young lad could ascend. After all, his potential, aside from formidable lineage and great fortune, was nearly unparalleled. Xihe radiated a profound aura of celestial merit, with visible spirals of unique laws manifesting around him. Ancestor Ming, he looked utterly bewildered, lifting his gaze to Sui Ren with a perplexed expression. Is this little one of the Wu clan? Wasn't it said that those from the Wu clan are incapable of cultivating their souls? What is going on? Like Ancestor Ming, the realized being due, he was equally astonished. The Xihe before them was evidently a grand shaman, yet he was capable of cultivating both spirit and magic. An unprecedented sight indeed. After observing the perplexity on their faces, Sui Ren smiled and began to explain. Xihe was born from the embryo brought back from the Wu clan by His Highness. We have reincarnated him into the human race, coupled with the merits and fortunes we have imparted upon him. At that moment, Sui Ren felt a surge of excitement that in the vast expanse of the Honghuang continent, the Wu clan's physical prowess was indisputably the greatest. The human race's cultivation of immortal techniques yielded remarkable results. When these two extraordinary gifts converged within a single individual, it was simply terrifying. Sensing the aura of celestial blessings enveloping Xihe, it was evident he was at least of quasi-saint caliber. As for the nearby Xingtian, while he did not match Qiu's prowess, he had also garnered a significant amount of celestial fortune. However, unlike Xihe, he still lacked a soul. It appeared that Xingtian's future limit would only reach the level of an Ancestor Wu. Yet, given the Wu clan's long-standing reputation for their physical might, he would undoubtedly be able to rival quasi-saints in strength, thus ranking among the human ancestors. Moreover, with Chang, Yi, and Xiao Hao currently in seclusion, striving to break into the quasi-saint realm, it would not be long before the number of human ancestors reached 11. Such a collective represented an astonishing combat capability. The entirety of the three teachings combined could scarcely rival the vigor of the human ancestors. Yet they all understood that the present human ancestors were targets of universal enmity. Should they emerge, they would likely face an endless onslaught of calamity. Their adversaries would be the likes of the Three Pure Ones and Yuhua, formidable beings of saintly stature. Therefore, they still had a considerable distance to traverse before they could rest easy to that moment. Lu Changsheng approached slowly. Sui Ren, seeing him, promptly bowed respectfully and spoke. Patriarch, you have returned. Look, this Xihe is truly a prodigy of cultivation. Excellent. Our human race is one step closer to revival. Upon hearing the words of those around him, Lu Changsheng smiled subtly. However, as he gazed at Xihe, he found himself in a quandary. Should he allow this young lad to cultivate by his side, or let him remain within the Juli tribe? Just then, the long-awaited notification from the system chimed in. Ding! The host is faced with a choice. The Supreme Selection System is now activated. Choice 1. Allow Xihe to remain in the Juli tribe, letting him thrive on his own. Reward. Bao Lian Deng 1. Choice 2. Command the human ancestors to instruct Xihe. Reward. Xin Yuan Bao. Choice 3. Take Xihe as a disciple, personally guiding his cultivation. Reward. Tiger Soulblade. Lian Yao Hu. Upon receiving the system's options, Lu Changsheng hesitated not for a moment and immediately opted for the third choice. While the Bao Yin Deng could be considered a commendable treasure, sacrificing Qi Yu's quasi-saint level combat prowess in exchange was clearly not worth it. The second option, involving Sui Ren and the others teaching Qi Yu, would likely lead to more complications. After all, Sui Ren and his kin had inherited the fortunes of heaven and earth, cultivated to their current state through the merits of humanity. They would scarcely be able to provide Qi Yu with meaningful guidance. Thus, Lu Changsheng decided that Qi Yu should remain by his side, where he could mentor the young lad in his cultivation. Then, with a surge of overwhelming energy, Qi Yu's cultivation began to soar. In no time, he reached the realm of the immortal. Although he was merely a fledgling heavenly immortal, he was more than capable of overpowering other human cultivators. Others, upon birth, were not only devoid of immortal status, but often lacked even the slightest hint of cultivation. This clearly illustrated that Qi Yu's foundation was vastly superior to that of an ordinary person. "Qi Yu, do you wish to take me as your master?" Lu Changsheng inquired, his tone calm as he addressed Qi Yu, who was still absorbing the changes in his own cultivation. Upon hearing the question, Qi Yu's eyes widened with astonishment and disbelief. The leader of the human race, Lu Changsheng, was asking to personally take him as a disciple. Not only was Qi Yu taken aback, but even Sui Ren and the others found it hard to believe. Their clan leader was actually taking on a disciple. In that moment of hesitation, the leader of the Juli tribe urged him, "Qi Yu, why are you still dazed? The patriarch wishes to take you as a disciple." This is an immense honor, spurred by the Juli leader's words. Qi Yu quickly regained his senses. He promptly knelt before Lu Changsheng, exclaiming, "Master, please allow your disciple to pay my respects." Gazing at the visibly excited Qi Yu, Lu Changsheng chuckled softly, shaking his head. "Rise, there is no need for such formality." After speaking, he gently lifted the kneeling Qi Yu. In an instant, all the citizens of the Juli tribe knelt in unison, exclaiming their congratulations. Congratulations to the patriarch for taking a disciple. Watching the line of kneeling figures, Lu Changxing couldn't help but smile, shaking his head in amusement. Sui Ren and the others quickly joined in to congratulate Lu Changxing. Chapter 40. Provocation at the Door. The pursuit of Ran Deng in the timeless expanse of Honghuang. A decade slipped by in the blink of an eye. During these 10 years, Lu Changxing immersed himself in rigorous cultivation, advancing from the initial stages of the Luo to the mid-stage of the Luo. However, he remained a considerable distance from the quasi-saint realm. Unlike the steady development of the human race within the Chaos Pearl, the outside world witnessed the ongoing skirmishes between the Wu and Yao clans. Though no major conflicts erupted during these 10 years, minor frays occurred frequently. While others remained oblivious, Lu Changxing understood that these two clans were undoubtedly preparing for something significant. Yet, he found himself unable to intervene, resigned to the flow of events. Throughout this decade, the human race saw little change. If there were any developments, they primarily revolved around the younger generation, including Qi Yu and Xiao Hao. Xiao Hao had now assumed the position of leader of the human race, inheriting the mantle of the Emperor Xianyuan. Meanwhile, Qi Yu remained by Lu Changxing's side, diligently honing his skills in a mere 10 years. Qi Yu had ascended to the realm of the Luo Jingxian. Consequently, Lu Changxing found he had little left to teach him. Thus, on this day, Lu Changxing summoned Qi Yu to his palace. After appraising him from top to bottom, he slowly spoke, "Qi Yu, you have followed my teachings for a decade." With a hint of confusion, Qi Yu cast a glance at his master. It seemed he was somewhat perplexed, unable to comprehend why his mentor would express such sentiments. "You are now ready to embark on your journey." Upon hearing Lu Changxing's words, Qi Yu resembled a child, his face clouded with melancholy. It was worth noting that he had been by Lu Changxing's side since his very inception. Over the past decade, Lu Changxing had showered Qi Yu with affection, akin to the stars in the sky being bestowed upon the moon. Did this imply that he was to be sent away? The thought alone caused a pang of anguish within Qi Yu's heart. Observing Qi Yu's expression, Lu Changxing was acutely aware of his thoughts. He immediately shook his head with a smile, gently addressing Qi Yu. "My dear little one, when I say you are ready to leave, I mean for you to experience the profound principles of the universe." Only then did Qi Yu grasp the meaning, a sheepish smile crossing his face. Without further ado, Lu Changsheng presented him with the chosen artifacts, saying, "These two treasures, named the Tiger Soul Blade and the Demon Refining Pot, are now yours." Initially, Lu Changsheng had hesitated to bestow treasures upon Qiyu. Fearing they might foster dependency, that it was only at this moment that he granted him these two items. As Qiyu beheld the flickering crimson aura of the Tiger Soul Blade, his satisfaction was palpable, as if it had been custom-made for him. The Demon Refining Pot, too, flew into his hand as he reached out. With the acquisition of these treasures, Qiyu's excitement surged, and he promptly expressed his gratitude to Lu Changsheng. Exclaiming, "Thank you, Master, for your generous gifts." Lu Changsheng merely waved his hand dismissively after a fleeting glance at Qiyu. After exchanging a few more words, Qiyu turned to depart the palace. Just then, Lu Changsheng abruptly lifted his gaze towards the Chaos Pearl, his expression darkening. He had just sensed the presence of Xiao Hao, but not alone. There was an aura of a quasi-saint level powerhouse behind him. Without further ado, Lu Changsheng exited the Chaos Pearl. Xiao Hao is currently embroiled in a fierce battle with a middle-aged man of quasi-saint caliber. However, this man was evidently no ordinary foe. Ran Deng Dao Run. Lu Changsheng furrowed his brow, bewildered by the situation. Why was Ran Deng pursuing Xiao Hao? Regardless of the reason, it appeared Ran Deng was courting disaster. A glint of coldness flashed in Lu Changsheng's eyes, and he transformed into a streak of light. Sensing the flames erupting from Ran Deng, Xiao Hao hurriedly retreated. Unfortunately, the flames were exceedingly peculiar. Once they touched a treasure, they would not extinguish, leaving Xiao Hao's countenance ashen. "Human race, die!" Ran Deng's face twisted with malice as he bellowed, hurling his artifact violently at Xiao Hao. With his magical energy severely depleted, Xiao Hao found himself utterly incapable of resistance. He could only brace himself as the artifact hurtled toward him. "Who dares to harm my human race?" A voice, chillingly indifferent, echoed through the air as a colossal black coffin plummeted from the heavens. Boom! Ran Deng's artifact crashed heavily against the coffin, causing the very earth to tremble. Yet as Ran Deng observed the dimming brilliance of his artifact, while the immense coffin remained unscathed, his brow furrowed in confusion. Although the Qian Kun ruler he wielded was not the most formidable artifact in the primordial realm, it was nonetheless of innate quality. What on earth was this coffin that could withstand his treasure? Gazing at the massive black coffin, Xiao Hao's eyes shone with fervor. He resembled a fervent devotee. Suddenly kneeling at the ground, exclaiming in excitement, Xiao Hao humbly welcomes the esteemed patriarch. Ran Deng squinted, then raised his gaze to the void above. Lu Changsheng descended slowly, fixing his gaze upon Ran Deng. The only individual whom Xiao Hao could refer to as patriarch was undoubtedly the leader of the human race, Lu Changsheng. Although Ran Deng had heard of Lu Changsheng's fearsome reputation, he remained unperturbed. After all, in terms of cultivation and strength, he was not on the same level as the likes of Emperor Jun or Dong Huang Tai Yi from the ancient demon court. "You dare to insult Xiao Hao?" Lu Changsheng inquired coldly, confronting Ran Deng. Unfazed, Ran Deng responded with indifference, instantly summoning the Qian Kun ruler to his hand. Observing Ran Deng's demeanor, Lu Changsheng felt no need for pleasantries. With a flick of his wrist, the god-slaying spear reappeared in his grasp. Without hesitation, Lu Changsheng thrust the spear forward with great force. Ran Deng sensed the murderous intent surging around him. His expression darkened. Nevertheless, he steeled himself and swung the Qian Kun ruler. The two artifacts collided violently. Ran Deng felt an overwhelming force surge through him, causing him to stagger backward. Curse be this guy. How can he possess such strength? Realizing Lu Changsheng's prowess, Ran Deng's heart began to fill with trepidation. Since Lu Changsheng could appear here, it was likely that the human race's stronghold was not far away. If additional human allies were to arrive, he would find himself in an untenable position. After much deliberation, Ran Deng ultimately decided to flee. Without a second thought, he transformed into a streak of light, vanishing without a trace. Lu Changsheng could easily discern Ran Deng's intentions. However, he remained unfazed. Did this fellow truly believe that returning to the Chan teaching would deter him from pursuing? Without uttering a word, Lu Changsheng hastily followed Ran Dang's trail toward the gates of the Chan Teaching. Chapter 41. Assault on the Chan Teaching. Shattering the mountain gate, Ran Dang was utterly unprepared for Lu Changsheng's audacious pursuit. Did this man truly believe he could intimidate him? If not for the fear of being besieged by the human race, would he have fled? In a moment of urgency, Ran Dang quickened his pace, continuing his escape. Meanwhile, Lu Changsheng maintained a leisurely pace, trailing him closely. After fleeing for a while, Ran Dang felt an inexplicable surge of anger. Lu Changsheng was truly overstepping his bounds. He halted abruptly, turning back to confront Lu Changsheng. Surprised by Ran Dang's sudden stop, Lu Changsheng inquired, "Why have you ceased your flight?" Ran Dang felt as though he had been soundly slapped twice, his face flushed with rage as he barked back. "Do you truly believe I fear you?" After all, Ran Dang was a well-known quasi-saint of the primordial continent. How could he possibly be intimidated by this fledgling, Lu Changsheng? Without further ado, Ran Dang unleashed a torrent of flames. Observing the flames before him, Lu Changsheng merely shook his head with a smirk. While others may be unaware, he was acutely aware that Ran Dang's true form was a spirit lamp beside the Chaos Divine Demon coffin. The flames originated from the spirit fire of the Chaos Divine Demon's body, and Ran Dang had merely absorbed a trace of chaotic energy, were it the true innate spirit fire of the Chaos Divine Demon. Even Hong Jun would struggle to resist. As the flames morphed into a dragon of darkness and surged toward him, Lu Changsheng remained unfazed, radiating a dazzling aura of 7 colors. In an instant, the dragon vanished without a trace, as though it had never existed. What? Ran Dang stood in stunned disbelief, unable to comprehend what he had just witnessed. How was this possible? This technique of his had never failed. It was his ultimate move. The very skill that had allowed him to thrive on the primordial continent. How could it be so effortlessly countered? A profound sense of dread filled his heart, and thoughts of retreat began to take root. Think you can escape? Not so easily. Lu Changsheng regarded Ran Dang with a glimmer of derision. Without uttering a word, he commanded the heavenly suppression coffin to crash into Ran Dang. Boom! The impact shattered the protective barriers surrounding Ran Dang. The celestial essence enveloping him began to unravel. Using the momentum from the collision, he stumbled toward the gates of the Chan Teaching. Lu Changsheng lifted his gaze toward the distant Kunlun Mountain, which towered majestically amidst the heavens. The entire mountain shimmered with golden light, resembling a celestial paradise. Rather than hurry, Lu Changsheng leisurely followed in pursuit of Ran Dang. As Ran Dang neared the entrance of the Yusu Palace, he gritted his teeth and accelerated. The guardians of the Yusu Palace were disciples of the 3rd generation. Upon witnessing Ran Dang's desperate flight, they hastily opened the forbidden barriers at the entrance. Once inside the Yusu Palace, Ran Dang could no longer suppress the surging power of the laws within him. He stumbled from the heavens, crashing heavily to the ground. "Deputy Master, what has happened to you?" The Flame Lantern Taoist now lacked even the strength to speak. His complexion was as pale as parchment, and with a look of dread, he pointed towards the figure of Lu Changsheng in the sky. Bai promptly sealed the entrance of the Jade Void Palace. Following this, he hastily summoned the 12 Golden Immortals for assistance. That Lu Changsheng, observing the barrier before him, was consumed by thoughts on how to overcome it. The barrier of the Jade Void Palace was no trivial matter. Given his current strength, it would likely be quite challenging to breach it. However, if he would simply let the Flame Lantern Taoist go, he would still harbor some resentment. Ding Dong detected that the host was faced with a choice, and thus the Supreme Choice System was activated. Option 1. Depart from the gates of the Chan Teaching and become a coward. Reward. Hongmeng Purple Chi 1. Option 2. Leave a harsh warning to intimidate the Flame Lantern Taoist and shake the Chan Teaching. Reward. 7 Arrows Nail Book. Option 3. Shatter the Grand Formation at the Chan Teaching's entrance, making them aware of your might. Reward. 3,000 Techniques. Upon gazing at the 3 options before him, Lu Changsheng did not hesitate and immediately selected the 3rd one. Yet, he couldn't help but ponder the first option. The Hongmeng Purple Chi had appeared once before, yet he had not chosen it at that time. Now it had unexpectedly resurfaced. Did this imply that other rewards he had previously missed might also reappear? If so, he would truly be in for a windfall. After all, If he had missed out on various top-tier treasures and techniques, there could still be opportunities to acquire them again in the future. Having thought this through, a smug smile crept across Lu Chongqing's face. As for the 7 Arrows nail book from the second option, it held no value for him whatsoever. The reason he chose the third option was that it aligned with his original intention. And moreover, enduring was not in his nature. Though the human race had attained the divine elephant suppression technique, such a supreme method was not suitable for all practitioners among them. In fact, those with lesser talents might not even have the opportunity to cultivate this technique. If they possessed the 3,000 techniques, members of the human race could select the most suitable method, thereby elevating the cultivation standard of the entire human race. At this moment, beams of golden light surged forth from within the Chan teaching. Even the reclusive Yuan Shi Tianzun emerged, seething with fury. How dare someone recklessly intrude upon the gates of the Chan teaching? Were they seeking death? As Yuan Shi Tianzun stormed towards the gates with his disciples, he was taken aback to find it was Lu Chongqing. The 12 golden immortals instinctively felt a pang of fear, while Yuan Shi Tianzun's expression turned icy, remaining silent, as the Chan teaching nearly emptied in response. Lu Chongqing no longer held back, that he swiftly summoned all the celestial spiritual power within him, channeling it into the heavenly suppression coffin. With the infusion of celestial energy, the coffin expanded tremendously. Then, with a final roar, he commanded break. The heavenly suppression coffin erupted with an overwhelming aura, crashing heavily against the gates of the Chan teaching. The entire Kunlun mountain trembled with the impact, and some mountain ranges began to collapse, causing a whirlwind of dust and debris to fill the air. However, the barrier of the Jade Void Palace was established by the combined efforts of the 3 Pure Ones and was further reinforced by a supreme treasure that suppressed fortune. It was inconceivable that Lu Chongqing could easily break through it. Seeing that the barrier remained unmoved, a flicker of cold indifference crossed Lu Chongqing's eyes. Yet he did not waste words or hesitate. He once again commanded the heavenly suppression coffin. The coffin grew larger once more, and this time, Lu Chongqing forcefully activated the power of the laws. With the addition of this power, the otherworldly beasts on the coffin seemed to come back to life, manifesting as phantoms in the void, each bearing a fierce visage and roaring loudly. Yuan Shi Tianzun's expression tightened upon witnessing the transformation of the coffin. He urgently urged the 12 golden immortals. What are you waiting for? Hurry and reinforce the grand formation. Upon hearing Yuan Shi Tianzun's command, the 12 golden immortals rushed forward, casting their various artifacts into the sky. They swiftly positioned themselves at different points around the protective barrier, sparing no effort as they joined forces. The protective array, recently struck, erupted once more in brilliant and dazzling light. Lu Chongqing's demeanor remained cold as the heavenly suppression coffin collided forcefully with the protective array. The sound of thunderous reverberations echoed. A fissure suddenly appeared in the protective array, which subsequently shattered. All the palaces within the Chan teaching trembled violently under the immense force. Yuan Shi Tianzun quickly gestured, and the Chan teaching narrowly avoided total disaster. However, gazing at the fractured protective array, Yuan Shi Tianzun's expression darkened to the point where it seemed he could wring water from it. He glared furiously at Lu Chongqing, gritting his teeth. Just as he prepared to strike, he was suddenly reminded by a voice in his ear. His eyes widened in disbelief, filled with resentment. Lu Chongqing understood that he needed to temper his actions. Otherwise, he would have a difficult time dealing with the aftermath. He snorted coldly and icily addressed the Flame Lantern Taoist before him. Flame Lantern, should we meet again, I shall surely kill you. Having said this, Lu Chongqing transformed into a streak of light and vanished without a trace. The 12 golden immortals looked on in shock at their master, uncertain of what to say. Yuan Shi Tianzun felt a burning sensation on his face. Yet, since Hong Jun had already spoken, he had no choice but to endure his dissatisfaction. Moreover, his opportunity for enlightenment still lay with the human race. Thus, he forcibly suppressed his anger and turned to leave. Within the ancient demon court, Emperor Jun and Dong Huang Tai received reports and wore expressions of grave concern. How dare Lu Chongqing shatter the gates of the Chan teaching? Such audacity! The two exchanged glances, utterly a loss for words. Lu Chongqing was nothing short of a madman. The demon master Kunpeng furrowed his brow, his expression equally grim. He had a broader perspective than Emperor Jun and Dong Huangtai. Yuan Shi Tianzun, with the gates destroyed, would undoubtedly not remain passive. This incident surely involved the intervention of Hongjun Daozu. But why would Daozu Hongjun protect Lu Changsheng? This question puzzled him greatly. In contrast to the demon's confusion, the 12 ancestor witches were brimming with excitement. This brother Lu is simply remarkable, they exclaimed. Indeed, he dared to shatter the gates of the Chan teaching. Big brother, we cannot fall behind. Let us strike against the demon race. Upon hearing his brother's words, Di Jiang did not explicitly respond, yet the smile on his lips spoke volumes. The demon race was likely in for a misfortune. Meanwhile, Taishang Laojun gradually awakened from his meditation, sighing as he muttered, "Second brother, I truly apologize for the hardships you have faced. However, for the sake of enlightenment, all else pales in comparison. This Lu Changsheng is merely a petty jester. Does he truly believe that the three pure ones fear him? Were it not for his position as the leader of the human race, wielding control over their fortune, he would have perished long ago. Yet it wouldn't be long before his downfall coincides with my ascension." Within the Xihe teaching, the three heavens received the news as well. They exchanged glances, then hurried towards their master's cave. Tong Tian seemed to have anticipated their arrival. Welcoming them inside as soon as they reached the entrance point, three heavens. "Pay your respects to the master." Tong Tian sat on a mat, a broad smile illuminating his face as he regarded his three beloved disciples. "Rise," he said gently. "Master, Lu Changsheng once saved us in the secret realm, and we wish to invite him to visit the Xihe teaching," they proposed. Tong Tan, fully aware of his disciples' intentions, chuckled softly and replied, "I agree to this matter." He had never cared much for the opinions of others. More importantly, he held a certain fondness for Lu Changsheng. This young man was bold and principled, truly to his liking, were it not for Lu Changsheng's status as the leader of the human race. Tong Tian would have long since taken him as a disciple. Upon hearing their master's consent, the three heavens could scarcely believe it. Countless individuals had sought to visit the Xihe teaching, only to be ruthlessly rejected by Tong Tan. Thus, as they spoke, a sense of trepidation lingered in their hearts. They never expected their master to agree so readily, and he appeared genuinely pleased. The three heavens said little else, and slowly departed from Tong Tian's cave. Bai Xiao, her face full of confusion, turned to her elder sister and asked, "Sister, why did master agree so quickly this time?" Yun Xiao also shook her head in confusion, indicating that she was equally perplexed. In contrast, Qiong Xiao smiled gently at her two sisters and said, "Eldest sister, third sister, since our master has already informed us, let us hasten to invite brother Changsheng." Upon hearing Qiong Xiao's words, Yun Xiao nodded in agreement. At present, Lu Changsheng had just departed from the territory of the Chan sect, when suddenly a celestial crane soared down towards him. Lu Changsheng glanced at the crane before coming to a halt. The white crane immediately spoke in human tongue, addressing Lu Changsheng. "Immortal Lu, my master, the three Xiaos, request your presence at the Xihe sect for a discussion." Taken aback by the crane's message, Lu Changsheng pondered for a moment and realized he had no pressing matters at hand. Thus he nodded in consent. Upon seeing Lu Changsheng agree, the celestial crane promptly led the way, guiding him towards the location of the Xihe sect. Chapter 43. A Visit to the Xihe sect. Zhuan Ti's scheme for Chang, she the celestial crane continued to caw, leading Lu Changsheng onward. The two arrived at the Xihe sect, with Lu Changsheng entering just as the three Xiaos rushed towards him. "Lu Daoyu," Yun Xiao greeted Lu Changsheng with an open demeanor. Brother Changsheng, Bai Xiao, who was not the eldest sister, quickly chimed in with a cheerful greeting. Without further ado, the three sisters took Lu Changsheng on a tour within the Xihe sect. The clever little Bai Xia chattered incessantly, explaining, "Brother Changsheng, this is the dojo of senior brother Duobao. Impressive, isn't it? And over here, this is one of the roots of heaven and earth, the leaves of which can be used for tea. And this is the abode of Sister Jinling. Isn't it beautiful?" Throughout the journey, Bai Xiao continued to enlighten Lu Changsheng with her lively commentary. Lu Changsheng chuckled and shook his head, yet he engaged in conversation with them. Eventually, the trio of sisters brought Lu Changsheng to a platform that, as soon as they were seated, Yun Xiao inquired, Lu Daoyu, I have heard that you recently shattered the gate of the Chan sect. Lu Changsheng glanced at Yin Xiao. Noticing a flicker of concern in her eyes, he understood that she was worried about potential reprisals against him. Yet he remained unconcerned. While they exchanged pleasantries, the ancient demon court welcomed a few guests. Zhuan Ti and Jin, what brings them here? At that moment, Emperor Jun was filled with bewilderment. He struggled to comprehend the purpose of their visit, especially since the demon clan had no ties with the Western Buddhism. Nonetheless, being part of the myriad beings of the world, Emperor Jun allowed Zhuan Ti and Jie to enter. He was curious to discover what schemes these two were concocting. Zhuan Ti and Jie entered the demon court with measured steps. Dao friend Jun, it has been a while. Zhuan Ti greeted Emperor Jun with a smile. Adhering to the saying that one should not strike a smiling face, Emperor Jun reciprocated with a smile. What brings you to my demon court today? Dao friend Zhuan Ti. Zhuan Ti cast a glance at Emperor Jun before slowly replying, Dao friend, we have come to offer you an opportunity. Emperor Jun looked at Zhuan Ti in astonishment. Unable to believe what he heard, an opportunity for me. What jest is this? He held little faith in the character of the two from Western Buddhism. Dao friend, is your great star array still in need of a treasure to stabilize its focal point? Emperor Jun, taken aback, suddenly conceived a bold thought. Could it be that you possess such a treasure? He scrutinized Zhuan Ti, his curiosity piqued. With a smile, Zhuan Ti nodded and declared, Dao friend, I have a treasure known as the 6 roots of purity bamboo, which I can offer to you. Upon hearing Zhuan Ti's words, Emperor Jun seemed incredulous. The 6 roots of purity bamboo was one of the 10 great roots of heaven, capable of sealing the 6 senses and isolating the communication with the celestial and spiritual energies. To his surprise, Zhuan Ti was willing to relinquish such a treasure. Emperor Jun realized that Zhuan Ti must have grander ambitions in mind. Dao friend, what exactly do you desire? Zhuan Ti smiled at Emperor Jun's inquiry. He then raised his gaze towards Jie. Since you have asked, we shall not conceal our intentions any longer. After exchanging glances with Jie, Zhuan Ti slowly spoke, Dao friend, we wish to compel the human race to emerge, and we hope you can assist us in this endeavor. Hearing Jie words, Emperor Jun was momentarily taken aback. He had longed to draw the human race out into the open, yet he had scoured the vast wilderness and found no trace of them, leaving him feeling quite helpless. Observing Emperor Jun's expression, Zhuan Ti and Jie exchanged knowing glances. Dao friend, we have deduced that the Saintess Chang, she will soon emerge for the human race. And at that time, it will be entirely feasible. Upon hearing Zhuan Ti and Jie's words, a glimmer of excitement flashed in Emperor Jun's eyes. Previously, they had suffered significant embarrassment due to matters involving Chang Shi, who had vanished without a trace alongside the human race. If this heavenly marriage were to be realized, his cultivation would undoubtedly advance further. Thus, he found no reason to decline the proposal. With Emperor Jun's affirmative response, Zhuan Ti and Jie exchanged a satisfied smile. They sensed that the opportunity to attain sainthood was drawing nearer, yet resided within the human race, leaving them with little choice but to devise this plan to compel Lu Changsheng to bring forth the human race once more into the wilderness. In comparison to the prospect of attaining the status of a saint, a primordial treasure seemed trivial. Hence, Zhuan Ti and Jie sought collaboration with the demon clan. They refrained from approaching the 3 pure ones entirely, as they did not wish for others to seize the position of the first saint before them. Other races lacked the strength of the demon clan, and although the witch clan was the most suitable, they were rumored to have a close relationship with Lu Changsheng. Thus, they chose not to engage with them. After all, they shared a common adversary, Lu Changsheng. Following Emperor Jun's agreement, he engaged in casual conversation with Zhuan Ti and Jie. They exchanged pleasantries and discussed their forthcoming plans and arrangements. Meanwhile, Lu Changsheng concluded his conversation with the 3 Xiaos to be, I Xiao cheerfully addressed Lu Changsheng. Brother Changsheng, my master wishes to meet you. Initially, Yun Xiao and Qiong Xiao had been contemplating how to convey this to Lu Changsheng. Upon hearing her sister's direct words, they were momentarily speechless. Indeed, Bai Xiao did not disappoint them. Lu Changsheng was also somewhat curious about Tong Tian, eager to see what sort of person this notoriously fiery-tempered master truly was. Excellent. I too wish to pay a visit to your master, Without further hesitation, the three Xiaos led Lu Changsheng towards their master's cave. As they arrived at the entrance of the cave, a resonant and authoritative voice echoed. Lu Daoyu has arrived? Please come in. Before Lu Changsheng could respond, a golden light suddenly illuminated the space, and he vanished from sight. The three Xiaos stood at the cave entrance, bowing respectfully. Chapter 44. The Vice Master of the Xihe sect. Tong Tian and I become brother-sister. What do you think Master wants with Brother Changsheng? Bai Xiao inquired hurriedly after witnessing Lu Changsheng enter the cave. Upon hearing her sister's question, Yin Xiao rolled her eyes, expressing her helplessness. How would I know? Qiong Xiao smiled gently at her two sisters, assuring them, surely, Master will not make things difficult for Brother Changsheng. The three sisters nodded in agreement, reassured by the temperament of Tongtan. If he truly disliked Lu Changsheng, he would have acted long ago rather than waiting until now to that moment. Lu Changsheng was examining Tongtian's cave. The interior resembled a self-contained miniature world, with a square chessboard where a middle-aged man in gray robes was playing chess against himself. The man before him was none other than the master Tongtian. Young friend Lu, do you know how to play chess? Tongtian inquired. That Lu Changsheng smiled and nodded in response. They took their seats opposite each other. Lu Changsheng playing as white and Tongtian as black. After several games, Lu Changsheng found himself a loss for words that he had initially assumed Tongtian to be a master of the game, only to discover he was rather inept. That it was no exaggeration to say that any child could likely defeat him with ease. Lu Changsheng casually placed his pieces on the board, and, after a lengthy contemplation, Tongtian finally sighed. I concede. Upon hearing the words of the celestial master Tongtian, Lu Changsheng finally understood what it meant to be both inexperienced and playful. Tongtian set down his chess piece and, with a smile, addressed Lu Changsheng. My young friend, you should refrain from wandering aimlessly for a while. Lu Changsheng gazed at the celestial master in confusion, seemingly inquiring about his meaning. My young friend, you may be unaware that the opportunity for us to attain sanctity lies within the human race, and you are the leader of that race. After speaking, Tongtian chose not to elaborate further. In contrast, Lu Changsheng burst into hearty laughter. Rather than feeling anxious, Tongtian looked on in bewilderment. Why do you laugh, my young friend? Upon hearing the inquiry from the celestial master, Lu Changsheng hastily explained, I find it amusing that you all consider servitude to be of such paramount importance. The mention of servitude visibly darkened Tongtian's expression as he fixed his gaze on Lu Changsheng, seemingly seeking an explanation. Without wasting words, Lu Changsheng slowly posed a question to Tongtian. What are your thoughts on the position of a sage? Tongtian was utterly perplexed, yet he responded, beneath the sage, all are but ants. This position is undoubtedly of immense significance. Lu Changsheng shook his head and sighed. Do you not realize, my friend, that achieving sagehood means forever being subordinate to the heavenly Tao, governing the primordial chaos on behalf of the heavenly Tao? Does that not equate to servitude? At Lu Changsheng's words, Tongtian let out a sigh. He was well aware of this dilemma, yet he found himself unable to resist. After all, he had initially merged with the primordial purple energy, which compelled them to heed the heavenly Tao's directives, much like the elixir of saintly ascent. My young friend, attaining the status of a primordial golden immortal is akin to reaching for the heavens. Although the heavenly Tao currently ruled over the primordial continent, it was not the great Tao. Nevertheless, to achieve the status of a primordial golden immortal and break free from the heavenly Tao's grasp remained a formidable challenge. Even the once great Pangu had ultimately failed, had he not. Observing Tongtian's demeanor, Lu Changsheng smiled nonchalantly. He slowly lifted his gaze toward the heavenly Tao in the void, as if making an oath. As cultivators, we must indeed act against the heavens. The more Tongtian looked at Lu Changsheng, the more he admired him. This fellow was strikingly similar to his own character. However, he felt he had missed his opportunity. Given a chance, he would never settle for being a so-called sage, that he would undoubtedly attain the status of a primordial golden immortal, transcending the heavenly Tao. After much deliberation, Tongtian finally resolved, my young friend, if you do not mind, let us swear brotherhood today. Upon hearing the astonishing words of Tongtian, Lu Changsheng felt as though his mind had momentarily faltered. The celestial master wished to become his sworn brother. Was he hearing correctly, or had this fellow gone mad? My young friend, I shall have my disciple prepare for this. With that, Tong Tian waved his hand decisively. Liu Changsheng, still reeling from shock, found his senses returning only when Tong Tian led him to a nearby altar. What is this place? How did I end up swearing brotherhood with Tong Tian so haphazardly? Despite feeling somewhat at a loss, Liu Changsheng recognized that becoming sworn brothers with Tong Tian could only yield benefits for him. Resigning himself to the situation, he ultimately decided to accept Tong Tian as his elder brother. After completing the brotherhood ceremony, Tong Tian immediately began issuing commands. From this day forth, all disciples of the Xihe sect shall regard Liu Changsheng as their granduncle. Liu Changsheng shall henceforth be the deputy leader of the Xihe sect. All disciples of the Xihe sect are forbidden from harming the human race. As Tong Tian proclaimed these rules, the entire Xihe sect was left in shock. What was happening? Liu Changsheng had actually become sworn brothers with their master. Instantly, countless disciples of the Xihe sect were thrown into disarray. Even Dao Bao and the three heavens were left perplexed. However, with the rules already decreed by Tong Tian, they dared not speak out, resigning themselves to the sudden emergence of a granduncle. Meanwhile, within the Chan sect, Yuanshi Tianzuan's nostrils flared with anger upon hearing Tong Tian's rules, his eyes ablaze with fury. What did Tong Tian mean by this? Liu Changsheng had just attacked his mountain gate, and Tong Tian had the audacity to become sworn brothers with him. To make matters worse, he even offered him the position of deputy leader at that moment. Yuanshi Tianzuan longed to storm the Xihe sect and confront Tong Tian directly. The figure of Taishang Laojun slowly emerged within the Chan sect. Yuanshi quickly addressed his elder brother. Brother, you must intervene on my behalf. Taishang Laojun shook his head slightly and replied, Do not worry. Tong Tian will inevitably face a great calamity in the future, and I shall assist you then. Upon hearing Taishang Laojun's assurance, Yuanshi Tianzuan finally exhaled, a faint smile gracing his face. Brother, what shall we do now? If the human race fails to emerge, our plans for sanctity may well be dashed. Taishang Laojun regarded Yuanshi thoughtfully before responding. Zhuanti and Jie Yin have sought me out. We need only to wait. Although Yuanshi Tianzuan was somewhat reluctant, he had no better alternatives at present. If he were to sever ties with Tong Tian now, it would likely lead to disastrous consequences. Understand. Reluctantly, Yuanshi Tianzuan had no choice but to accept this outcome. I am well aware of your thoughts. Yuanshi Tianzuan, Taishang Laojun sighed and continued, You need not be overly concerned. Zhuan Ti and Jie Yin have already predicted that Liu Changsheng will encounter a calamity. And at that time, we can leverage the human race to achieve sanctity. Yuanshi Tianzuan was quite puzzled. He had recently attempted to divine the situation himself, but had found no results, almost suffering a backlash from the heavenly Tao. How had the two brothers from the West managed to foresee such a calamity? Brother, do you think these two fellows might be deceiving us? Yuanshi Tianzuan inquired, somewhat apprehensive. Taishang Laojun chuckled lightly in response. Do not worry. Those two do not possess the audacity to deceive us. After reflecting on Taishang Laojun's words, Yuanshi Tianzuan felt reassured. Could Zhuanti and Jane truly contend with their Taoist sect? Without further ado, Yuanshi Tianzuan closed his eyes and immersed himself in cultivation. Observing Yuanshi Tianzuan's focused demeanor, Taishang Laojun turned and departed. Within the Bio Palace, Celestial Master Tong Tian sat upon the main lotus seat. While Liu Changsheng sat beside him, his expression one of profound awkwardness. Dao Bao pays his respects to granduncle Liu Changsheng. With that, Dao Bao Daoist promptly bowed deeply to Liu Changsheng. Jin Ling pays his respects to granduncle Liu Changsheng. Outer disciple Zhao Gongming pays his respects to granduncle. Yin Xiao, Qiong Xiao, and Bi Xiao pay their respects to granduncle. Disciples of the Xihe sect approached one after another to pay their respects to Liu Changsheng. Tong Tian appeared immensely pleased and smiled warmly at Liu Changsheng. Second brother, are you satisfied? Seeing the expression on Tong Tian's face, Liu Changsheng could only manage a wry smile, but he felt utterly bewildered. He had merely come to visit the Xihe sect, and now he had inexplicably become Tong Tian's second brother, not to mention the deputy leader of the Xihe sect. Second brother, with the discussion on the Tao assembly approaching, why not stay with me in the Xihe sect for a few days? Upon hearing Tong Tian's words, Lu Changsheng finally understood. The so-called Tao Assembly was essentially a grand gathering of powerful beings. Once every 10,000 years, various quasi-saints and highly esteemed primordial golden immortals would attend. The last assembly had been held at the Yushu Palace, and this time, it was naturally Tong Tian's turn to host. Initially, Lu Changsheng had little desire to participate in such gatherings. However, with his newfound identity, he had no choice but to attend as the deputy leader of the Xihe sect. He was obliged to be present, regardless of his personal feelings. Ultimately, with no other options, Lu Changsheng could only nod in agreement. Tong Tian waved his hand and produced a series of invitations. The invitations detailed the Tao Assembly and the news of his brotherhood with Lu Changsheng. These invitations were all handwritten by Celestial Master Tong Tian himself. Dao Bao ensured that these invitations are delivered without fail. Understood? Dao Bao Daoist nodded vigorously, indicating his understanding. He then departed from the Bo Palace. In Kunlun, Dong Wang Gong and Shi Wang Mu were engaged in a game of chess. Upon receiving the invitations, both were momentarily taken aback. Tong Tian has sworn brotherhood with this Lu Changsheng. Who is Lu Changsheng? At this moment, the Queen Mother of the West was utterly perplexed, her brow furrowed in confusion as she turned to the Eastern King and inquired. The Eastern King glanced up at her, letting out a light chuckle. The Queen Mother had been engrossed in her cultivation, rarely venturing outside, making her unfamiliarity with Lu Changsheng quite understandable. Lu Changsheng, the progenitor of the human race, had previously single-handedly vanquished both Di Jun and Tai Yi, even leading humanity to assault the Western Spirit Mountain. After hearing about Lu Changsheng, the Queen Mother's eyes sparkled with curiosity. She found it incomprehensible how a mere innate human could achieve such feats. Initially, she had intended to merely make an appearance at the Tao Conference, but upon learning about Lu Changsheng, her interest was piqued. After much contemplation, she ultimately decided to accept the invitation. The Eastern King, without uttering a word, promptly tucked the invitation into his robes. Meanwhile, the teachings of the Chan sect had already reached Guang Chengzi, who stood at the mountain gate, awaiting his master's command. Senior brother Guang Chengzi. Duo Bao arrived at the gate and immediately cupped his hands in greeting. Guang Chengzi smiled, accepting the invitation from Duo Bao and hurriedly delivering it to his master. The primordial heavenly venerable gazed at the invitation before him, seething with rage. However, he knew that this was not the time for confrontation. With a scowl, he glanced at the invitation before accepting it. Concurrently, all notable figures in the realm received invitations to the Tao Conference. Di Jun and Tai Yi wore expressions of deep dismay. They could scarcely believe that Tong Tian had chosen to forge a brotherly bond with Lu Changsheng. Brother, this matter may prove rather troublesome. They were already vexed by the support the 12 ancestors of Wu were offering Lu Changsheng, and now, with Tong Tian's involvement. Demon Master, do you have any clever ideas? Di Jun, at a loss, turned to Kunpeng for counsel. Kunpeng could only manage a wry smile, eventually uttering, "We have no choice but to contact Yuan Shi and Laozi." Upon hearing Kunpeng's words, Di Jun could only smile bitterly. Lu Changsheng must be dealt with swiftly. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly become a grave threat to our demon race in the future. Casting a glance at Di Jun and Tai Yi, Kunpeng chose to remain silent. Inside the Western Spirit Mountain, Zhuanti and Jiejing wore expressions akin to having swallowed a fly. The two exchanged incredulous glances, each unable to fathom the situation. Brother, could it be that Tong Tian has lost his mind? How could he choose to ally himself with such a lowly human? Zhuanti exclaimed in exasperation. Jiejing remained quiet, his expression darkening slightly. It seemed that our plans would require thorough reconsideration. Upon hearing his brother's words, Zhuanti refrained from further comment. In stark contrast, the 12 ancestors of Wu erupted in a laughter upon learning of Tong Tian and Lu Changsheng's brotherhood. Indeed, Brother Lu is truly remarkable. Yes, how extraordinary to have become brothers with the Master Tong Tian. Brother Lu is now the deputy leader of the Xihe sect. At that moment, Di Jiang was in high spirits, while Shebisher eagerly approached his elder brother with a question. Brother, what gift should we present? Di Jiang contemplated for a moment before decisively waving his hand. Let us package all the treasures we seize from the demon race as a congratulatory gift for Brother Lu. Chapter 46. The Innate Spiritual Root Huangjongli. Henceforth we shall be brothers. Upon receiving Di Zhang's command, the 12 ancestors of Wu erupted in hearty laughter. They could already envision the expressions of the demon race upon receiving their gifts. Without a second thought, Shebi Shi transformed into a streak of light, vanishing without a trace. Meanwhile, Lu Changsheng relayed the news to the human race within the Chaos Pearl. The great calamity was upon them, and the conflict between the Wu and demon races was becoming increasingly untenable. To instill fear in some nefarious individuals, it seemed prudent for the human race to flex their muscles for this occasion. Lu Changsheng chose to have the old ancestor of the Ming River lead the way. Given his stature as a formidable entity, this would undoubtedly present a more imposing presence. After much deliberation, Lu Changsheng decided that the Ming River would lead the Sui Run, the Zhao Kai, and the Xihe clan to participate in the Dao Conference. In the days leading up to the event, Lu Changsheng had engaged in discussions regarding the Dao with Master Tong Tian. Ceasing only as the conference commenced. On the day of the conference, the Bayou Palace was filled with ethereal melodies, while flocks of celestial cranes soared gracefully through the skies. Duo Bao and the Golden Spirit Holy Mother stood at the entrance of the Bayou Palace. Welcoming the guests, they performed their duties as the eldest brother and sister of the Jie sect. They were naturally tasked with receiving the prominent figures from the Hongguang continent. The Eastern King and the Queen Mother of the West have arrived. With that announcement, Tong Tian's smile widened within the Grand Hall. He had not anticipated that the first arrivals would be the Eastern King and the Queen Mother. Congratulations, Dao friend Tong Tian. Upon entering the hall, the Eastern King exclaimed with a beaming smile, accompanied by the elegantly attired Queen Mother. Both were seasoned quasi-saint level experts, by seniority. They were fellow disciples of Master Tong Tian, being among the 3,000 worldly guests of the Xihe Palace. Lu Changsheng curiously scrutinized the Eastern King and the Queen Mother before him. The Eastern King appeared as a free-spirited poet, exuding an air of nonchalance that starkly contrasted with Lu Changsheng's preconceived notions of the world's foremost male immortals. As for the Queen Mother, she was even more astonishing in her demeanor. With her composed elegance, she resembled a refined young lady, lacking the imposing presence one would expect from the foremost female immortal. In that moment, Lu Changsheng could not help but smile wryly. Simultaneously, the Queen Mother gazed at him with wide, curious eyes, thoroughly intrigued. This Lu Changsheng, devoid of any aura of the laws, seemed to lack even the cultivation level of a quasi-saint. And yet he had managed to defeat Di Jun and Dong Huang Tai Yi. Had she not heard it from the Eastern King, she would have found it utterly unbelievable. Dao friend Tong Tian. This must be Lu Changsheng, correct? The Queen Mother inquired with a gentle smile, glancing at Tong Tian. Tong Tian nodded eagerly, introducing Lu Changsheng to her. The Queen Mother chuckled softly before waving her hand at a fruit materialized before the assembly. This fruit is a gift for you, Dao friend Lu Changsheng. With a cheerful toss, she sent it sailing toward him. Master Tong Tian stared at the fruit in astonishment, quickly urging Lu Changsheng, second brother, do not forget to thank Dao friend Queen Mother. Fearing that Lu Changsheng might not grasp the fruit's significance, he hurriedly elaborated. This fruit is one of the 10 innate spiritual roots. The Huangzhong It blooms in one yuan meeting, bears fruit in another, ripens in yet another, and can only be consumed in the subsequent one. In other words, there are scarcely a few in the entire Honghuang. The most remarkable aspect of the Huangzhong Li is that consumption elevates the individual to the realm of the great Luo Golden Immortal instantly, without any adverse effects, unlike the peach of immortality. Upon hearing Tong Tian's explanation, Lu Changsheng finally comprehended the gift's value. He promptly expressed his gratitude to the Queen Mother. Thank you, Dao friend, the Queen Mother, upon hearing his words. Chuckled and replied, if you truly wish to thank me, then come to my abode and chat with me. At that moment, Lu Changsheng felt his face flush, as if he had been playfully teased. Just then, a resounding shout echoed, Brother Lu, we have arrived. Without needing to guess, Lu Changsheng immediately recognized the voice. Di Jiang led the charge, followed closely by 11 brothers. Master Tong Tian cast a knowing glance at the 12 ancestors of Wu. Smiling wryly, though his temper was fiery, he often found himself exasperated by the antics of these 12. known for their impulsive and reckless nature. True to form, Di Jiang, after exchanging greetings with Lu Changsheng, grinned widely and addressed Tong Tian directly. Dao, friend Tong Tian, now that you and Brother Lu have become brothers, you can count on us for anything. The crowd fell utterly silent, exchanging bewildered glances, even the Queen Mother suppressing laughter. Tong Tian's expression fluctuated between shades of green and purple, realizing these individuals were far from refined cultivators, resembling a band of ruffians instead. However, he chose not to engage in debate with them, hastily ushering the Wu clan into the Grand Hall. Brother Lu, these are the treasures we seized from the demon race, and they are now yours, Di Jiang declared, gesturing toward Shebi Shi, who promptly poured out the myriad of items they had acquired from the demon race. As Tong Tian beheld the disarray of items before him, he was utterly flabbergasted. Yet, among the scattered treasures were indeed some precious artifacts, including items akin to the three light, divine water, and fortune gold pills. Just then, Di Jun and Dong Huang Tai Yi from the demon race entered coldly. Upon stepping inside, they immediately noticed the Wu clan using the spoils of their heist as a congratulatory gift. In a moment of exasperation, Dong Huang Tai Yi could no longer contain himself. He coldly admonished Di Jiang. Di Jiang, you seek your own demise. Upon hearing Dong Huang Tai Yi's words, Di Jiang dismissively waved his hand. Stop the idle chatter. If you wish to strike, then do so. Do you think I fear you? Di Jun, concerned for his impulsive brother, interjected, Second brother, this is the Baiyu Palace. Only after hearing Di Jun's warning did Dong Huang Tai Yi emit a disdainful snort and storm off in anger. Watching Dong Huang Tai Yi depart, Di Jiang could not help but mutter loudly, What a coward! This remark nearly sent Dong Huang Tai Yi into a fit of rage that he silently vowed that upon leaving this place, he would confront this group of scoundrels to alleviate his pent-up fury. Di Jun, glancing at his younger brother, sighed in resignation. Chapter 47. The debate begins. Severing ties with Nuwa, the Wu clan indeed seemed to be courting disaster. At this moment, Di Jun felt a surge of anger. However, recognizing that this was not the time for confrontation, he forced himself to endure. Western Zhuan and Jie have arrived. With this proclamation, Zhuan and Jie gracefully entered the Grand Hall, their faces adorned with their characteristic smiles. After observing them, Tong Tian shook his head, opting not to engage in further conversation. His disdain for the two was profound. Yet, recognizing their intent to offer congratulations, he refrained from voicing any discontent. Congratulations, Dao friend Tong Tian, and congratulations, Dao friend Lu Changsheng. After acknowledging the two, Tong Tian offered a nonchalant response. Subsequently, Taishang Lao Zi and Yuan Shitian Zun also arrived in unison. After exchanging a few pleasantries with Tong Tian and offering their congratulations to Lu Changsheng, they entered the Grand Hall. Dao friend Tong Tian, congratulations! Suddenly, the figure of Nuwa, with a human face and serpent body, gracefully made her entrance. Thank you, Dao friend Nuwa. Tong Tian greeted her with a warm smile. Nuwa cast a cold glance at Lu Changsheng, her eyes filled with iciness. Lu Changsheng could distinctly sense a murderous intent directed at him. Frowning, he chose not to respond, fully aware of Nuwa's resentment, as he had become a sworn enemy of the demon race. How could Nuwa, as the matriarch of the demon clan, harbor any goodwill towards him? Clan leader, just as Nuwa prepared to depart, the venerable Ming, he led 3 figures from the human race into the hall. Instantly, they became the focus of attention among the assembly of great powers. Ming-He! The crowd was left in stunned silence at the sight of Ming-He. How could they not recognize him? He was a well-known quasi-saint from the Primordial era. When had he joined the human race? This was unfathomable. Ming-He, the lord of the endless blood sea, known for his ruthless nature, was now pledging allegiance to Lu Changsheng. This was utterly astonishing. Unless Ming-He himself referred to Lu Changsheng as clan leader, they would never have believed it. After much contemplation, Ming-He found himself utterly speechless. In that moment, they were at a loss for words. Within the Grand Hall, the assembly was divided between joy and despair. Ming-He's allegiance to the human race was a monumental boon for the 12 ancestors of Wu, given their close ties with Lu Changsheng. The stronger the human race grew, the better it was for them. However, The demon race and figures like Taishang Lao Zi and Yuan Shi Tianzun held a contrary view. The stronger the human race became, the more challenging it would be for them to attain sainthood. After extensive deliberation, they had come to understand the nature of the opportunity for achieving sainthood. It was contingent upon spreading the teachings of the human race. Only through the success of human teachings could they leverage the merits of heaven and earth to attain sainthood. However, paradoxically, as the human race grew stronger, the chances for them to disseminate their teachings diminished. This outcome was unacceptable to Taishang Lao Zi and Yuan Shi Tianzun. They exchanged worried glances. Realizing the urgency of implementing their plans, that if they continued to delay, who could predict how far Lu Changsheng could lead the human race? Once everyone had gathered, Tong Tian wasted no time and commenced the debate. Naturally, as the sole saint of the current era, Nuwa was the first to speak. Without hesitation, she addressed the assembly, her demeanor icy as she gazed at Lu Changsheng. Esteemed colleagues, I do not recommend the creation of a race for the purpose of attaining enlightenment. Following this, she insinuated, the races that are created possess nearly zero aptitude for cultivation and show little respect for their creator. Nuwa's words were a direct slander against the human race. Hearing her remarks, the faces of Suiren and the other ancestors turned frigid. Initially, they had held Nuwa in some regard, given her role in the creation of humanity. Yet now, her blatant disparagement of the human race incited their ire. Even the hot-tempered Suiren had begun to contemplate severing all ties with Nuwa. Meanwhile, Lu Changsheng's eyes flickered with a hint of coldness. Ding! The system has detected that the host is facing a critical decision. The Supreme Choice system is now activated. Choice 1. Announce the severance of all ties between the human race and Nuwa. Reward. Saint Experience Card X1. Choice 2. Declare that Nuwa remains the creator of the human race, thereby gaining her recognition. Reward. Random extraction of the power of chaotic divine laws. Choice 3. Surrender the human race and return to serve under Nuwa. Reward. Banner of 10,000 demons. Upon hearing the options presented by the system, Lu Changsheng did not hesitate for a moment, choosing the first option without a second thought. Surrender the human race? Absolutely unthinkable. As for the second option, why should he acknowledge Nuwa when she had already disavowed the human race? In that moment, Lu Changsheng's expression was cold and resolute, devoid of any doubt. Enough. Just as Nuwa continued her tirade, Lu Changsheng's icy voice rang out, stunning everyone present. They all understood what Lu Changsheng intended to do. He fixed his gaze on Nuwa, his voice devoid of any emotion. That I, Lu Changsheng, as the leader of the human race, hereby declare the severance of all relations with Nuwa from this day forth. After stating this, he deliberately looked at Nuwa once more and added, we, the human race, shall henceforth stand as a separate lineage. Upon hearing Lu Changsheng's declaration, Suiren immediately rose to his feet, exclaiming, I, the ancestor Suiren, pledge my loyalty to the clan leader. Following suit, the other ancestors swiftly voiced their support for Lu Changsheng. Within the chaotic pearl, the crowd of onlookers had no time for idle chatter. Countless commoners knelt in unison, their voices filled with fervor as they shouted, we are willing to follow the clan leader. At that moment, the fortunes of the human race surged dramatically. Nuwa was taken aback, realizing that the heavenly fortunes within her essence were rapidly diminishing. Even her saintly realm began to waver precariously, threatening to plummet. In a state of panic, she hurriedly stabilized her cultivation. Lu Changsheng, you seek your own destruction. Nuwa glared at Lu Changsheng, believing him to be the instigator of this upheaval. With a fierce roar, she launched a vicious attack against him. Lu Changsheng snorted coldly and swiftly activated the Saint Experience card. In an instant, an overwhelming aura erupted from him. Chapter 48. The Resurgence of the Tao. Hong Jun's bloodlust saintly realm. At this moment, the three purities widened their eyes in disbelief. Jie and Zhuan were filled with frustration and helplessness. How could this individual be a saint? If Lu Changsheng was indeed at the saintly level, they would not dare to capture Changxi. After a few breaths, the assembly sensed something was amiss. This aura of saintliness rivaled that of Tao ancestor Hongjun, yet it lacked the essence of the Tao. This indicated that Lu Changsheng had attained the pinnacle of saintly power solely through celestial and spiritual energy. However, Niwa had only recently ascended to the saintly level, relying on the fortunes and merits to break through. Even though she was now a saint, she might not be able to contend with Taishang Laozi. Brandishing the god-slaying spear, Lu Changsheng's gaze was frigid as he addressed Niwa. Niwa, from this day forth, the human race shall have no further ties with you. Niwa's complexion darkened, her fury boiling over. Then I shall annihilate you first, and then destroy the human race? She could hardly believe that a mere human, insignificant as an ant, would dare to speak to her in such a manner. Without hesitation, Niwa unleashed her full power. Wielding the banner of 10,000 demons, she cried out, "Gather for me!" Dijun and Dong Huang Tai exchanged glances, seemingly prepared to step in to assist. However, the 12 ancestors of Wu regarded Dijun and the others with malicious glee. Dijun understood that these rascals were likely waiting for him to take action. The demon master Kuanpeng cast a weary glance at the 12 ancestors of sorcery. Feeling quite troubled, he promptly turned to the figure before him, Emperor Jun, and exclaimed, "Lady Niwa is a sage. Lu Changsheng stands no chance against her." It was only then that Emperor Jun snorted coldly. Choosing to refrain from intervening, he understood that with the 12 ancestors present, they could not be of any assistance. Yuan Shi Tian Zun quickly glanced at Taishang Laozi, who remained in a meditative state, as if the chaos of battle held no relevance for him. Observing Taishang Laozi's demeanor, Yuan Shi Tian Zun recognized that his elder brother had no intention of getting involved. After all, Lu Changsheng had only recently formed a brotherhood with Tongtin. Niwa belonged to the demon clan, and currently, they fought for the benefit of the human race, which had no connection to the three teachings. Zhuanti and Jin also harbored intentions to assist Niwa. After all, the favor of a sage would be invaluable to the impoverished Western Buddhism. However, when they caught sight of Tong Tian, who was glaring at them with fierce intensity, they felt as deflated as a puncture balloon. They were well aware of Tong Tian's temperament. Should they dare to act, Tong Tian would undoubtedly support Lu Changsheng. Although they were confident in their ability to take on two adversaries, they could not guarantee that Lao Zi and Yuan Shi Tianzun would remain passive. If the three pure ones acted in unison, their only fate would be to retreat. To offend the three pure ones for the sake of Niwa was a most thankless endeavor. Furthermore, the human race was not without its own fighting capabilities. The being known as Mingyi was likely not inferior to them in strength. If to validate their suspicions, Ancestor Mingyi cast a glance at Sui Run and swiftly waved his hand. In an instant, the Six Souls banner materialized before everyone. The Six Souls banner. At this moment, Zhuanti and Jin became even more reluctant to act recklessly. Mingyi was at the pinnacle of quasi-saint level. Just like them. Having merged with the primordial purple energy, he could almost be considered a sage of the heavenly Tao. Yet this Six Souls banner had the power to injure the flesh of a sage. What was most troubling was that Ancestor Mingyi was reputed to be immortal, with a blood sea that never dried. He possessed 480 million blood god avatars, rendering him virtually indestructible. It is no exaggeration to say that the current Ancestor Mingyi possessed combat prowess equivalent to that of a sage. Thus, Zhuanti and Jin abandoned the thought of offering assistance. It was not that they were unwilling, but the risks were simply too great. Upon seeing that no one had come to her aid, Niwa's expression darkened further. However, gritting her teeth, she coldly directed her fury at Lu Changsheng. "Die for me." The myriad demon souls had already gathered atop the myriad demon banner. Now, receiving the command, they surged towards Lu Changsheng as if possessed. As the onslaught of demon souls blotted out the sky, Lu Changsheng remained expressionless. The distance between the demon souls and Lu Changsheng dwindled. Meanwhile, a radiant display of 7 colors erupted around Lu Changsheng. Zhuanti shuddered as he beheld the 7-color divine light in the sky. Not again. He had previously been severely educated by this move. In an instant, the 7-color divine light swept forth, absorbing tens of thousands of demon souls entirely. Niwa was momentarily stunned, gazing at Lu Changsheng in disbelief. She was baffled as to how he had managed to consume her demon souls. Unwilling to yield, Niwa once more summoned the demon souls. Lu Changsheng again employed the seven-color divine light to absorb them. Be suppressed. Lu Changsheng had no desire to engage in further dialogue. He hurled forth his Zhen Tian coffin with great force. This time, Lu Changsheng wielded the power of a peak sage. The might of the Zhen Tian coffin was fully unleashed, a tremendously dense aura of chaos surged forth, even within the purple cloud palace of the 33 heavens. The ancestor Hongjun let out a muffled groan. The heavenly Tao began to wane. Instead, the great Tao was on the verge of revival. In the face of the great Tao, the heavenly Tao was akin to a 3-year-old child. Easily crushed, ancestor Hongjun's complexion turned ashen, yet he had already merged with the heavenly Tao. Should the great Tao be reborn, it would inevitably lead to the destruction of the heavenly that point. He too would not escape the fate of annihilation. After much contemplation, ancestor Hongjun began to burn his own source power in a frenzied attempt. After several breaths, the great Tao finally ceased its trembling and returned to tranquility. With a sigh of relief, ancestor Hongjun felt a growing sense of vigilance. Could it be that Lu Changsheng could provoke the great Tao to tremble? This presented quite the dilemma. The thought of erasing Lu Changsheng even flickered through ancestor Hongjun's mind. However, the human race had yet to emerge. Now was not the time. The emergence of the human race would herald the demise of Lu Changsheng. A glimmer of murderous intent flashed in ancestor Hongjun's eyes. But he soon regained his composure. The Zhen Tian coffin collided violently with Niwa. She was no match for it and was sent flying, her aura diminishing, just as Lu Changsheng prepared to strike decisively. Taishan Lao Zi could no longer remain passive. After all, Lady Niwa had created the human race. I propose we end this matter here. Upon hearing Taishan Lao Zi's words, Lu Changsheng understood that he could not kill Niwa. Moreover, he had no intention of doing so, that he coldly addressed Niwa. From this day forth, you and my human race shall have no further ties. Chapter 49. Lu Changsheng's breakthrough to the pinnacle of Deluo. Although Niwa's heart simmered with fury, her lack of power left her with no choice but to snort coldly in expression of her discontent. How could she still have the face to remain there? She turned away from the Bo Palace, retreating in disgrace. With this minor episode concluded, the discussion meeting lost its flavor. The attendees, as if merely going through the motions, shared trivial matters of little consequence. Thus, the discussion meeting came to an unceremonious end. The demon clan members were the first to depart, casting a venomous glare at Lu Changsheng before leaving. Observing their departure, Emperor Jiang hurriedly gathered his brothers and sisters to bid farewell to Lu Changsheng. Brother Lu, rest assured, we witnessed Emperor Jun glaring at you just now. We shall seek vengeance on your behalf. With that, the 12 ancestors of sorcery left, their faces alight with excitement. Seeing their demeanor, Lu Changsheng could hardly be oblivious to their intentions. They were likely off to confront the demon clan once again. Zhuanti and Jean departed the Bo Palace with heavy hearts, their expressions indicating some urgent matter awaited them. This piqued Lu Changsheng's curiosity. Friend Lu, you must come to Kunlun for a proper visit one day. At this moment, the Western Queen Mother sweetly reminded Lu Changsheng with a smile. Upon glancing at the Western Queen Mother, Lu Changsheng could only manage a wry smile. This was their first meeting. How could she be so effusive? Her warmth even made Lu Changsheng feel a bit bashful. Observing the Western Queen Mother's demeanor, Dong Wang Gong rolled his eyes. Then, with a quick flick of his gaze, he called out to the Western Queen Mother, "You don't mean to say you've taken a liking to our friend Lu, do you?" Upon hearing Dong Wang Gong's words, the Western Queen Mother reacted as if someone had stepped on her tail. She glared at Dong Wang Gong, her face suddenly flushed with embarrassment. Then, with a countenance full of shyness, she turned and departed. Dong Wang Gong was left utterly flustered by the sight. Could it be that he had struck a chord of truth? But how could this be? Lu Changsheng was meeting them for the first time. Tong Tian looked at Lu Changsheng and burst into laughter. "Ha! Second brother, your charm is indeed extraordinary." While others may be unaware, Tong Tian was well aware of his 3 disciples' affections. He had never seen them invite anyone else to the Bo Palace. Lu Changsheng was the first at AS for the demon clan Saintus. Xihe, She had completely succumbed to her infatuation. It seemed that even the earth goddess of the witch clan had taken an interest in Lu Changxing. The fact that his second brother was so charming was indeed a source of pride for him. Tong Tian felt no embarrassment in this matter. Rather, he was quite pleased. Dong Wanggong regarded Lu Changxing with admiration. Then, with a smile, he said, "Friend Lu, should you have the time, do come visit me. I would also like to learn a few techniques from you. After all, I've been quite lonely for several epochs." With that, he transformed into a streak of light and vanished from the Bo Palace. After hearing Dong Wanggong's last remark, Lu Changxing nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. Could this fellow possibly think of him as a Sea King? To learn techniques? Just then, a familiar system notification echoed in his mind. The Sage Experience card's time has expired. Lu Changxing felt as though the immense power within him was receding like a tide, leaving him feeling rather weak. Nevertheless, utilizing this Sage Experience card had not been without its benefits, that he sensed that his cultivation had reached a bottleneck, now just a step away from the pinnacle of Deluo, Golden Immortal. Without hesitation, Lu Changxing urgently addressed Tong Tian, "Elder brother, do you have a place for cultivation? I feel that I am on the verge of a breakthrough." Upon hearing that Lu Changxing was about to make a breakthrough, Tong Tian promptly led him to his training grounds. "Second brother, this is where I cultivate. Feel free to practice as you wish." After glancing at the cushion before him, Lu Changxing no longer hesitated. He quickly seated himself on the mat and closed his eyes to begin his meditation. Tong Tian then stepped out of the training hall and personally commanded Daobao Daoist and the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit to guard the training area for Lu Changzong. And O1 is to disturb Lu Changxing. Otherwise, there will be no mercy. Upon hearing his master's words, Daobao felt a sudden jolt of apprehension. He understood that Lu Changxing's status in their master's heart had likely surpassed that of their venerable uncles, Laozi and Yuan Caidat, in this world. It seemed that only Lu Changxing could enjoy such treatment within their sect. Thus, he dared not hesitate and quickly took up his post to guard Lu Changxing. Meanwhile, within the Xihe Palace of the 33 Heavens, Laozi and Yuan Shi stood in utmost reverence before the Tao ancestor Hongjun, not daring to even breathe audibly. "Master, may I inquire why you summoned your disciples?" Taishang Laozi cautiously asked. After a moment's consideration of Taishang Laozi, Hongjun slowly replied, "The opportunity for your sanctification has arisen. You must ensure the resurgence of the human race." Hearing this, Taishang Laozi and Yuan Shi exchanged eager glances, their hearts racing with excitement as they assured him, "Rest assured, Master, we will compel the human race to re-emerge." Hongjun nodded, then continued, "Before that, you must seize the opportunity to incite the upcoming calamity of the witches and the demons. Do you understand?" Taishang Laozi glanced at Hongjun and acknowledged his understanding. Hongjun then nodded once more and returned to the workings of the heavenly Tao. For Hongjun, all beings in the vast wilderness were merely his pawns. Taishang Laozi and Yuan Shi were but larger pieces on the board that if they obeyed, he might grant them the status of a saint. If they did not, he had countless ways to obliterate their very souls. After exiting Xihe Palace, Taishang Laozi and Yuan Shi briefly discussed how to instigate the calamity of the witches and demons before parting ways. A year slipped by in the blink of an eye. And one day, while immersed in seclusion, Lu Changxing suddenly sensed a tumultuous surge of celestial energy within him. A powerful aura erupted throughout his being, with the 3 flowers atop his head converging and the 5 energies in his chest taking on a tangible form. Most importantly, Lu Changxing felt as though his cultivation had reached a bottleneck. No matter how much he practiced, it proved futile. The celestial energy within him not only failed to increase, but began to dissipate wildly. Frowning at this internal turmoil, Lu Changxing appeared perplexed. Yet the most significant change was that he could now perceive the laws of the universe. Chapter 50. Seeds of Law. The law of slaughter. All things in heaven and earth could embody the law. Previously, Lu Changxing had possessed no understanding of the power of law. Yet now, his eyes were filled with the pervasive force of the laws surrounding him. Laws of vitality, clouds, and even the earth itself. For a moment, he found himself in a state of bewilderment. After a while, he turned away from the laws before him and chose to leave. Upon exiting his secluded space, he was greeted by Daobao Daoist and the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit. who promptly exclaimed, "Uncle Master, you have emerged from seclusion." Upon hearing their address, Lu Changsheng felt a twinge of discomfort but smiled and nodded in acknowledgement, choosing not to elaborate further. "Second brother, you have emerged from your retreat?" At that moment, Tong Tian cheerfully stepped out from the void, approaching Lu Changsheng. Glancing at Tong Tian, Lu Changsheng offered a slight smile. "This is not the place for conversation. Follow me." Tong Tian waved his hand, and the two entered the void together. "Second brother, you must have reached the pinnacle of the Deluo realm, haven't you?" Lu Changsheng did not conceal his progress and nodded affirmatively. After pondering for a moment, Tong Tian spoke, "Second brother, your path to sainthood is destined to be extraordinary." Lu Changsheng understood Tong Tian's implication. Just moments ago, a blood-red glow had suddenly appeared within his consciousness. This glow was none other than the seed of the law of slaughter. This meant that the power Lu Changsheng was cultivating was indeed the essence of the law of slaughter. However, this power had nearly reached its peak, merely a step away from breaking through to the realm of the great D. Changsheng recognized that this seed originated from his divine weapon, the god-slaying spear, just as he had broken through to the Deluo golden immortal realm. The spear had erupted in golden light, and the seed manifested in his mind. The essence of the law of slaughter must surely be derived from the demon ancestor. Yet Lu Changsheng harbored a secret he did not share with Tong Tian. Within his sea of consciousness, there existed not just a single seed of the law of slaughter, but three. One from the chaos law of the Zhentian coffin, and another from the law of creation. The Zhentian coffin was likely left behind by primal deities, which explained the presence of the chaos LAWAS for the law of creation. It was undoubtedly because the human race had completely severed ties with Nuwa, leading the heavenly Tao to believe that it was the human race it had created, thus bestowing the seed of law. Moreover, Lu Changsheng had a feeling that these seeds were not his limit. This left him perplexed. According to his understanding, a quasi-saint could only cultivate a single LAWI in the future. They would refine that law to attain the Tao. Since laws varied in strength, some could break through to sainthood, while others could not, regardless of effort. Yet, why could he grasp multiple laws? This was distinctly counterintuitive. What constituted a breakthrough? Did all laws need to reach the realm of the Tao? However, since he had not yet stepped into the quasi-saint realm, Lu Changsheng found himself without answers. He presumed that upon entering the quasi-saint level, he would understand how to break through. Tong Tian, oblivious to Lu Changsheng's transformations, continued to elaborate on the subject. "Second brother, the last great being to successfully cultivate the law of slaughter was the demon ancestor, a prodigious talent reborn from the chaos gods and demons, rivaling even Tao ancestor Hongjun." After this, Tong Tian sighed and continued, "However, the law of slaughter, which is validated through killing, requires one to slay all living beings in the wilderness, rendering it fundamentally opposed to the heavenly Tao, making it impossible to attain sainthood." Although Tong Tian believed that Lu Changsheng was unlikely to achieve sainthood. After all, defying heaven was nearly impossible. He was confident that his second brother, even if not a saint, could undoubtedly reach the pinnacle of the quasi-saint realm at that point. Bolstered by the fate of the human race, and aided by supreme treasures like the Zhentian coffin and the god-slaying spear, his combat prowess would rival that of a saint, perhaps even placing him among the top tier of saints. After hearing Tong Tian's explanations, Lu Changsheng felt even more perplexed. For some reason, he sensed that Tong Tian's assertions were incorrect. The path of slaughter was one that aligned with one's true nature. To kill in order to cease killing was the true path. Even analyzing the inheritance of Lahu's law seed, it seemed that attaining sainthood through the path of slaughter did not necessitate the annihilation of all living beings, but merely required one to eliminate those who deserved to be slain, acting in accordance with one's heart. What was truly going on? In that moment, Lu Changsheng found himself utterly uncertain about what to do. Nevertheless, now that he had begun cultivating the law of slaughter, he was indifferent to the rest. After all, he could still practice other laws. Tong Tian, with a cheerful demeanor, continued to converse with Lu Changsheng. After a considerable time, Lu Changsheng finally grasped the next phase of his cultivation journey, the quasi-saint level, one primarily focused on the power of law. Each time the power of law reached its peak, one was required to sever the 3 corpses to continue their cultivation. Only after reaching the pinnacle of the law could one sever the 3rd corpse to challenge the realm of the saint. Liu Changsheng did not dwell much on the subsequent realms. His sole focus now was to swiftly break through to the quasi-saint level. Only then would he know the direction of his future cultivation. Tong Tian, fully aware of Liu Changsheng's thoughts, smiled and remarked, "Second brother, achieving quasi-saint status is not something that could be accomplished in a day or two." Liu Changsheng nodded, acknowledging that he was indeed too impatient. Within the palace of Nuwa wore an expression of anger. Suddenly, a powerful aura surged into the sky. "Hongwan," Nuwa called out, and a little girl appeared before her. "Mother, we can no longer delay." Upon hearing Hongwan's words, Nuwa's expression darkened. Her brother Fushi was now at the time for reincarnation. Previously, she had hesitated to allow her brother's reincarnation, but now, with the human race in seclusion, it had become a troublesome matter. After a long moment of contemplation, Nuwa resolutely decided to allow her brother's reincarnation. In this contemporary era, the objective of reincarnation can solely be ascribed to the human race, for it is destined that humanity shall emerge as the sovereign of the cosmos. However, the current estrangement between her and the human race presents significant challenges. After considerable contemplation, Nuwa resolved to cloak all traces of Fushi's essence. With this precaution, it was likely that Liu Changsheng would remain oblivious, and when her brother eventually attained mastery in his cultivation, even if he were to discover the truth, what could he possibly do? Having reached this conclusion, Nuwa proceeded without hesitation, swiftly enacting her plan. Chapter 51. The Reincarnation of the Human Emperor. Does he even deserve it? There exist numerous methods to mask one's aura. Yet Fushi, being Nuwa's elder brother, necessitated meticulous care. Even the slightest error was unacceptable. After a prolonged period of reflection, Nuwa ultimately opted to employ the Bagua diagram to conceal Fushi's essence. The Bagua, originally devised by Fushi himself, was indeed the most fitting choice. Nuwa hurriedly manipulated the principles of the heavenly Tao, fervently channeling them into the Bagua diagram, as the heavenly Tao's force washed over it. The diagram began to exhibit subtle changes. Gradually, the power of the laws intensified, and the Bagua diagram was fully revived. Qian, Kuan, Kan, Li, Jinsu, and Jin, Dui. These 8 characters shimmered with brilliance, each occupying its designated cardinal point. Noticing that time was of the essence, Nuwa promptly commenced summoning her brother's soul. From her bosom, she produced the map of mountains and rivers, calling out Fushi's name with unrelenting fervor. After what felt like an eternity, a faint soul materialized before her eyes. Albeit incredibly frail, upon its emergence, it nearly disintegrated into nothingness. Nuwa gazed at her brother's remnant soul, refusing to waver, and swiftly guided it into the Bagua diagram. As the soul gradually merged with the diagram, Nuwa finally exhaled in relief, though her heart was heavy with sorrow. Observing her mistress's demeanor, Hongwan transformed into a youthful figure, exclaiming, "My lady, do not be disheartened. This is indeed a fortuitous event." Nuwa, upon hearing Hongwan's words, offered a bittersweet smile that it was undeniably a positive development. Her brother had long excelled in deciphering the transformations of the cosmos. Thus, he had foreseen his great tribulation, with humanity being the key to his transcendence. It was for this reason that Fushi had left behind a remnant soul, allowing Nuwa to facilitate his rebirth at the opportune moment. Casting a glance at the passage of time, Nuwa recognized that the moment had arrived. Without further ado, she crushed the Bagua diagram in her hand. Meanwhile, within the Chaos Pearl, Liu Changsheng felt an abrupt disturbance, as though something had intruded upon his sanctum. He promptly conducted a meticulous examination, but found no anomalies. Sensing a lingering unease, he scrutinized his surroundings once more, yet discovered nothing amiss. Ultimately resigning to the situation, in a certain tribe of humanity, a child was quietly born. As the years swiftly passed, Liu Changsheng concluded his seclusion and awakened from his meditative state. Alas, he remained but a step away from his goal. He was now on the brink of attaining the quasi-saint level, with only a thin veil separating him from success. However, despite his relentless efforts, he found himself unable to break through. Leaving him in a state of profound frustration and helplessness. It appeared that his mindset was too impatient. Yet Lu Changsheng felt powerless. He had no other recourse. His understanding of the seeds of laws and the intricacies of their application had become utterly disordered, fostering an urgency to surpass the quasi-saint realm and delve deeper into the nature of these laws. At that moment, a radiant light pierced the heavens. Upon sensing the human race's fortune rapidly deteriorating, Lu Changsheng hastened out of his sanctum. Simultaneously, several ancestral figures, including Xueren, burst forth in alarm. They exchanged bewildered glances, their expressions fraught with confusion. Patriarch, what is this fortune? Upon hearing Xueren's inquiry, Lu Changsheng shook his head slightly. I do not know, but I am certain that the event transpired in a specific human tribe. Without delay, Lu Changsheng established a connection with the Chaos Pearl. After a lengthy period, he began to unravel the threads of the situation. Follow me, he commanded, dashing eastward, with Xueren and the others trailing closely behind. The group arrived at the outskirts of a tribe. Xueren surveyed the area and quickly turned to Lu Changsheng, stating, reporting to the Patriarch, this tribe is named Luophone. After hearing Xueren's introduction, Lu Changsheng nodded slightly. Then, without hesitation, waved his hand. Xueren and the others positioned themselves beside him, appearing to act as guardians. Eventually, Lu Changsheng discerned the peculiarities of the situation. The Bagua diagram, Fuxi, in a courtyard, a child bore the unmistakable mark of the Bagua. In the entirety of the Honghuang continent, only Fuxi possessed the Bagua diagram. Fuxi had reincarnated within humanity. Without needing to speculate, Lu Changsheng understood that this individual sought to leverage humanity to achieve the status of the Celestial Emperor. Yet, did Fuxi truly believe he was worthy of being the Emperor of humanity? Instantly, a chill settled upon Lu Changsheng's countenance, and he produced the heavenly suppression coffin at that moment. Fuxi appeared to awaken abruptly, gazing at Lu Changsheng with a mixture of fear and astonishment. However, he did not surrender. Instead, he brandished the Bagua diagram in his hands. In an instant, 8 characters materialized within the courtyard. Lu Changsheng let out a disdainful snort, coldly rebuking, a mere trick, yet you dare to flaunt it before me. Upon uttering these words, the heavenly suppression coffin unleashed a powerful gravitational force. Before Fuxi could react, he was drawn into the coffin, which then returned to Lu Changsheng's grasp. Beside him, Xueren, filled with confusion, inquired, Patriarch, who is this person? He struggled to comprehend the situation, for the earlier Bagua diagram had instilled a sense of dread within him. Upon hearing Xueren's question, Lu Changsheng chuckled lightly and replied, he is Nua's elder brother. Fuxi. Xueren, upon receiving this explanation, became even more perplexed. Why would Nua's brother appear among us? Lu Changsheng glanced at Xueren and promptly elucidated. Fuxi seeks to harness our human fortune to attain the identity of the human emperor. Xueren's countenance darkened with rage as he muttered indignantly. This Fuxi truly courts death. Does he think the human race is a soft target? In that moment, Xueren yearned to eliminate Fuxi on the spot. Even Shenong and Xianyuan, standing nearby, wore expressions of profound discontent, sharing a collective desire to see Fuxi vanquished. They even began to harbor grievances against Nua. Did this brother and sister duo truly believe that humanity was easily intimidated? Observing the righteous fury of the crowd, Lu Changsheng chuckled softly, shaking his head. Fear not. I have secured Fuxi, and I believe Nua will soon come to pay her respects. With that, Lu Changsheng's face radiated pride. After all, with Fuxi now in his possession, Nua would have no choice but to endure. Chapter 52. Nua's apology within the Nua palace. As Nua was immersed in her cultivation, she suddenly felt a sharp pain in her chest. Her eyes flew open, and she began to calculate the circumstances. After a brief span, her voice erupted in furious exclamation. Wretched being, seeking death, upon hearing her mistress's roar. Hongwan hurried to her side, asking with trepidation, My lady, what troubles you? Hongwan gazed at Nua, fear evident in her eyes. Nua glared into the void, her eyes ablaze with unquenchable fury. The human race has truly sought their own demise. Her words were devoid of any emotional inflection. Hearing Nuwa's outburst, Hong Wan grasped the gravity of the situation. She dared not speak further, fully aware that her mistress was in a volatile state. To offend her could result in dire consequences. After a considerable time, Nuwa finally let out a sigh. Although she was still seething with rage, she had no choice but to endure it, with her brother Fushi in the clutches of Lu Changsheng. She dared not act rashly. After much contemplation, Nuwa ultimately resolved to seek an audience with Lu Changsheng. However, prior to that, she needed to enlist a few allies. The significance of Fushi to Nuwa was self-evident. Thus, she had to ensure her brother's safety at all costs. Finally, Nuwa transformed into a streak of light and vanished from the palace of Nuwa and the ancient demon court. Emperor Jun and Dongwang were drowning their sorrows in drink. Over the past few days, they had been driven to madness by the incessant provocations from the Wu clan. This group seemed relentless, visiting daily to taunt them. The two sides remained locked in a stalemate, unable to gain the upper hand. However, the Wu clan, tireless in their efforts, left Emperor Jun and the Crown Prince feeling utterly helpless and fatigued that moment. A sudden wave of energy rippled through the surroundings. And Nuwa's figure appeared before Emperor Jun and Tai. Saint Nuwa, what brings you to our ancient demon court? Upon seeing Nuwa, both Emperor Jun and Dongwang were visibly taken aback. They exchanged bewildered glances. Unable to fathom why Nuwa would suddenly visit them, why Brother Fushi has been reincarnated as a human, but has been captured by Lu Changsheng. Acknowledging each other with a glance, Emperor Jun and Tai finally understood the purpose of Nuwa's visit. After a moment of deliberation, they promptly replied, "Fear not, Saint. We shall certainly assist you." Being part of the demon race, it was only natural for Emperor Jun and Tai to lend their aid. Moreover, the fact that Nuwa held the status of a heavenly Tao saint made it a tremendous boon to receive her favor. Seeing the eagerness of the two, Nuwa smiled lightly and nodded. However, it was evident that Emperor Jun and Tai alone would not suffice. After departing from the ancient demon court, Nuwa made her way to the Western Buddhist realm. Within Lingshan, Zhuanti and Jane immediately sensed Nuwa's aura. Without hesitation, they approached the outskirts of Lingshan. Daoist friend Nuwa, what brings you to our Lingshan today? Zhuanti and Jane approached with warm smiles. Observing the two, Nuwa finally spoke in a subdued tone. I have come seeking your assistance. Upon hearing Nuwa's words, both Zhuanti and Jane's hearts filled with caution. As a heavenly Tao saint, Nuwa's request was undoubtedly significant. Thus, they refrained from immediately acquiescing. Noticing their hesitance, Nuwa's eyes flashed with a hint of disdain. If it weren't for her desperate situation, she would never have solicited help from them. She was all too aware of the character of the Western Buddhists. After a moment's contemplation, Nuwa addressed Jinti and Jin. I require your assistance. Lu Changsheng has taken my brother. The two exchanged glances, their expressions revealing their understanding of Fushi's predicament. They were aware of Fushi's desire to reincarnate as a human and his ambitions regarding the human emperor. To their surprise, Lu Changsheng had managed to capture Fushi. Did he truly not fear the wrath of a saint like Nuwa? If she were to unleash her fury, no one would be able to withstand it. Ultimately, Jane nodded at Juni. With a smile, Juni said to Nuwa, Daoist friend Nuwa, since Fushi is also our fellow disciple, it is only natural for us to assist. Though she felt a strong aversion, Nuwa feigned excitement. Thank you both for your help. Should you ever need my assistance, do not hesitate to ask. Hearing this, Juni's face broke into a smile. The reason he and Jane were willing to help was precisely because of Nuwa's promise. Haha, Daoist friend Nuwa, you are far too courteous. This is what we, as fellow disciples, ought to do. Subsequently, Nuwa also summoned Laozi and Yuan Shi to bolster her cause. Within the Chaos Pearl, Lu Changsheng ceased his cultivation upon sensing Nuwa's presence nearby. Sneering, Daoist friend Nuwa, what brings you to seek me today? The moment he appeared, Lu Changsheng greeted Nuwa with a teasing grin. Nuwa felt a surge of anger at his words, glaring fiercely at him. Yet she took a deep breath and said, Daoist friend Lu, I have come to apologize that Lu Changsheng had expected Nuwa to forego pleasantries and attack directly, so her apology caught him off guard. Taishang Laojun glanced at Lu Changsheng and quickly interjected. Daoist friend Lu, spare those who deserve mercy. Yuan Shi chimed in eagerly. Indeed, Dao's friend Niwa has already admitted her mistake. Although Xuanti and Jane remained silent, their intense gazes on Lu Changsheng were unmistakable. Yet Lu Changsheng was unyielding in his stance. Gazing coldly at Niwa, he said, "Saint Niwa, my kin and I have no further ties to you. What do you mean by allowing Fuxi to reincarnate as a human?" Upon hearing Lu Changsheng's words, Niwa's expression darkened. Still, she mustered her resolve and addressed him. "Daoist friend Lu, I implore you to return my brother's reincarnated spirit to me." Lu Changsheng, looking at Niwa, coldly retorted, "I will not relinquish Fuxi's spirit." Chapter 53. The Unprecedented Battle. The annihilation of Fuxi. Niwa's countenance turned grim upon hearing Lu Changsheng's resolute response. "Lu Changsheng, do you truly believe we cannot handle you?" she coldly inquired, her voice laced with iciness. "If you wish to fight, then come at me." Without further ado, Lu Changsheng hurled the heavenly suppression coffin enlarged mid-air and hurtled towards Niwa. Her expression turned serious as she swiftly retreated, genuinely fearing the power of the heavenly suppression coffin. The others, seizing the opportunity, wasted no time in joining the fray, eager to eliminate Lu Changsheng, which would be a monumental victory for them. Anticipating their aggressive stance, Lu Changsheng had long been prepared. He coldly snorted and summoned the likes of Mingyi Ancestor from the Chaos Pearl. As soon as they emerged, they plunged into the battle. The likes of Suiren and his companions wasted no time, activating the 9-curved yellow river formation, targeting Xuanti and Jin. All 5 of them were at the pinnacle of quasi-saint status, and facing Laozi and Yuan Shi would be nearly insurmountable. Thus, they had to settle for the comparatively weaker Xuanti and Jin. Nevertheless, they understood that their goal was merely to trap these two. Eliminating them was beyond their capabilities. Xuanti and Jane beheld the formation laid out by Suiren and his group and felt the impending attack. They were engulfed in boundless fury. Did these mere mortals truly consider them nothing more than clay figures? They were quasi-heavenly Tao saints, and these pests dared to provoke them? In an instant, Xuanti and Jane unleashed their most lethal attacks. Meanwhile, Taishang Laojun and Yuan Shi remained passive observers, even contemplating how to protect Lu Changsheng. With humanity yet to emerge, they could not afford to let him perish. Otherwise, they would forfeit their chance of becoming saints, a loss they could not bear. Emperor Jun and Dong Huang, however, had no such reservations. Without hesitation, they charged at Lu Changzong. In response, Mingyi Ancestor swiftly threw the Six Souls flag into the fray. Engaging in fierce combat, as the battleground erupted into chaos, Taishang Laojun couldn't help but smile bitterly. Had he known this was how things would unfold, he would never have involved himself from the outset. Now he found himself caught in the middle, torn between 2 formidable forces, Niwa and the critical opportunity for his own ascension. Yuan Shi shared a similar sense of awkwardness. Ultimately, they both resolved to remain neutral, silently deciding to protect whichever side emerged victorious. In the blink of an eye, the conflict had escalated to a fever pitch. The heavenly suppression coffin in Lu Changsheng's hands clashed violently with Niwa's myriad demon flags. The two exchanged blows, neither gaining the upper hand. After yet another retreat, Niwa coldly addressed Lu Changsheng, "If you return my brother's spirit to me, I shall not hold you accountable for past grievances." Seemingly fearful of Lu Changsheng's refusal, she hastily added, "I can even offer you some treasures. Just name it." In her quest to rescue her brother, Niwa has already invested a considerable amount of effort. Although she has lost her treasures, she can always seek them anew. However, Fuxi is irreplaceable. This ethereal form represents the last vestige of his soul. Should it be eradicated once more, the vast expanse of the primordial continent shall never witness the existence of Fuxi again. This underscores the profound significance of this spiritual entity to Niwa. Lu Changsheng cast a cold glance at Niwa, his heart frozen. This Niwa, having secretly sent Fuxi into the realm of humanity, was she not merely attempting to seize the merits and fortunes of humankind? If this matter were not handled appropriately, would it not invite all manner of beings to encroach upon their human race? As Lu Changsheng pondered how to address the situation, a sudden notification resonated within his mind. Ding! The system detects that the host is faced with a crucial choice. The Supreme Selection System is now activated. Choice 1. Return Fushi's spiritual entity and mend a relationship with Niuhua. Reward. The banner of 10,000 demons. Choice 2. Refuse to return Fushi's spiritual entity, using it as leverage against Niuhua. Reward. The map of mountains and rivers. Choice 3. Decline reconciliation and annihilate Fushi's spiritual entity. Reward. Seed of the Law of Power. Upon hearing the options, Lu Changsheng nearly dismissed the first outright. What a jest! How could he possibly reconcile with Niuhua? It was unthinkable. The second option aligned more closely with his expectations. However, he already possessed the supreme treasure known as the Chaos Pearl, rendering the map of mountains and rivers somewhat superfluous. After much contemplation, Lu Changsheng ultimately chose the third option, but he understood that even without killing Fushi, he and Niuhua would have become irreconcilable foes. The only resolution lay in one of their downfalls. Thus, it would be more prudent to eliminate Fushi and obtain the seed of the Law of Power, a power once cultivated by the great Pengu himself. With his decision firmly made, Lu Changsheng ceased to hesitate. He swiftly maneuvered the heavenly sealing coffin back, then with a swift motion, extracted Fushi from within. Upon beholding the child before her, Niuhua instantly recognized her brother, Fushi. Yet before she could utter a word, Lu Changsheng brandished the god-slaying spear, and without a moment's thought, pierced Fushi's body with it. As Fushi was impaled, Niuhua cried out in anguish, no, yet was in vain. After being struck by Lu Changsheng's spear, Fushi's reincarnated spiritual entity shattered instantaneously, beginning to dissipate. The heavens themselves seemed to lament. The heavenly Tao quivered, subtly emanating a sense of sorrow. Taishang Laojun and Yuanshi Tianzuan exchanged glances, seemingly bewildered by the unfolding events. Did Lu Changsheng truly just slay Fushi? Was he out of his mind? They dared not entangle themselves in the repercussions of Fushi's demise. In that moment, Niuhua descended into utter madness, losing all semblance of reason. Suddenly, a cold voice echoed from the heavens. Niuhua, whose eyes were once blood-red, regained her clarity, yet she remained unwilling to submit. However, she could not defy the edicts of the heavenly Tao, as she was a sage beneath its dominion at Lu Changsheng. I shall make you wish you were never born. With that, she transformed into a streak of light and vanished from sight. Chapter 54. Lu Changsheng's Teachings. The immortals pay homage after Niuhua's departure. Lu Changsheng smiled faintly, yet he refrained from saying anything further, allowing her to leave. Regardless of her status as a sage of the heavenly Tao, she was not someone who could be so easily dispensed with. The figures of Jun Ti and Xihe also ceased their skirmish. The two brothers exchanged glances, neither willing to speak first. It was Lu Changsheng who coldly broke the silence. Are you fellows not leaving? Do you intend to wage war against the human race? Upon hearing Lu Changsheng's words, the onlookers displayed expressions of fury. In this primordial continent, who among them was not renowned? How dare Lu Changsheng speak to them in such a manner? Did he truly believe humanity was invincible? Lu Changsheng, wielding the heavenly sealing coffin, wore a frosty expression and remained silent. The presence of Ancestor Mingyi and others beside him exuded a palpable intent to kill. As they prepared for any eventuality, Junti and Xihe snorted in disdain, turning away to depart. Taishang Laojun and Yuanshi Tianzuan, being mere spectators, leisurely exited the scene. The demon clans Dijuan and Tai cast a menacing glance at Lu Changsheng, leaving behind a foreboding remark. Lu Changsheng, we shall not let this matter rest easily. With that, they hurriedly retreated, clearly fearful of Lu Changsheng's potential response. Lu Changsheng made no attempt to stop them. The impending calamity of the heavens loomed ever closer. The demon clan possessed the protection of the heavenly Tao, rendering them untouchable. Once all had departed, Lu Changsheng returned to the human realm. 100 years swiftly passed, and Lu Changsheng abruptly opened his eyes, as if struck by a profound insight. Stepping forth from the Chaos Pearl, he proclaimed, I, Lu Changsheng, leader of the human race, today feel the call of the heavenly Tao and shall impart teachings upon the primordial realm. As his declaration echoed across the vast expanse, countless races and factions fell into a state of astonishment. the leader of the human race, Lu Changsheng, is imparting teachings. This Lu Changsheng had long been a figure of great renown in the primordial continent. He had fiercely contended against the Western Buddhist sect and had recently bested the sage Nuwa. Most notably, he had nurtured numerous quasi-saint-level powerhouses, elevating the once feeble human race into a formidable force within the primordial realm. Instantly, curiosity piqued. They hastened to the location where the teachings were being imparted. Within the East Sea, all 4 dragon clans had gathered. "Brother, shall we attend this teaching?" The Dragon King of the West Sea, Ao Run, inquired eagerly of the Dragon King of the East Sea. "Indeed, brother, Lu Changsheng must possess some formidable strength," chimed in the Dragon King of the South Sea, Ao Qin. Hearing their words, Ao Guang contemplated for a moment before nodding in agreement. The Dragon Kings promptly gathered their most talented offspring and swiftly made their way to Lu Changsheng's teaching venue. The site of Lu Changsheng's teachings was set upon a celestial mountain. As time passed, an increasing number of immortals arrived. However, the 12 golden immortals of the Chan school and the Western Buddhist figures did not attend. From the Xihe school, only a few outer disciples made a token appearance to show support. Those present from the Xihe school included the Golden Cudgel Immortal Ma Sui, the Golden Light Immortal, and the Spiritual Tooth Immortal. Yet there were still thousands in attendance, crowding the celestial mountain until there was scarcely room to stand. Among them were pivotal figures destined to play crucial roles in the forthcoming calamity. Amidst the throng of immortals, Lu Changsheng recognized Shiji, Shun Gongbao, and the nine-tailed fox of Qingxiu. They sat with utmost respect, attentively listening to Lu Changsheng's teachings that in the realm of the primordial, they were but insignificant beings, easily dispatched by the mighty. Lu Changsheng began to speak, to attain the utmost void, to maintain serene tranquility. "All things coexist, and I observe their return." Without hesitation, he recited a famous line from the Tao Te Ching, in the void. Taishang Laojun and Yuan Shitianzuan were secretly eavesdropping on Lu Changsheng's teachings. Although they had reached the pinnacle of their cultivation, each of Lu Changsheng's words illuminated their understanding, unraveling the confusions that had once plagued them. How could Lu Changsheng, who had yet to achieve quasi-saint status, possess such profound insights into the Tao? In an instant, Taishang Laojun and Yuan Shitianzuan exchanged astonished glances. Among the myriad of immortals listening, a mysterious tortoise, upon hearing Lu Changsheng's words, seemed to attain enlightenment. It abruptly closed its eyes, savoring Lu Changsheng's teachings. Surrounded by the power of the laws, its aura began to rapidly diminish. After a brief moment, it appeared as though it had entered a state of transcendence. Yet, Lu Changsheng could sense that this tortoise was not perishing, but rather cultivating. Intriguingly, this creature was the very same tortoise involved in the act of mending the heavens. Observing the tortoise before him, Lu Changsheng chuckled ruefully and shook his head. The calamity that loomed over this creature was even more intense than that of him, the leader of the human race. The difference lay in the fact that Lu Changsheng's calamity stemmed from merit and fortune, while the tortoise's was rooted in slaughter. This creature would later suffer the tragic fate of having its limbs severed by Nuwa to repair the heavens. However, Lu Changsheng said nothing further and continued imparting his teachings. Man follows the earth follows heaven follows the Tao follows nature. As soon as the words left his mouth, it seemed as if the stone pillar below had gained some insight. A shimmering dark brown aura enveloped her, and then her cultivation began to surge uncontrollably. Like him, Jinggu Xian and others also experienced a breakthrough in their cultivation, observing the individuals around him who were breaking through. Lu Changsheng wasted no time in resuming his discourse. But by the time he finished speaking, nearly every one of the myriad immortals present had gleaned something from his teachings. After concluding, Lu Changsheng fell silent and turned to leave without a word. Xian Gui and others, brimming with excitement, deeply bowed to Lu Changsheng's retreating figure, proclaiming loudly, "Thank you, clan leader of the human race, for imparting your wisdom." Other cultivators, such as Shiji and Jinggu Xian, also hurriedly expressed their gratitude to Lu Changsheng. Even many wandering cultivators had begun to regard him as their master. As time passed, an increasing number of individuals became aware of this teaching session. Almost every immortal who attended benefited in some way. which led those who had not come to lament their missed opportunity, slapping their thighs in regret. Tai Shang and Yuan Shi, having eavesdropped, also experienced moments of enlightenment. Upon returning to their respective abodes, both hurriedly entered seclusion to cultivate. Even Guang Qingzi, who intended to report on the matter, was coldly rebuffed by Yuan Shi. Senior brother, what has happened to our master? Tai Yi and others inquired of Guang Qingzi, puzzled. They had been disciples for quite some time, yet had never witnessed their master in such a state. Guang Qingzi shook his head, equally perplexed, but he dared not disturb his master. Given his master's urgency, it was clear he must have experienced some profound realization. Chapter 55. Accumulating merits is as simple as drinking water at this moment. In the Western Buddhist sect, Zhuan and Jiayin were engaged in a discussion. Junior brother, do we have confidence in this matter? Zhuan glanced at Jiayin and cheerfully replied, Senior brother need not worry. The Dingguangxian and our Buddhism are inherently connected. I have confidence. Only then did Jiayin nod in agreement, continuing to speak with a smile. If this endeavor succeeds, it will not only bolster the strength of our Buddhist sect, but also allow us to acquire some celestial merits. They were but a step away from attaining sainthood. If it were not for the wretched Liu Changsheng compelling the entire human race to retreat, they would have already broken through. The retreat of the human race, choosing not to partake in the great calamity, left a gap in the heavenly order. Thus, with the heavenly path incomplete, they could not achieve sainthood. Now, they could only siphon some of the celestial fortunes to enhance themselves. The long-eared Dingguangxian of the Jie sect had been a target of their interest for quite some time, but he was not well regarded within the Jie sect. Therefore, Zhuan was confident he could persuade this individual to align with Buddhism and thereby acquire celestial fortunes and merits. After much contemplation, Zhuan eventually vanished into the Lingshan, within a certain cave dwelling. Long-eared Dingguangxian had just concluded his cultivation. Suddenly, he sensed an overwhelmingly powerful presence locking onto him. Frowning deeply, he raised his head and shouted angrily, Who dares to intrude upon my cave? At that moment, Zhuan Ti's figure slowly materialized before long-eared Dingguangxian. Zhuan, long-eared Dingguangxian stared in surprise at the figure before him. Bewildered. What brings you here? He was a member of the Jie sect and had had no prior contact with Zhuan. Why would this individual seek him out? Perplexed, he queried Zhuan, Master Uncle, may I inquire about your purpose? Given his status as a disciple of Tong Tian, addressing Zhuan as Master Uncle was indeed fitting. Zhuan, smiling gently, stated, Fellow Taoist, you are fated to join our Buddhist sect. Why not come and take refuge with us? Long-eared Dingguangxian was taken aback by this proposition. Was Zhuan attempting to recruit him into Buddhism? Although long-eared Dingguangxian was a disciple of the Jie sect, he was merely one of the attendants among the seven immortals. Lacking both status and identity, he would not join without substantial benefits. He had aligned himself with the Jie sect solely for the sake of cultivating under the esteemed Tong Tian. Now, within Buddhism, there were also Zhuan and Jin. Furthermore, it appeared he could potentially secure a favorable position, which made him somewhat intrigued. Zhuan seemed to sense long-eared Dingguangxian's thoughts and smiled slightly before continuing. If you join our Buddhist sect, I can promise you a position as a Buddha. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of excitement flashed in long-eared Dingguangxian's eyes. After all, the position of Buddha was among the upper echelons of Buddhism that he was hardly valued within the Jie sect. And yet Zhuan was offering him the treatment of a Buddha. However, this title was ultimately nominal. Without tangible benefits, he would not bear the stigma of a traitor. Master Uncle, I am a disciple of the Jie sect. How could I betray my sect and seek another? Zhuan, observing the disingenuous smile on long-eared Dingguangxian's face, understood his intentions all too well. After some consideration, he waved his hand, revealing a tome and a bow before long-eared Dingguangxian. This treasure, known as the Nail-Headed Seven-Arrow Book, is a top-tier magical artifact. Should you join our Buddhist sect, it shall be yours. After much deliberation, long-eared Dingguangxian ultimately decided to align with Buddhism. Upon receiving his affirmative response, Zhuan smiled broadly, declaring, From this day forth, you shall be known as the Dingguang Huanshi Buddha. sharing in the fortunes of our Buddhist sect. However, he was still hesitant to directly induct long-eared Ding Guangxian into Buddhism. After all, the three pure ones of the Taoist sect were still united, and he dared not take excessive risks that if they banded together to resist, he might find himself at a disadvantage. After careful thought, Zhuan eventually addressed long-eared Ding Guangxian, Huanshi Buddha. Now is not the time. You should continue your cultivation within the Jie Jiao sect. Long-eared Ding Guangxian nodded in understanding. After Zhuan had settled everything, he returned to Lingshan with a sense of satisfaction. Xihe awaited Zhuan return, eagerly inquiring, "Junior brother, how did it go? Is long-eared Ding Guangxian willing to join our Buddhist sect?" Zhuan, beaming, began to summon the fortunes of the West. A spectral image of a Buddha manifested within the auspicious energies. With a smile, Zhuan addressed his senior brother. "Senior brother, long-eared Ding Guangxian will henceforth be known as Ding Guang Huanshi Buddha." Upon hearing Zhuan words, Xihe burst in a hearty laughter. Suddenly, the heavenly order trembled, and a palm-sized fortune of merit descended before Xihe and Zhuan. "Junior brother, the heavenly order has rewarded our Buddhist sect with such a significant fortune of merit." This was a fortune of merit the size of a palm. Zhuan and Xihe were nearly overwhelmed with excitement, almost shouting in joy. Within the Chaos Pearl, Lu Changsheng abruptly looked up towards the heavenly order. Rumbling, following that, wisps of merit power began to converge furiously. Lu Changsheng recognized that this was the merit accrued from his teachings. He regarded it with indifference. After all, it was merely some heavenly merit. At present, he lacked nothing more than fortunes of merit. The heavenly merit gathered frantically. It soon amassed to a height equivalent to a person, enveloping Lu Changsheng. Oh much. This fortune of merit is too easy to acquire. In a moment of disbelief, Lu Changsheng shook his head, feeling somewhat speechless. This fortune of merit held little value for him at the moment. Its only potential use might be to bolster his cultivation. Within Lingshan, Xihe and Zhuan were utterly dumbfounded upon sensing that someone had actually acquired a person-high amount of celestial merit. They knew that they had offered the nail-headed seven-arrow book. And even with promises of high positions, they had only managed to obtain a palm-sized fortune of merit. Who could this be that received such a bountiful amount of merit? This was akin to delivering a resounding slap to their faces. With an irate expression, Zhuan gazed at the descending merit, as if struck by a sudden realization. "Senior brother, in recent times, only Lu Changsheng has been imparting teachings. This merit must have originated from him." Zhuan quickly informed Jen. Xihe pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. It seemed that this was the only plausible explanation. Apart from Lu Changsheng, no one else could have achieved such a feat. "Senior brother, I shall prepare immediately. Let us also hold a teaching session and strive for some merits." Upon hearing his junior brother's words, Xihe's face lit up with excitement, and he nodded in agreement. Chapter 56. Stepping into the quasi-saint realm. The law of power. If Lu Changsheng could acquire vast amounts of celestial merit through his teachings, then they could do the same. In an instant. Zhuan and Xihe hurriedly followed Lu Changsheng's example and proclaimed their own teachings to the wilderness. Meanwhile, within the Chaos Pearl, Lu Changsheng was fully aware of their movements, that he wore a face of derision and disdain. These two were merely imitating him in a clumsy manner. They were practitioners of the Western Buddhist sect, naturally cultivating Buddhist teachings. How could individuals from the vast wilderness possibly follow suit? Lu Changsheng had no time to pay attention to these two individuals. After receiving the gifts of the heavenly Tao, he felt that he was merely a thin layer of paper away from breaking through to the quasi-saint realm. Thus, he devoted all his energy to achieving this breakthrough. Meanwhile, the duo of Zhuan and Xihe began to preach, but the results were tragically dismal. They had chosen a location identical to that of Lu Changsheng. Unlike Lu Changsheng's grand assembly of myriad immortals, they were surrounded only by some inconsequential woodland spirits. In an instant, the faces of Zhuan and Xihe flushed with embarrassment. They simply could not comprehend why there was such a vast disparity between them and Lu Changsheng. After all, they were quasi-saint beings of the heavenly Tao and the leaders of Western Buddhism that, in terms of both power and fame, they could easily overshadow Lu Changsheng. Why then were the outcomes so drastically different? Nevertheless, for the sake of the cosmic fortune, the two had no choice but to press on and preach to these inconsequential spirits. Although they faced some humiliation in this endeavor, they hoped to garner some fortune and merit in return. They lectured for several years before finally concluding, only to find their efforts utterly unrewarded. Not only was there no fortune of the heavens, but even the size of a fingernail's worth was absent. This left the two deeply frustrated and somewhat helpless. Meanwhile, Taishang Laojun and Yuanshi Ting inside their sanctum were amused by the spectacle of these two at this moment. They had become the subject of ridicule. After completing their preaching, with no divine merit to show for it, Jun Ti and Jie Yin turned away in disgrace and fled back to Western Buddhism. Within the Chaos Pearl, Lu Changsheng felt as though the bottleneck that had confined him was suddenly shattered. Had he broken through? The once stable, celestial spiritual energy and laws of the universe began to surge violently. The spiritual essence seemed to be under a spell, wildly converging upon Lu Changsheng's retreat, even reaching a level of concentration that began to liquefy. The forces of the laws also became wildly active. The entire cosmos was thrown into disarray. Many cultivators, in a state of panic, realized that the celestial spiritual energy had vanished in an instant. This left them in disbelief and shock. Unlike these ordinary cultivators, several quasi-saints rushed out from their abodes. They had just felt their cultivated law powers begin to crumble. "Master, what is happening?" Yuanshi Tianzun asked, confusion flickering in his eyes as he addressed Taishang Laojun. Taishang Laojun hastily summoned the Taiji diagram and began to deduce the situation. After a considerable time, he finally spoke with indifference. "It is this Lu Changsheng again." Upon hearing Taishang Laojun's words, Yuanshi Tianzun was momentarily taken aback. "Master, how can Lu Changsheng possibly suppress all the law powers of the cosmos? Even the teacher would find it impossible." Taishang Laojun, hearing Yuanshi Tianzun's words, could only shake his head with a bitter smile that he too was deeply curious about how Lu Changsheng achieved such a feat beyond the 33 heavens. In the Zixiao Palace, Dao ancestor Hong Jun wore a frown, his expression icy. This damned Lu Changsheng, how long must this continue? As a part of the heavenly Dao, he was aware that Lu Changsheng was breaking through to the quasi-saint realm. However, he was not like Taishang Laojun and Yuanshi Tianzun, beings of the primordial era that he hailed from the chaos era, and was well aware that Lu Changsheng was cultivating the power of the great Dao laws that in the primordial heavenly Dao. An individual could only choose one law to attain sainthood. However, in the chaos era, the favored of heaven could cultivate multiple laws. Yet, no one had ever succeeded in mastering multiple laws as a path to the Dao. Ultimately, they would select one to serve as their path to sainthood. Now, Lu Changsheng was embodying an array of peculiar law powers. None of them were straightforward paths to sainthood. The laws of slaughter, power, and others that he wielded were among the most challenging in existence. Hong Jun could only shake his head in disbelief. Truly, Lu Changsheng was an anomaly, his comprehension of the laws diverging from that of others. With 3,000 paths to sainthood, most would opt for attribute laws such as metal, wood, water, fire, and earth to forge their path. Attaining the great Tao through such means was considerably easier, though the reality post-sainthood may not compare to the top-tier laws like those of power. Achieving sainthood was no simple feat. Even the legendary Pangu, a prodigy of the heavens, had once failed to attain the Tao. The demon ancestor Luo, who, reborn from the chaos, had also met with a tragic fate. Thus, Hong Jun was curious about which law power Lu Changsheng would ultimately choose as his means to attain the Dao. This moment, Lu Changsheng was faced with this very choice. Ding Dong detected that the host was currently at a crossroads, and the supreme choice system activated. Choice 1. Select the law of power as the primary law and attain sainthood. Reward: Pangu's essence blood. Choice 2. Select the law of slaughter as the primary law and attain sainthood. Reward: Luo, whose fortune. Choice 3. Select an ordinary attribute law and attain sainthood. Reward: 1 drop of ancestral dragon's essence blood. Hearing the 3 options presented by the system, Lu Changsheng found himself hesitating. He pondered deeply. Although the primary law was not of utmost importance to him, he had just realized a unique aspect of himself. He could freely alter his primary law. This revelation astonished and perplexed him, as it meant he had far more opportunities and choices than others. If one primary law could not lead to sainthood, he could simply switch to another. If Hong Jun were to discover this, he would undoubtedly go to great lengths to capture him. Since he possessed such an ability, it would be a waste not to choose the law of power. After much contemplation, Lu Changsheng ultimately selected the first option. The law of power, after all, was the supreme essence of the universe. Upon making a choice, several drops of essence blood appeared before him. He sensed the aura emanating from the essence blood. A glimmer of excitement flashed in his eyes. This was Pangu's essence blood, and it was drawn from the very heart. Without hesitation, he began to merge the essence blood, feeling as if every vein in his body was shattering. With a roar of anguish, Lu Changsheng attempted to alleviate the intense pain that pierced his very being. In the next moment, it seemed his body could not withstand the onslaught of Pangu's essence blood and was utterly destroyed, leaving only his primordial spirit. Gradually, as time passed, and with the enhancement of Pangu's essence blood, Lu Changsheng's body began to recover little by little. Countless years later, he finally opened his eyes. Now, he resembled a sword piercing the heavens, exuding an overwhelming aura. Clenching his fists, he heard the sound of bones cracking to test the strength of his new physique. Lu Changsheng shot forth from the Chaos Pearl, aimlessly traversing the primordial continent. Upon sighting a small mountain, he instantly soared towards it. Arriving beside the mountain, Lu Changsheng did not even mobilize any of his internal law powers. He unleashed a single punch, striking the peak with tremendous force. Bang! That punch shattered the mountain into fragments, sending rocks tumbling and dust swirling. Not far from this location, within the Xihe fox clan, Xihe sensed the mountain's collapse, and a look of astonishment crossed her delicate face. She hurriedly made her way towards the mountain where Lu Changsheng was located. Witnessing the mountain reduced to rubble by a single punch, Lu Changsheng felt immensely satisfied with his new body. He initially estimated that his physical strength was certainly on par with the 12 ancestral witches. Furthermore, as he could also cultivate his primordial spirit and master the law of power, he believed that even if he faced all 12 witches together, he would not suffer significant losses if he had not expected Pangu's essence blood to be so formidable. Just a few drops were enough to forge a body comparable to that of an ancestral witch. How powerful would a complete Panga body be? The thought left Lu Changsheng in a state of shock and disbelief. He could even envision the grandeur of a legendary Pangu, capable of resisting the might of the great Tao. Just then, a petite figure darted past him, moving with incredible speed. Had it not been for Lu Changsheng's recent breakthrough to the quasi-saint level, he might not have even noticed that moment. Jur, believing herself to be unnoticed, was stealthily observing Lu Changsheng from the shadows. Her large, lively eyes sparkled as they fixated on the mountain now reduced to ruins. It was clear that this devastation had been wrought by Lu Changsheng. She had been fortunate enough to attend his preaching earlier, and although she had not comprehended any profound techniques, she did gain some minor insights. However, she chose not to approach him, instead harboring curiosity about what Lu Changsheng intended to do. What could possibly compel him to obliterate the mountain? Lu Changsheng cast a glance at the curious little girl, who was peering at him from the shadows, a faint smile gracing his lips. This little fox turned out to be a nine-tailed fox from the Xihe fox clan, a lineage renowned for its enchanting beauty. However, despite their captivating allure, their cultivation was rather lacking, rendering them among the weakest within the demon realm. The clan lacked any formidable figures at the quasi-saint level to provide support, and it would not be an exaggeration to say that the Xihe fox clan could be extinguished at any moment. Had it not been for their disdain, they might have already vanished from existence. Nonetheless, each member of the Xihe fox clan possessed a beauty that could rival that of the most renowned figures in history. Intrigued by this clan, Lu Changsheng refrained from idle chatter and coldly addressed the little fox hiding in the darkness. "Stop hiding and come out." Upon hearing his voice, Jure's face was filled with trepidation. She had just employed her bloodline's divine ability, making it impossible for her to be detected. She quickly held her breath, attempting to evade Lu Changxing's scrutiny. Alas, her efforts were destined to disappoint her. Her tricks were nothing more than child's play in the presence of Lu Changsheng, that if you do not come out now, do not blame me for being ruthless. After speaking, Lu Changsheng deliberately turned his gaze towards Xihe. It was then that she realized she might have truly been exposed. With no other option, Xihe cautiously peeked out from her hiding place. Once she confirmed that Lu Changsheng posed no danger, she stepped into view. That Lu Changsheng smirked slightly. The Qingxiu Fox clan was indeed timid. Xihe slowly revealed herself, her eyes filled with fear as she scrutinized Lu Changsheng. "Are you of the Qingxiu Fox clan?" Lu Changsheng inquired. Looking down at her, Xihe hastily nodded her head and exclaimed, "Yes, esteemed immortal, I am of the Qingxiu Fox clan, and my name is Xihe." Hearing her introduction, Lu Changsheng was taken aback. Previously, he had been curious about the appearance of the Qingxiu Fox clan, and upon seeing Xihe, he nodded in acknowledgement. Indeed, the members of the Qingxiu Fox clan were breathtakingly beautiful. At that moment, Xihe wore a light, gauzy garment, her features exquisitely delicate, qualifying her as a stunning beauty. Most importantly, there was an enchanting aura about her that was uniquely fox-like. Unlike other fox clans that relied on acquired charm through cultivation, Xihe seemed to possess an innate allure. "Senior, I have heard of your teachings. The distance to our Qingxiu Fox clan is not far. Would you care to visit?" Xihe eagerly invited Lu Changsheng. After contemplating, given that he had successfully broken through and was in high spirits, Lu Changsheng nodded and followed Xihe towards the Qingxiu Fox clan. Within the Qingxiu Fox clan's territory, the clan leader had already received news of Lu Changsheng's arrival. She held him in high regard, as he had led the most disadvantaged human race to establish their footing. It was no exaggeration to say that the former cultivation talents of the human race were inferior to those of the Qingxiu Fox clan. Nowadays, it was rumored that the number of quasi-saint level experts among the humans had surpassed a handful. Therefore, the Qingxiu Fox clan's leader was eager to meet Lu Changsheng to inquire how he had achieved such success. "Are you the esteemed Lu Changsheng?" the clan leader asked with a beaming smile as she looked at him. Lu Changsheng scrutinized the clan leader in return. Her cultivation was merely at the peak of the Deluo Golden Immortal Realm, and several high-ranking members beside her had just stepped into the Deluo realm. The Qingxiu Fox clan was indeed as weak as rumored. Their strength was likely insufficient to ensure even their own survival in the cutthroat world of the primordial wilderness. This elucidated their urgency in inviting him as a guest. They must be seeking him as their protector. If the Qingxiu Fox clan did not possess the fortune and merit for their cultivation, it was likely that with Xihe's talent, she would never reach the Deluo Golden Immortal Realm in her lifetime. "Esteemed immortal, this is not a suitable place for conversation. Please follow me." The clan leader warmly invited Lu Changsheng to a designated area. Though it was called a dojo, it was merely a natural cave. Lu Changsheng did not decline and walked in alongside her. Xihe personally served tea to Lu Changsheng. "Esteemed immortal, what do you think of the Qingxiu Fox clan?" The clan leader inquired with a smile. Without hesitation, Lu Changsheng replied, "I fear they may struggle to survive. The current primordial continent has not yet seen the outbreak of the War of the Wu and Yao, with various forces vying for dominance. The weak are treated like weeds. The Qingxiu Fox clan lacks cultivation talent and strong guardians, rendering them perpetually at risk of extinction." The clan leader understood this well, prompting her thoughts to become increasingly active. Although they hail from the demon race, they were essentially expendable, with no one caring for their existence. The Taoist sect would certainly not regard them highly, nor would the Western Buddhist practitioners accept them. Now, she could only place her hopes on Lu Changsheng. After careful consideration, the clan leader glanced at Xihe and made a decisive resolution. "Esteemed immortal, what do you think of Xihe?" Upon hearing the clan leader's words, Lu Changsheng understood her intent. However, he was not inclined to accept the Qingxiu Fox clan, as there was no benefit for him in doing so. "If you find her acceptable, I would like Xihe to serve as your personal maid, attending to your daily needs." The clan leader's suggestion caught Lu Changsheng off guard. "To have Xihe as my maid? Is this a jest?" At that moment, Xihe, noticing Lu Changsheng's intent to refuse, bit her lip and mustered her courage to say, "I humbly request that you accept me, esteemed immortal." She understood that this was her opportunity. with her mediocre talent. She could only hope to follow a powerful figure to have even a slim chance. She had previously sought to join Yua's sect, only to be cruelly rejected. If she could accompany Lu Changsheng, even as a maid, she was confident she could break through to the quasi-saint level in the future. Thus, this was her only chance, and she could not afford to let it slip away. I vow to serve you faithfully, esteemed immortal. Please accept me. With that, Zhuer's face flushed crimson, and she shyly buried her head in her arms. Observing her demeanor, Lu Changsheng hesitated. Accepting Zhuer as the catalyst for the upcoming calamity might indeed be beneficial. After some contemplation, he ultimately nodded. Very well. From this day forth, you shall accompany me in my cultivation. Upon hearing Lu Changsheng's agreement, Zhuer's eyes sparkled with excitement. The clan leader was equally overjoyed. With Zhuer as Lu Changsheng's maid, the entire Qingqiu Fox clan would have a protector, ensuring they would not be bullied at will. The clan leader promptly ordered a celebration feast for their kin. Lu Changsheng did not hinder their festivities. Instead, he chuckled and shook his head. Within the ancient demon court, the atmosphere was decidedly tense. Di Jun and Dong Huangtai wore grim expressions, silent as the grave. The demon master Kunpeng contemplated speaking, but found himself at a loss for words. The air hung heavy with unease. Just then, a melodious sound echoed through the court. It was Jin Ti, who gracefully entered the demon court. Ha ha, fellow Taoists, why the long faces? Zhuan Ti remarked, glancing at Dong Huangtai and Di Jun the two, already in a foul mood, did not respond. Are you several fellows troubled by the matter of the Eastern Prince? Zhuan Ti inquired. Hearing this, Di Jun's brows furrowed, and he coldly retorted, Do you possess a solution? The Eastern Prince was the foremost among the male immortals, and his presence dictated the ancient demon court's actions. A reality that both Dong Huangtai and Di Jun found intolerable. Di Jun had even harbored murderous intent, but due to the uncertainty of the Three Pure One stance, he dared not act rashly. There is a solution, but it depends on whether you dare to take action, Zhuan Ti said, sensing their resistance. Di Jun and Dong Huangtai, both of the demon race and naturally rebellious, shot him incredulous looks. Kill the Eastern Prince and eliminate future threats, Zhuan Ti proposed with a wicked smile. Upon hearing Zhuan Ti's fervent suggestion, Di Jun and Dong Huangtai fell silent. Zhuan Ti's smile widened as he continued. Do you truly believe that the Eastern Prince will be safeguarded by the Three Pure Ones? Fearing that Di Jun and Dong Huangtai might not understand his point, he quickly elaborated. The Eastern Prince oversees all male immortals. Naturally, disciples of the three teachings are included. You think the Three Pure Ones will protect him? Di Jun and Dong Huangtai's eyes brightened with realization. If that were the case, they could indeed eliminate the Eastern Prince. To solidify their resolve, Zhuan Ti slowly declared, If the two of you take action, I can assist you. Di Jun and Dong Huangtai exchanged a glance, filled with a hint of confusion, yet they resolutely made their decision. Although they were unsure why Zhuan Ti desired the death of Dong Wanggong, such concerns had become trivial. The enemy of one's enemy is a friend. As long as they could eliminate Dong Wanggong, other matters became irrelevant. After deliberating for a while, Zhuan Ti finally turned with a smile and departed from the realm of the demons. Once Zhuan Ti had completely left, Dong Huangtai turned to Di Jun and inquired, Elder brother, what could be the reason for Zhuan Ti's assistance? Di Jun, equally perplexed, shook his head in confusion. Pondering deeply, Zhuan Ti and Dong Wanggong harbored no known animosity, leaving him unable to fathom the motive. Meanwhile, the demon master Kunpeng seemed to grasp something, yet after much contemplation, he chose to remain silent. At this moment, the Qingqiu Fox clan's banquet had reached its final phase. Lu Changsheng sensed a shift in the impending calamity. He hastily began to calculate, and after a considerable time, he shook his head. The heavenly secrets had been intentionally obscured, yet he was able to discern the general trajectory of events. Vaguely, he uncovered a thread of clues indicating that this calamity seemed to center around Dong Wanggong and Shi Wangmu. Based on the trends of the primordial era, it appeared that the ancient demon court was preparing to act against Dong Wanggong. After some thought, Lu Changsheng resolved to intervene. The impending cataclysm involving the ancient demon court and the Wu clan was on the brink of eruption. This presented an opportunity to bolster the human race by rescuing the venerable Dong Wangong. Chapter 59. The Calamity of Dong Wangong. Lu Changsheng's visit immortal. Do you perhaps have matters to attend to? The clan leader of the Qing Xiu Fox clan inquired. Observing Lu Changsheng's furrowed brow with a hint of concern, Lu Changsheng nodded and replied, I have pressing matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. The clan leader promptly nodded and exchanged glances with Xihe as her attendant. Xihe was expected to remain by Lu Changsheng's side at all times. A bittersweet expression crossed Lu Changsheng's face as he regarded Xihe. With Xihe currently in seclusion, seeking a breakthrough, how would he explain this to her upon her return? Nevertheless, Lu Changsheng did not refuse and waved his hand that in an instant, he and Xihe vanished from the spot. The clan leader of the Qing Xiu Fox clan hurriedly led all the clansmen to bow in the direction of Lu Changsheng's departure, exclaiming, We respectfully send off the immortal. Xihe, observing Lu Changsheng's rapid advance, curiously asked, Master, where are we headed? The term master almost made Lu Changsheng's heart flutter. Xihe possessed an innate charm that was utterly captivating. With a smile, Lu Changsheng gradually explained, We are going to Zifuzhou to pay a visit to Dong Wangong. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of excitement flashed in Xihe's eyes. Dong Wangong was indeed a formidable figure in the primordial world that Lu Changsheng. He was known as Dong Wangong, but to Xihe and others, he was the esteemed Dong Hua Dijun. In Zifuzhou, Dong Wangong was engaged in a philosophical discussion with Shi Wang Mu that moment. Both sensed an aura that was not inferior to their own rapidly approaching. Who dares intrude upon my Zifuzhou? Dong Wangong's cold voice rang out. Xihe turned pale, as if struck by a heavy blow that a wave of terror washed over her. Had Dong Wangong harbored ill intentions? A mere word could seal her fate. Lu Changsheng smiled lightly, and immediately, a golden glow enveloped Xihe, wrapping her in warmth. Feeling the radiant energy, Xihe found herself almost overwhelmed with comfort. Lu Daoyu, at that moment, Dong Wangong and Shi Wangmu arrived together. Upon recognizing Lu Changsheng, they were momentarily taken aback. Ha, Lu Daoyu, you could have given a heads up before arriving. I thought we had an uninvited guest. Dong Wangong laughed heartily, though his heart was filled with astonishment. Lu Changsheng, whom he had previously perceived as merely at the Deluo stage, had now ascended to the quasi-saint level. And he could distinctly sense that Lu Changsheng's cultivation was based on extraordinary principles. Despite having just tapped into his own principles, it appeared they had no effect on Lu Changsheng, indicating that he must have mastered top-tier principles. Come with me, Daoyu. Dong Wangong greeted Lu Changsheng with a warm smile. Meanwhile, Shi Wangmu's attention was entirely fixated on Xihe. After a brief glance, she immediately recognized Xihe's true form as a nine-tailed fox from Qing Xiu, and her innate charm did not escape Shi Wangmu's keen observation. For reasons unknown, Shi Wangmu felt a surge of jealousy and envy towards Xihe, unable to comprehend the source of her emotions. Upon entering Zifuzhou, Dong Wangong swiftly gestured, and a pot of tea appeared before Lu Changsheng. Lu Daoyu, this is tea from the Fusang tree. Do savor, I teed. Lu Changsheng chuckled softly and began to taste. As the tea entered his mouth, a profound essence of creative principles converged within him. He immersed himself in the understanding of these principles. And after some time, he nodded in appreciation that, in his mind, a seed of creative principles took root. Had Dong Wangong known that Lu Changsheng had comprehended the creative principles, he might have choked on his own astonishment. Others took several epochs to condense a seed of principles. Yet Lu Changsheng grasped it with a single sip of tea. How could that be born? Lu Daoyu, what brings you to Zifuzhou today? Dong Wangong inquired, with Shi Wangmu regarding Lu Changsheng with a look of curiosity, as if eager to discern his purpose. Lu Changsheng smiled lightly and explained, Dong Wangong Daoyu, I have come to save you. Dong Wangong was thoroughly bewildered by Lu Changsheng's statement, seemingly at a loss for words. You wish to save me? Shi Wangmu, too, looked at Lu Changsheng with wide eyes. her expression filled with disbelief. Dong Wang Gong was the foremost of male immortals, a peak quasi-saint, who would dare to provoke him. Lu Sheng chuckled softly and continued, "If my calculations are accurate, the ancient demon court will certainly not spare you." Upon hearing this, Dong Wang Gong's brows furrowed deeply, his expression turning icy. After much contemplation, he resolved to conduct his own divination. Unfortunately, the heavenly secrets were in disarray, as if the heavens themselves sought to obstruct him, yielding no useful information. As he pondered, the very ground of Zifu Zhou began to tremble violently. Sensing several surging auras, Dong Wang Gong abruptly rose, his face filled with concern and shock. "Dong Wang Gong, come forth and face your doom," a piercing voice echoed. Dong Wang Gong's expression turned frigid as he transformed into a streak of light. Rushing forth with anger, Dijun and Dong Huang Tai, he now stood before Dong Wang Gong. Dijun coldly addressed him. "Dong Wang Gong Dao Yu, I offer you a chance. If you join my demon clan, I shall spare your life." Dong Huang Tai, holding the chaos bell, stared impassively at Dong Wang Gong, as if to say that refusal would not bode well for him. Gazing at Dijun and Dong Huang Tai, Dong Wang Gong's countenance darkened as he demanded, "What is the meaning of this, esteemed friends?" Dijun and Dong Huang Tai appeared disinclined to engage in further discourse, responding coldly, "Submit to our demon court, or perish." Hearing their ultimatum, Dong Wang Gong could no longer contain his fury. Even a clay figurine has its limits, let alone he. Dong Wang Gong ate that moment. A streak of light flashed across the sky. Shi Wang Mu emerged, her demeanor cold and ready for battle. Sensing her presence, Dijun and Dong Huang Tai prepared themselves for confrontation. The atmosphere became charged with tension. Chapter 60. The Demise of Demon Master Kunpeng. Dong Wang Gong joins the human race. Shi Wang Mu Dao Yu. "We are here for Dong Wang Gong. This does not concern you." Dijun expressed some concern, aware that Shi Wang Mu was also a seasoned quasi-saint. While they had confidence in dealing with Dong Wang Gong alone, the addition of Shi Wang Mu made the situation considerably more complex. Yet it was clear that Shi Wang Mu's stance was resolute. Dijun, do you truly believe I fear you?" Upon hearing the words of the Western Queen Mother, both Emperor Jun and Dong Huang Tai immediately ceased their hesitation. Dong Huang Tai forcefully hurled the chaos bell into the air. The chaos bell spun fiercely in the sky for several rotations before crashing down towards the Western Queen Mother with tremendous force. The Western Queen Mother swiftly retreated, unleashing a surge of power from the laws surrounding her. In a fit of rage, Dong Wang Gong brandished his dragon head staff and struck vehemently at Dong Huang Tai. With a disdainful snort, Dong Huang Tai hastily maneuvered the chaos bell to shield himself. The dragon head staff collided violently with the chaos bell. Being one of the most supreme innate treasures, the chaos bell was incomparable to ordinary innate artifacts. Consequently, the dragon head staff was instantly repelled back into Dong Wang Gong's grasp. "Dong Wang Gong, don't waste your effort. You are no match for us brothers." Dong Wang Tai scornfully taunted his opponent. In his eyes, Dong Wang Gong was merely an old relic, hardly worthy of being considered a rival. "Dong Huang Tai, you seek death." Dong Wang Gong erupted in fury. Akin to a cat whose tail had been stepped on, consumed by rage, without a second thought, he charged at Dong Wang Tai like a madman. Observing Dong Wang Gong's berserk behavior, the demon master Kunpeng swiftly joined forces with Dong Wang Tai to besiege him. Given that Dong Wang Gong's cultivation was not far from Dong Huang Tai's, and with the added support of the Chaos Bell and Kunpeng, it took only a few exchanges before he was sent flying. Meanwhile, the Western Queen Mother and Emperor Jun were still locked in a fierce confrontation, neither side willing to yield. However, Emperor Jun remained unperturbed, confident that once his brother and Kunpeng dealt with Dong Wang Gong, the Western Queen Mother would no longer possess any capacity for resistance. In the void, Junti gazed with satisfaction at the battle unfolding below. He had initially intended to appear as a surprise aide, but soon realized that Dong Wang Gong and the Western Queen Mother were utterly incapable of mounting a defense. With his objective already achieved, whether Emperor Jun and Tai felt gratitude towards him was of little consequence. As long as Dong Wang Gong remained alive, the calamity of heaven and earth could not continue to unfold. This was precisely why Xihe had incited Emperor Jun and Tai to eliminate Dongwang Gong at this moment. Lu Changsheng, holding the heavenly suppression coffin, wore an expression devoid of emotion as he sought his target. This time, he intended to impart a memorable lesson to this group of demons. Engaging in battle with the Western Queen Mother was clearly not a wise choice, and targeting Dongwang Tai, who had the Chaos Bell for protection, would be futile unless he could achieve a decisive blow. Otherwise, this opportunity would be squandered. Ultimately, Lu Changxing set his sights on the demon master Kunpeng. As an intellectual force among the demons, Kunpeng had devised numerous cunning schemes, making him a prime target for Lu Changxing's wrath. Lu Changsheng began to channel the murderous intent within him, pouring it all into the heavenly suppression coffin, with his cultivation having broken through to the quasi-saint level. He could distinctly feel his newfound strength, a stark contrast to his previous self. Now, he was finally able to unleash the maximum power of the heavenly suppression coffin. After completing his infusion, he seized the opportune moment and hurled the heavenly suppression coffin forward. It soared with astonishing speed, shattering the void as it hurtled towards the smug demon master Kunpeng. Upon sensing the aura of death, Kunpeng abruptly looked up at the descending coffin. The surrounding laws of power enveloped him, rendering him immobilized before the coffin descended heavily. A thunderous boom reverberated, causing the entire Zifu continent to tremble violently. Observing Kunpeng's perilous state, Dongwang Tai rushed forward in a panic to save him. Dongwang Gong clenched his teeth. He would not allow such an opportunity to slip by. The dragon head staff in his hand burst forth with a radiant golden light as several resounding dragon roars echoed through the heavens. Illusory golden dragons appeared in the sky, opening their mouths wide as they charged towards Dongwang Tai. With no other choice, Dongwang Tai braced himself for defense. Kunpeng's demon body was utterly shattered by the full force of the heavenly suppression coffin, causing his laws of power to begin to collapse. Lu Changsheng had long intended to take his life. He would not hold back now. He swiftly urged the heavenly suppression coffin once more. No, Kunpeng, witnessing the coffin descend again, was consumed by terror. The previous impact had left him in ruins, and this blow threatened to be fatal. As Lu Changsheng prepared to deliver his lethal strike, Xihe stepped forth from the void. Unfortunately, he was still a moment too late, as the heavenly suppression coffin came crashing down. With a resounding crack, all of Kunpeng's bones shattered in an instant. The 3 flowers dispersed, and the 5 qi extinguished. Thus, the demon master Kunpeng was utterly obliterated from existence. Lu Changsheng, you seek death. Emperor Jun and Tai, witnessing Kunpeng's demise at the hands of Lu Changsheng, were driven into a frenzy, charging furiously at him. Since you choose death, allow me to escort you on your journey. Noticing the reckless determination of Dongwang Tai and Emperor Jun, Lu Changsheng ceased to hold back. Suddenly, an overwhelming surge of law power flashed and vanished, leaving Emperor Jun and Dongwang Tai without a trace. Lu Changsheng, knowing without a doubt that this power belonged to the Grand Master Hongjun, understood that it was inappropriate for him to eliminate Emperor Jun and Dongwang Tai so easily. Given their status as the masters of the Great Calamity, Dongwang Gong likewise sensed the source of this aura. His expression darkened, feeling as though he had been played as the foremost male immortal of the realm. He had been personally appointed by the Tao ancestor Hongjun. Now, when Emperor Jun and Dongwang Tai sought to kill him, Hongjun not only refrained from intervening, but also rescued the 2 of them. This filled Dongwang Gong with rage, that he angrily gazed towards the direction of the 33 heavens, silently resolving in his heart. Since Hongjun showed no mercy, he would not hesitate to act unjustly. Lu, my friend, I wish to join the human race. Would you be willing to accept me? At this moment, Dongwang Gong, without a second thought, addressed Lu Changsheng directly. Chapter 61. Qiu's initial growth and breakthrough to quasi-saint. Lu Changsheng was momentarily taken aback. He had initially come to recruit Dongwang Gong. He had anticipated a lengthy discourse to persuade him to join the human race, but with Hongjuan's interference, things had taken a turn for the better. In fact, Lu Changsheng felt an impulse to enlist Hongjuan's assistance, although Dongwang Gong's treasures and strength could only be considered among the weaker entities at the pinnacle of the quasi-saint level. he still represented top-tier combat power, especially given his identity as the foremost male immortal. Therefore, Lu Changsheng did not refuse and nodded in agreement. Upon seeing Dong Wanggong's willingness to join the human race, the Western Queen Mother promptly exclaimed, "Lu, my friend, I too wish to join the human race." For some reason, Lu Changsheng felt that the gaze of the Western Queen Mother bore an unusual intensity. In an instant, a phrase flashed through his mind. A young man must always protect himself when venturing out. Nevertheless, he could not reject the Western Queen Mother's offer to join as he waved his hand, and they were instantly transported back into the Chaos Pearl. This was Dong Wanggong's first experience within the Chaos Pearl, and he curiously surveyed his surroundings. Leader, could this treasure be the Chaos Pearl? The Chaos Pearl was indeed one of the most supreme treasures, though not an offensive or defensive type. However, the self-contained world within the pearl proved to be more valuable than any combat artifact. Lu Changsheng glanced at Dong Wanggong and smiled, nodding affirmatively. Indeed, this treasure was the Chaos Pearl. Upon hearing Lu Changsheng's confirmation, Dong Wanggong was filled with disbelief. The laws of power within the pearl were not only not inferior to those of a Xifu continent, but were even denser. As he looked ahead, a colossal tree emerged into view. Was it truly a root of heaven and earth? At that moment, Dong Wanggong felt no regret about joining the human race. Rather, he lamented not having joined sooner. Observing Dong Wanggong, Lu Changsheng smiled and proclaimed, "Today, in my capacity as the leader of the human race, I hereby appoint Dong Wanggong and the Western Queen Mother as ancestors of humanity to enjoy the protection and blessings of human fortune." With Lu Changsheng's words, vast amounts of merit coalesced into two statues. These statues stood tall within the Grand Hall, and both Dong Wanggong and the Western Queen Mother felt the overwhelming flow of fortune and merit washing over their bodies. "Leader, you've returned?" Mingyi and the others, noticing Lu Changsheng erecting the two statues, hurried over. "Mingyi, my friend," Dong Wanggong and the Western Queen Mother smiled and greeted the ancestor Mingyi, although their previous relationships had been less than cordial. With mutual disdain, they now set aside their grievances upon joining the human race. "Greetings, fellow friends. It's been a long time." At this moment, the Taoist master hurriedly stepped forward, a smile adorning his face. "Taoist Master Dui." Both the Eastern Prince and the Western Mother were visibly taken aback. They had never anticipated that Lu Changsheng had managed to subdue him as well. The laws that Taoist Master Dui commanded were those of misfortune, which, while not among the most renowned, were certainly a source of considerable distress. For this individual's power over the laws could invoke the 3 calamities and 6 tribulations of immortals, particularly for those of their rank. The quasi-saints, engaging with this individual was something they would rather avoid. This was also the reason he had managed to survive to this day under the guise of a wandering immortal. The likes of Swearin and others quickly approached the Eastern Prince and the Western Mother to greet them. With the addition of these two, their ranks of peak quasi-saint level warriors had swelled to 9. Should they also include Xihe and Lu Changsheng, they could even contest with the great powers of the world. Buzz! Just as the crowd was caught up in excitement, a formidable aura suddenly surged within the Chaos Pearl. The merits and fortunes of heaven and earth began to amplify wildly. The Zhuli tribe? Casting a glance in that direction, Lu Changsheng immediately discerned that it was indeed the Zhuli where Qiyu resided. Was this aura a manifestation of the power of the laws? Lu Changsheng keenly sensed the presence of a force of the laws. Without any hesitation, he transformed into a beam of light and sped toward the direction of the Zhuli tribe. Meanwhile, the Eastern Prince and the Western Mother looked on in confusion at Lu Changsheng, having just joined the human race and utterly unaware of the unfolding events beside them. Mingyi smiled as he began to elucidate. "This is the apprentice of the chieftain, Qiyu, who is preparing to break through to the quasi-saint level." Upon hearing Mingyi's words, the Eastern Prince and the Western Mother felt their minds becoming somewhat muddled. Lu Changsheng's disciple was on the verge of breaking through to the quasi-saint level. It was noteworthy that none of the disciples under the 3 pure ones of the Taoist sect had achieved such a breakthrough. Within the Chan sect, each individual possessed talents and legacies of extraordinary strength. Even the 12 golden immortals, who enjoyed the protection of heavenly fortunes, had not witnessed a single breakthrough to the quasi-saint level. Mingyi, my friend, how long has Xihe been your disciple? Mingyi, without a moment's hesitation, replied, Xihe has cultivated to this day in less than a century. Upon hearing Mingyi's words, the Eastern prince gasped in astonishment. To achieve a breakthrough to the quasi-saint realm in less than a century? This was nothing short of monstrous. For them, reaching the quasi-saint level typically required several eons of time. It was truly astonishing that Lu Changsheng had managed to cultivate his disciple to such heights in less than a century. It would not be an exaggeration to assert that in the future, Lu Changsheng would undoubtedly ascend to the status of a saint. Perhaps by remaining close to Lu Changsheng, they too might one day achieve sanctity. With such thoughts swirling in his mind, the Eastern prince felt a sense of elation. Within the Zhuli tribe, Xing Tian stood guard with his weapon, coldly protecting Qiyu. The Eastern prince glanced at Xing Tian and was surprised to discover that this individual had also reached the pinnacle of the great Luo golden immortal stage. It was known that even in the vast expanse of the Honghuang continent, a being at the pinnacle of the great Luo golden immortal stage was a force to be reckoned with, a title that commanded respect among the Dao ancestors. When had the human race become so abundant in such figures? Eyeing Lu Changsheng, who was wholly absorbed in his endeavors, the Eastern prince cautiously inquired of the venerable Mingyi, My friend, just how many practitioners of the great Luo level do we have among the human race? Venerable Mingyi looked at the Eastern prince with a smile and replied, My friend, the practitioners of the great Luo level among our kin could easily sweep away the three teachings and the forces of Ling Mountain. Of course, Venerable Mingyi was referring solely to those at the great Luo level. Upon hearing Mingyi's response, although he did not receive an exact figure, the Eastern prince felt a jolt within. He had never imagined that the so-called great powers of the Honghuang continent paled in comparison to the current human race. Moreover, the human race was on the rise and would undoubtedly continue to grow stronger. It would not be an exaggeration to claim that the human race would one day become the rulers of heaven and earth. Chapter 62. The Great Witch Quafu. The beginning of a great calamity at this moment. Qiyu radiated an exceedingly potent aura of the laws. However, the Eastern prince began to harbor some concerns. Qiyu had comprehended the laws of power. The difficulty in attaining enlightenment in the laws of power was immense, rivaling even that of the laws of slaughter. Seemingly perceiving the Eastern prince's apprehension, Lu Changsheng explained with a smile, Qiyu is a manifestation of the bloodline of the 12 ancestor witches. I have employed a special method to reincarnate them as humans. Upon hearing Lu Changsheng's explanation, the Eastern prince was utterly stunned, even feeling a sense of bewilderment that it was indeed possible to do such a thing. This was something he had never even contemplated. Gradually, the aura surrounding Qiyu began to stabilize. Lu Changsheng understood that Qiyu had successfully broken through. Qiyu slowly opened his eyes, and upon seeing Lu Changsheng, he exclaimed with great excitement, Master, I have succeeded. Observing Qiyu, who appeared almost childlike, Lu Changsheng nodded in satisfaction. Within the Wu clan, in the Juman tribe, countless members of the Wu clan were now kneeling on the ground, paying their respects to their leader, the great witch Quafu. Today, he had finally awakened the blood within him, achieving the realm of the great witch. Within the 33 heavens, Hongjun Daozu sensed that the great calamity had truly commenced. He let out a long sigh of relief. Having previously harbored some concerns, the unforeseen variables introduced by Lu Changsheng had delayed what was supposed to be an imminent catastrophe for quite some time. Thankfully, the calamity was now on its rightful course. With Quafu's emergence, it would not be long before the calamity erupted in full force. When that time came, the two races of the witches and the demons would determine their fates. Originally, according to the Tao's design, the strengths of the witch and demon races were relatively equal, making for a balanced conflict. However, due to Lu Changsheng's interference, the demon race's power had significantly diminished. Even the demon master Kunpeng had perished, leaving Hongjun with a sense of melancholy. After much contemplation, he ultimately resolved to lend some assistance to the demon race. Dijuan, Tai. Previously, Hongjun had rescued Dijuan and Dongwang Tai, allowing them to recuperate within the Zhixiao Palace for a period. Thus, at this moment, The two had yet to depart. Dijuan and Tai did not dare exhibit even the slightest hint of arrogance, bowing humbly before Hongjun Daozu. Hongjun nodded slightly, then slowly addressed Dijuan and Tai. Today, I bestow upon your demon race a sliver of opportunity. Upon hearing the word opportunity, Dijuan's eyes lit up. Anything referred to as an opportunity by Daozu Hongjun must surely possess great power. This is the essence of the innate fire of separation, born and nurtured within the chaos. Today, I will reincarnate it and bestow it upon your demon race. The essence of the innate fire of separation was a treasure from within the chaos. Were it not for Lu Chongqing's interference, Hongjun would not have been willing to part with it for Dijuan. After speaking, Hongjun abruptly shattered the essence of the fire and a flash of golden light flickered. And then the essence vanished without a trace, like tea that moment. Dijuan wore a bewildered expression, looking up at Hongjun in astonishment, as if inquiring where the treasure had gone. Glancing at Dijuan, Hongjun indifferently elaborated. This essence of innate fire is bound by a father-son bond with you. Return, marry, and bear children, and you shall naturally comprehend. After saying this, Hongjuan's resentment toward Lu Chongsheng deepened. That accursed fellow, were it not for him, Dijuan might have already united with Xihe in heavenly matrimony. Now, he must devise a means to bring forth the offspring himself. After all, the 10 sons were also part of the great calamity. Without them, it could affect the unfolding of the catastrophe. Upon hearing Hongjuan's words, although Dijuan felt somewhat perplexed, he still nodded in agreement. Hongjun then looked at Dijuan and continued, I have arranged for the birth of 10 demon saints for your race. With Hongjuan's words, Dijuan expressed his gratitude profusely before departing. Once Dijuan and Tai had left, Hongjun resumed his calculations regarding the great calamity. After some time, he finally exhaled in relief. The calamity had finally returned to its proper course. Allowing him to feel at ease within the Taoist sect, Taishang Laojun was also calculating the onset of the great calamity. He sighed, as if a heavy stone that had been suspended in his heart had finally fallen. Smiling, he hurriedly addressed his junior brother, Yuan Shi Tanzun. Junior brother, the great calamity has now commenced. We must make thorough preparations. Yuan Shi Tanzun naturally understood the implications behind his elder brother's words. With the onset of the witch demon calamity, they had to find a way to compel the human race to emerge. Otherwise, they would have no hope of attaining the status of saints. However, this witch demon calamity was anticipated to occur twice, something they had already calculated long ago. Thus, their objective was simply to draw the human race out. As for the fate of the witch and demon races, it bore no relevance to them whatsoever. Rest assured, elder brother, I shall make the necessary preparations at once. With that, Yuan Shi Tanzun turned and departed without a second thought. Within the western Ling Mountain, the duo of Junti and Jean also sensed the changes brought about by the great calamity. Junior brother, the calamity has now begun. You must act with caution. Upon sensing the onset of the great calamity, Jean furrowed his brow and promptly turned to remind Junti. Junti smiled and nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. He quickly responded to Jean, assuring him, Rest assured, brother, it will not disrupt our plans. With that, Jean managed to smile. This time, they must seize the opportunity. Various factions were now stirred into restlessness due to the impending catastrophe. However, the 2 tribes of witches and demons found themselves enveloped in silence. The 12 ancestors of the witch clan appear to be engrossed in some enigmatic research, showing no signs of activity for an extended period. Meanwhile, the demon's sovereign, Emperor Jun, casually took a demoness as his wife, after which he vanished from sight entirely. 100 years swiftly passed in the blink of an eye. One day, the witch clan suddenly erupted into a frenzy, launching an assault on the ancient demon court. Emperor Jun and Dongwang Tai offered no words of preamble and directly engaged in battle with the witch clan. This time, the witch clan found themselves at a disadvantage. Thanks to Hongjuan's assistance, the demon race had produced 10 demon saints. With adequate manpower, the previously abandoned Zhou Tian star array was revived. Given the formidable power of the demon saints, this array was now significantly more potent, sufficient to contend with the witches and demons. Nevertheless, Emperor Jun and Dongwang Tai remained resolute in their intention to forge the witch-slaying sword. Should they succeed, The mere 12 ancestors of the witches would pose no challenge. However, in order to locate the human race, they required the help of Xihe from the Buddhist sect. With the great calamity looming, they had to expedite the process of utilizing the human race to forge the sword. Otherwise, they would be the ones to suffer. After much contemplation, Emperor Jun ultimately decided to journey to the Western Spirit Mountain. Chapter 63. Scheming against Changxi, the preparations of Buddhism within the Western Spirit Mountain. Jin and Xihe sat opposite each other, engaged in a discussion regarding the impending calamity. The witch demon calamity was on the verge of erupting. Quafu had already emerged, and soon the 10 sons of the demon race would take to the skies. This calamity had been meticulously calculated by Jin and Xihe long ago. The witch demon calamity was, in essence, no concern of the Western Buddhism. Their eagerness to intervene was solely to secure a share of the heavenly fortune. Junior brother, now that we have established a connection with the demon race, it is time to devise a strategy against the witch clan. Jin expressed his concerns hesitantly to Xihe. Xihe, unfazed, smiled and replied, "Brother, with the Taoist sect and Yuan on our side, the witch clan cannot possibly pose a significant threat." This time, both Laozi and Yuan Shitianzun had openly supported the witch clan. As for Nuwa, being of demon descent, how could she possibly assist the witches? Coupled with the support of nearly all the primordial powers for the demon race, the situation appeared favorable, although Tong Tian had yet to take a stance. It was insufficient to sway the overall outcome. Upon hearing Xihe's insights, Jin nodded slowly in agreement. "May I report to the 2 masters that the demon sovereign, Emperor Jun, seeks an audience at this moment." A Rohan stepped in, bowing respectfully to Jin and Xihe. "Emperor Jun, what brings him here?" Jin inquired, a hint of confusion on his face as he glanced at Xihe. Xihe shook his head, indicating he was equally in the dark. "Let him in." Despite his uncertainty about Emperor Jun's intentions, Jin felt assured that he meant them no harm. Yes, the Rohan stepped back out of the hall. Shortly after, Emperor Jun strode in. "Greetings, esteemed friends." Emperor Jun promptly addressed Xihe and Jin. "Pray tell, what brings you to our spirit mountain, esteemed friend?" Jin inquired, his curiosity piqued. Upon hearing Jin's question, Emperor Jun slowly began to speak. "To be candid, esteemed friends, my demon race is currently preparing to forge the witch-slaying sword, which requires the flesh and blood of the human race as sustenance for the process. This revelation." Xihe and Jin exchanged glances, both rendered momentarily speechless. The notion of utilizing human flesh and blood as sustenance was indeed ruthless. Such an act, in violation of the heavenly principles, could easily provoke the wrath of the celestial order, leading to dire repercussions that, might I inquire how my brother and I could assist? Xihe asked, intrigued. Emperor Jun smiled and hastily responded, "I wish to request your assistance in drawing out the human race." Jin regarded Emperor Jun, shaking his head, that we do not even know the whereabouts of the human race. How could we possibly draw them out? Moreover, that Lu Changsheng is not one to be trifled with. While Jin bore no fear of Lu Changsheng, he was nonetheless reluctant to provoke him unnecessarily. Observing Jin's hesitance, Xihe interjected with a light laugh. "Esteemed friend Emperor Jun, I do have a method, albeit." At this point, he fell silent, casting a knowing glance at Emperor Jun, well aware that Xihe was seeking some form of benefit, had prepared himself for this, and promptly replied, "Should you assist my demon race in this endeavor, I would be willing to share a portion of the heavenly fortune with you once I triumph over the witch clan." This was precisely the outcome Xihe desired. Without hesitation, he assured Emperor Jun, "Rest assured, my friend, I have a plan for this matter." With a wave of his hand, Xihe conjured a mirror form to the power of laws, which materialized before Emperor Jun. The images within began to move rapidly. Within the mirror, an enchanting woman appeared, her every gesture captivating. Yet, as Emperor Jun gazed upon her, his expression darkened with rage rather than admiration. The woman in question was none other than Changxi. Since Lu Changsheng had rescued her, she had joined the human race, a development that had brought Emperor Jun great humiliation, rendering him unable to hold his head high even in the primordial realm. With Xihe now allied with Lu Changsheng and Changxi having joined the human race, it seemed as though the ancient demon court was no longer respected. At that moment, Emperor Jun radiated a palpable aura of murderous intent. Gazing at Emperor Jun, Junti shook his head with a smile. Emperor Jun, it is certain that Changshi will soon face a calamity and will need to venture out to transcend it. We can seize this opportunity. Upon hearing Junti's words, Emperor Jun's eyes flickered with surprise and confusion. What connection does this have with drawing out the human race? Taking note of Emperor Jun's bewilderment, Junti patiently elaborated, "Esteemed friend Emperor Jun, we can capture Changshi and then coerce Lu Changsheng into lifting the restrictions on the human race." Only then did Emperor Jun grasp the implications of Junti's proposal, but he chuckled and responded, "Ha ha ha, splendid. Let us proceed as you suggest." After further discussions, Emperor Jun eventually took his leave. Jin, sensing an inexplicable unease brewing within him, turned to Junti and inquired with concern, "Junior brother, do you think our actions might backfire?" After all, Lu Changsheng is far more formidable than Emperor Junti regarded his senior brother and quickly reassured him, "Fear not, brother, that Lu Changsheng poses no threat to us." Despite Junti's words, Jane remained troubled, his brow furrowed in silence. After a lengthy pause, he sighed heavily. Within the Chaos Pearl, Lu Changsheng was in seclusion, contemplating the powers of the heavenly laws. Meanwhile, Changshi had stealthily escaped, having grown weary of her prolonged confinement among the human race. Had it not been for Lu Changsheng's repeated warnings against leaving the Chaos Pearl, she would have ventured out long ago. However, on this particular day, she could no longer restrain herself. As soon as she emerged from the Chaos Pearl and beheld the vast expanse of the Primordial Realm, she felt as free as a sprite, nearly dancing with joy. Spotting a nearby great river, she gleefully flew over to play in the water. Unbeknownst to her, Emperor Jun had already locked on her location, and Junti was hastening to the very spot where Changshi was frolicking tea that moment. Changshi remained blissfully unaware of the impending danger, akin to a carefree child at play. Her laughter rang out like the sound of silver bells. Emperor Jun and Dongwang Tai exchanged glances, both filled with a shared fury. The sisters Xihe and Changshi had truly brought shame upon their demon race. At this moment, Emperor Jun and Dongwang Tai wore expressions as dark as clouds, as if they could squeeze water from their countenances. Chapter 64. Divine Choice. Assault on Spirit Mountain without a moment's hesitation. Dongwang Tai wasted no words. He brandished the Chaos Bell and hurled it towards the unsuspecting Changshi, who was still splashing in the water. Changshi's expression shifted as she instinctively retreated 2 steps. Alas, it was too late. She could not evade the blow and was struck violently by the Chaos Bell. In an instant, the ethereal power surrounding Changshi dissipated entirely. Even her celestial form was nearly shattered by the impact. Donghuang Tai, having successfully struck, wore a mocking grin on his face. He then wielded the Chaos Bell once more, intent on striking again. Clearly, Dongwang Tai aimed to eliminate Changshi, as her actions had turned him and Dijun into the laughingstock of the entire Hongwang realm. Realizing that her assailant was Dongwang Tai, Changshi's expression turned bitter. She neither dodged nor evaded. That it was not that she lacked the will to escape, but rather that the opportunity had slipped away. The previous blow had almost crushed her celestial body, and now even summoning her ethereal power was a daunting task, let alone fleeing. Thus, she resigned herself, closing her eyes in acceptance of her fate. That moment, a sudden golden radiance enveloped Changshi. Bang! The Dongwang Bell collided forcefully with the golden Buddhist light. Dongwang Tai glared furiously at the figure of Junti before him, coldly demanding, "Junti, what is the meaning of this?" After meeting Dongwang Tai's fierce gaze, Junti shook his head slightly. Changshi must not be killed. Although Dongwang Tai was seething with anger at Junti's words, he suppressed his fury and pressed for an explanation. Why can she not be killed? Junti quickly responded, if Changshi were to perish, it would surely ignite an unending feud with Lu Changsheng. Dongwang Tai, known for his explosive temper, became even more enraged upon hearing the notion of an eternal vendetta. Lu Changsheng, a mere innate human, could not possibly believe that the demon race would be intimidated by him. With the Starry Sky formation now under the control of the Demon Kings, its power had increased significantly. Dongwang Tai had long desired a fierce battle with Lu Changsheng, yearning to spill his blood as an outlet for his pent-up rage. Observing Dong Wang Tai's increasingly frenzied state, Zhuan Ti stated indifferently, Changxi must not be killed. He was prepared to sever ties if necessary. If Changxi were killed, Lu Changxing's temperament would ensure that he would not let it rest easily. The strength of a human race was not to be trifled with should a relentless conflict ensue. Even if they managed to eradicate the humans, it would come at a great cost. Zhuan Ti was unwilling to see the Buddhist teachings he had painstakingly built up destroyed by Lu Changxing. His objective was to leverage Changxi to compel Lu Changxing into re-establishing the human race. Engaging in such a loss-making venture as killing Changxi was out of the question. Upon hearing Zhuan Ti's words, Dijuan sighed deeply. Brother, Zhuan Ti is right. We have ample time to deal with them. No need to rush. After hearing his elder brother, Dong Wang Tai let out a cold snort. Had it not been for Dijuan's intervention, Zhuan Ti would have never been able to convince him. Zhuan Ti, noticing Dong Wang Tai's attitude, refrained from further comment. His only aim was to fulfill this objective. Dong Wang Tai's feelings were of no concern to him. Without any unnecessary words, Zhuan Ti gently patted his waist, revealing a square bag that appeared to be a magical artifact. He swiftly tossed the human bag, and despite Changxi's attempts to resist, she was forcefully drawn into it. Dijuan, I shall bring Changxi back and purify her with the golden light of our Buddhist teachings. I am certain she will cooperate. Dijuan understood the formidable cleansing ability of the Buddhist teachings and consented. At this point, Changxi no longer held any value, so her life or death was of no consequence to him. Meanwhile, Lu Changxing, who was in seclusion, was abruptly awakened by a notification in his mind. Ding! Detected that Changxi has been captured by Zhuan Ti and taken back to Ling Mountain. The Supreme Choice system is now activated. Choice 1. Refuse to rescue Changxi and refrain from intervening in the heavenly calamity. Reward. Lotus Lantern. Choice 2. Negotiate with the Buddhist teachings and unite to confront the Wu and Liao. Reward. Buddha's Relic. Choice 3. Declare war on Ling Mountain and participate in the calamity. Reward. Primordial Blackrock. Upon hearing the options presented by the system, Lu Changxing was momentarily taken aback. The first choice to not save Changxi, if he dared to choose that, Xihe would undoubtedly kill him upon her exit from seclusion. As for negotiating with the Western monks, that was utterly inconceivable. Thus, without hesitation, Lu Changxing selected the third option. With the system granting rewards, a piece of pitch-black stone materialized in Lu Changxing's hand. This stone, originating from the primordial chaos, was considered a top-tier material for refining. However, saving Changxi took precedence, so Lu Changxing immediately placed the primordial black rock into his chaos pearl. He then accelerated swiftly towards the western Ling Mountain. Meanwhile, the likes of Ming He and others within the chaos pearl also received the news. They were filled with righteous indignation, their faces contorted with anger. Naturally, they recognized Changxi, having often practiced alongside her. Now, the group of monks in Ling Mountain dared to capture Changxi. This was a blatant provocation against the human race. Unable to suppress their outrage, Ming He and the others wasted no time, declaring, "The Western Buddhism repeatedly provokes our human race. Indeed, they dare to abduct Fairy Changxi. This is tantamount to courting death. Let us, as a clan, march upon Ling Mountain." The Eastern King and Western Queen faced their first major conflict since joining the human race. Yet their spirits were ignited. The oppressive actions of the Buddhist order had long been intolerable to them. However, the human cultivators displayed a certain fierceness. In that moment, the Eastern King and Western Queen found themselves filled with a profound sense of belonging. Outside Ling Mountain, Lu Changxing, wielding the god-slaying spear, wore an expression devoid of emotion. As he swung his arm, the spear unleashed an overwhelming surge of murderous intent, enveloping the entire Ling Mountain in its shroud. What was once a sanctuary of tranquility had transformed into a realm rife with the air of bloodshed. Countless Buddhas and Arhats felt the chilling aura of this lethal force. Seeing this, Jing glanced at Zhuan Ti beside him. His expression grim, he understood that Lu Changxing was coming for them. Zhuan Ti, equally astonished, pondered how Lu Changxing had learned of Changxi's capture. Yet there was no time for such contemplation. Dealing with the immediate threat was of utmost importance, as ancient beings from the demon court, Dijuan and Dongwang Tai also sensed Lu Changxing's presence. Without a hint of hesitation, they led their subordinates toward the Western Buddhism. In the Taoist sect, Yuan Shi Tianzuan cast an awkward glance at Taishang Laojun. "Brother, should we lend assistance?" Taishang Laojun remained silent for a long while, eventually nodding in agreement. Meanwhile, within Bo Palace, Tong Tian laughed heartily. "Good. Those bald donkeys ought to be taught a lesson." With that, Tong Tian transformed into a streak of light, rushing toward the Western Buddhism. Simultaneously, Inhua, her expression darkened, made her way toward the Western Buddhism. "Lu, my friend, what are you doing?" Zhuan Ti and Jane reached the entrance of Ling Mountain and quickly inquired of Lu Changsheng. Lu Changsheng, uninterested in exchanging pleasantries, coldly declared, "Hand over Changxi immediately, or do not blame me for destroying your Ling Mountain." Taken aback by Lu Changxing's brazen tone, Zhuan Ti and Jane felt their pride wounded. They were, after all, saints ordained by the heavenly Tao. How dare he speak to them so insolently? "Lu, do you truly believe our Buddhism fears you?" Zhuan Ti retorted, his voice laced with indignation and threats. "I shall say this one last time. Surrender Changxi." Lu Changsheng tightened his grip on the god-slaying spear, unleashing the full force of his murderous intent, sensing the overwhelming aura of slaughter emanating from Lu Changsheng. Zhuan Ti and Jane felt a weight in their hearts. Just as they opened their mouths to respond, they saw Dijuan and Dongwang Tai appear outside Ling Mountain. "Lu Changsheng, you seek death," Dongwang Tai, already brimming with suppressed rage, wasted no time in berating Lu Changsheng. Casting a cold glance at Dijuan and Dongwang Tai, Lu Changsheng retorted, "Defeated foes." This remark nearly sent Dongwang Tai into a fit of rage. How dare Lu Changsheng speak to him in such a manner? "Lu Changsheng, this matter concerns our demon race. You, an outsider, have no right to interfere." Inhua stepped forth from the void, her expression impassive. Gazing at Inhua, Lu Changsheng remained unperturbed. "This matter is mine to oversee." He had no regard for Inhua, responding without a second thought, "Who dares to lay a hand on my clan leader?" With a thunderous roar, the ancient ancestor of the River of Hades brandished the Six Souls banner, his face brimming with murderous intent as he approached Lu Changsheng. Meanwhile, Suiren and several other ancestral figures of humanity stood aloof, each wielding their own treasures, their expressions devoid of warmth. The Eastern King and the Western Queen exchanged displeased glances at Nuwa. This Nuwa, revered as a sage, had the audacity to meddle in affairs that were not her own, exhibiting an utter lack of shame. "Brother Lu, our witch clan is here to assist you," Di Jiang declared, leading the 12 ancestral witches as they materialized before the Western Spirit Mountain. His icy gaze scrutinized the assembly of figures before him. A look of disdain etched across his features. For them, it mattered not whether it was Nuwa, Junti, or even the Tao ancestor Hong Jun himself. They would dare to act against any of them. Junti observed the increasing number of prominent figures from across the vast expanse of the Honghuang continent converging. He called out, "Dear friends, let us not act impulsively." A voice resonated as the Supreme Laozi and the Primordial Heavenly Venerable shattered the void and stepped forth. Laozi surveyed the tense atmosphere and promptly sought to mediate. "Elder brother, second brother, you have arrived with remarkable swiftness," Tong Tian remarked, glancing at Laozi and the Primordial Heavenly Venerable, unable to discern whether his words were laced with mockery or genuine praise. Laozi, after contemplating, steeled himself to speak. "Lu Daoyu, regardless of the circumstances, Changxi is a matter concerning the demon clan. It would be prudent for you to refrain from involvement." Upon hearing Laozi's words, Zhuanti and the others displayed a flicker of excitement. This statement effectively signified that both Laozi and the Primordial Heavenly Venerable had allied themselves with their cause. Lu Changsheng, upon receiving Laozi's counsel, chuckled softly and shook his head, declaring, "If Changxi is not surrendered today, I shall obliterate the Spirit Mountain." The ancient ancestor of the River of Hades cast a glance at the once mighty figures gathered, incredulous that they too had fallen to such depths. The witch clan, upon hearing Lu Changxing's proclamation, erupted with fervor. "What Brother Lu speaks is the will of Di Jiang." The 12 ancestral witches exuded an aura of unyielding resolve. Though Tong Tian remained silent, The murderous intent flashing his eyes was unmistakable. Xuanti and Jane found themselves momentarily at a loss for direction until Xuanti, quick to react, interjected, "Lu Daoyu, if you permit me to release Changxi, you must ensure the resurgence of humanity." These words prompted the Supreme Laozi and the Primordial Heavenly Venerable, known for their indecisiveness, to firmly side with Xuanti and the others. N01 craved more than they for Lu Changsheng to restore humanity to the Hongwan continent, enabling them to harness the heavenly fortune and merits to elevate their own cultivation to that of celestial sages. Such temptation held no rival in comparison for the likes of Laozi and the Primordial Heavenly Venerable. Let battle commence. At this moment, Lu Changxing chose to sever all pretense, without a moment's hesitation. The ancient ancestor of the River of Hades and his companions wielded their treasures and launched an assault upon Xuanti. The conflict erupted into full force, with the witch and demon clans charging at one another. Xuanti and Jane unleashed a frenzied onslaught against Lu Changsheng. Laozi exchanged glances with the Primordial Heavenly Venerable, both understanding that should they intervene, Tong Tian would certainly not remain idle. Ultimately, they decided against taking action. Tong Tian regarded the Supreme Laozi and the Primordial Heavenly Venerable before nodding in reluctant agreement that if he truly were to strike against them, he would find it difficult to proceed, despite the waning camaraderie among the three pure ones. Nevertheless, the area before the Spirit Mountain had transformed into a battlefield, with neither side able to discern a clear advantage. Xuanti and Jane orchestrated a barrage of treasures directed at Lu Changxi. With a disdainful snort, Lu Changsheng uttered no further words that he chose instead to stow the god-slaying spear within the Chaos Pearl. Then, with a sudden show of strength, he delivered a forceful blow against the great formation surrounding the Spirit Mountain. The ground shook violently. "This is inconceivable." Xuanti and Jane were left aghast, as they had previously faced Lu Changsheng and had not encountered such formidable physical prowess. Was this strength a result of his ascension to the quasi-saint level? Not only Xuanti and Jane, but even the three pure ones looked on in astonishment. Lu Changxing's physical might now rivaled that of the 12 ancestral witches, if he were to break through to the realm of the Hunyuan Daluo Jingxian. Who could possibly stand against him? Di Zhong's eyes widened in disbelief, astonished that Lu Changxing's physical capabilities had reached such heights. With a mighty punch, Lu Changxing struck the Spirit Mountain. All Buddhas and Arhats within the mountain hastily recited Buddhist incantations. Yet, it was a fruitless endeavor. Under the sheer force of Lu Changxing's assault, the Spirit Mountain crumbled, a massive fissure appeared, severely injuring the Western Buddhist fortune dragon as its radiance dimmed. Xuanti and Jane felt as though their hearts were bleeding at the sight. The once resplendent Spirit Mountain now resembled a disaster-stricken wasteland, collapsing inch by inch. Its spiritual veins ruptured. Lu Changsheng, you are courting death. Xuanti and Jane gazed upon the devastation, nearly choking on their own blood. How dare Lu Changsheng destroy their Spirit Mountain? The West was already impoverished, its fortunes and merits scarce. The development of Spirit Mountain had taken countless eons of effort, during which they had poured their hearts and souls into it. Employing various underhanded tactics, it all annihilated by this detestable figure was unbearable. In their rage, they lost all sense of reasoning, disregarding any cosmic tribulations and Lu Changxing's status as the leader of humanity. In that moment, both brothers were consumed with a singular thought: to kill Lu Changsheng. They began to draw upon the fortunes of the West with fervor, channeling the accumulated merits into their Buddha forms. Die! Xuanti bellowed, unleashing his most potent attack. Lu Changsheng, expressionless, took 2 steps back, his eyes flashing with derision. Did Xuanti dare to compete with him in terms of fortune and merit? What an absurd disgrace, without hesitation. Lu Changsheng summoned the fortunes of humanity from the Chaos Pearl. In the void, 9 5-clawed golden dragons materialized. 9 is the utmost number, and the 5-clawed golden dragon is the king among dragons. Dijun gazed at the majestic 5-clawed golden dragons conjured from humanity's fortunes, a glimmer of envy flickering in his eyes. Such dense fortunes and merits, if bestowed upon their demon clan, what would the witch clan amount to? The 2 sides' fortune dragons collided with tremendous force. Due to the vast disparity in strength, The Western Buddhist fortune dragon disintegrated instantly. The Zhentian coffin appeared in Lu Chongqing's grasp as he prepared to deliver a fatal blow. Just then, the heavens trembled, and the ethereal figure of Hong Jun materialized before the assembly. Salutations, teacher! Even the haughty 12 ancestral witches bowed respectfully to Hong Jun. Yet amidst the crowd, Lu Chongsheng stood apart as an anomaly. He was not a guest of the purple cloud, so he offered no bow. Hong Jun regarded Lu Chongsheng with a gentle smile, proposing, "Young friend Lu, how about we cease this matter?" Without a moment's hesitation. Lu Chongsheng flatly refused. Hong Jun, aware of Lu Chongsheng's resolve, turned to Xuanti and ordered, "Release Changxi at once." Xuanti, taken aback, reluctantly opened the human species pouch and released Chang 11. Lu Chongsheng let out a cold snort, casting a fierce glare at Juni. Without further ado, he turned and led the human clan away, followed closely by Tong Tian and the others. The enmity between the witch and demon clans could no longer be contained. And as Di Jiang departed, he shot a venomous glare at Di Jun. Once all had vacated the premises, Xuanti and Jin rushed to Hong Jun, lamenting, "Dao ancestor, Lu Chongsheng has destroyed our Buddhist spirit mountain and harmed our Western fortunes. You must stand up for us." "Indeed, Dao ancestor, our West has always been impoverished. This accumulation took us numerous eons." Observing their pitiful pleas, Hong Jun coldly reprimanded, "Why did you capture Changxi?" At that moment, Hong Jun's ire was palpable. These two knew all too well that Changxi was the sister of Xihe, yet they dared to seize her. The once tranquil calamity has now acquired new variables due to this incident. This incited a profound anger within Hong Jun, who wished fervently to strike down these two fools with a single blow. Upon hearing Hong Jun's reprimand, Xuanti and Jie dared not to retort. They exchanged glances, hastily lowering their heads in submission. Ultimately, Hong Jun sighed deeply, waved his hand, and summoned the heavenly Tao to begin restoring the fortunes of the West. Meanwhile, Ling Shan was also mended by Hong Jun's efforts. "Thank you, master." Xuanti and Jane promptly bowed respectfully before Hong Jun. Seemingly disinterested in further conversation, Hong Jun coldly turned away. Within the ancient demon court, Dong Huang Tai, he could no longer restrain himself. "Brother, these Wu and Yao are truly overstepping their bounds." At that moment, Emperor Jun's expression was equally dark. Though they were not yet fully confident in confronting the Wu tribe, they were certainly not to be underestimated. However, after this battle, Emperor Jun realized that at least the Western Buddhism and figures like Taishang Laojun stood on their side. Yet Lu Chongsheng and the human race posed a considerable dilemma. After much contemplation, Emperor Jun finally addressed his brother Dong Huang Tai, saying, "Do not worry, second brother. I will not let this group of Wu escape unscathed." Upon returning to the Chaos Pearl, Lu Chongsheng reprimanded Changxi severely. However, Changxi merely stuck out her tongue in indifference, leaving Lu Chongsheng exasperated and helpless. Soon after, he resumed his cultivation. With Hong Jun intervening, the animosity between the Wu and Yao tribes had reached a boiling point. Various actions indicated that the great calamity was likely imminent. That a century later, a sudden proclamation echoed through the heavens, awakening Lu Chongsheng from his meditation. "I, Emperor Jun, hereby declare to the Hong Huang, from this day forth, the Yao and Wu tribes shall be sworn enemies for all generations." Upon hearing this announcement, Lu Chongsheng shook his head slightly, letting out a sigh. Had it finally begun? He raised his gaze towards the outside of the Chaos Pearl. Murmuring to himself, surprisingly, Emperor Jiang showed no reaction to the declaration of war. Yet, everyone understood that given the Wu tribe's combative nature, they would not retreat. In the following period, the Wu and Yao tribes did not erupt into full-scale war. However, skirmishes frequently broke out between the two races, each beginning to annihilate the other's vassal forces. Nevertheless, these events had no bearing on Lu Chongsheng, who was focused on eliminating his first corpse. He had broken through to the quasi-saint realm, but had yet to sever the three corpses. To achieve this, he needed to eliminate the good corpse, the evil corpse, and the self-corpse. Only after accomplishing these would he qualify for a breakthrough to the saintly realm. Currently, Lu Chongsheng did not possess true quasi-saint cultivation. However, severing the three corpses required three top-tier magical artifacts. The greater the artifact's power, the stronger the wielder's capability, like a T present. Lu Changsheng lacked suitable artifacts for severing the three corpses, as the Zhun Tian coffin and the God-slaying spear were his own tools and could not be used for this purpose. After much consideration, he concluded that only one artifact was appropriate: the 12-petal golden lotus of the Western Buddhism. This lotus, akin to the karma red lotus wielded by the ancestor of the underworld river, originated from the primal green lotus. Such a high-grade artifact for severing the good corpse was likely unparalleled across the entire Hongwang continent. After deliberation, Lu Changsheng ultimately decided to take action. Upon leaving the Chaos Pearl, he made his way directly to the Western Buddhism. After a century of restoration, the Western Lingshan had returned to its former glory. On that day, Xuanti and Jiayin were in the midst of expounding teachings on Lingshan when they suddenly frowned. Their expressions turning I see why did Lu Changsheng made no effort to conceal his aura and appeared brazenly before them. Instantly, Xuanti and Jiayin detected his presence. However, they were curious as to what Lu Changsheng sought within their Buddhism. Without further ado, the two transformed into streaks of light and swiftly materialized before him. Glancing at the two who had suddenly appeared, Lu Changsheng revealed a faint smile. Lu Changsheng, what brings you to our Western realm? Xuanti had no patience for Lu Changsheng, wishing he could tear him apart, if not for the fear of being unable to defeat him. Although Jiayin remained silent, the coldness on his face spoke volumes. Observing their demeanor, Lu Changsheng slowly replied, I have come to borrow something. Upon hearing Lu Changsheng's words, Jiayin and Xuanti were utterly bewildered. Borrow something from their Buddhism? The relationship between Lu Changsheng and them was one of bitter enmity. Nevertheless, Jiayin cautiously inquired, Oh, may I ask what you wish to borrow, fellow Taoist Lu? Xuanti's face was also filled with curiosity as he awaited Lu Changsheng's explanation. Fellow Taoist Jiayin, I have heard that you possess a magical artifact known as the 12-petal merit golden lotus? Jiayin was momentarily taken aback, but nodded in acknowledgement. The existence of the 12-petal merit golden lotus was no secret. Yet he was deeply curious about Lu Changsheng's intentions for borrowing this artifact. It seemed he had discerned Jiayin's thoughts, for Lu Changsheng smiled and continued, I kindly request that you lend me this artifact for a time. I intend to use it to sever the three corpses. Upon hearing Lu Changsheng's intention, Xuanti and Jiayin were incensed. This Lu Changsheng dared to think of using the 12-petal merit golden lotus to sever the three corpses. What infuriated them most was that he called it borrowing, when in reality, he was attempting to seize it. Xuanti and Jiayin could no longer contain their fury. Lu Changsheng had repeatedly provoked them, and they felt they could endure no longer. Jiayin immediately unleashed the merit golden lotus, fiercely directing it towards Lu Changsheng. Anticipating their reaction, Lu Changsheng calmly drew the god-slaying spear and charged at the two. The three engaged in a fierce exchange. And for a moment, the outcome was indeterminate. However, the Buddhas within Lingshan suffered greatly. They were caught in the crossfire and endured immense suffering. Many of the weaker arhats found their golden bodies shattered, turning to ash. Witnessing this scene, Xuanti and Jiayin's anger only intensified. Yet Lu Changsheng's formidable cultivation allowed him to face two opponents while gaining the upper hand, darkening the expressions of Xuanti and Jiayin. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Changsheng slammed the Zhun Tian coffin against the 12-petal merit golden lotus. The lotus erupted in a blinding flash of light, but was ultimately absorbed by the coffin. Hastily, Lu Changsheng withdrew the Zhun Tian coffin, grinning as he addressed Xuanti and Jiayin. Thank you, my friends, for lending me your treasure. Without waiting for their reactions, he turned and vanished without a trace. Upon witnessing Lu Changsheng's audacious actions, Xuanti and Jiayin roared in fury. Our Buddhism and the human race are irreconcilable. Inside the Chaos Pearl, Lu Changsheng meticulously examined the 12-petal merit golden lotus before a satisfied smile crept across his face. Without wasting any time, he forcefully erased the markings upon the lotus and began to refine the artifact. Meanwhile, within Western Lingshan, Jiayin seemed to sense a disturbance and spat out a mouthful of blood. Trembling with rage, Master, what is wrong? Xihe inquired with concern upon witnessing his brother's condition. Jane bellowed in fury. Lu Changsheng, you are courting death. Lu Changsheng was wholly focused on severing his good corpse. After refining the 12-petal merit golden lotus, he began the process of eliminating his good corpse. A searing pain coursed through him, nearly unbearable. Yet he understood that he could not hesitate. Otherwise, the backlash would be enough to obliterate his very soul. The 12-petal merit golden lotus seemed to perceive Lu Changsheng's intent to sever the three corpses. Magical artifacts possess sentience, and naturally do not wish to be subjugated by mortals, especially one of such high caliber as the 12-petal merit golden lotus. Suddenly, the 12-petal golden lotus began to resist fiercely. Upon sensing this rebellion, a cold glint flashed in Lu Changsheng's eyes. A mere artifact dares to oppose me. Without hesitation, he unleashed the power of the laws to suppress the 12-petal merit golden lotus. Gritting his teeth, he commenced the severing of his good corpse. This time, he succeeded in eliminating his good corpse. After an indeterminate passage of years, the 12-petal merit golden lotus and the good corpse fully integrated. Lu Changsheng felt a profound transformation occurring within his being, that he understood that he had definitively severed his good corpse. Now, he had truly stepped into the quasi-saint level. With this, he could carefully strategize for the impending calamity of the Wu and Yao tribes. Until he had fully broken through and stabilized his cultivation, Lu Changsheng finally exhaled in relief. He glanced at the remnants of his good corpse, feeling a sense of accomplishment. At that moment, Swearin hurriedly entered. His face ashen. Patriarch. After casting a glance at the appearance of Swearin, Lu Changsheng, filled with curiosity, inquired, "What is the matter? Why the urgency?" Swearin glanced at Lu Changsheng before hastily responding. "Recently, many of our clansmen who ventured out for training have not returned." Upon hearing Surin's words, Lu Changsheng furrowed his brows in concern. Swearin continued to explain with urgency, "Chief, this incident must be related to the demon race." Lu Changsheng remained silent, his eyes closed as he contemplated the situation. After a considerable time, he exhaled a deep sigh. The fates of those missing members of the human race ultimately converged upon the demon race. During this period, it is likely that Dijuan is forging the Slaughter Witch sword. He thought to himself, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. The demon race requires the blood of the human race to forge the Slaughter Witch sword. The current human race is no longer the easy target it once was on the desolate continent. Moreover, as the leader of the human race, he would never allow such atrocities to transpire. Now that the demon race dares to capture humans for sword forging, he must ensure they pay in blood for their sins. After much contemplation, Lu Changsheng retrieved the Hongmeng black rock he had acquired earlier. Previously, he had been uncertain about what magical artifact to forge with this top-tier refining material. However, a brilliant idea now illuminated his mind. He could indeed use this piece of Hongmeng black rock to forge the demon slaughter sword. If the demon race utilizes human flesh and blood to create the Slaughter Witch sword, then he shall take their demon race's blood to forge the demon slaughter sword. Immediately summoned the ancestors of humanity to my Taoist hall, Lu Changsheng commanded Swearin with an air of detachment. "Yes, chief." With that, Swearin transformed into a streak of light and vanished without a trace. Shortly thereafter, Dong Wanggong and Shi Wangmu, along with others, appeared outside Lu Changsheng's Taoist hall. The assembly, filled with reverence, regarded Lu Changsheng with utmost respect. Such a grand gathering undoubtedly signified a momentous undertaking. This realization sent waves of excitement through Swearin and the others. Having cultivated for so many years, despite 2 expeditions to Ling Mountain, opportunities for action had been scarce. They had long been restless, and now, witnessing such a spectacle, it was evident that a grand plan was afoot. Lu Changsheng surveyed the gathered assembly within the hall and slowly spoke. "Are you all aware of the recent disappearances among the human cultivators?" Upon hearing Lu Changsheng's inquiry, the crowd glanced at one another, their expressions revealing their awareness of the situation, albeit without knowledge of the specifics. Observing Lu Changsheng's icy demeanor, they feared it boded ill. Lu Changsheng wasted no words, promptly elucidating. The witch and demon races have openly declared war. The demon race possesses a magical artifact known as the Slaughter Witch sword, which must be forged with the flesh and blood of human cultivators. Upon hearing that the slaughter which soared requires the flesh and blood of human cultivators for its creation, Xihe became infuriated. Such a process was akin to the most brutal of tortures. The souls of those human cultivators could only remain bound to the slaughter which soared for eternity, unable to escape. The mere thought of his kin enduring such a fate ignited flames of fury in Xihe's eyes. The other ancestors of humanity shared his sentiments, yearning to eliminate the demon race immediately. Liu Changsheng regarded the assembly with a cold gaze and declared, "If the demon race uses humans to forge the slaughter which soared, then we shall use the flesh and blood of the demon race to forge the demon slaughter sword." Upon hearing Liu Changsheng's proclamation, Xihe and the others nodded in agreement without hesitation. However, Dong Wanggong and Shi Wangmu exchanged glances, their expressions laden with concern. The creation of the demon slaughter sword from demon flesh and blood would entangle them in a web of karmic consequences. A single misstep could lead to retribution from the heavenly Tao, resulting in dire repercussions. Observing the worry etched on the faces of Dong Wanggong and Shi Wangmu, Liu Changsheng chuckled lightly. He understood their concerns well. Nevertheless, he had already formulated a plan that he coldly proclaimed to the vast expanse of the desolate land. "The demon race has forged the slaughter which soared with the blood of my human cultivators. I, Liu Changsheng, on behalf of humanity, declare war on the demon race." Feeling that this declaration was insufficient, Liu Changsheng continued, "From this day forth, any human cultivator who encounters a demon must strike without mercy." Dong Wanggong and Shi Wangmu glanced at Liu Changsheng, refraining from further words. Their faces bore expressions of bitterness, yet they felt utterly powerless. This declaration of war, while alleviating the complications of karmic consequences, meant that from this day onward, the human race and the demon race would be locked in a relentless struggle. Facing the ancient demon court, human cultivators would find no advantage, despite the recent fall of the ancient demon court's master. Kunpeng, the demon race's status as the overlord of the desolate land, was not without merit. Currently, the demon race boasted 10 demon saints, each one a formidable presence at the quasi-saint level. Furthermore, the demon race's influence was widespread across the entire desolate continent, concealing countless powerful beings among their numerous tribes and factions. If an all-out conflict were to ensue, the human race would likely suffer greatly. Liu Changsheng regarded Dong Wanggong. Unperturbed, he was acutely aware of the current state of affairs in the desolate land. He understood well the outcome of the war between the witch and demon races. However, with the heavenly Tao controlling the entirety of the desolate land, even if he comprehended the situation, he felt powerless to intervene. Some things were beyond his capacity to alter. Within the ancient demon court, upon hearing Liu Changsheng's declaration, Dijuan's expression darkened. Dong Huangtai was even more enraged, his fury palpable. That Dijuan's discomfort did not stem from the human race's declaration of war, but rather from Liu Changsheng's audacity to believe himself a significant figure. "Brother, I shall lead the forces to annihilate the human race," Dong Huangtai exclaimed, but Dijuan shook his head slightly, cautioning, "Second brother, do not act rashly. The timing is not right." Although Dong Huangtai remained furious, he regained his composure upon hearing his elder brother's words. He regarded Dijuan and slowly inquired, "Brother, now that our plan for the slaughter which soared has been revealed, what shall we do?" Without hesitation, Dijuan replied with a light chuckle, "So what if they know? We shall continue our relentless pursuit of human cultivators, accelerating our efforts. The slaughter which soared must be forged." Dong Huangtai understood the significance of the slaughter which soared. It was no exaggeration to say that with the slaughter which soared, they would possess the capability to eradicate the 12 ancestral witches. Dong Huangtai promptly nodded at Dijuan, assuring, "Rest assured, brother, I will ensure this matter is handled with utmost diligence." With that, Dong Huangtai swiftly turned and departed. Chapter 69. Grim Prospects. Dijuan slays Quafa. Dijuan held a strong belief in Dong Huangtai. At this moment, Emperor Jiang was commanding the witch clan to engage in a frenzied extermination of the demon race. Countless demon factions were obliterated, instilling widespread panic. Although they were demons, they understood that the ancient demon court cared little for their lives as mere cannon fodder. The ancient demon court was never a source of deep emotional attachment for them. Had it not been for the need for protection, they would not have aligned themselves with the demon court. Emperor Jiang and the 12 ancestral witches showed no mercy in their pursuit of the demon race. Wherever they passed, not a single creature was spared. In recent days, the demon court presided over by Dijuan was inundated with visitors. A multitude of demon faction leaders lamented their plight before him. "Your Majesty, 3 of my races have already been annihilated by the witch clan," one pleaded. "Indeed, I too have suffered significant losses. If this continues, we may not endure much longer. We beseech your Majesty to intervene." Hearing the incessant complaints, Dijuan felt a surge of unbridled anger rising within him. Yet, he could not vent his frustrations upon these faction leaders. Coldly, he assured them, "Rest assured, I will resolve this matter swiftly." Upon hearing Dijuan's words, the leaders of the various demon factions nodded in understanding and departed. Once they had left, however, Dijuan found himself in a quandary. Just then, a striking young man clad in a white robe appeared within the grand hall. "The strategist has arrived?" This individual was Baze, one of the 10 saints of the demon race, in the demon court. Aside from Dijuan and Tai, the highest-ranking figure was the demon master Kunpeng. Now that Kunpeng had perished. The next in line were the 10 saints of the demon race. Baze smiled and inquired, "Is there something troubling you, your Majesty?" Upon hearing the inquiry, Dijuan promptly relayed the entire situation to Baze. Baze, fanning himself with a feathered fan, replied nonchalantly, "The witch clan is indeed a troublesome bunch. The 12 ancestral witches act as they please, without any semblance of a plan. The desolate land is vast, and they're one of the principal players. With so many tribes, even I cannot fathom their true numbers. To arrange an ambush against the 12 ancestral witches is nothing short of pipe dream." However, Baze's eyes suddenly gleamed with inspiration as he proposed, "We could learn from the witch clan." Upon hearing Baze's suggestion, Dijuan experienced a moment of epiphany. Why had he not thought of that solution earlier? The demon race, in terms of population, utterly surpasses the entire witch clan. The witch clan itself is a group that is inherently rejected by the heavens and the earth. Moreover, their reproductive rate and the time required for growth are considerably longer than those of the demon race. As long as one takes action against the witch clan, the 12 ancestral witches will undoubtedly lend their support. Thus, Emperor Jun resolutely decided, and then addressed by Xihe, "Strategist, summon Ji Ming and Gue Che to see me at once." In a certain sacred ground, a blood pool was seen bubbling incessantly. Several demon clan members approached, dragging along severely injured human cultivators. Without any hesitation, they clawed through the bodies of the human cultivators, discarding their flesh into the blood pool as if they were mere refuse. The blood pool erupted with a dark crimson glow. The flesh of the human cultivators was violently drained of blood, reducing them to desiccated corpses. Their souls seemed to be drawn in, merging violently into the central sword of the blood pool. Observing the richness of the blood pool, Dong Huang Tai, he shook his head in dissatisfaction. A blue single-legged divine bird approached him. "Demon Emperor, the sword of slaughtering witches has been completed to 1/3. Upon hearing the blue bird's words, Dong Huang Tai chuckled lightly and shook his head. Not enough. After casting another glance at the blue divine bird, Dong Huang Tai appeared to have an epiphany. "Shangyang, have you predicted the fortune or misfortune of this calamity for the demon race?" Shangyang, one of the top 10 demon saints and a master of divination, was highly respected by both Emperor Jun and Dong Huang Tai. He glanced at Dong Huang Tai and sighed. "Demon Emperor, this calamity is fraught with peril." Having said this, Shangyang fell silent. Dong Huang Tai remained unspoken for a while. After a long pause, a glint of ferocity flashed in his eyes, and he swiftly commanded the others, "Hasten the capture of human cultivators." At this moment, he could only place his hopes on the sword of slaughtering witches. If the sword could be forged, perhaps it could turn calamity into fortune. After gathering his demon saints, Emperor Jun furiously headed towards the witch clan's tribe. This time, he intended to have the Great Witch forge treasures for his newly born sons within the Jumang tribe. Kwa Fu sensed the aura of the demon race and was momentarily taken aback. He promptly ceased his cultivation and rushed out. Emperor Jun, upon seeing Kwa Fu, displayed a hint of disdain in his eyes. Without uttering a single word, he commanded Jimeng and Xihe to charge forward. Fu was merely a great witch, not an ancestral witch, with cultivation only at the early stage of quasi-saint, making him no match for Jimeng and Xihe. These two, aided by Dao ancestor Hongjun, had already advanced to the mid-stage of quasi-saint. Thus, in their confrontation, Fu found himself at a disadvantage. Nevertheless, as a member of the witch clan, Fu did not retreat or evade, fighting fiercely for his life. Observing Fu's combat prowess, Emperor Jun's eyes gleamed with killing intent. The witch clan truly enjoyed an innate advantage. They were indeed worthy heirs of the traits of the Panga deity. Seeing that Jimeng and Xihe had yet to subdue Fu, Emperor Jun snorted coldly and struck fiercely. Fu, already battered and bruised, stood no chance against Emperor Jun. He was violently sent flying, crashing into a mountain, which collapsed with a thunderous roar, sending dust swirling into the air. Fu's body began to disintegrate. Visibly gravely injured and on the brink of death, Emperor Jun approached Fu slowly and coldly inquired, "Would you be willing to join my demon race?" Upon hearing Emperor Jun's words, despite his severe injuries, Fu erupted in curses. "You featherless fool! Do you think I would join you?" Upon hearing the insult, Emperor Jun was consumed by rage. "You seek death." With that, Emperor Jun unleashed his power, piercing through Fu's body with the force of laws. Seemingly unsatisfied, he proceeded to refine Fu's entire being, extracting a trace of his primal essence and directly channeling it to his yet-to-be-born 10 sons. After completing his actions, Emperor Jun let out a cold snort and then waved his hand, obliterating the entire Jumeng tribe. Finally feeling some relief, he quickly led his followers back to the ancient demon court. Chapter 70. The decision of Nuwa. Not long after, a beam of light streaked across the sky. Soon after, Emperor Jiang and others appeared in the Jumeng tribe. Witnessing the tribe reduced to ashes, Shibai and Shi's eyes blazed with fury. "Elder brother, the demon race seeks death." "Indeed, elder brother. Let us confront them." Emperor Jun was truly courting death. At this moment, the 12 ancestral witches were filled with battle intent. Had it not been for Emperor Jiang's lack of affirmation, they would have already charged into the demon race. Emperor Jiang's face darkened, and he too felt an impulse to slay the demon race scoundrels. Before long, Emperor Jiang announced to the entirety of the Honghuang continent, "Demon race, the witch clan shall not rest until we are dead or victorious." Following Emperor Jiang's proclamation, the aura of calamity transformed into a palpable presence. Inside the Chaos Pearl, Lu Changsheng opened his eyes. These days, he had relatively enjoyed a leisurely existence, leading the human race in exterminating demon tribes while spending more time in cultivation. Now, upon hearing Emperor Jiang's words, Lu Changsheng was intrigued. He quickly calculated and, after a long while, shook his head. The demon race has actually slain Fu. No wonder the witch clan is so enraged. The witch clan's population was already sparse, let alone at the great witch level. Given the 12 ancestral witches' vengeful disposition, how could they possibly endure this? It seemed the time had come for him to take action. With this thought, a cold smile crept upon Lu Changsheng's lips. He had long devised a strategy for handling this great calamity. Now that the calamity had officially commenced, he could act without reservation. Similarly, the Western Buddhist sect shared a parallel sentiment. Upon hearing Emperor Jiang's declaration of war, Junti and Jiein promptly convened to discuss matters. "Junior brother, with the calamity now underway, we must prepare ourselves." Having publicly supported the demon race, they harbored no concerns. "Rest assured, senior brother, the witch clan is destined to fail." Jiein glanced at his junior brother, a grin spreading across his face. Taishang Laozi and Yuan Shirtanzun also engaged in discussion. They had little interest in intervening in the witch-demon calamity. Had it not been for the prior guidance of Dao ancestor Hongjun, they would not have awakened from their cultivation. After much contemplation, Taishang Laozi finally spoke. "Let us heed the Dao ancestors' arrangements. Regardless of who emerged victorious in the witch-demon calamity, neither side would gain any merit. It was better to diligently fulfill the tasks assigned by Dao ancestor Hongjun, for they trusted that Hongjun would not neglect them. Within the demon court, the 10 great demon saints stood in respectful formation. Emperor Jun and Dong Huangtai occupied the main seats. Emperor Jun coldly scoffed, "Do the witches truly believe we fear them?" Dong Huangtai remained silent. He was already prepared for a battle with the 12 ancestral witches. He had long harbored disdain for the witch clan. Bai Zhe glanced at the two and quickly interjected, "The witch clan has no allies within the Hong Huang, whereas we have the support of the Saint Yuhua." Emperor Jun understood Bai Zhe's implication. Smiling as he nodded, that "I shall visit the Yuhua palace and pay my respects to the lady." Dong Huangtai looked at his elder brother and cheerfully said, "Fear not, elder brother. The demon court is in my capable hands." Emperor Jun nodded and transformed into a streak of light, vanishing from the spot. Inside the Yuhua palace, Yuhua had naturally heard Emperor Zhang's proclamation, that a hint of derision appeared on her lips, her face full of disdain. Did the witch clan truly believe they could contend with the demon race? "My lady, Emperor Jun requests an audience." At that moment, Hong Wan suddenly appeared before Yuhua. Upon hearing Hong Wan's report, Yuhua spoke indifferently. "Let him enter." Upon entering the Yuhua palace, Emperor Jun quickly bowed to Yuhua, and no need for excessive formalities. Yuhua glanced at Emperor Jun and then spoke in a resounding voice, "My lady, I have come to seek your assistance for our demon race." Being a heavenly saint, if Yuhua were to assist the demon race, they could effortlessly crush the witch clan in this great battle. Upon hearing Emperor Jun's words, Yuhua shook her head without a moment's hesitation. "It is not that I do not wish to help you, but rather that the Tao ancestor has issued a decree forbidding our intervention." Upon hearing Yuhua's words, Emperor Jun's expression darkened. It was known that neither the Three Pure Ones nor the Western Buddhist sect offered any aid to the witch clan. Yet now, the Tao ancestor forbade Yuhua and others from intervening, effectively bolstering the witch clan's forces. Yuhua, noticing Emperor Jun's thoughts, gently smiled and quickly added, "Rest assured, even though we cannot intervene directly, Lu Changsheng will also be unable to assist the witch clan." Upon hearing Yuhua's unwavering declaration, Emperor Jun could not help but murmur to himself. After a brief moment, he finally grasped the situation. It seemed that the Tao ancestor Hong Jun intended to have the mighty beings of the heavens impede Lu Changsheng. However, the 12 heavenly gods of the witch clan were simply beyond their capacity to contend with. For a fleeting moment, Emperor Jun's countenance turned an ashen hue. "You need not fret over these matters. All you must understand is that the Tao ancestor supports our demon clan." Despite her words, Yuhua was acutely aware that the Tao ancestor was entirely indifferent. Presently aiding the demon clan was merely a consequence of the witch clan's overwhelming strength. Nevertheless, Yuhua held firm in her belief that the demon clan would surely prevail. Although the Tao ancestor Hong Jun had decreed that they were not permitted to intervene recklessly, he had not forbidden them from utilizing treasures to assist the demon clan. With this realization, a faint smile graced Yuhua's lips. "Rest assured in return. In due time, I shall have Hongwan deliver several treasures to you." Upon hearing Yuhua's assurance, a glimmer of brilliance flashed in Emperor Jun's eyes. He promptly expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Your Majesty." Following this, Emperor Jun swiftly departed from the Yuhua palace. Once Emperor Jun had left, Yuhua turned to the maiden Hongwan at her side and instructed, "In the coming days, keep a close watch on the demon clan. Should any significant events arise, you must inform me immediately." Hongwan, fully aware of the gravity of the situation, quickly replied, "Yes, Your Majesty." Yuhua raised her gaze to the celestial path. Murmuring to herself, "The calamity approaches. The fate of the demon clan hinges on this encounter." Before the impending cosmic tribulation, she felt as insignificant as a mere grain of sand. Meanwhile, Lu Changsheng led his 5 human ancestors in a relentless march towards a singular direction. Soon enough, they came to a halt. Below them lay a tribe of the demon clan. Recently, this demon clan had been audaciously capturing human cultivators, igniting a burning fury within the human ancestors. Chapter 71. Slaughtering the Demon Clan. The demon Saint Sighting Tai below was the tribe of the demon Sighting Tai, one of Emperor Jun's 10 great demon saints. He bore a striking resemblance to a water buffalo, with a prominent horn that stood out. This creature typically subsisted on iron, Earning a notorious reputation among the 10 demon saints, Liu Changsheng wasted no time on trivialities. The heavenly suppression coffin suddenly materialized before him. He began infusing the coffin with the power of laws, causing it to swell like a balloon. Fall. Liu Changsheng remarked coldly as he beheld the coffin that blotted out the sun. The coffin crashed down upon the demon tribe below. Xihe Tai was not present within the tribe, thus narrowly escaping calamity. However, his tribe was not so fortunate. Under the weight of the heavenly suppression coffin, many lesser demons had no opportunity to scream before being utterly obliterated, gazing upon the vast demon tribe that had vanished in the blink of an eye. The human ancestors felt no pity. Instead, they were filled with exhilaration. The demon clan was, indeed, seeking its own demise. Were it not for the multitude of entanglements, they might have already followed their leader to assault the ancient demon court. After annihilating the tribe, Liu Changsheng prepared to depart. However, at that moment, he sensed a powerful presence approaching them with great speed. This aura was fierce and savage. He did not need to guess to know it belonged to the demon clan. His objective had been to kill Xihe Tai. As many human cultivators had been captured by this fiend, at this juncture, the returning demon saint would undoubtedly be Xihe Tai. Liu Changsheng glanced at Xihe and the others, then let out a chuckle. This fellow had originally escaped, yet now he had come seeking his own death. Xihe Tai, too, sensed Liu Changsheng's aura. Upon realizing that his tribe had been annihilated, his eyes turned blood red, and his heart felt as though it were bleeding. His tribe had taken millennia to reach its current scale, only to be obliterated by a mere early-stage quasi-saint. Without uttering a word, Xihe Tai accelerated towards Liu Changsheng. Liu Changsheng's lips curled into a smirk as he prepared to strike at that moment. Xihe, with a grin, interjected, "Leader, allow me to handle this fellow." Hearing Xihe's audacious claim, Yu Chao quickly chimed in, "Leader, I haven't fought in ages. Let me have a go." Upon hearing the two elders, Xin Yuan eagerly joined the fray. "Leader, why not let me take him on?" Observing the eager contenders, Xihe Tai felt an overwhelming urge to charge at them and devour them whole. Did they truly perceive him as an easy adversary? Yet from their titles, he discerned that these individuals hailed from the human clan. The one in the center was undoubtedly Liu Changsheng, the leader of the human clan. Though Xihe Tai was known for his fiery temper, he was not devoid of intelligence. As the saying goes, a great reputation is not without merit. Liu Changsheng had indeed earned his notoriety through genuine prowess. Without hesitation, Xihe Tai notified Emperor Jun in the ancient demon court. However, it would take some time for Emperor Jun to arrive. Observing the humans vying to engage him, Liu Changsheng rolled his eyes. "Xihe, you go ahead. Make it quick. We still have to proceed to the next tribe." Upon receiving Liu Changsheng's order, Xihe's eyes narrowed with excitement. "Rest assured, leader, it won't take long to eliminate this fellow." Xihe Tai felt as though he had been slapped harshly across the face. He flushed with indignation. Did these individuals truly consider him a weakling? Facing Liu Changsheng, he might have had to exert some caution. After all, Liu Changsheng had defeated both Emperor Jun and Donghuang Tai, even besting Nuwa, showcasing formidable combat prowess. Yet could a mere lowly human cultivator dare to challenge him? Without further ado, Xihe Tai erupted with demonic energy. Xihe, eyeing Xihe Tai, wasted no time in unleashing the fire laws. The two clashed fiercely, surprisingly matched in strength. Xihe Tai's pupils widened in disbelief. This seemingly frail human could hold his own against him. Xihe was equally astonished. Xihe Tai's physical form was akin to a formidable artifact. His previously unstoppable fire laws appeared ineffective against this creature. Liu Changsheng observed Xihe's fighting style and shook his head slightly. His greatest concern had indeed come to pass. The human clan, in this primordial land, was at a distinct disadvantage in every regard. In terms of physical strength, they could not compete with the witch and demon clans. Their comprehension of the laws of power paled in comparison to the Taoists. Even their fortune was exceedingly weak. Although there were numerous quasi-saint level cultivators, their techniques and divine abilities were severely lacking. This reality served as a reminder for Liu Changsheng. Clearly, there was a pressing need to disseminate more techniques and divine abilities among the human clan. However, He currently lacked any insights on this matter. For now, he could only place his hopes on the system, hoping it might reward him with techniques and divine abilities to bolster the human clan's foundation. Xihe Tai grew increasingly alarmed. Although Surin's laws could not harm him, this fellow's learning ability was nothing short of terrifying. After just a few exchanges, he had already begun to assimilate Xihe Tai's combat techniques. After a brief struggle, Lu Changsheng shook his head. He did not intend to prolong the fight, so he summoned the god-slaying spear with great force. Without a moment's hesitation, he thrust the spear towards Xihe Tai. Xihe Tai instinctively sought to evade, only to find the surrounding space seemingly constricted, leaving him with no opportunity to escape. The god-slaying spear pierced through Xihe Tai's flesh with brutal efficiency. The very body, Xihe Tai, prided himself on crumbled like tofu under the spear's might. With a swift motion, Lu Changsheng withdrew the god-slaying spear, barely sparing a glance at his fallen foe. "Let us go. We must proceed to the next tribe." The surrounding human ancestors offered no further words and closely followed Lu Changsheng. After a while, several figures emerged from the void, led by Emperor Jun and Dong Wangtai. Upon surveying their surroundings, they found no trace of Lu Changsheng. However, the residual aura of the battle confirmed their suspicions. It had undoubtedly been Lu Changsheng. Xihe Tai has perished. Chapter 72. Hotu approaches sanctification. Hui emerges the most hot-tempered among them. Jaimin, seethed with rage upon hearing Shangyang's words. "Demon Emperor, I shall pursue them at once." However, upon hearing Jaimin's declaration, Emperor Jun shook his head. The other demon saints glanced at Emperor Jun, momentarily at a loss. What did their demon emperor mean? Was he truly going to let Lu Changsheng and his companions go just like that? Dong Huangtai cast a puzzled glance at Di Jun. Then, with a tone of incredulity, exclaimed, "Brother, are we truly allowing Lu Changsheng to depart unchallenged?" Di Jun, his demeanor icy, responded, "Lu Changsheng has likely already returned to the human realm. We shall keep a record of this debt for now." Upon hearing Di Jun's words, although Dong Huangtai felt a deep reluctance within, he nodded in agreement. As for Shangyang and the others, they remained silent, for despite being among the 10 great demon saints, they shared no bonds of affection. This was indeed a flaw of their demon race, as each had their own schemes, unlike the 12 ancestors of Wu, who stood united against external threats. Casting his gaze towards the direction in which Lu Changsheng had departed, a flicker of murderous intent crossed Di Jun's eyes. He too harbored the desire to eliminate this individual who had repeatedly disrupted his heavenly marriage and had now slain one of the demon saints under his command. The enmity between himself and Lu Changsheng was no less than that with the Wu clan, yet he had his concerns. Although Lu Changsheng was despicable, his strength was undeniably formidable. Di Jun lacked the confidence to ensure he could subdue Lu Changsheng. Should he fall victim to this man's schemes, he would be even less capable of confronting the Wu and demon races. Presently, the Wu clan represented the greatest threat to his kind, which was why Di Jun chose to endure in silence. Dong Huangtai understood his elder brother's thoughts all too well. With a sigh and a shake of his head, he turned to leave. Meanwhile, within the territory of the Wu clan, Di Jiang gazed at Lu Changsheng before bursting in a hearty laughter. "Brother Lu, who would have thought your first strike would fell a demon saint?" The surrounding Shang Shi and others looked at Lu Changsheng with beaming smiles. "Brother Lu, you have rendered our Wu clan a tremendous service. I have long wished to eliminate these 10 great demon saints." Di Jun's slaying of Kwa Fu had ignited a fervent desire among the 12 ancestors of Wu to hasten the Great War. Had it not been for Di Zhang's restraint, the conflict between the Wu and demons would have erupted long at this moment. Lu Changsheng paid little heed to their discussions. Instead, his gaze was fixed intently upon Hotu's day. He keenly sensed an aura of the cycle of reincarnation emanating from her. Ordinarily, following the first great war between the Wu and demons, Hotu would have transformed into the cycle, though she had achieved the status of a saint. Her position was unlike that of others in the realms of the 6 paths of reincarnation and the underworld. Hotu stood as the supreme saint, impervious to even the interventions of Hong Jun Daozu. However, Hotu would never be able to depart from the cycle, nor intervene in the affairs of the Hong Huang. Initially, Lu Changsheng had contemplated intervening to alter this fate, but now it seemed this was Ho Tu's destiny. Without the transformation into the cycle, she would likely perish. Such was the grand scheme of the universe. Moreover, Lu Changsheng had yet to ascend to the realm of the primordial golden immortal, rendering him incapable of contending with the heavenly Tao. Friend Ho Tu, your power of the laws may be beyond your control. Upon hearing Lu Changsheng's words, Ho Tu's expression darkened slightly. The 12 capital heavenly gods formation required every component, and she was the most crucial element. Without her, summoning the Phantom of Pangu would be impossible. Yet, there was a silver lining. The 10 great demon saints and the demon master Kuanpeng had already perished at Lu Changsheng's hands. Although Di Jun had acquired the He Tu and Luo Shu, their power was significantly diminished compared to the mastery Kuanpeng had over time. Upon hearing Lu Changsheng converse with his younger sister, Di Jiang was somewhat perplexed. You have comprehended the power of the laws, little sister. After a brief moment of contemplation, Ho Tu nodded slightly, but a glimmer of excitement and exhilaration flashed across Di Jiang's face. Despite the restrictions imposed by the heavenly Tao, which prevented their clan from grasping the power of the laws, there remained a sliver of hope. Their father god, Pangu, had once comprehended the laws of heaven and earth, ultimately achieving the great way. If they, the Wu and demon races, could understand the power of the laws, they could transcend the saintly realm. Now that his younger sister had grasped the power of the laws, it was akin to possessing the key to sainthood. How could he not be thrilled? Not only was Di Jiang filled with excitement, but the other 12 ancestors of Wu were also grinning broadly. After a lengthy pause, Ho Tu finally spoke. Elder brother, while I have comprehended the power of the laws, I sense something amiss. After much explanation, Di Jiang finally understood. Faced with the choice between assisting them and pursuing her path to sainthood, he did not hesitate to choose the latter. Sister, pursue your path to sainthood with confidence. The demon race cannot pose a threat to us. Shang Baisher quickly added, Indeed, sister, you should strive for sainthood. Your ascension will signify our true resurgence. Gong Gong and Zhu Rong also hurried to comfort Ho Tuesday. Rest assured, sister, we can handle Di Jun and his ilk without issue. Listening to the supportive words of her brothers, Ho Tu fell silent, but a sense of worry lingered in her heart. If she chose the path to sainthood, her brothers might suffer significant losses during the impending conflict with the demon race. After much deliberation, she ultimately decided to hold off for the time being. Observing the reactions of the 12 ancestors of Wu, Lu Changsheng was deeply moved. How could Di Jiang be unaware that once Ho Tu achieved sainthood, they would likely suffer considerable setbacks against the demon race? Yet, despite this, they would not deter her from pursuing her path to sainthood. Rather, they encouraged her to ascend. The bond among the 12 ancestors of Wu was indeed profound. Just then, the blood pool within the Wu clan's great hall suddenly erupted in turmoil. Di Jiang, taken aback by the commotion, asked, Another great witch has emerged. Upon hearing her elder brother's words, Shang Baisher hastily began investigating. After a while, he turned to Di Jiang and said, Elder brother, the great witch who has emerged is named Ho Yi. The others showed no reaction to the name. After all, he was merely a great witch and hardly worthy of their concern. However, upon hearing Ho Yi's name, Lu Changsheng's countenance noticeably darkened. With Ho Yi's emergence, it would not be long before the first great calamity between the Wu and demon races would unfold. The current circumstances were decidedly unfavorable for the Wu clan. Lu Changsheng did not wish to see the Wu and demon races suffer devastating losses akin to those of the Great Calamity. Yet, even if he sought to change this fate, he required an opportunity. After much contemplation, Lu Changsheng still could not identify this opportunity. Chapter 73. Taking on a disciple, Ho Yi, bestowing the sun-shooting Bao brother Lu, with the emergence of the great, which, why not join us to witness this event? Di Jiang invited with a cheerful smile the 8S leaders of the Wu clan. It was only fitting that they be present for the emergence of a great witch. Hearing Di Jiang's invitation, Lu Changsheng nodded slightly. While others might be oblivious to Ho Yi's future significance, he was acutely aware. Without further ado, Lu Changsheng followed Di Jiang and the others to a nearby tribe. Within the tribe, a robust man sat upon an altar, surrounded by kneeling members of the Wu clan who fervently worshipped him. Without needing to ask, Lu Chongqing knew that the man at the center was the great witch Ho. Upon noticing the sudden arrival of the 12 ancestors of Wu, he was visibly taken aback, his face full of disbelief. He hurriedly descended from the altar, exclaiming with excitement, "I humbly greet the ancestor witches." Upon hearing Ho Yi's words, Di Jiang waved his hand dismissively. Then, with a palm the size of a fan, he struck Ho Yi firmly. Observing this action, Lu Chongqing's companions behind him displayed expressions of wry amusement. They had resolved in their hearts to keep a safe distance from these Wu and demon races. Fortunately, Ho Yi was a great witch. Had it been any of them, they would have been shattered by such a blow. Let me introduce you. This is Lu Chongqing, the leader of the human race. Seemingly concerned that Ho Yi might offend Lu Chongqing, Di Jiang quickly added, "In the future, when you meet Brother Lu, treat him as you would us, understood?" Upon hearing Di Jiang's words, all the Wu clan members present knelt on the ground, offering their utmost reverence to Lu Chongqing, which left him feeling rather awkward. Gazing at Ho Yi and the fervent worshippers surrounding him, Lu Chongqing, without hesitation, drew forth a portion of his fortune and merit. This fortune and merit held little significance for the Wu clan, so he only took a fist-sized amount. With a decisive motion, he crushed the fortune and merit, directly bestowing it upon the members of the Wu clan. Di Jiang and Ho Tu looked at Lu Chongqing in astonishment. They had never anticipated that he would produce such a substantial amount of fortune and merit, especially as a gift to their clan. It was worth noting that this fist-sized portion of fortune and merit was a treasure of immense value in the Honghuang continent. Lu Chongqing's willingness to part with it showcased his remarkable generosity. Di Jiang, addressing the Wu clan members, commanded, "Why are you not expressing your gratitude to Brother Lu?" A gathering of members from the Witch clan immediately began to bow and express their gratitude towards Lu Chongqing, causing him to feel a slight blush of embarrassment. The system of supreme choices activated upon the detection of Ho Yi's emergence. Choice 1. Bring Ho Yi into the human clan, allowing them to exclusively enjoy the fortune of heaven and earth. Reward: 3-colored divine water. Choice 2. Prevent Ho Yi from shooting the sun, letting the demon clan's 10 golden crows wreak havoc across the wilderness. Reward: 99 dispersing soul gourd. Choice 3. Take Ho Yi as a disciple and impart teachings. Reward: sun-shooting bow, diamond, immortal heavenly skill. Upon hearing these 3 options in his mind, Lu Chongqing promptly dismissed the first 2. The notion of incorporating Ho Yi into the human clan was exceedingly simple for him, and it would also allow him to enjoy the merits of heaven and earth, enhancing the fortune of humanity. However, this action would adversely affect the luck of the Witch clan and could also bring calamity upon the human clan. Hence, he outright rejected ITAS for the second choice. It was utterly inconceivable. He would never permit the demon clan to cause chaos in the primordial land, even at the cost of his life. Therefore, without further ado, Lu Chongqing decisively chose the third option. Di Jiang, my friend, I have a request, Lu Chongqing said, glancing at Di Jiang beside him. Di Jiang, taken aback by Lu Chongqing's words, immediately responded without a moment's hesitation. Brother Lu, given our relationship, there's no need for such formalities. Just speak your mind. The others, including Ho Tu, shared a similar reaction, as they had a close bond with Lu Chongqing, whether it was 1 matter or 100. As long as they could assist, they would do so. I wish to take Ho Yi as my disciple. Di Jiang erupted into hearty laughter upon hearing Lu Chongqing's declaration. He had anticipated a significant matter, only to find it was this trivial request. Without a second thought, he turned to Ho Yi and exclaimed, "What are you dawdling for? Hurry and pay your respects to your master. Are you waiting for me to expel you from the Witch clan?" The crowd was left in utter confusion at Di Jiang's outrageous words, especially the likes of Sui Run and others, who felt their minds were overwhelmed. Lu Chongqing himself found the situation somewhat awkward. Truly, Di Jiang was a remarkable individual. It was his first encounter with such an unusual method of prompting someone to take a master. Ho Yi, looking at Lu Chongqing, quickly bowed his head in reverence. With utmost respect, he addressed Lu Chongqing. Ho Yi pays his respects to master. Gazing at Ho Yi, Lu Chongqing wasted no time and presented a tome of teachings, stating, "This skill is called the Diamond Immortal Heavenly Skill, and I grant it to you today." With that, He forcefully crushed the tome, and a golden light surged into Hou Yi's mind. This skill allowed one to wield power akin to that of a great diamond, standing firm against all. Upon cultivating it to its pinnacle, one's body would feel as though it were forged of gold, capable of dominating the world. After receiving the teachings, Hou Yi eagerly began to contemplate its wonders, his face alight with excitement and exhilaration. "Thank you, Master," he exclaimed. Without further elaboration, Lu Changsheng waved his hand, and a bow materialized before Hou Yi. This treasure is the sun-shooting bow, one of the innate magical artifacts. Take it as Hou Yi beheld the long bow. An inexplicable sensation arose within him, as if it had been tailored specifically for him. The bow was adorned with intricate carvings, and it required no arrows. As the laws of heaven transformed into projectiles, with a heart full of excitement, Hou Yi grasped the sun-shooting bow. Feeling an innate connection between them, he immediately aimed the bow at a distant celestial mountain, pulling it back with all his might before releasing the arrow. The projectile, formed from the convergence of heavenly laws, soared forth with a whoosh. The celestial mountain erupted in a cataclysmic explosion, obliterating all creatures dwelling upon it into nothingness. Witnessing the power of the sun-shooting bow, the assembly of onlookers gasped in awe. Even Hou Yi himself was left in disbelief. "Thank you, Master." Without hesitation, Hou Yi deeply bowed once more to Lu Changsheng. If he had harbored any reluctance before, he was now wholly convinced. "Not at all," Lu Changsheng replied with a smile. Glancing at Hou Di Jiang and the others were filled with exuberance. Lu Changsheng was one of the great powers of the world. Having their clans great, which as his disciple, was undoubtedly a fortuitous event. Furthermore, the immediate gifts of skills and treasures were a testament to Lu Changsheng's sincerity. "Brother Lu, what a perfect occasion for you to take a disciple. We must celebrate this momentous event. Indeed, Brother Lu, it has been ages since I savored the celestial brew." Typically frugal, Di Jiang felt a tinge of embarrassment, replying, "Ha, fear not. This time, I shall ensure you drink your fill." Usually, Di Jiang treated his celestial brew as a treasure, reluctant to share even with his closest brothers. This time, however, he would not hold back due to Lu Changsheng's presence. Observing the joyous gathering of the 12 ancestral witches, who seemed to be celebrating a festival, Lu Changsheng smiled. These individuals were akin to a bunch of big children. Nevertheless, their camaraderie brought warmth to his heart. In contrast to the others' excitement, Hou Tu remained silent. Her head bowed low. She glanced at Lu Changsheng, several times on the verge of speaking, but hesitating instead. With a sigh, Lu Changsheng approached her side. After a moment of contemplation, Hou Tu asked in a subdued tone, "Brother Changsheng, do you think my attainment of enlightenment will have any impact on the witch clan?" Although Lu Changsheng wished to reassure Hou Tu with a comforting lie, he found it difficult to utter such words upon meeting her bright gaze. After a prolonged silence, he finally sighed and replied, "Some matters are beyond our control. If you achieve enlightenment, you may yet leave a legacy for the witch clan." With that, he turned away, feeling a pang of guilt. Upon hearing Lu Changsheng's words, Hou Tu's expression darkened further. Had the circumstances been different, she might have wept openly. Within the ancient demon court, festivities were also underway. Dong Huang Tai savored the celestial brew in his hand. Grinning as he addressed Di Jun, "Congratulations, brother, on adding 10 princes to our demon clan." Bai Zhe promptly joined in congratulating Di Jun. "Haha, our demon clan is on the rise." The other demon saints quickly followed suit, showering Di Jun with their felicitations. Listening to their accolades, Di Jun beamed with exhilaration. He laughed heartily, pride radiating from him. "Our demon clan shall surely dominate the wilderness." Dong Huang Tai, he took a sip of the celestial brew and wholeheartedly supported his brother's proclamation. The future of their demon clan was destined for greatness, perhaps even unifying the entire wilderness. In contrast to the human and witch clans, their physical prowess was on par with that of the witch clan's brutes, and they held an insurmountable advantage over the human clan. Such trifling clans are hardly worthy of comparison with our demon kin. Shanyang, today marks a momentous occasion. Quickly divine a fate for my nephews. Upon hearing Dong Huang Taiyi's words, Di Jun burst into laughter and urged Shanyang, "Hurry, divine their fate." Shanyang smiled, his body emanating a powerful aura of demonic energy. Soon, the celestial constellations materialized before him. Among them, a particular star began to emit a dim glow. Furrowing his brow in concentration, Shanyang attempted to discern its meaning, activating the power of the laws. Unfortunately, the secrets of heaven were obscured, and he felt a sharp pain in his chest. Spitting out a mouthful of old blood. Pooh! Observing Shanyang's condition, the demon saints present wore expressions of concern, their faces pale with apprehension. Di Jun and Dong Huangtai exchanged worried glances. Shanyang, what is the matter? Although they had their suspicions, they still inquired. After a lengthy silence, Shanyang finally sighed. Your Majesty, it forebodes great misfortune. Upon hearing Shanyang's words, Di Jun's heart sank. The Shanyang's divination skills far surpassed their own, and he had never been wrong before. If he spoke of misfortune, it was surely imminent. Feeling anxious, Di Jun quickly pressed, what kind of misfortune? Shanyang met Di Jun's icy gaze and replied, Your Majesty, a great calamity is approaching. The heavenly secrets are in disarray, making them impossible to discern. Continuing, Shanyang added, However, the dimming of our clan's life star foretells impending disaster. Hearing this, Dong Huangtai swiftly rallied the spirits. Brother, we're the masters of this calamity. The dimming star is likely a normal occurrence. The assembly of demon saints quickly echoed his sentiments. Indeed, Your Majesty, the dimming of the life star must be due to our clan's tribulation. The trifling which clan poses no threat. I firmly believe that under the leadership of the Demon Emperor, we shall undoubtedly triumph over the Lich. After hearing the praises from those present, Emperor Jun's expression finally regained some semblance of composure. Over the years, Lu Changsheng had not departed from the Witch Clan. He guided Hutu in comprehending the laws of heaven and earth while concurrently training Ho-E. Throughout these years, Ho-E experienced rapid growth, and he has now emerged as the foremost figure beneath the 12 ancestors of the Witch Clan. If granted another century, it is likely that the 12 ancestors will soon become the 13th. On this particular day, the heavens and earth suddenly trembled. The cries of 10 golden crows reverberated across the vast expanse of the Hongwang continent. The 10 golden crows transformed into 10 suns, suspended high in the sky. Upon witnessing the emergence of the 10 golden crows, Lu Changxing's expression shifted dramatically, with 10 suns soaring in the sky. It was inevitable that Ho-E would soon shoot at the sun. The first battle between the witch and the lich was now unavoidable. Lu Changxing refrained from disclosing the impending catastrophe. For even if he were to voice it, it would likely alter nothing. Given the disposition of the Witch Clan, even with foreknowledge of an impending conflict, they would still press forward, with 10 suns in the sky. The human race was also destined to suffer calamity. However, at present, the human race remained concealed within the Chaos Pearl, entirely evading this disaster. Conversely, other races unwittingly found themselves confronting a monumental catastrophe. Several weaker races vanished from the Hongwang continent due to the presence of the 10 suns. Even the Witch Clan suffered greatly, with countless tribes perishing, igniting Ho-Yi's profound fury. On this day, Lu Changsheng was engaged in discourse with Hutu when Ho-Yi could no longer contain himself. He activated the Golden Vajra immortal heaven technique within him, transforming into a colossal golden giant, wielding the Sun Arrow bow, and surged into the void above. With the Sun Arrow bow in hand, his expression icy, he gazed at the 10 golden crows in the sky. Then, with a powerful pull of his arms, he drew the bowstring taut. The force of the laws coalesced instantaneously into an arrow. Chapter 75. Emperor Jun's Fury. The outbreak of the Witch-Lich War, whoosh, a sound pierced the air as the arrow, formed from the power of the laws, shot towards the heavens. One golden crow, unable to evade in time, was brutally pierced by the arrow. Letting out a cry of unwillingness, the golden crow instantly transformed into pure energy, returning to the heavens and earth. Upon witnessing their brother slain, the remaining golden crows were consumed by rage. Yet they were still in their juvenile stage. Far from being Ho-Yi's match, Ho-Yi drew his bow once more and released another arrow. This time, the several golden crows erupted in a brilliant display of golden light. Sensing this overwhelming aura, Lu Changxing's expression turned frigid.